I traveled to a high-level martial arts world and became an ordinary high school student. Due to its mediocre basic attributes, the military subjects are completely in a mess, and the liberal arts subjects just want to lie down. Just when I was about to become a social outcast, I became aware of the daily settlement panel system. Yesterday's work rewards are as follows: moving bricks, received 100 gold, 1 strength, 1 physique. Deliver food, get 80 money, 1 agility, 1 driving skill. Escort the beauty home and be invited upstairs to drink sweet soup, get 1000 gold, favorability +3, control time +3. Complete the cave employment mission, get 100,000 gold, 5 physique, 5 spirit, 5 strength, 5 agility, 5 martial arts. In this world, other warriors spend all their wealth and take risks to eat elixirs in order to improve their attributes. And I just need to work, which not only improves my attributes quickly, but also makes money easily. Many years later, aliens invaded. I soared into the air, full of heroic spirit. It doesn't matter what rank of warrior you are, or whether you are the descendant of a monster, as long as you can block one of my punches, I lose. At this time, Class 3 of Senior High School in Chengdu County. Chunbei, what does it mean that you handed in a blank history paper? Are you afraid of tampering with history? Teacher Gu Shinro was standing on the podium in a plain long dress, and the atmosphere immediately became solemn. She grabbed the chalk, blew on it lightly, and flicked her slender fingers, and the chalk hit my forehead accurately. Ouch, what are you doing? I rubbed my red forehead and couldn't help but scream. The classmates cast their eyes and laughed in low voices. The martial arts exam is imminent, and Shinbei still has the mind to be in a daze. He gave up on himself. He couldn't achieve the 4th dimension and couldn't become a warrior. He could only be a servant. If you don't even study liberal arts, how will you find a job in the future? Don't worry, Shinbei has already entered society ahead of time. I saw him carrying cement bricks yesterday, working and studying. Teacher Gu Shinro raised her eyebrows. Her eyes were like ice. She scanned the entire classroom, put down her hands, and said sternly, "No matter what, Shinbei makes a living with his own hands. Is it your turn to say anything?" The students lowered their heads and dared not say anything. But Gu Shinro didn't intend to let me go. She shook the almost flawless test paper in her hand and asked angrily, "Shinbei, explain to me, you gave up the martial arts, and you are so bad at the liberal arts?" I smacked my lips helplessly. "Teacher, it's unfair." "Unfair?" She looked at me puzzledly. "There are no candidates around me, so I have no place to copy." Gu Shinro's eyes opened wide, and she tilted her neck slightly, her face full of astonishment. She suppressed her anger and said coldly, "Go, stand in the corridor." I shrugged my shoulders and left the classroom amid the laughter of my classmates. However, I did not stand in the corridor as per the rules. Instead, I opened the window on the first floor and jumped out. Along the path through the green grove, he took a few leaps, climbed over the wall, and slipped out of the campus. I found a place where no one would notice me, closed my eyes, and immersed myself in my own thoughts. A few lines of text popped up in front of me. Yesterday's settlement rewards are as follows: complete 1 hour of unloading work, get money +100, physical fitness +1, strength +1. Complete 1 hour food delivery job, gain money +40, movement speed +1, driving skill +1. Finished 1 hour of dog walking and poop shoveling work, gained money +20, strength +1, spirit +1. It turned out that I wasn't really in a daze, but as a time traveler, I suddenly awakened to the daily settlement panel. This world is very different from the blue planet I originally lived in. Monsters are rampant, the caves are in constant danger, warriors are respected, and the strong are kings. If you can't become a warrior, you can only do some marginal jobs in society. Even if you take the civil service exam, if your competitor is a warrior, you basically have no chance. I know that the road to becoming a warrior is almost closed. My 4-dimensional attributes are seriously insufficient, and I can't even reach the passing line. It's simply a pipe dream to want to be admitted to Wuhan University. In order to make a living, I had to start working. I worked hard to move cement bricks last night, and saved some living expenses. However, I didn't expect that the settlement panel would be awakened today. I moved bricks yesterday. Although it was hard work, I was able to get extra rewards, and my physical fitness and strength are also improving. Delivering food has increased my movement speed and my driving skills, which is a pleasant surprise. Walking the dog can increase strength, and the shit that the dog pooped not only destroyed my spirit, but also replenished it a little. After analyzing this, I couldn't help but feel refreshed and felt that this plug-in was really great. As long as I keep working hard, I am confident that I will make a splash in the martial arts exam and be successfully admitted to Wuhan University. Keep working hard, a comeback is just around the corner. Thinking of this, my hands are itching and I can't wait to start working. I know that the requirements for admission to Wuhan University are extremely high. The comprehensive attribute value cannot be lower than 60 points, and for most people, it is extremely difficult to improve any attribute. I tested my own attribute values, and they were unbearable to look at: strength, 10. Constitution, 11. Spirit, 11. Agility, 10. A total of only 42 points, far from the standard for the martial arts exam. Moreover, it is not easy to improve these attributes. It requires the help of expensive elixirs, and the prices of these elixirs can easily be tens of thousands, or even millions. However, my deskmate Jian Tong's spiritual attribute has reached 40 points, which is enough for her to enter the martial arts exam. But now, I don't need to envy anyone. Although my starting point is low, I have a higher ceiling. As long as I keep working hard, without spending any money, even at work, my attributes will improve and I will be far ahead. At this point, I had no intention of attending classes or studying. Studying would only delay my becoming a warrior. I rolled up my sleeves and headed straight to the labor market, ready to continue working. Soon, a van stopped at the entrance of the market, and a bald boss got out of the van and shouted, "Come on, laborer, break down the wall, and you'll get 120 when you're done." The job was good and the price was reasonable, so many people rushed to do it. By this time, I had already gotten into the driver's seat, started the car, and honked the horn. "The boss is gone!" The boss was stunned for a moment, then laughed and sat on the passenger seat. "You're an interesting kid, it's you, let's go!" Sweating profusely, I stood in the new house to be renovated, holding a sledgehammer in my hand, and hammered the wall again and again. The bald boss next to me was so excited that his heart started beating fast. He quickly ran over to stop me and said, "Brother, we agreed that one wall would cost 120 yuan, but you asked for 80 yuan for smashing it. My heart is about to burst." I wiped the sweat off my forehead and said nonchalantly, "This is my slogan. We don't do things like raising prices at the last minute." The boss breathed a sigh of relief and patted me on the shoulder. "That's good, go on." 80! 80! 80! I shouted loudly and continued my work. An hour later, the task was completed and the boss paid me 120 yuan as agreed, without even the slightest delay. I smiled and said to my boss, "Call me if you have any work in the future." Then I left my contact information, hurried downstairs, and rushed back to the labor market. Now, I do these jobs not for money. The goal of making money is too low. It is for tomorrow's reward. The goal of a warrior is waving in the distance. If I don't work hard, I won't even eat the food sent by God. In the evening, I received a new job, moving a set of equipment into the house. The equipment was quite heavy, so the employer hired 4 or 5 laborers. We came to Mingwangshan community in Changtu County. This community is a famous villa area in the local area, and the people who live here are either rich or noble. I waited for a while with other workers and saw a truck parked in front of the villa. The employer called us over and said, "This is the equipment. Just carry it in. Be careful. This is a 4-dimensional inspection device. It's very valuable." I was so shocked that my jaw almost dropped to the ground. I was familiar with this device, I also had one in the high school. The other workers were also stunned and talked about it. 4-dimensional detection equipment? Isn't it used to detect properties? Yes, this kind of equipment is usually only available in schools and governments. It looks like secondhand. Even if it's secondhand, you need connections to get it. The price is not cheap. A used one is worth 8 million. The world of rich people is really incomprehensible. We talked as we started working. I carried the stick on my shoulders and worked along with the other workers' shouts. The weight of the equipment made my blood rush and my face flushed. But I gritted my teeth, tried my best, and worked with others to lift the equipment off the car. Just then, a familiar voice came from behind me. "Shinbei, did you skip class to do manual labor?" I turned around and saw my desk mate Jian Tong. How come she is here? I was already carrying a heavy load, and when I met someone I knew, I couldn't help but relax. My steps became unsteady, and my body was crushed by the equipment. With a bang, the corner of the equipment fell to the ground. The employer quickly squatted down to check the damage to the equipment, his face looking a little worried. Jian Tong stuck out his tongue, obviously knowing that he had made trouble. Today she was wearing a sky blue dress with her hair softly draped over her shoulders, making her look fresh and elegant. A few strands of hair lightly brushed against her shoulders, adding a touch of softness and grace. I rubbed my shoulders and asked in a low voice in astonishment. You are him. My dad, Jianshan. You live here? Any questions?" No problem. I don't know much about Jian Tong. She was the goddess of high school, with both wisdom and beauty, and was destined to become a warrior. We had almost no friendship, and I always felt that she belonged to another world. I never thought that Jian Tong was also a little rich woman. She no longer cared about the equipment, crossed her arms, and said in a calm tone with a hint of arrogance, "Why are you skipping class again? Teacher Gu Shinro is almost furious and is going to visit your home." I shrugged. "I'm not going home tonight." "From what you said, you don't plan to go to school tomorrow?" "You are so clever. Then you might as well just drop out of school." "How can that be possible? I want to apply to Wuhan University." Jian Tong's eyes were subtle, with a hint of surprise. "You? Wu De? What? Can I do that?" I straightened my back, looking defiant. 30 years later, things have changed. Okay. Jian Tong interrupted me. Hishi in Changtu County is a mass grave. At this time, Jian Shan checked the equipment and said, "The wires are fine and can be used. Let's carry them in." We carefully carried the equipment back into the villa. Jian Tong wanted to help, but was stopped by Jian Shan. "Why are you a girl doing such hard work? Don't make trouble." Jian Tong snorted and stamped his feet. After the equipment was installed, Jian Shan settled the wages and I received 200 yuan, which was a good income. After the other workers left, I stayed behind for a while and took a peek at the testing equipment. This device can detect personal attributes at any time. With it, Jian Tong can better grasp the changes in his own attributes. She stood aside, smiling, and stretched herself. "After we go home for dinner, try to see if the attributes accumulated by Hedong over the past 30 years have changed. How do you think?" I hesitated and said, "Forget it. I have to deliver food later." Jian Tong's eyes widened. "You have made all the money in Changtu County, and you don't want to rest? You are a student now, and your main task is to study." I said proudly. "Studying will only hinder me from becoming a warrior." Jian Tong puffed up his cheeks in anger. "If you dare to say that again, Teacher Gu will hear you and tear your mouth to pieces." I chuckled and said, "Woman, you don't understand. I'm leaving now." When I passed by the restaurant, Jian Shan called me. "Shinbei, you and my daughter are at the same table. Sit down and eat. I have something to say to you." I knew what he wanted to say, a perfect match, or something like that. I grabbed the chicken leg on the table and said with a smile, "Thank you for the hospitality, father-in-law. We'll talk another day." After that, I ran away. Ding-ling-ling. Just then, I was wearing a delivery man's uniform and riding an electric bike speeding down the street. I clearly feel that my driving skills have improved a lot after last night's panel settlement rewards. The small electric scooter under his crotch seemed to have turned into a BMW, weaving freely in the traffic, flexibly finding every gap and moving forward quickly. The female driver next to me saw me going so fast and screamed in panic. "I'm going to deliver this order to a female customer." As for how to know that she is a female customer? Because the order form says, "A handsome guy will deliver it, otherwise I will give you a bad review." Would most people dare to take such an order? Apparently, I was the only one who had the courage. As a result, I knocked on the door according to the address, but a completely unexpected person came out. It was not a beauty, but a rainbow man, with a round face, short hair, beard, and glasses. The Rainbow Man was wearing a pair of red briefs. He leaned against the door frame and said in a hoarse voice, "Handsome boy, do you want some sausage?" My heart tightened, and I didn't want to stay any longer. With a snap, I quickly closed the door and turned to leave. Delivering food is indeed a challenging job. There are all kinds of weird customers. After delivering a few orders, I received the last order. The location was actually upstairs in my own community. I frowned. Isn't the upstairs in my house always empty? With doubts, I took the order, picked up the food, and rode my bike back to the community. This is the old neighborhood where my parents left behind. The buildings here are already empty, with trees growing on the roofs and the word demolition spray painted on the walls. The word demolition has been sprayed on for more than 10 years, and no developer has come to demolish the property. Whenever the word is about to fall off, someone always sprays it again. I sighed helplessly. Counting on getting rich from the demolition of this community is far less effective than counting on passing the exam to become a warrior. I went to the 4th floor and knocked on the door. After the door opened, a ferocious-looking and imposing man appeared at the door. After I handed him the takeaway, he just hummed. Suddenly, I asked him, "Did you buy or rent this house?" He replied coldly, "What's it to you?" I asked curiously, "I live downstairs, and I want to remind you that the house upstairs is not waterproof. Remember to use a bucket when taking a shower, otherwise it will seep into my house." He nodded. "I see, the landlord didn't mention it when I rented the house." I smiled and replied, "We are all neighbors upstairs and downstairs, just reminding each other." He then asked back, "You look young, why are you still delivering food? Don't your family members care about you?" I answered, "Who cares? I get beaten up 3 times a day, but I feel good when I earn my own pocket money." He smiled and said, "Come up and visit us when you have time." I nodded and said goodbye. "Remember to give a 5-star review." When I was leaving the 4th floor, I suddenly felt a pair of eyes staring at me. When I turned around, I saw the man quickly close the door. I felt uneasy and a little strange, but I didn't think much about it. When I got home and opened the door, I suddenly heard teacher Gu Shinro behind me. The fragrance emanating from her body startled me, and I didn't even notice when she appeared. Gu Shinro smiled and twisted my ear. "Finally, I found you." I struggled and said, "Violent home visits are not okay." She pushed me into the house and began checking every room like a patrol officer inspecting a house. I was helpless. "Teacher, are you planning to change your career and become a patrol officer?" She said, "I am checking whether you have a mistress, and that is why you work so hard to make money." I was speechless. "Isn't the teacher too lenient?" She pointed at the toilet paper in the trash can and said angrily, "Do you have any misunderstanding about physiology class?" I quickly explained, "I caught a cold a few days ago." Gu Shinro blushed and changed the subject guiltily. "Which teacher misunderstood?" She sighed. "Even if you live alone, you still have to pay attention to cleaning." I yawned. Yes. Then Gu Shinro sat on the sofa and officially started the home visit. But I was accidentally attracted by her curves and felt uneasy. "Tell me, what do you think?" Gu Shinro frowned and looked at me with a worried look on her face. I smiled shyly. "Tell me the truth." She nodded, and I said seriously, "Teacher, wait for me for a few years. Although you are 3 years older than me, a woman who is 3 years older than me will bring gold bricks." She frowned instantly. "What are you talking about?" I suddenly realized, why does this sound so familiar? She looked at me with a threatening look in her eyes and suddenly said, "Your family conditions are so poor, don't even think about finding a good family in the future." I felt a little unhappy when I heard this. "Teacher, what if I pass the exam to become a warrior?" She was stunned, with a hint of surprise in her eyes. "You? Okay, if you can pass the exam, the teacher will let you kiss me." "You said it." I was secretly happy but pretended to be calm on my face. Just when Gu Shinro was about to persuade me to keep my feet on the ground, her phone suddenly rang. After the call was connected, she immediately frowned, with deep worry in her eyes. I saw Gu Shinro frown immediately after she answered the phone. "Teacher, what's wrong?" I asked. Gu Shinro hung up the phone. Her face became solemn. She stood up, but then slowly sat down. Although she still maintained an elegant posture, the dark clouds between her brows could not hide her worries. She took a deep breath and said, "My brother is back." I tilted my head slightly. "I have heard of Gu Shinro's brother. His name is Gu Changfeng. He is a patrol officer in Lingnan City and a second-rank warrior. A person like him can be regarded as having some reputation and strength in Chengtu County. But the question is, why is Gu Shinro so sad when Gu Changfeng comes back from the city?" Then, Gu Shinro revealed a shocking piece of news to me. "My brother came back this time to hunt down a peripheral member of the headhunting tribe." Headhunters? I couldn't help but gasp and my heartbeat suddenly quickened. The Headhunters, this name is known to almost everyone and everyone is afraid of it. As a world-famous high-level assassin organization, they have 8 assassins at the top, who are said to be able to roam anywhere in the world and dare to do anything. Their existence has made them the target of strict suppression in almost every country, and among the 8 killers, each one is extremely mysterious and almost no one has seen their true faces. The Headhunters organization is like a weed, with deep roots and lush leaves. Although it has been suppressed for a long time, it still thrives. Most of the members of the Headhunters were of humble origins, ruthless, and skilled in using extremely strange martial arts. Their routines were flexible and unpredictable. I heard that among the 8 killers there is a man named Nine Life Crow, who actually has a perverted hobby collecting the faces of handsome men and making them into specimens. Whenever the phrase, "Nine Live Crow," was mentioned, the students couldn't help but feel a chill down their spine. Everyone who heard it felt a chill. I couldn't help but shudder. Could it be that this peripheral member escaped to Chengtu County? Gu Shinro nodded and said with a hint of sarcasm, "It seems that you are quite smart." I was a little unhappy, thinking to myself, isn't this an obvious insult to my intelligence? I am just a kid who is smart but unwilling to learn, in the eyes of the neighbors. But I still held back my rebuttal and continued to ask. "Since there is a criminal lurking here, teacher, you don't have to be so nervous, right?" Gu Shinro's expression became more solemn. She pursed her red lips slightly and said, "It's not that simple. My brother said that this criminal specializes in killing men and women around 18 years old, digging out their hearts to make medicine, which is said to prolong life and replenish chi and blood." Hearing this, I felt a chill run down my spine and finally understood why Gu Shinro was so anxious. After all, most of my students are 18 years old, which is exactly the target of the criminal. If he is not brought to justice, I am afraid that students all over the city will become targets of threat, which is chilling to think about. As for the so-called effect of refining heart medicine, who knows? Maybe it's superstition, or it may be some psychological suggestion. Gu Shinro said goodbye in a hurry and rushed to the school to prepare for a meeting to discuss whether to give students an early holiday to prevent them from encountering any accidents on their way home from school. At the same time, she also specifically asked me to keep it secret, reminding me that if the news leaked, I would bear the consequences. I rolled my eyes in my mind and thought, this is a matter of life and death. Who has the time and energy to say something irresponsible? After Gu Shinro left, I washed up and prepared to go to bed. After lying down, I picked up my phone to watch videos and relax. I couldn't help but laugh at myself. These young ladies really work hard to make a living. Every sexy dance move in the video made me laugh out loud. "Oh, what a graceful waist, it's so fascinating." I smiled and shook my head, thinking, these short videos are simply my entertainment. However, when I thought about the dangers that might come next, my heart became heavy again. The next day, I woke up on time and checked my phone as usual. Gu Shinro did not announce the suspension of classes, and I was a little puzzled. The criminals of the Headhunters have not been brought to justice, so why are we not having a holiday? I didn't think much about it. I quickly cooked some porridge, ate some spicy cucumbers, and planned to report to school after washing up. At this moment, my phone suddenly displayed the reward information. Yesterday's task rewards are as follows. I looked down and saw that the first reward was as I expected, increasing strength. But what surprised me most was the second one, which actually had the attribute of precision. This made me even more confused. Although this world is a high-level martial arts world, hot weapons still have their place, especially modified sniper rifles and large-caliber pistols, which are still a threat to low-level martial artists. Perhaps this is related to the accuracy of the weapon. I thought about it for a while, and it suddenly dawned on me. These changes in rewards might mean that some elusive changes were taking place in my life. After breakfast, I went up to school, feeling vaguely that I would face some unknown challenges. When I arrived at school, I happened to meet Gu Shinro. Unexpectedly, I lost my balance and fell under her skirt. Today, Gu Shinro was wearing a simple and elegant white dress. Her clear black hair and fair skin intertwined into a beautiful picture, just like a pure and flawless little white flower. As the saying goes, the view of a skirt from above is different from the view from below. I couldn't help but nod my head, thinking that this makes sense. Chunbei! At this moment, Gu Shinro's head suddenly exploded. She was walking leisurely on the path in the campus, and I suddenly slid and got under her skirt. At that moment, her fairy-like beautiful face instantly became shy and her cheeks turned red. "Get out here!" she shouted in a low voice, with a hint of anger in her voice. I was stunned for a moment, and quickly said, "Teacher, just move a little." "Move?" As soon as these 3 words came out, Gu Shinro's cheeks became hotter instantly, and there was a hint of confusion and shyness in her eyes, as if a subtle emotional fluctuation was surging in her heart. The corners of her mouth and eyebrows twisted slightly, then she walked away, finally revealing me. I awkwardly did a somersault and tried to stand up in style, but I ended up being like a cricket pupa and couldn't stand up at all. I sighed and thought, isn't this just a failure of pretending to be cool? After dusting off my body, I smiled and said to Gu Shinro, "Hello, teacher." Gu Shinro glared at me coldly, her eyes full of dissatisfaction. "Giving me a surprise so early in the morning?" I nodded proudly. "Yes, I came to school, and the teacher doesn't have to be so surprised." Gu Shinro stared at me and frowned. "Can you stop talking about what happened just now?" I quickly comforted him. "Teacher, let's not dwell on this. It will be good for everyone." Gu Shinro nodded slightly, as if she didn't want to pursue the matter any further, and just muttered, "If it happens again next time, I won't let you off." I quickly waved my hand. "Goodbye, I don't dare to provoke you again." I couldn't help but feel a little nervous. After all, Gu Shinro is not an ordinary teacher. Her brother Gu Changfeng is a second-grade warrior, and she herself is not weak either, with extraordinary strength. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but shudder. We walked side by side to the classroom, and I asked curiously, "Isn't it said that there is a murderer in Changtu County? How can the school do this? Shouldn't the school protect the students?" Gu Shinro stopped and looked me up and down. You dare to say that you are the flower of the motherland? You are just a cactus." I felt depressed instantly. "I'm sad." "Do you still have a heart?" Gu Shinro's words left me speechless. Then, she sighed and said quietly, "Do you know what it means to be unwilling to sacrifice a child before catching a wolf?" My eyes widened in a flash. I was shocked and suddenly understood. The school's move this time was obviously to use students as bait to attract the dangerous person. But I can also understand that, after all, in this world, ordinary people seem to be the most easily overlooked. "I don't think this is right," I said seriously. Gu Shinro shook her head. "Your vision is too narrow." "What do you mean?" I asked confusedly. She sighed softly. "There are some things that you can't see clearly." Then she turned and left. I stood there in a daze, not knowing how to respond. After entering the classroom, I just sat down when my deskmate Jian Tong came over. Today she wore a high-necked light yellow fluffy top and dark tight jeans. Her shiny and smooth long hair was cleverly fixed into a princess hairstyle with crystal hairpins, which made her look cute and charming. I couldn't help but widen my eyes. "What are you looking at? I'll take your eyeballs out." Jian Tong glared at me unceremoniously. Then he said mischievously, "Do you eat gunpowder for breakfast? Why are you so fierce?" Jian Tong said angrily, "Don't you know what you did last night?" I was stunned. "What did I do?" Jian Tong frowned. "Yesterday I kindly asked you to have dinner, but you actually called me Dad. What is that?" I instantly realized that my father-in-law was clearly upset when the rewards were settled yesterday. "I'm so sorry, I accidentally called out too early." Jian Tong immediately got angry. "You are the one who shouted too early. I am the one with a problem in my head." She patted my shoulder angrily. "Besides being handsome, what else do you have?" Impossible! I smiled mischievously. If I had your ability to dream, believe it or not, I wouldn't even look at you. Jian Tong was angry. What do you mean? Not worthy of a 5th-grade warrior? I responded easily. He's a good match, but a 5th-rank warrior must be over 50 years old. Do you really want to marry such an old man? Jian Tong curled his lips. Then he must be a warrior at least. At this time, Gu Shiro walked into the classroom with the principal and several strangers and announced the news. She looked at everyone seriously and said, Students, next we are going to select a few students to go to the county for some extracurricular activities. My heart sank, and I suddenly realized that all this seemed to be a little different from the pattern I had expected. At first, I didn't understand what Gu Shinro meant by pattern. It wasn't until Gu Shinro announced that she would select several students to participate in off-campus activities that I suddenly understood. It turned out that she didn't intend to use the entire class as bait, but planned to select a few unlucky students and send them to the county town, trying to lure out the murderer through them. I thought about it, and it became clear in my mind those who were chosen must be those students who had no hope in martial arts. In other words, those who did not meet the 4-dimensional attribute requirements in the last test. I couldn't help but sigh and muttered to myself, "Oh no, why do I feel a little panicked?" Sure enough, as I expected, the bald Principal Zhang patted his head and seemed a little embarrassed. He was not willing to use his students as bait, but he had to do it. As he spoke, he whispered, "Dear students, today's off-campus activities will be supervised and executed by Gu Changfeng and the students of Wu University. The selected students need to obey their instructions, and after completing the task, they will get extra points in liberal arts." The whole class was in an uproar, and students began to complain. Extra points for liberal arts? What a joke! It should be martial arts. What's the use of liberal arts? I won't go. It's good to stay in school and cool down. Don't bother me, I still have to continue practicing martial arts. At this time, Jian Tong blinked, quietly nudged me with his elbow, and asked in a low voice, "What is Teacher Gu doing?" "It has nothing to do with you anyway. Your health is very important," I responded softly, lying lazily on the table. Jian Tong rolled his eyes. "It's a bit sour. I must have accumulated a lot of good karma in my previous life." "Maybe it's a technique for reincarnation," I replied casually. Jian Tong pouted and looked at me. "It's so boring." At this moment, Gu Changfeng and Principal Zhang began pointing at the students below and continued to discuss something. "It's natural to choose students who have problems at first glance," Gu Shinro said with a smile. "That's right, a typical example of skipping classes," Gu Changfeng agreed. "However, students who have met or may meet the 4-dimensional requirements cannot be selected. After all, this is a bit dangerous." Principal Zhang also expressed concern. After discussing for a while, Gu Shinro began to call out names. "Wang Meng Yu Gang." Several students stood up one after another. I looked and saw that they were indeed the students who had no hope in martial arts. They were still smiling foolishly, thinking that it was a good thing to increase their liberal arts points. At this moment, Gu Shinro seemed to be stuck. Principal Zhang urged, "There's still one missing, hurry up and choose." Gu Shinro glanced at me secretly, coughed, and said, "No more." Gu Changfeng asked in confusion, "Why is there no one? There is clearly a person on the transcript who has very stable grades and ranks last, Shinbei, isn't that him?" Gu Shinro's expression changed instantly, and a trace of anger flashed across her brows. "If I say no, then there is no." Principal Zhang whispered, "Teacher Gu, this is a major case that the city is investigating. All the Wuhan University students in the city have come to support us. If we don't hurry up, there will be endless troubles." Gu Shinro was silent for a moment, obviously unwilling to let me take risks, but from a rational point of view, this murderer must be eliminated, and from an emotional point of view, Gu Shinro also hoped that I would be safe. She didn't want me to take any risks, but Principal Zhang had already passed her directly and shouted to the teachers, "Who is Shinbei?" I stood up. Principal Zhang looked me up and down, then his eyes stopped on my face, and he seemed a little stunned. He pressed his hand gently. "Sit down, there is nothing for you to do." "A relative?" Gu Changfeng asked in a low voice. Principal Zhang sighed. He's too handsome, he doesn't look like a ruffian student. As soon as the voice fell, the students in the front row burst into laughter. Haha, Shinbei doesn't look like a ruffian student. He doesn't look like it, but this kid skips classes every day. Principal Zhang, have you never been to the grassroots? Shinbei is the one who is absent all year round. He looks handsome, but what he does is not that good. Principal Zhang looked at Gu Xinro and seemed to blame her. Teacher Gu, such a handsome student actually skips classes and hangs out with bad people all day. If he enters an improper place, the female warriors will go crazy. Gu Xinro smiled slightly, showing an embarrassed expression. Principal, you think too much, he went out to work. Principal Zhang was stunned for a moment. Working part-time? What a waste of talent. Gu Changfeng held his forehead with his hand. Can we get to the point quickly? In the end, despite Gu Xinro's strong opposition, I was arranged to participate in this extracurricular activity. I don't care, it's just an excuse to skip classes and go to work. After all, if I don't work every day, I will lose 1 billion on the awakening panel. As for the murderer, is there such a coincidence in the world? Soon, several selected students walked out of the school gate followed by students from Lingnan City Wuhan University. Gu Changfeng is stationed in the county town, ready to command and provide support at any time. When it was my turn, Gu Xinro grabbed me and anxiously told me, "Go home directly and don't worry about anything else." "I'm afraid I can't sleep alone, Teacher Gu, can you go home with me?" I said seriously. "Go to hell!" Gu Xinro was so angry that her body trembled. She was simply throwing good intentions away. This was the first time I left number 1 high school openly. I had always sneaked out before. Before I could fully adapt to the situation, 2 students from Lingnan City's Wuhan University followed closely behind me. One of them was named Wang Yi and the other was named Xiaoying. Wang Yi looks very ordinary and is completely inconspicuous in the crowd. He has a typical, common face, and is more suitable to be an ordinary Chaoyang citizen. On the contrary, the owl's face is quite unique. On that face, the chin is slightly tilted, as if it is dislocated, and bends upward, which is unique. They are all top martial artists in the first year of Lingnan City Wuxi University. This time they were temporarily transferred to Chengtu County to assist in the investigation. There are already few warriors in the county, and most of them are in government agencies. They have long developed the demeanor of superiors, and such an aura is obviously not suitable for carrying out sting operations. So they followed me around the county town, and gradually they discovered something was wrong. Wang Yi tilted his head and frowned slightly. Why did he deviate from our planned route? Xiaoying also raised his eyebrows. The route we originally planned was to walk through the pedestrian street and then enter a less crowded alley. Where is he going now? Just as they were about to remind me not to deviate from the planned route, I suddenly turned a corner and arrived at the labor market. I found a corner, squatted down, and started waiting for work. Wang Yi and Xiaoying were both in a bad mental state. Neither of them expected that I would actually squat in the labor market, put my hands in my sleeves, and start waiting for work. This is really laughable. I remember when I was in school, someone said that Shinbei skipped classes to work part-time. I thought it was just Shinbei making excuses. Wang Yi sniffed. Now it seems that it is true? At this age. Xiaoying's eyes widened. You're actually working part-time and enjoying the blessings of society? What a talent! They both exclaimed in unison. And I don't drag my feet at all. Wandering around the streets is an insult to the system. Work to earn a living. Must work. Working people, working souls, working warriors can become gods. I turned my head to look at Wang Yi and Xiaoying, who were still in a daze in the distance, smiled, and ignored them. The Wuhan University in this world is truly unique. It is similar to the universities on Blue Star, but has a special system. There is a Wuhan University in every prefecture-level city. However, students can only attend the Wuda in each prefecture-level city for 2 years. During these 2 years, students who have passed both academic and martial arts skills can be promoted to the Wuda in the provincial capital. If they fail, they will be eliminated directly. When I arrived at the provincial capital, Wuhan University, the rules remained the same. 2 years later, those who passed were promoted to the national capital, Wuhan University, and those who failed were eliminated. In the capital, Wuhan University, it is a gathering place for talented people from all provinces. Students have to study here for another year before they can officially graduate. I have to admire this system, it is really advanced. It avoids the mentality of college students starting to be bad to the greatest extent. I stayed in the labor market for a while, and then a boss called me to unload the goods. The unloading place was a warehouse. My task was to move the drinks from the truck into the warehouse. This job is not tiring at all as long as you master the technique. The key is not to lift with your arms, but to use the strength of your back and the power of your waist. I and other workers went up and down like ants moving house. This drink is called kawukiki, and it is actually a carbonated drink. But as long as it has something to do with the word wu, it will definitely sell well. In this world that worships warriors, marketing has captured this culture, and the effect is very good. For example, Jianluwu, Wuliqing, Master Wu's braised beef noodles, Wudong Lao, are all popular products. Wan Yi and Xiaoying, who were far away, saw this scene and their mouths twitched unconsciously. I really can't do it. Xiaoying touched his chin and continued. Why would any student be willing to do this kind of work? Wan Yi smiled bitterly. It's not that I can't do it, but I feel a little embarrassed. It's better for us warriors to take on a cave mission and bring back some materials than this. Yes. Xiaoying smiled happily. Warriors are respected. This world is really fair. Wan Yi looked around. We still have to be vigilant. After all, our mission this time is to catch that vicious murderer. Xiaoying narrowed his eyes. What rank of warrior is this murderer? It should be a second-grade warrior. Wan Ye's eyes flickered with wisdom. Gu Changfeng, the leader of the team, is a second-grade warrior. This is very interesting. Yes. Xiaoying nodded. If you can help Gu Changfeng catch him, the credits of the martial arts department will be greatly increased. Then it depends on luck. Wan Yi was slightly excited. In Wuda, credits can be exchanged for pills, which is very helpful for promotion to Wuda in the provincial capital. Owl Eagle stared at me sharply, with a hint of helplessness on his lips. In Xinbei's current state, it seems we have no chance. Wan Yi shrugged. While students from other groups were running around, I was still busy carrying things. It really showed my full professionalism. An hour later, the unloading work was completed and I received my wages of 150 yuan. Call it off! Wan Yi patted the sleepy owl eagle. Xinbei has finished work, he must have gone to the pedestrian street again. The owl rubbed his eyes, quickly regained his spirit, and hurried to catch up with me. However, what shocked both of them was that I was back in the labor market and took on a new job. This time it's high-altitude glass cleaning. Fuck! Owl Eagle stood at the foot of the tall building, looking up at me working in the hanging basket, and finally couldn't help but shouting. This guy really dares to do any job! Wan Yi stared at me wandering upstairs intently, and after a moment of silence he whispered. Some people are really admirable. With Xinbei's perseverance, I don't believe he will starve to death. 2 hours later, the work was done and I returned to the ground, having earned 800 yuan. At this moment, Wan Yi and Xiaoying had to give a thumbs up. He's really capable. If he works this hard, he will make all the money in the world, right? What they don't know is that although I am a student, in their eyes I have become a working man, worthy of recognition. They thought this was my limit, but the result surprised them. I was back in the labor market. Wan Yi couldn't stand it anymore. Is the labor market his home? How long will this last? After deep thought, Xiaoying asked, Is there a disease in this world that makes you feel uncomfortable if you don't work? A disease that makes you vomit blood if you don't work? Wan Yi looked at him in amazement, his mouth twitching. Your imagination is too big. Until sunset, I finished a brick-moving job in Xinbei and earned 100 yuan. Although there is little work, the floor is low and the unit price is low, I don't care. Working is just a surface, the real meaning is the settlement every night. However, I did not stop my pace. He rode on his electric scooter, changed into delivery clothes, and started delivering food. At this time, Wan Yi and Xiaoying could no longer keep up. I'm going to collapse! Xiaoying covered his face in pain. I want a different student to follow me tomorrow. Wan Yi sniffed as he watched Xinbei tirelessly delivering takeout. If Xinbei were to become a warrior, with this kind of perseverance, it would be really scary. I'm afraid he could even become a god in the flesh. But today, I'm not lucky. I just grabbed an order and the battery car ran out of power. I was filled with rage. The batteries in this world are so bad, why not charge for love? Forget it, I've already made a lot of money today by cleaning windows at high altitudes, so I'll call it a day. I glanced at the last takeaway order in my hand. Coincidentally, it was ordered by the man upstairs. Anyone is fine as long as it's not the Rainbow Man. I pushed the electric bike home, delivered the takeaway, and chatted with the man upstairs for a few minutes before going home. The next morning, I saw the settlement panel pop up. Yesterday's settlement rewards are as follows: complete the task of carrying beverages, get money plus 150, strength plus 1, physique plus 1. Complete the high-altitude glass cleaning work, get money plus 800, agility plus 1, stability plus 10. Complete the brick moving work, get money plus 100, strength plus 1, physique plus 1. Complete delivery, get money plus 4, driving skills plus 1, get someone's attention plus 50, full. I glanced at the message and was suddenly stunned. Wait a minute, I only delivered one takeaway yesterday. Why is the man upstairs following me? I slightly widened my eyes, and an inexplicable guess popped up in my mind. Is it because I'm 18 years old? Chapter 8: The bounty order is the employer. Just do it. At this time, Shinbei was a little panicked. After the daily settlement panel appears, it turns out that the person who is following him is not the Rainbow Man. But it was the strange man upstairs. In addition, there has been a number of murderers in Chengtu County recently. Shinbei couldn't help but connect them together. This terrible thought made Shinbei shudder all over. Come for me? Shinbei frowned and thought. 18 years old is really a hurdle. Now Shinbei is prepared for the worst. The strange man upstairs is the murderer. Although this conjecture is groundless and even absurd. But Shinbei's cautious character forced him to make this guess. Report! Absolutely report! Shinbei made up his mind. If the person upstairs was the murderer that Gu Changfeng was hunting down, he was only separated from him by a wall. To a warrior, this wall is like cardboard. If the man upstairs wants to do something bad to me, my safety will definitely not be guaranteed. Packed it up in a hurry. Had breakfast. Shinbei went out, planning to rush to school. As soon as I went out, I happened to meet a man from upstairs coming down to throw away the garbage. What a coincidence, little brother, are you going to school or to work? The man looked at Shinbei with an incomprehensible smile. Shinbei's face suddenly turned bitter, and hesitantly stood there. I secretly thought to myself how unlucky it was. How could it be such a coincidence that I met this person as soon as I went out? But soon, Shinbei discovered that the so-called coincidence was not a coincidence at all. The man's garbage bag was torn and the vegetable soup inside dripped out and form a stain on the ground. According to normal people, one should go downstairs as soon as possible to avoid the soup contaminating the ground. Moreover, the traces of dripping are drops on the ground, forming a line. But there was a puddle of water under the man's feet. This clearly shows that the man has been waiting here for a long time. Shinbei swallowed his saliva, and felt more and more that this man was a murderer. Shinbei forced himself to remain calm, and said with a smile. To be determined, if there is a chance to skip classes, go to work, if there is no chance, go to sleep. The man nodded and said, How about this? I have a good project that is suitable for young people like you to make some pocket money. Come to my room at night, and I will take you there for free. The corner of Shinbei's mouth twitched, and he hugged a few times. Okay. After saying that, Shinbei kept walking, slipped out of the corridor, and ran towards the school. The man named Xiaoying stood at the entrance of the corridor, looking at Shinbei's departing back, his face dim in the shadows, and licked his lips. 18 years old, it's really a delicious age. Huh! Shinbei sat in the classroom, wiping the sweat from his forehead, breathing heavily. On the way from his community to school, he always felt that someone was following him. It seemed as if someone would pick up a sledgehammer and hit him on the back of the head the next moment. Then she woke up again and found herself lying in a bathtub full of ice cubes. The man upstairs asked her if her waist hurt. It's so fucking scary. What are you doing? Suddenly, Jian Tong jumped out from behind and slapped Shinbei's shoulder. Shinbei is still immersed in paranoia. Jian Tong's slap frightened Shinbei so much that he jumped up with a cry and fell to the ground. "You are sick!" Shinbei yelled in panic. "Can you not be so sudden?" And Jian Tong just stared at her own white and tender little hands, muttering to herself in shock. "Last time I patted you, you staggered. This time, when I patted you, you actually started to pat again. Could it be that my spiritual attribute is fake? My strength attribute is extremely high." After Shinbei heard this, the corner of his mouth twitched. I feel like Jian Tong is going astray. Her mental attributes were frighteningly high during the last test. I have already reached the threshold of being a warrior. According to this indicator, Jian Tong must practice spirit-related martial arts. And now, Jian Tong began to doubt his life. Shinbei quickly got up and stretched out his hand to interrupt. "Okay, don't let your imagination run wild. If you slap the tiger's butt, the tiger will be frightened." Jian Tong raised the milky white, slender, and beautiful palm. "Really?" Shinbei nodded and swallowed his saliva. These hands would be useless if they didn't fly the plane. The two sat down again. Jian Tong blinked and looked at Shinbei, and asked curiously, "What happened yesterday?" "Don't ask. I'm afraid you won't be able to sleep." "Cut." Jian Tong rolled his eyes. Soon, the class bell rang. But teacher Gu Shinro was not there to teach. The students looked at each other and started chattering. "Where is the teacher?" asked Dad. "Son Za, how can you talk to Grandpa like that?" Almost instantly, the entire classroom became as chaotic as a vegetable market. Anyway, without a teacher, the students have no way to restrain themselves. They fight, make trouble, pass notes, eat snacks, play King of Glory, and do whatever they want. Jian Tong poked Shinbei and said in a soft voice, "Go find the teacher." Shinbei sat at the table, holding his cheek. "Isn't this good? Look how happy everyone is. Teachers are the biggest cancer in the school and the steamroller of childhood." Jian Tong raised his textbook and said fiercely, "Nonsense! Are you going or not?" Okay. Shinbei stretched and said, "I'm not doing this for your sake, but for my father-in-law's sake." Jian Tong slowly opened her mouth and widened her eyes, her face suddenly filled with astonishment. You tease me." Shinbei spread his hands. "We are all brothers, you can tease me too." Jian Tong's pretty face was a little stiff, her eyebrows were slightly frowned, and she wanted to refute, but she was so emotional that she couldn't say anything. She directly picked up the textbook and threw it at Shinbei. Shinbei turned around and slipped out of the back door of the classroom. Soon, Shinbei crossed several floors and came to teacher Gu Shinro's office. Before I opened the door, I heard voices coming from inside. "Yesterday's bait fishing plan was a complete failure. Especially over in Shinbei, they didn't follow the route we planned at all, but they were doing well as workers. Are you going to put out bait today? Time is running out. This murderer has been lurking in Changtu County for a few days. If there is no news, it may cause disaster. Yes, it seems calm now, but the potential storm is gathering momentum. Any tragic death of a student will be turned into an accusation against us patrol officers. How about just issue a wanted order, which can also deter the murderer? As long as he leaves Changtu County, he will have nothing to do with our school." The last sentence was said by Principal Zhang. This approach of passing on the blame is also his attitude of seeking stability. The murderer can go wherever he wants to kill people, just don't do anything in Changtu County. "I agree." Shinbei heard Gu Shinro's voice. Principal Zheng's love for his son is clear to all. A wanted order can indeed deter villains and make them leave on their own initiative. Just don't torture my students. Then issue a wanted order and offer a reward of 1 million. Mobilize the power of the people and make sure he has nowhere to hide. Shinbei heard it clearly outside, and his mind was moved. Post a bounty? Isn't this equivalent to an employer? The daily settlement panel will definitely be activated. Not to mention anything else, if the reward is 1 million and the system gives another 1 million, that's 2 million. Shinbei opened the door fiercely and rushed in. When Gu Shinro saw Shinbei, her eyebrows wrinkled slightly, Her sexy red lips pursed slightly, she glared at him, and said in a steady tone, "Why are you running here instead of staying in the classroom? I'm not asking the teacher to have sex." Gu Changfeng's face was distorted, and he looked at Shinbei with a grim look. "What the hell? You fucking say that again?" Shinbei quickly corrected and said, "It's to invite the teacher to class. The class bell has rung." Gu Shinro said, "Go back and tell the students to keep waiting." Shinbei remained indifferent, straightened his back, and said, "Then I'll take the bounty order." Chapter 9. I gave you the ecstasy potion. At this moment, Owl Eagle, who had just printed out the bounty template, was a little confused. "What? Shinbei is going to accept the reward? You really do all kinds of work. Are you kidding me? How can a student like you who skips classes every day to work be able to accept such a huge reward?" Wang Ye's silly face showed a bit of confusion. "Am I hallucinating?" "The same auditory hallucination," Owl Eagle sniffed. At this time, other people in the office also looked surprised. Gu Changfeng stated his attitude bluntly. "Shinbei, your performance yesterday was somewhat unsatisfactory." "The employer is very satisfied," Shinbei replied. Gu Changfeng seemed to choke on a breath of cold air and coughed. "I mean, you can't accept this reward." Shinbei took the bounty template from Xiaoying and said with a smile, "That depends on whether it can satisfy me." Gu Shinro's delicate and slender eyebrows slightly frowned, and she looked at Shinbei coldly. "I think you are just looking for an excuse to skip class." Shinbei was cheeky and said jokingly, "I never need an excuse to skip class." Gu Shinro almost vomited blood. And Shinbei looked at the bounty list on his own. "Give it a quick read." My whole body felt numb immediately. "The reward for finding the person is 10,000, but helping to capture the person only gets 50,000. Capturing the person himself gets 1 million? Shinbei's eyes widened. "Are you kidding me? There's such a big difference?" Gu Changfeng's sharp eyes flashed under his prominent brow bone. "Tip off the information and take risks, can there be the same price?" To Shinbei, this $1 million bounty was more like death compensation. A $1 million dream shattered. Shinbei thought that he would be given 1 million for tipping off. It turns out I was overthinking it. The most you can get is 50,000 yuan. It's meaningless. Shinbei pondered for a while, and then planned the possibility of taking charge of the shop himself. After all, it was 1 million. It's really eye-catching. At this time, Gu Shinro's voice was cold. All right, go back to the classroom. Why are you making trouble?" Gu Shinro didn't think Shinbei had the ability to find the murderer and subdue him personally. Chun is just fooling around. In the midst of the shoving, Shinbei was blasted out. Shinbei pursed his lips, his mind exploding. Imagine how ordinary people can subdue warriors. After much thought, there is only one ultimate answer, and that is to drug. Generally speaking, drugs like knockout drugs and anesthetics will take effect as long as they enter the body of a warrior. It's just that warriors have stronger resistance than ordinary people. Some high-level warriors can even become immune to poison. But it was obvious that the strange man upstairs was definitely not a high-level warrior. The man who was chasing him, Gu Changfeng, was only a second-rank warrior. If he was a high-level warrior, he would not be a peripheral member of the headhunters and would have entered the inner circle long ago. It just so happens that he asked me to visit his home tonight. It must be that he has bad intentions towards me, so I will take advantage of him. Shinbei did not fail to return to the classroom. Just climb over the wall and sneak out of the campus. Went to the black market. The so-called black market in this world is actually an activity similar to the big market on Blue Star. On each special day, a group of vendors gather together and place their goods on the ground for people to choose. In name, this is not called a black market, but a street stall economy, or a free entrepreneurship street. Of course, most of the items involved in the transaction are of illegal origin. Some of these things were looted by warriors in foreign countries. Some were stained with blood. Both buyers and sellers know the situation clearly and form a tacit understanding, do transactions quietly, and don't make any mistakes. The government has turned a blind eye to this. Sometimes we can even follow the clues from the black market and catch many criminal gangs. Soon, Shinbei turned into a dark alley. The entire black market is not big, only about 200 meters long. There are sellers on both sides of the road. Buyers walked and looked in the middle section of the road. But everyone kept in tacit agreement and spoke in very low voices. At the same time, the black market is also a place where arowana are mixed, and there are many examples of accidentally buying fakes. Shinbei walked around inside. Then he squatted in front of a stall. The stall owner was a fat uncle, looking at Shinbei with a smile. "Little brother, you can't use the things I have here." Shinbei looked at the bottles and cans on the stall and asked, "Why?" The vendor held up a bottle and said, "Ecstasy. A person will fall unconscious and lose their memory in a few seconds, and can do whatever they want." Shinbei thought it was nonsense. If there really was such a drug, the anesthesiology department would have been eliminated long ago. However, there are drugs that are similar to anesthetics and even more effective than anesthetics. These drugs have increased anesthetic and sedative components, and only focus on efficacy without regard for the consequences. They have serious side effects. It's normal to feel nauseous and dizzy for a few days. As for why I said you can't use it, the stall owner smiled obscenely. "Your face is the best drug for love." Shinbei gave him a thumbs up and praised him. "But I have to deal with men," Shinbei said calmly. The stall owner's face suddenly changed, and he exclaimed repeatedly, "Your sexual interests, well, I respect you." Shinbei felt that the stall owner seemed to have misunderstood something. But he didn't explain. Shinbei asked tentatively, "How effective is the medicine?" "I guarantee that after you take it, you will be powerless and unable to stop it. Your hands and feet will become weak and you won't be able to speak." The stall owner laughed and continued, "Ancient people must be kind-hearted." Shinbei finally asked, "Warriors are also okay?" The stall owner opened his mouth wide, looking surprised. "You want to fight a warrior? That's a hard guy." "Yes." "What rank is the other party?" "At most, second rank." The street vendor uncle smacked his lips and said, "You can't even tell what level the other person is. It seems like you really like him." "That's right, you don't even dare to be strong, and you still dare to say you love him?" Shinbei rolled his eyes. "Uncle, you may have misunderstood something, I mean," the street vendor said. "I understand. There are no good people who come to my place." Shinbei, "Put aside the money and talk about the dosage. Only then can you act like a gangster. Then increase the dosage." "How much?" $5,000. "How do you know I have 3,000? "Stop it, I said 5,000. "What 4,000? Okay, 4,000 is 4,000, I'll pay you and get you the goods." Shinbei gritted his teeth. "Done. On the one hand, there is $1 million reward, and on the other hand, the man upstairs is spying on her. If I don't take this job, I will be letting down the daily settlement panel." Shinbei bet all his savings. Shinbei was worried that the warriors had strong resistance, and the street vendor said that 5 milliliters was enough for ordinary people, so Shinbei bought 3 small bottles this time, a total of 50 milliliters. With 10 times the dosage, even a warrior would be paralyzed and confused, right? Leave the black market. After buying the medicine, the next thing to think about is how to get the other person to take it. My current identity as a student and my identity as a downstairs neighbor have both had a significant numbing effect. I guess that guy wouldn't be on guard against me, right? Today, Shinbei has to take action at night. I didn't go to work. Instead, he was planning how to defeat the warrior upstairs and think of a way out. It's time to go home from school. Teacher Gu Shinro has new arrangements. But seeing her jet black hair casually tied into a bun, and a black long-sleeved dress matched with ink-dyed eye silk stockings, her pure elegance and charming temperament are heartwarming. After school today, every student must go home in pairs. The students didn't understand what was going on, but they didn't ask too many questions. Instead, they were very interested and decided to go home together and play a few games of 97 Fengyun in the game hall. Anyway, the school has an order, so you won't be scolded if you come home late. You escort me home! Jian Tong puffed out his chest and said to Shinbei. Shinbei uttered, "Okay, you have to pay more." Jian Tong? Chapter 10 Detecting Attributes, Explosion. Shinbei, if you haven't fallen into the eyes of money, I won't believe it at all. You are really good. You even charged me for escorting me home. Jian Tong walked in front, chattering and mumbling nonstop. Shinbei rolled his eyes. I didn't work today. I finally got a chance. I feel bad if I don't make you, Jian Tong, my employer. Of course, Shinbei would not speak out what was in his heart, but changed his words. What you said is just being rude. Shinbei continued seriously. Look, you're going to get married, right? Who else can you choose besides me? Jian Tong stopped immediately. He turned his head stiffly and looked at Shinbei, with surprise on his face, his eyes flickering. Are you crazy? How could I like you? Otherwise, why don't you ask other students to take you home? You think so much? Jian Tong's face flushed slightly. Her nostrils twitched sharply. She stared at Shinbei. Her eyes, full of shame and anger, stomped her feet, turned around and continued walking. Back to the point. Shinbei caught up with him and continued. What do you think I'm working to make money for now? Isn't it to save up for the bride price? Jian Tong's eyes suddenly flashed. You have earned all this from me? It means I can find business opportunities anywhere and at any time. I'll kill you with a mouthful of salt soda. The two of them were walking on their way home. The setting sun shines on my body with its orange warmth. Today, Jian Tong's thin apron can't hide Jian Tong's wonderful figure at all, but instead adds a hazy beauty. The huge and falling Shizu mountain propped up the cloth on his chest into a breathtaking arc. Her long black hair was casually scattered, falling on her plump peach buttocks. The most wonderful thing is that as Jian Tong walked, her waist swayed slightly unconsciously, which was full of charm. Shinbei followed behind Jian Tong. Looking at Jian Tong's graceful figure, the breeze caresses her clothes, the flowers add fragrance to her, and the morning sun adds brilliance to her. The heaven and earth are her foil, and all the beautiful things in the world seem to lose their color in front of her. Is this beauty more than just stunningly beautiful? Even the heaven and earth and everything in it can be overturned. The two passed by the park and went in to sit for a while. Jian Tong took off his shoes and put his feet in the pond to play with the water. But Shinbei was quite irritated. The most wonderful thing is, of course, her exquisite feet. Pink and white, delicate and lovely, with a perfect arch, pink sole, and curled toes like neatly arranged pearls. Even without nail polish, her feet were extremely pink, soft as cotton and cool as snow, as if everything she had walked on in her life were clear springs flowing from the depths of the Tian Shan Mountains. It is a work of art that is ingeniously crafted, and also a wonderful gift for the bed. That's wonderful. Shinbei wiped the blood from his nose, and became more determined to become a warrior. After waiting for a while, the two continued on their way. The two went home while arguing and bickering. Soon, Shinbei sent Jian Tong to the door of his house. Jian Tong said reluctantly, "Thank you?" "Don't thank me, it's $50 as agreed, it's time to pay." Jian Tongche stared at her with clear eyes, implying some strange emotions. "You are such a spoiler!" He took out his wallet, pulled out a 100 yuan note, and threw it to Shinbei. "I'll give you 50 more as a reward." "Justice!" Shinbei smiled and said, "If I can't marry you with this betrothal gift, I will give you a $50 discount when you give the gift. I will never let you suffer any loss." Jian Tong. Shinbei also checked the authenticity. Jian Tong was speechless. "It's all true, don't be so vulgar, okay?" Shinbei snorted, took the money and put it in his pocket. "You live a carefree life, you have everything you want, but I have to go out and earn money myself, we are not from the same world." "Well said." At this time, Jian Shan walked out of the villa, his face half ugly and half happy, like a hermaphrodite. The ugly thing is that his daughter is with Shinbei again, and he feels like someone is going to take advantage of him. The good news is that Shinbei still has some understanding of himself. Knowing yourself is the first step in life. "Dad!" Jian Tong's face was dark. "How can you talk like that? Nothing is wrong, right, Shinbei?" Shinbei nodded. "But the old saying is good, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the river." You ghost!" Jian Tong held his forehead and interrupted directly. Jian Shan said, "I can understand what Shinbei meant. You can't judge a person by his appearance, And you can't measure the depth of the sea, but a warrior won't wait for you for 30 years. How about this? Jian Shan suggested. It just so happens that we have testing equipment at home. Shinbei, you can test it. How many 30 years will it take? Shinbei smacked his lips and shook his head. No, I have something else to do at home. Something really happened. I still have to make another million. Jian Tong pulled Shinbei. Come on, I'll treat you to some sugar water. Shinbei also wanted to test his attribute values after the rewards of the past 2 days. Enter the house. Without further ado, get on with the device. Jian Shan's meaning is very clear. He wants you to test Shinbei, recognize the gap between you and Jian Tong, and stay away from your daughter. And Jian Tong thought about the possibility that Shinbei could become her boyfriend. Jian Tong is a person who sets strict standards. If you are not a warrior, you would rather be a widow. The way to detect devices is a bit complicated. First is the strength attribute. You need to punch the cushion in front of you and get the value. Shinbei clenched his fists, swung his arms, and uttered a sigh. A punch was thrown. Bang! The value above starts to jump. Finally stopped at 16 o'clock. As soon as this number came out, Jian Tong screamed loudly, and he looked like a chestnut dropped into a pile of charcoal fire, exploding from the inside out. Why are you yelling? Jian Shan scolded. In Jian Shan's opinion, isn't this number very normal? But Jian Tong said with sparkling eyes, Dad, the last time he was tested, his strength attribute was only 10 points. What? Jian Shan's face trembled when he heard this. From 10 points to 16 points? Isn't this data too scary? You know, every time you increase an attribute point, it is a valuable and extremely difficult thing. Most warriors need to take drugs to increase their attributes. Or continue to temper. But tempering is much slower than taking drugs. So you may not find public toilets in this world, but there are pharmacies one after another. Is this kid's family rich? Jian Shan asked in disbelief. You have to pay to escort me home. Where can I get the money to buy expensive pills? Jian Tong's words made Jian Shan dumbfounded. Be good. Then this attribute is growing too fast. There's no need for 30 years of waiting. Things can change so quickly in just 3 days. Jian Shan thought of a word. Great accumulation leads to great success. Then, Shinbei began to test the spiritual attributes. This requires sticking 2 magnetic stickers on the temples. Then put on your helmet. The helmet will play some exciting promotion pictures. Soon. The results of Shinbei's attributes came out. 2 p.m. Jian Tong's eyes widened and he exclaimed, It increased from 11 points to 14 points. Jian Shan's eyes were confused. This has also increased? Jian Tong nodded affirmatively. It's incredible, Jian Shan said in a shocked tone. Then. Shinbei detects agility. Agility is like playing a game on a panel, with flickering images. It must be eliminated in time. At the same time, pictures will appear under your feet. You must not step on them and must avoid them. It can be said that the agility attribute is linked to the mental attribute to a certain extent. Not long after, Shinbei's agility attribute value appeared in front of the 3 people. 12 o'clock. The increase is not that much, from 10 to 12 o'clock. Although Jian Tong's tone was calm, he was quite excited inside. Who would have thought that Shinbei, this stinky boy, would actually hide his incompetence? That's not bad. Jian Shan was so shocked that he was numb. To increase so many attributes without taking drugs, this is incredible. There is one last physical fitness test. Jian Tong will not take this test until the martial arts exam. Because it hurts quite a bit. At this time, Shinbei was ready to accept the physical examination. Chapter 11 Increase the dosage. This is the key. Right now. After Shinbei completed the tests of strength, agility, and mental attributes, Jian Tong was filled with ecstasy. She never expected that Shinbei had the capital to tease her. The sum of these 3 attributes has reached 42 points. According to the average of previous years, one needs to have a score of 60 to have a chance of passing the warrior exam. Only 18 points left to reach the target. And now Shinbei still has one physical attribute that has not been tested. If you measure it casually, it may not reach the level of 60 points, but it is definitely very close. If you are just a few points short of the attributes, you can still take drugs. And Jian-chan on the side was numb. Originally, he wanted Shinbei to recognize himself in front of the data. The result is, Shinbei makes Jian-chan recognize himself. At this time, Jian-chan's favorability towards Shinbei, which had already fallen to the floor, began to rise sharply. This boy should have the hope of becoming a warrior. Jian-chan said this with some excitement. Jian-tong looked at Shinbei, who was about to undergo a physical fitness test, with clear eyes and affection, and spoke gently. Dad, what do you say if I'm short of a few attribute points? He's not my son, Jian-chan said with a straight face. Why, do you want me to pay for the pills? Jian-tong stuck out his tongue. He is my classmate, you can treat him as an investment. Go away. Jian-chan snorted. I think this kid can do it. It's a personal relationship, not money. Everything depends on his own efforts. Besides, we have a loan. In this world, there really is a kind of loan for warriors. You don't need to pledge anything, as long as your attributes are similar, and you have a hope of passing the warrior exam, you can take out a loan to buy drugs. After becoming a warrior, you just need to repay the principal and interest together. It's just that the interest rate is high. But most warriors, when they reach the end of their rope, will take the initiative to take out loans. Being a warrior and being an ordinary person are two different worlds. It's the same principle as Blue Star's loan for buying a house. Only with hard conditions can it attract women to marry it. Jian-tong actually hoped that Shinbei would break through 18 points of physical fitness in one fell swoop. This way you don't need to take out a loan and you are eligible to take the basic warrior exam. After all, those who make loans are not easy to deal with. Right now, in front of the testing instrument, Shinbei took a deep breath and got ready. This test is painful. Shinbei was going to lie inside the device. At the same time, several sterilized hollow needles will extend from all directions inside and pierce the skin respectively. The process is like a mosquito bite. Normal people don't feel it. But the next step is the uncomfortable one. These tiny needles release something like a phantom pain potion into the skin. As the dosage continues to increase, we will test Shinbei's tolerance. Finally, after complex calculations, the value of physical fitness is obtained. This is also the reason why Jian-tong is unwilling to test his physical fitness. It hurts so much. Moreover, the physical attribute is the most volatile attribute. If you test today, your tolerance is higher and the value will be higher. If your condition is bad tomorrow, and you start crying after one injection, your attribute values will drop drastically. The purpose of playing is excitement. Now, Shinbei's skin has been pierced by fine needles, and the phantom pain medicine is slowly pushed in. Shinbei instantly felt as if his whole body was bitten by ants. This is bearable. Next second. It's like sticking a toothpick under your toenail, and then kicking it against the wall. Ah, stop! Shinbei shouted, and the device automatically pulled out a thin needle. What a pain! Shinbei took a deep breath. Then he turned to look at the physical attribute values on the panel. 15 o'clock. Increased from 11 points to 15 points. Seeing this, Jian-tong jumped up excitedly. Shinbei, your four-dimensional attributes have grown comprehensively. You are only 3 points away from reaching the passing line for the martial arts exam. Shinbei has elegant manners, a jade-like radiance, and a pair of eyes that are like a tranquil pool. When you look into their eyes, you can't help but be drawn into them. He straightened his back and said proudly, Just 3 points, no problem for me. Jian-tong had a pair of peach blossom eyes, charming but not coquettish, and she chuckled. You were still frowning a few days ago, but now you are standing up. How come you are so successful? Shinbei immediately broke down. I said 30 years of Hadong. Shut up! Jian-tong rolled his eyes. It's still 3 o'clock. Jian-chan nodded. These 3 points are just the passing line. If there are evil students this year, 60 points will definitely not be enough. 70 points or even 75 points will be safe. Shinbei waved his hand. It's a piece of cake, more than enough. Jian Tong really couldn't stand Shinbei's somewhat arrogant and boastful look. Afraid of losing points in front of his father, he quickly called Shinbei down. Come on, I'll take you to drink sugar water. Shinbei blushed. Is it so exciting? My heart was pounding with excitement. Isn't it good that your father-in-law is at home? This is too open, it's a bit embarrassing. But I didn't expect. Jian Tong really brought sugar water. Shinbei smacked his lips, and then he remembered that there was no such thing as drinking sugar water in this world. Stayed for a while. Shinbei had an important mission tonight, so he stood up and said goodbye and left. Before leaving, Jian Shan said earnestly, Shinbei, the increase in attribute points is a good thing, but you must be prepared for insufficient stamina. If it really doesn't work, you can only take out a loan to take drugs. Jian Shan bit the word loan very hard, and he believed that Shinbei could understand. Shinbei nodded. This phenomenon also occurs among some students. The four-dimensional attributes were not high originally, but suddenly soared one day. The result is that a few attribute points just can't be increased. You can only spend money on drugs. Shinbei said, If you need to take drugs, please ask my father-in-law to support my son-in-law. Get out! Go! Get out! Jian Shan's face darkened, and he slammed the door. Shinbei. The most ruthless father-in-law. When you get old, you'll be doomed to fail if I don't pull out your oxygen tube. Shinbei was about to leave. Jian Tong opened the door and stuck his head out, throwing a, You deserve it! Then closed the door. Shinbei snorted and rushed home. Passing by the supermarket, Shinbei bought 2 bottles of water. I bought a syringe at the pharmacy. After returning home, put the mineral water, ecstasy, and syringe on the table. The medicine smells bland, but I don't know if it has any taste when I drink it. Shinbei was a little worried, so he took a little bit from the bottle, mixed it into the water, and took a sip. After tasting it with the tip of his tongue, it seemed to be no different from normal water, so Shinbei quickly spit it out, and then a smile appeared on his face. It is colorless and odorless, better than I imagined. Warriors are also human beings. Even if their sense of smell and taste are more sensitive, they probably won't be able to discover it easily. Next, Shinbei used a syringe to draw out the ecstasy and stuffed it directly into the bottle cap. As for the detail of the needle hole on it, Shinbei didn't care at all. At that time, I would go upstairs, unscrew the bottle cap as soon as possible, and put it in my pocket. The man would definitely not see it. Increase the dosage. This is the key. All of Shinbei's ecstasy drugs were injected. If the man is not a murderer, then just treat it as a prank. At most, I will apologize. If so, I've got a great bargain. Shinbei took a deep breath, carried the water bottle, and went out. Go straight upstairs. Knocked on the door. Brother, are you home? I want to ask you how to make money. As soon as Shinbei finished speaking, the door opened. The man pulled Shinbei in with a smile on his face, and the strength in his hands was not small. Shinbei was so embarrassed that he bared his teeth. I've been waiting for you for a long time, come in. Chapter 12, Got hit, got hit. Shinbei also moved quickly. After entering the house, unscrewed the cap of the mineral water bottle directly. With a click, Shinbei said with a satisfied smile, Brother, drink water, please don't despise me. It's hard for me as a student to make money. After you help me make money, I will treat you to Matai. The man Yu Wucheng smiled in an ambiguous way and took it. You are so young and you understand the ways of the world. Not bad. But, Yu Wucheng glanced at Shinbei's action of putting the bottle cap in his pocket. Just throw the bottle cap in the trash can. Shinbei had already prepared for the rehearsal and response. Shinbei shook his head. Brother, you may not know that this bottle cap is more valuable than the bottle. By the way, after drinking it, I want to take the bottle away and sell it for money. Yu Wucheng was stunned for a moment, and the corner of his mouth twitched. This guy is definitely obsessed with money. It must be that he didn't pick up any money when he went out, and he lost 100 million yuan. He is a greedy little lunatic. Please sit down first. Yu Wucheng invited with a smile, and the more he looked at Shinbei's beating heart, the happier he became. Shinbei sat down properly. Take a quick look inside the house. There is no sign of life. The windowsills were covered with dust. Even the floor was not very clean, with fixed footprints leading to the window. The windows were also half draped with curtains. It's not dark yet. The curtains should be open. This clearly shows that this man does not intend to live here for a long time. Moreover, he often hides behind the curtains to observe what is happening outside. At this moment, Shinbei felt that the murderer that Gu Changfeng mentioned was sitting right in front of him. Shinbei calmed down his excited mood, found a topic, and asked, "Brother, what's your name?" "Just call me Brother Yu. I really met a good person." Shinbei looked innocent. "Brother Yu is willing to help me earn pocket money, it's great." Yu Wuchang chuckled. "I'd just like to help others, especially those of your age. I like it very much. So where do we start?" "There's no rush for this." Yu Wuchang leaned back on the sofa, with a bold and domineering attitude. "I want to ask you, you said you have parents, but as far as I know, you don't have any. Why did you lie?" Shinbei replied solemnly. "Brother Yu, this is a logical question. If I don't have parents, did I jump out of the cracks in the stone? My parents will always live in my heart." This answer made Yu Wuchang pause. "Quite interesting." Yu Wuchang laughed and asked, "How much money do you want to make?" "Of course, the more the better." "This guy." Yu Wuchang stretched out his tone and continued, "There is a limit to how much money can be earned. Once it exceeds the limit, it will be circulated in other forms." Shinbei asked stupidly, "Brother Yu, what you said is too profound, let's keep it simple." Yu Wuchang's eyes were filled with an ambiguous cruelty. "It means that there are some money you shouldn't make." Shinbei pretended to be stupid and said, "Is there any money in this world that shouldn't be earned?" "Yes." Yu Wuchang nodded and continued, "This is what is called the wrong position of wealth." "That's profound." Shinbei gave a thumbs up and said, "Brother Yu, you are full of experience in dealing with the world. I should learn from you. My brain is a little slow to react, so you should drink some water first and speak slowly." Yu Wuchang sneered in his heart. "You don't have a stupid brain. Otherwise, how could you just casually and without any precautions enter a stranger's room? He is so greedy for money that he is not afraid of death." Yu Wuchang moved his body, leaned forward, and picked up the mineral water in front of him. For a moment, Shinbei's heart almost stopped beating. In fact, Shinbei himself was too careful. Yu Wuchang was on guard against many people, the police station, foreign warriors, and other suspicious people, but he never thought of suspecting Shinbei. A teenager, still a student. I have no grudge against him. Even if I had wanted to kill him before, I didn't take action, right? In this situation, would a teenager plot against himself? Not to mention Yu Wuchang, I'm afraid no one would think this way. If everyone was so suspicious, their nerves would have been broken long ago. Therefore, many of Shinbei's cover-ups were actually in vain. Yu Wuchang hadn't thought about these things, so drinking water was natural to him. He picked up the water bottle and took a big sip. When a warrior drinks water, he doesn't lick it in small sips like a girl. After taking a sip of water, the cup was half empty. Seeing this, Shinbei was delighted and slapped his thigh. "Look at my brain! I'm going downstairs to get a pen and paper. I want to write down all your insights on life so that I can study them later." After saying, Shinbei ran out directly. Yu Wuchang didn't care. After all, he hadn't figured out how to make money yet. This greedy guy will come back again. Taking advantage of this time, Yu Wuchang turned back to the bedroom and took out a large black bag from under the bed. "Pull the chain. There are all kinds of shiny and extremely sharp props inside." Yu Wuchang showed a cruel and brutal smile, but his eyes radiated a scarlet glow. Shinbei, this is your wealth not matching your position. You need to pay with your life. And I will get a fresh and vibrant heart, which can be made into a pill to extend my life." At this time, Shinbei's plan succeeded. Instead of sneaking back home, he went downstairs and hid in a remote and deserted place. This is Shinbei's caution. The main fear is that during the fermentation period of the ecstasy drug, Yu Wuchang will not notice it. After he realizes what's going on, he will definitely rush to the third floor to seek revenge on me. For a warrior, the door is more fragile than a crispy corner. Naturally, it is impossible to protect Shinbei's safety. The best strategy is to just stay away from him so that Yu Wuchang can't find him. At this moment, Xunbei stared intently at the entrance of the corridor in the distance. He was already holding a steel pipe in his hand. If Yu Wuchang wants to run away, I can ignore the moral principles and just hit him with a club. A sure win! At this time, Yu Wuchang took out all the knives in the bag. The eviscerator, the bone-breaking blade, the skinning dagger, the tendon-breaking pliers. I'm a man who strictly follows procedures. Believe me, Xunbei, you won't die in pain. Yu Wuchang laughed strangely a few times. Stand up. Yu Wuchang suddenly felt dizzy in front of his eyes. I shook my head, and suddenly, my legs and feet felt weak, and I even had the urge to sit down. Moment. Yu Wuchang realized that something was wrong inside his body. An absurd and extremely terrifying feeling came over me. The ecstasy potion! That bottle of water! How is that possible? Yu Wuchang's legs were as soft as noodles and he barely managed to hold on to the wall to avoid falling. His eyes were bloodshot at the moment, but his face was as pale as paper. There was a hint of anxiety and uneasiness in his eyes. He was breathing heavily and could not believe it. I haven't revealed anything, so how could Xunbei drug me? Yu Wuchang, who was in a daze, was terrified and couldn't believe it for a moment. I have killed so many people in my life without missing a single one, yet I was defeated by a young boy. He capsized in the gutter, played with eagles all day, and was pecked in the eye by a sparrow. It's definitely premeditated. An ordinary person like Xunbei wouldn't dare to drug me even if he had 100 guts. Maybe the police station has already surrounded us outside. Yu Wuchang didn't dare to go through the main door, so he could only jump out of the window to see if he could find a way to survive. He moved decisively and ran towards the kitchen, wanting to jump from the 4th floor to escape. His head was splitting, and by this time he could feel his limbs becoming more and more numb. Moving from the room to the living room with difficulty, Yu Wuchang slammed his legs hard. At this time, he felt that he could no longer control his limbs. Xunbei is a person who follows procedures very well. If the street vendor asks for more quantity, then he will increase the quantity. Too many drugs were given. Even though the warrior's resistance is strong, Yu Wuchang is only a second-grade warrior after all. Xunbei injected 10 times the amount of an ordinary person. If it were an ordinary person, he would probably be drooling and fainting by now. And Yu Wuchang can still move at this moment, which is a good example. But he had no time to be proud of his resistance. With his strong willpower and desire to survive, he finally moved to the balcony. Just at this moment, there was a knock on the door. Brother Yu? I'm back. Chapter 13. Give me the gold coins, bastard. Brother, open the door. I know you are home, open the door. Xunbei was banging on the door outside. And Yu Wuchang, who was inside the door, felt as if a heavy hammer was hitting his heart when he heard the sound of the door. Where is the time to deal with Xunbei, a scum who has no martial ethics? Escape is the most important thing. At this point, he no longer cared about hiding his identity. But when he moved his feet according to his own ideas and wanted to jump out of the window, a light bulb suddenly lit up in my head. I regained some consciousness. Xunbei dared to come back, definitely to test whether the effect of his medicine had taken effect. But if we catch him, yes, take him hostage. At this time, even if I jumped out of the window, the possibility of escape was very low given the current situation. But as long as the hostage is captured, especially a senior high school student taking the military exam, it is certain that Chengtu County will not dare to ignore this kid's life. As if he had grasped the last straw, Yu Wuchang turned around and moved towards the door with the greatest perseverance. While the people from the police station haven't noticed that they have been tricked, they will first capture this guy and use him as a meat shield. At this time, Xunbei listened attentively to the movement inside. I didn't hear any sound of falling or objects dropping. This made Xunbei a little uneasy. Yu Wuchang either had the effect of the drug or had fallen to the ground. Either the love potion has no effect on him at all, and he is preparing to ambush him inside the door. Just at this moment, the door creaked open. Xunbei did not hesitate at all. He took a few steps back and hid the steel pipe behind him. At this time, Yu Wuchang was already dazzled by the drug that had invaded his soul. He couldn't even see the person outside clearly. He just mumbled, "Come in, come in." Shinbei took a quick look at Yu Wuchang's condition. I felt happy inside. It works. Yu Wuchang is now in a daze and cannot stand up without leaning against the wall. But Shinbei did not behave impulsively, but asked timidly, "Brother Yu, what's wrong with you? Your face doesn't look normal." Yu Wuchang gritted his teeth and felt like he was about to faint. He didn't have the time to talk nonsense with him and opened the security door with difficulty. Panting heavily, he said, come in, do you still want to learn how to make money? Let's put the money aside for now. Do you want me to find a doctor for you? Or call the police? Your condition isn't too good." Yu Wuchang's head is about to explode. Call the police. This kid has been here for so long, maybe the people from the police station guarding downstairs will come up soon. While he still had some strength left, Yu Wuchang didn't bother to say anything else and reached out to grab Shinbei. Yu Wuchang is indeed a warrior. As his ferocity surged, his arms suddenly swelled, his muscles became tangled and thicker, and one could faintly see the color of blood flowing. The hands turned into ferocious claws at the same time, with an almost shrill sound of wind, and they were in front of Shinbei in just an instant, and they grabbed and pressed down from the sky. But at this time, after the daily settlement of rewards, Shinbei's four-dimensional attributes were close to the standards of a warrior. Coupled with Yu Wuchang's sudden and violent action, it was less than one-tenth of its previous peak. And Shinbei himself was on guard against Yu Wuchang's counterattack. At the moment when Yu Wuchang made his move, Shinbei moved his feet and his body tilted. Directly avoided the fatal blow from Yu Wuchang. Yu Wuchang's attack missed, and as he was paralyzed, he had no time to retract his strength. He stumbled and fell out the door. Shinbei no longer hesitated. Needless to say, this guy actually tried to catch me just now. I could tell at a glance that he was not a good person. According to the logic of a good person, if one is feeling unwell, the first thing to do is to ask Shinbei to help call a doctor. But this guy actually wanted to catch me. If you say he is a good person, Shinbei dared to swallow the steel pipe in his hand alive. You can swallow it with either the upper or lower mouth. At this moment, Shinbei was completely certain that all his previous guesses were true. No more hesitation, he is the murderer. He is his own 2 million. There's no point in being polite to this kind of money grubber. With his right hand behind his back, he instantly picked up the steel pipe and smashed it on Wu Chongbin's head. Bang! With one stick. It actually made Shinbei's tiger's mouth numb. But there was nothing wrong with the back of Yu Wuchang's head. Shinbei was stunned. Is this a warrior? It's too fucking hard, right? At this moment Yu Wuchang, who fell to the ground, had a cold and murderous expression on his face. The depressing atmosphere was like a fierce cold wind that froze the air and made it hard to breathe. You little bastard! How dare you plot against me? Now I'm giving you a chance, help me into the house right now, or I'll kill you! Shinbei looked stern, and snorted. You're still pretty tough, you won't beg for mercy, right? Ignoring Yu Wuchang's threat, Shinbei decided to go all out. He raised the steel pipe again and smashed it down like beating a drowned dog. Bastard, give me the gold coins! When Yu Wuchang saw that he failed to scare Shinbei, his eye sockets burst, and his heart was filled with incomparable horror, fear, and disbelief. Then he suddenly remembered that this guy was a fucking actor, and his performance just now was all to numb himself. A warrior actually became a dog under the stick of an ordinary person. What a humiliation this is! The moment Shinbei's steel pipe fell, Yu Wuchang hit his head and was exposed. Just let Shinbei fight. He secretly raised his right hand, preparing to grab the steel pipe and surrender. If an ordinary person without a weapon gets close to me, he will die. Under normal circumstances, he would not have been hit, and by the time the stick had fallen, he had already kicked Shinbei to death. But now, even though his limbs were weak, he was still half kneeling, which was a manifestation of his extremely strong willpower. Yu Wuchang was just waiting for Shinbei to fall into the trap. In his mind, Shinbei was bound to be caught. After all, he was just a little karami. But Shinbei is not the kind of person who plays by the rules. The more you insist on asking me to hit you, the more I won't hit you. He struck Yu Wuchang's arm with his backhand. With a bang. The stick hit the opponent's arm, and it was like hitting the concrete floor, and the stick actually bounced back. This time, even though he didn't know how terrifying the warrior was, Shinbei also realized how strong the opponent's physique was. These thoughts flashed through my mind. Shinbei didn't stop, and smashed it down again with all his strength. The pain from the 2 blows slightly helped Yu Wuchang to get out of his drowsiness. When he thought that he had been tricked by a greedy guy, Yu Wuchang was furious and bit his tongue hard. In an instant, Yu Wuchang seemed to have gained motivation and took a small step towards the door. Immediately afterwards, Yu Wuchang stopped defending and swung his fists forward with all his might. He is a peak second-grade warrior, and even at this point, he wants this beast to know that warriors are not someone he can manipulate. As long as he can hit Shinbei once, he can send Shinbei flying with 1 punch, and he will win. However, Shinbei faced Yu Wuchang's disorganized and powerless turtle fist. It's like watching live fish jumping on the shore. He smashed the steel pipe even more unscrupulously. Crack! Shinbei's face changed drastically. Yu Wuchang's fist seemed slow, and he didn't even seem to be concentrating. But when this punch came, the steel pipe in his hand actually bent and broke. At this time, Shinbei's knuckles were hit by the rebound of the steel pipe because of the heavy force. The knuckles were instantly in great pain and the whole hand felt numb. Oh shit! Shinbei was also very anxious. After struggling for so long, this damn warrior is still not completely unconscious. This street vendor uncle must be given a bad review. The amount added was too little. Shinbei didn't care, picked up the remaining half of the steel pipe, and like an agile leopard cat, he saw the right moment and hit him with a club. After a few rounds, Yu Wuchang finally couldn't hold on any longer and fell to the ground. His chest rose and fell rapidly, and his life force was like a candle in the wind. He roared, "The headhunters will not let you die well." After saying, the extremely tough Yu Wuchang rolled his eyes, stuck out his tongue, and completely collapsed. Shinbei wiped the sweat from his forehead. With an annoying smile, he grabbed Yu Wuchang's ankle and dragged him into the room. "Don't worry about how I die. Give me the gold coins first." Chapter 14. A mere second-rank warrior, easily captured. Shinbei dragged Yu Wuchang directly into the house and closed the door. Only at this moment did Shinbei carefully observe Yu Wuchang's condition. He had been completely consumed by the love potion, and his head was covered in blood. The whole person was still in intermittent convulsions. Shinbei took a breath. Once again, I deeply realized the power of warriors. If it were an ordinary person, the beating he just received would be enough to kill him 18 times, but Yu Wuchang is still alive. It can be seen that warriors have extremely tenacious vitality. The only one who can defeat a warrior is a warrior. And of course, there's also ecstasy. Shinbei sighed. It can be imagined that if there was no effect of the love potion, it would be himself who fell to the ground now. With a dry mouth, he licked his lips, and with a victorious smile, he kicked Yu Wuchang, but there was no response. Shinbei immediately ran into the bedroom, intending to twist the bed sheets into a rope and tie up Yu Wuchang. No one knows how long the effect of the ecstasy lasts. If I wake up, all my efforts will be wasted and the 2 million yen will be gone like a cooked duck. As soon as Shinbei entered the bedroom, he was startled by the big black bag on the ground. Various surgical knives? Shinbei's face was gloomy, and veins popped out on his forehead. It seems that this guy is ready to mess with me. Shinbei's eyes were sharp, and there was a faint cold aura on his body. Fortunately, I took action in advance. Then, Shinbei pulled the bedsheet and ran back to the living room. Start tying up Yu Wuchang. Even Shinbei was a little surprised by the binding method. Before I knew it, I was tied up in a tortoise-shell bind. Self-taught? Shinbei was stunned for a moment. Although it was a bit irritating, it was okay as long as it worked. But Shinbei was worried that this layer of binding was not strong and safe enough. He went back home and took out a bundle of wire from the toolbox. Yu Wuchang was tied up tightly into a rice dumpling with wire and then twisted to death with pliers. At this moment, Shinbei finally relaxed and snorted. If you can break free from this, you are awesome! Now my hands and feet are bound, leaving me no room to exert force. I am wrapped in several layers inside and outside, and the outermost layer is wrapped in a wire ring. If you can break free from the opponent like this, you will be a real Superman. Then comes the harvest time. Shinbei began to stir around in the house. I found a backpack under the bed, opened it, and saw it was full of banknotes. Probably around 200,000. Gold coins exploded. Shinbei couldn't help but laugh out loud. They are all mine! Then, some bottles and jars were turned out, a total of 6. Among them, there are 3 bottles with advertising logos on them. They are similar to ordinary medicine bottles and come with the name of the medicine. 2 bottles of blood chi pills and 1 bottle of chi and blood pills. It contains the production date, manufacturer, and production address. It is a genuine and compliant drug. Shinbei counted the blood and chi pills. There were 18 pills in total from the 2 bottles. According to the prices in the pharmacy, these 2 medicines alone would cost 2 million. This price is unaffordable for ordinary families. It hurts to buy it. And now, Shinbei directly plundered. A gold belt for murder and arson. Shinbei smacked his lips. It turns out that the fastest way to make money is to kill and rob. Is this the way you, brother, you want to teach me how to make money? I learned. A few minutes later, Shinbei completely cleaned Yu Wucheng's room. No other items were found. Shinbei put the harvest into his bag and ran back to his room to hide it. Then called the police. This murderer is worth $1 million. This money must also be obtained. I flipped through the phone book and found that there was no Gu Changfeng's phone number. But there is teacher Gu Xinrou's. Dialed directly. Hey! Teacher, please come to my house! Shinbei shouted into the phone. Gu Xinrou on the other end of the phone looked at the time. It was 8 o'clock in the evening. What a psycho! Why are you asking me to go home so late at night? It's not a home visit. A single man and a single woman. Fuck you! Gu Xinrou said in a resentful tone. Shinbei! I am your teacher. Did I not discipline you recently? Are you getting ahead of yourself? Why would I go to your house so late at night? Don't tell me your faucet is clogged and the teacher doesn't know how to unclog it. Shinbei held the phone away from his ear, away from the roar. Teacher, Shinbei said anxiously. My rope is all. Rope? Gu Xinrou's mentality exploded. Shinbei! Teacher never expected that you would actually, listen to my advice and don't touch this kind of thing. Pervert. Shinbei. Teacher, are you overthinking it? Shinbei returned to the 4th floor and continued. What I mean is, I caught the murderer. He has been tied up with ropes. Come and identify him so that you can give me a reward. As soon as these words came out, there was silence on the other end of the phone for a long time. It was obvious that Gu Xinrou was trying to judge whether this guy Shinbei was teasing her or telling the truth. Teacher? Are you telling the truth? It can't be fake. This guy's bag is full of surgical tools. He must be the guy who dug out hearts to make medicine. How did you do that? The other party is a warrior. Who made me a clever kid? Just wait, I'm bringing people over now. If it's fake, I'll punish you. Pop. The phone was hung up. Shinbei rolled his eyes and muttered. You say you're going to tease me every day, but you never really do it. How can you be a teacher like this? How can you still deceive children? Shinbei put down the phone, confirmed again that Yu Wucheng was still in a coma, and leaned against the door, waiting for Gu Xinrou and others to arrive. It took a short while. Several cars were parked in front of the unit. The sound of messy footsteps echoed in the corridor. Shinbei then saw Gu Changfeng, Gu Xinrou, and Xiaoying and several other Wuhan University students rushing over. You said you caught the murderer, where is he? Gu Changfeng lowered his voice, making it sound a little hoarse, and was the first to ask. Shinbei casually pointed to the house and said very calmly and elegantly, It has been packed for you. Although Gu Changfeng was a little suspicious, he still rushed into the house. Others stood outside the door, looking at Shinbei. Gu Xinrou might have just finished taking a bath. Although she was wearing a coat, her pink pajamas could still be seen underneath. Her delicate body exudes a faint virgin fragrance. She is extremely pretty and attractive. Her black and slightly wet hair makes her smooth skin look even whiter. Her temperament is elegant and sexy, making it impossible to look directly at her. The wings of her nose are small and delicate, and they are slightly flaring. She looks straight at Shinbei, without any sign of guilt. Gu Shinro widened her eyes slightly. Could it be that what Shinbei said on the phone was true? And Shinbei swallowed his saliva, looking at Gu Shinro's two plump and bright red lips, like ripe lychees, and almost couldn't help but take a bite. I really don't dare. Xiaoying stepped forward and questioned. Shinbei, what you mean is that you not only found the murderer, but also subdued him? Shinbei nodded lightly. Wang Yi smacked his lips. Impossible! I feel like Shinbei is crying wolf. Shinbei looked down at Zhonghen with a look of white teeth. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean I can't do it. It's still easy to capture a mere second-grade warrior? Gu Shinro's mouth twitched when she heard that. A mere second-rank warrior, can he be easily captured? Do you think all warriors are cabbages? Gu Shinro closed her eyes slightly, her eyes sparkling, and she said softly. Shinbei, if you dare to deceive us, I will not joke with you this time, I will definitei make you suffer. Shinbei Gang would like to express his warm welcome to teacher Gu Shinro for guidance. Gu Changfeng suddenly poked his head out of the house, revealing an expression of relief, relaxation, and a little appreciation, and shouted loudly. It's him! Yu Wuchang! Got it! Chapter 15. Come on, tell me, what is a warrior? When the people outside the door still had some doubts, Gu Changfeng confirmed it with a shout. He's caught! It's the murderer Yu Wuchang! Boom! When Gu Shinro heard this, her face changed immediately. She clutched her knees tightly with both hands and her body trembled slightly. She secretly glanced at Shinbei with her pair of cool big eyes. Was he actually caught by Shinbei? How is this possible? I can't believe it! It seems that if you want to get Shinbei, you have to find other excuses. However, this is not what Gu Shinro is thinking about at the moment. At that moment, she rushed into the house to check the situation. At this time, Xiaoying and Wang Ye's pupils narrowed slightly and their faces looked extremely shocked. Then he entered the house. This look. Good job. But I saw Yu Wuchang lying on the ground and sleeping soundly. He was tied up with sheets, the structure of which looked familiar. I always feel like I've seen it in Japanese love-action movies. Even more surprising is the iron wire. It's just like a silk pupa made of iron wire. If you don't know, you might think it's body art. What a clever and skillful person. When faced with this incredible scene, everyone felt as if their throats were strangled by an invisible hand. Their breathing was choked, and they could no longer speak. Shinbei shrugged, spread his hands, and said with an overbearing arrogance. See, I said I caught it, and I caught it. Owl Eagle gave a thumbs up. Brother, I don't submit to anyone except you. As long as there is a job that pays, you are really the one charging at the forefront. Wang Yi nodded with deep understanding. You have to know that Yu Wuchang, this cold-blooded, evil murderer, is actually a second-grade warrior. Even students from Wuhan University would have to call for Gu Changfeng's support if they encountered this situation. Never dared to act rashly. But even the warrior was not as good as Shinbei, and he unexpectedly knocked down the second-grade warrior inexplicably. It's fucking amazing. At this time, Gu Changfeng coughed and signaled Xiaoying and others to work with his eyes. Owl Eagle naturally understood what Gu Changfeng meant, and immediately rushed into the inner room and began to search for the spoils. How did you do that? Gu Shinro's eyes gradually became gentle, with a gentle and virtuous expression. Her slender brows furrowed into a knot, and her lively eyes were filled with a gleam of curiosity. Shinbei remained mysterious and said, I will go back to my house later and report to the teacher in detail. Gu Changfeng ruthlessly exposed. The ecstasy potion, this guy drugged Yu Wuchang. Gu Shinro suddenly realized, glanced at him with her crescent eyes and smiled, covering her mouth and laughing softly twice. So that's how it is, you are worthy of being my student, you are so smart. But Gu Changfeng was like a cold sculpture, and said in a teaching tone. I still want to say a few words, Shinbei, your behavior is really too risky. You should take the initiative to inform us and let us handle it instead of showing off. Gu Shinro nodded, and said critically with a mischievous look. That's right. Shinbei, if something happens to you, what will we do? Shinbei's eyes were calm, and he said slowly, "I'm not going for the $1,000,000 bounty." Gu Shinro stretched out her soft palm and twisted Shinbei's ear, her red lips whispering in his ear. "Money, money, money, you only think about money every day. In my eyes, if you can improve your liberal arts score by 1 point, it will be more useful than any money. You have to know." Gu Shinro talked on and on for a long time. Shinbei didn't listen at all. I just felt Gu Shinro's warm air tickling my ears. The young man is full of passion. This strange feeling made Shinbei set up a tripod. Shinbei was extremely embarrassed, and tried his best to think of other things to get the blood flowing back. But Gu Shinro's charm is really hopeless. Shinbei lost control of the tripod. Soon, Xiaoying and the others returned to Gu Chanfeng with a somewhat grim look on their faces, and whispered, "Except for a pack of scalpels, there is nothing else." Gu Chanfeng's eyes suddenly moved. "Why do I need a scalpel? How much can this broken thing sell for? I want the elixir. This is valuable. I can use it to pay the bounty. There are no pills. You can have this. I really don't have that." Gu Chanfeng looked at Shinbei with a strange look in his eyes. Could it be that it was looted by this guy? Can it? Could he still think of this? Do you have the guts to swallow the dirt? Are you willing to risk your life to make money? Gu Chanfeng asked tentatively. "Shinbei, is the scene intact? Has anything been moved?" Shinbei shook his head. "I didn't move anything. By the way, I also spent money on ecstasy and mineral water, a total of 5,002. You have to report this money to me." "I want to report it to you." Gu Chanfeng snorted. How could a second-grade warrior and murderer not carry any medicinal pills with him? "It must be you who took it away, and you still refuse to admit it. You want to have your cake and eat it too, right?" But Gu Chanfeng has no evidence. You can't even enter Shinbei's house to search. After all, Shinbei was a hero, and it was not the right thing to do to search him right away. Moreover, in this world, there is another rule. It is for anyone's house. If there is no approved document, there is only one sentence for the house. The wind can come in, the rain can come in, but the king cannot come in. Of course, this is official. Thieves, robbers, etc. are not allowed to follow this rule. Gu Chanfeng had a usual smile on his face, but his tone contained some jealousy, which he tried to hide but couldn't. "Forget it, it's gone. Let Lingnan City approve the reward anyway. The murderer has been caught." Then, Gu Chanfeng and others lifted Yu Wucheng up and carried him away. What awaits him will be a ruthless judgment. No need to think too much, it must be death. After the storm of this incident has passed, the biggest winner is Shinbei, who gets the best of both worlds. Just wait for the bounty to come down. After the system settlement tomorrow, the bounty will be doubled. "Teacher! I still have questions!" Shinbei looked at Gu Shinro and shouted as she was about to leave. Gu Shinro tilted her head, her beautiful big eyes flickering as she glanced at him. "What's the matter?" "About warriors. Can't we talk about it tomorrow? To seek knowledge and to ask questions." Gu Shinro's eyebrows shrank slightly, she pursed her lips, and her peach blossom eyes drooped slightly. He turned to Gu Chanfeng and said, "Brother, you go back first. I will talk to Shinbei for a while." Gu Chanfeng was also anxious to go back and close the case, but he still said quietly, "Try to find out if the stolen goods are in Shinbei's hands." Gu Shinro rolled her eyes and ignored him. The two came to Shinbei's room. Shinbei didn't hesitate and asked directly, "Teacher, what exactly is a warrior?" This question seems very naive, and many people will inevitably laugh at it. How ridiculous it is that someone who doesn't even know what a warrior is still pursuing the path of martial arts. However, Gu Shinro was not in the mood to make fun of it. Apart from real warriors, or those with family training, how many ordinary people know what a real warrior is? What Shinbei actually asked was not about warriors, but how to become a warrior, the standards of a warrior, the definition of a warrior. These are actually secrets. The authorities have not announced this information to ordinary people for many reasons. Generally speaking, only those who have been admitted to Wuhan University will know about it. Gu Shinro sighed leisurely, then smiled. "Shinbei, what does this mean to you? Your four-dimensional attributes are not up to standard. You have to get 2 million gold coins just now by eating both ends, right? If you use it sparingly, you will not lack food and drink. Shinbei was extremely serious, and said in a slow, soft, and gentle voice. No, I want to be a warrior. Now I want to know what the true definition of a warrior is. Gu Shinro narrowed her eyes and stared at him without blinking. Seeing Shinbei's serious expression, he was calm. Okay, if you want to know, I'll tell you in advance. Gu Shinro raised her swan-like slender neck and untied the hairpin behind her head. Her thick black hair fell like a waterfall. She shook her head lightly again, and bursts of fragrance wafted in the air. That is. Chapter 16 Daily Settlement, Extra Rewards. Faced with Shinbei's thirst for knowledge, Gu Shinro had no intention of saying much to Shinbei. After all, with Shinbei's last four-dimensional attribute detection, there was no need to know the warrior's extra core information. But considering that Shinbei risked his life to capture the murderer Yu Wuchang alone, his contribution was great. Gu Shinro did give some scientific advice, which helped Shinbei to understand his feelings. She said slowly. In fact, the true nature of a warrior is to break through the limits of the ordinary human body. You haven't come into contact with the real martial arts disciplines yet, that's because you are currently only in the basic stage. If you want to become a warrior, the key is to break through your limits. Warriors focus on strengthening bones, supplemented by strengthening muscles and skin. The four-dimensional attributes are the foundation of strengthening muscles, bones, and skin. In summary, it is based on the powerful four-dimensional attributes that one has the qualifications to break through to become a warrior. Gu Shinro explained for nearly half an hour. Shinbei listened carefully, without revealing any details. This gave Shinbei a new understanding of warriors. First of all, the warrior system is huge in scale. The physical attributes are strong, and one can take the path of physical strength. The strength attribute is excellent, that is, the humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex, boom boom boom, it's all over. The spiritual power attribute is superb and can be used to practice secret techniques. If the agility attribute is outstanding, then the moves will be mysterious and unpredictable. The four-dimensional attributes are the basics. And breaking through as a warrior is not as simple as going out to eat. At the moment of breakthrough, the qi and blood in the whole body will undergo changes, boiling violently in order to break through the limit. But in this situation, if there is no one to guide and protect you, the danger will be extremely great. Burst blood vessels are minor injuries to the body. Some simply died suddenly. Every year, ordinary people who want to take the unconventional route to become warriors take risks, and many of them lose their lives. Therefore, when the breakthrough occurs, it must be done at Wuhan University. There will be a fourth-rank warrior watching over you. If the timing is not right, he will take action to suppress the outbreak of qi and blood to avoid death. Of course. According to Gu Shinro, not everyone has a fourth-grade warrior to protect them, and most of the older generation warriors have to rely on themselves. As long as a performance breakthrough is successful once, there will be no danger. Many geniuses actually don't need anyone to protect them, because they can succeed at once. But people nowadays are more delicate and more humane. Another point is that in order to meet the requirements of a warrior, another kind of help is needed. That is the technique. A set of skills that can suit the attributes of a warrior. But the skills should not be passed on lightly. Only Wuhan University has it. Of course, there are also some unconventional skills, but they are also the secret skills of warriors hidden in dark corners and outside the world. At this time, Shinbei pondered for a while. There is absolutely no problem with my four-dimensional attributes. Give yourself some more time and the price will rise. If you break through. Shinbei felt that he should be a genius and did not need a high-level warrior to look after him. Even Yu Wuchang was knocked down by me, he must be a genius. As for the system, I, Shinbei, have achieved what I have today thanks to my own unremitting efforts. The system is just the icing on the cake. I'll add more tomorrow. The only thing missing to become a warrior is a technique. This thing is quite difficult to deal with. But Shinbei is not in a hurry, there will always be a way when the car reaches the mountain. At worst, I can wait until I'm admitted to Wuhan University, and then break through to become a warrior. At this time, Gu Shinro slowly stood up and stretched. After she stood up, her plump breasts trembled a few times, and two crystal clear white legs appeared from under the light green pajamas. That leg doesn't have one. Silky, smooth, delicate, white, tender and straight. Almost blinded Shinbei's eyes. Okay, if there's nothing else, I'll go back. Shinbei swallowed his saliva, a little hot, and said, Which, teacher, I'm a little scared, can you accompany me? Gu Shinro was slightly stunned, and chuckled. Don't pretend, you even dare to mess with warriors, are you afraid? I'm afraid that you Wu Chang's accomplices will retaliate against me. No accomplice. Gu Shinro didn't believe Shinbei's nonsense and left directly. Hello? Shinbei stood up and shouted. Gu Shinro's delicate hands flirted with the beautiful hair on her white neck, revealing the elegant temperament of a mature woman. She smiled sweetly and said, If you have to fart, let it out quickly. Shinbei. Why are you speaking so harshly? It's such a waste of this picture. Shinbei coughed and said, If I pass the exam to become a warrior, will the teacher keep his word? Gu Shinro huffed through her nose, her eyebrows twitching. You can only dream about passing the exam. Then the reserved teacher's face. Cut. Gu Shinro shook her hair and disappeared at the door. Shinbei cheered up. I feel like the teacher is already in my pocket and can't escape. The days that followed went on as usual. I skipped classes and worked. Just spent some time on the attribute points. Of course, if there is a chance to obtain a technique, that would be a great thing. At the same time, Shinbei began to think about it. There is no need to say much about Yu Wucheng's elixir, you can also use it yourself. There are more than 200,000 in cash, plus the bounty and system doubling, the total assets can be expanded to 2.2 million. I'm rich! Shinbei clenched his fists. The only way to relieve worries is to get rich quickly. Shinbei originally planned to buy a house and move out of this community. But then I thought, I must go to Wuhan University to study. It would be better to keep it and buy an off-campus house in Lingnan City. Thinking of this, Shinbei's face suddenly became pale. House prices in the city are not as cheap as those in Changtu County. The starting price is around 18,000, right? After buying one set, there's not much left for me. We still have to make money! Shinbei smacked his lips, and then he realized that money is not enough to earn, and it is also impossible to spend it all. The next day, Shinbei just got up. The daily panel settlement information pops up. Yesterday's settlement rewards are as follows. Complete the Escort mission, gain money plus 50, and Jian Tong's favorability plus 20. Complete the bounty mission, get money plus 1 million, strength plus 1, agility plus 1, spirit plus 1, physique plus 1, anti-poison plus 10. After reading the information, Shinbei was stunned for a moment. Jian Tong's favorability increased? So, if I fuck her a few more times, she will be completely devoted to me and will marry me until death, right? So cool. If Shinbei were to make a choice between Jian Tong and Gu Shinro, Shinbei will choose. I want them all. Jian Tong has his own charm. Gu Shinro has her own charm. The palms and backs of your hands are all made of flesh. As for bounty missions, in addition to obtaining bounties, I even got a Grand Slam 4-dimensional attribute bonus. It also has anti-poison properties. Thinking about the situation at that time, it was reasonable to obtain these attribute bonuses. Treat it with caution, the test is the spirit. To strike and hit is to test one's strength. To dodge Yu Wucheng's attack, that requires agility. Running up and down the stairs is no different from moving bricks, and it naturally increases your physical attributes. As for the very unexpected anti-poison property, that should be the effect of the initial experiment with the love potion, which increased the attribute after licking it once. What a loss! Shinbei exclaimed. I should have swallowed all the ecstasy potion at that time, and I would definitely have plus 100 poison resistance. But Shinbei thought about it, and felt that it was fortunate that he didn't drink it all at that time. Otherwise, you will fall asleep on the ground. And Yu Wucheng upstairs also planned to kill me last night, and would definitely come downstairs to find me. That scene would not be pretty. At this time, Shinbei opened the mobile banking and checked the balance. 2 million really? Calm down the dizzy zero. Shinbei finished washing up and went out to school. When they arrived at school, Jian Tong gave Shinbei a huge surprise. Chapter 17. I can't hold it anymore, ah. Shinbei just arrived at the classroom and sat down. Jian Tong opened his school bag mysteriously. Come, let me show you something good. Shinbei was suddenly swept by a storm of thoughts. Is this because I escorted her home yesterday and started giving myself benefits? Thinking of this, Shinbei felt that he had to pretend. Put on a gentlemanly demeanor. Who do you think I am? How could I possibly want the original flavor of this? Jian Tong immediately discovered that Shinbei seemed to be getting more and more outrageous. It has some dirty meaning. Jian Tong's beautiful eyes tightened slightly, her eyes trembled slightly, and there was a hint of deepness in the corners of her eyebrows. What are you thinking about? Shinbei hooked the inside of the school bag, and there was no fabric at all. He quickly changed the subject. No, nothing. Really nothing? Really not. Snort. Jian Tong's frowning brows and flashing eyes still had some doubts about Shinbei's dirty thoughts, but she didn't pursue it further. Then, Jian Tong opened the school bag completely. Look! Shinbei buried his head and took a look. He immediately exclaimed, Oh my God, where did you get it from? In the school bag at this moment, there were actually several books about martial arts. Basic practice. 8 postures of standing. Cold weapon appreciation. This is a basic book that is essential for a martial artist to break through. Shinbei looked at Jian Tong with a weird expression. And Jian Tong tilted her head to tidy up the hair hanging by her ears, looking at him with a toothy smile. These are all collected by my father. I took them out secretly. What does my father-in-law do? Shinbei asked without thinking. Jian Tong's frown deepened. Who is your father-in-law? Can you stop yelling? Okay, then I'll change my name. Shinbei thought about it and asked. What does our father do? You answered the question quickly. Jian Tong tilted her rosy and pretty head, rolled her eyes and said, Of course he is a warrior. If he hadn't been injured while performing the mission in the cave, he would still be a teacher at Lingnan City Wuda. Shinbei was slightly stunned. There is such an identity? No wonder. No wonder we were able to get second-hand testing equipment. When Jian Tong was checking the attribute values, Jian Shan made a lot of comments and chatter. And what he said is well-founded. It turns out that my father-in-law used to be a teacher at Wuhan University. The origins of those skills can also be explained. Shinbei rubbed his hands. Jian Tong, you are definitely not showing off, right? I'm really showing off. Jian Tong answered very sincerely. The main thing is to ask you to treat my dad with more respect. Although my dad has hidden injuries, if he gets angry, it won't be a problem for him to slap you to death. The corner of Shinbei's mouth twitched. How dare a girl bring a boy home? The boy couldn't hold back and wanted to bully the girl. The girl opened the closet, which was full of police uniforms. The boy immediately behaved himself. Good job. So Jian Tong is here to show off his strength? But I have to say that Shinbei really didn't realize that Jian Shan was a warrior. Generally speaking, if a warrior does not burst out his chi and aura, he will be no different from an ordinary person when walking on the street. Just like Gu Xinro, who could have seen that she could crush rocks with her chest. It is true that you cannot judge a book by its cover, and you cannot judge the depth of the sea by its depth. At this moment, Shinbei remembered a joke in a novel. The heroine's cultivation was too strong, causing the membrane below to be abnormally hard, and the hero couldn't even pierce it. Shinbei really wanted to verify with Jian Tong whether the membrane of this world was very hard. But I was afraid of being slapped, so I held back and didn't say it out loud. At this time, Shinbei looked at Jian Tong. She was wearing a high-waisted miniskirt today, which was simple but fashionable in style. She sat in the seat with her legs crossed elegantly. The hem of the skirt fell just a palm's length above the knee, cleverly revealing a slender thigh that looked like carefully carved porcelain, white and shiny. The muscular lines of her calves are not obtained through deliberate exercise, but are naturally slender, like a fine polish. That beautiful face, with an elegance that could not be described by any vulgar words, that tall and agile figure, that elegant and lingering fragrance, Everything about it seemed so beautiful that it was beyond words. Shinbei was obsessed for a moment, and coughed. Can we discuss whether to lend me these books for a few days? What are you going to do? Jian Tong became alert and said with a warning. I know your four-dimensional attributes are about to touch the threshold, but breaking through as a warrior is no joke. Without a high-level warrior to protect you, you will die. I'm just preparing for the Wuhan University courses in advance. You're really overthinking it. Shinbei lied and talked nonsense. He didn't even need to prepare a draft. He just spoke casually. Jian Tong looked at Shinbei suspiciously. Really? Would I joke with my own life? Okay, I can lend it to you for a few days, but please don't mess around. How could Shinbei listen to him? He just stuffed the books into his school bag, carried it, and left. Hey! Jian Tong's face twisted, revealing hatred. Are you leaving now? Why do I feel like he's a scumbag who's just going to walk away with his pants pulled up? Shinbei turned around and blinked. Why not go? Going to school is such a waste of time. Jian Tong almost vomited blood, holding his forehead weakly. Are you so short of money that you have to work? Come on, sit down. I'll pay you to stay by my side and learn from me, okay? Shinbei shook his head firmly. What a joke. Yesterday's escort mission only increased the favorability, and did not increase any attributes. This clearly shows that no attribute values will be calculated for walking and staying tasks. At least you have to work hard. My love for my children affects my performance, Shinbei said and left. Jian Tong pointed at herself in astonishment. Love between young men and women? Hey Shinbei, who was the one calling you father-in-law just now? What a heartless thing, bah! Jian Tong's oval face is engraved with longing and resentment. Shinbei left the classroom. From a distance, I saw Gu Shinro walking towards the classroom with a textbook in her arms. She was wearing a pair of white canvas shoes today, revealing a section of her snow-white, slender calves above her ankles, and her youthful skin looked even smoother and more delicate in the sunset. Her steps were brisk but firm, and every step revealed her determination and tenacity. Her eyes sparkled with a deep blue light, like a bottomless lake, but at this moment they were filled with unshed tears. Those watery eyes seemed to contain stars, and the tears slowly falling in the corners of the eyes reflected endless sadness, as clear and bright as pearls. Her skirt danced lightly in the wind, her white dress fluttering in the wind, and her tall figure could be vaguely seen. Shinbei only took one look, then another, and another, and another. Shinbei was once again mesmerized by Gu Shinro's beauty. When she woke up, Gu Shinro had already walked in front of Shinbei. Shinbei secretly thought that it was bad. Can't run away. Really? Gu Shinro reached out and twisted Shinbei's ear. Why, do you still want to skip class? No, I need to go to the bathroom. Class is about to start, go after class. I really can't hold it in anymore, it's about to come out, ah. Gu Shinro's mouth twitched, and she waved her hand. Go quickly and come back soon. Shinbei ran away in a flash. Hey! Gu Shinro looked at the direction Shinbei was running and saw that he was not going to the toilet. It's at the front door. Gu Shinro's eyes widened, and her fair face twisted in anger. Shinbei, I will get you sooner or later, you bastard! Chapter 18. Can studying medicine save lives? After Shinbei slipped out of the campus, he first went home and put Jian Tong's surprise in the drawer. No need to worry about thieves stealing. This neighborhood, there's really nothing worth stealing. Even if you plunder 100 houses, they may not be worth as much as a villa in a wealthy area. Strangely enough, there are very few rats in this neighborhood. It's sad just thinking about it. Labor market. Shinbei performs his daily squatting activities. As a normal thinking child, studying would hinder one's future. It's impossible to study here, but the people in the labor market speak very nicely. I like it here very much. At this time, a few workers were laughing and bragging, which was also quite entertaining. I had a fucking dream yesterday that I got rich. Come on, don't help Shogong with his performance. The workers around laughed. Shinbei was also listening to it. At night, Shinbei took 3 jobs. The first one was to dig tree pits for planting trees and earn 40 yuan. The main thing is that this job is so fucking deceptive. It is calculated by piecework, and you get 20 yuan for digging a qualified pit. The unit price is indeed okay. But the damn thing is, a group of laborers followed the boss and hadn't dug a few holes when they passed by a cart with an excavator on it. The speed at which this thing digs holes is beyond human power. Shinbei had just dug 2 tree pits, and the excavator had finished the work. The angry worker spat in the driver's face. The second job was pretty good. It is to dredge the sewer of a chemical factory. It must have rained a few days ago, and tree branches and plastic bags block the water outlet, which needs to be cleaned. Workers in the labor market are afraid to take the job. Afraid of danger. But Shinbei's eyes lit up. This is a good job. It will definitely activate the anti-poison property. Of course Shinbei refused. The original salary was 300, but it was cut to 500, so Shinbei accepted it. When we arrived at the chemical plant, the manufacturer had prepared protective clothing, masks, and other items. Armed to the teeth. Logically speaking, there is absolutely no problem entering the sewer. But the sewers are a bit dark, and you might get caught on something like wire and scratch your protective clothing, which could be dangerous. Shinbei walked all the way down, walking carefully and extremely cautiously. After the sewer was unblocked, he walked out intact. The third job is even more bizarre. Even Shinbei felt that he couldn't activate the daily settlement panel. It is a mental hospital that is going to hold a cultural performance. The performers are all mentally ill. We are short of audience and want to hire a few people from the labor market to act as audience. Shinbei thinks that the director of the mental hospital is also mentally ill. What kind of good person organizes a performance by a mentally ill person? The audience is the one who is mentally ill, right? Fortunately, the pay for this job is quite good, 50 per person, and you can just sit and watch. Originally, Shinbei didn't want to go, but it was getting late, and it was the last job, so any money he could make was the best. Who would complain about having too much money? The result is terrible. The first show performed by a mentally ill person directly stunned Shinbei. The psychopath said seriously, "I personally think that this pasta should be mixed with number 45 concrete, because the length of this screw can easily directly affect the torque of the excavator. When you smash it in, it will produce a large amount of high-energy protein, commonly known as UFO, in an instant, which will seriously affect economic development and even cause certain nuclear pollution to the entire Pacific Ocean and chargers. Besides, according to the Pythagorean theorem, you can easily infer that the artificially raised Tojo Hawk chicken can capture wild trigonometric functions. So whether the section of Qin Shi Huang is radioactive or whether Trump's nth power contains sediment, it does not affect the reunion of Walmart and Birkin in Antarctica." Shinbei. Awesome. What a brain hole. I can't keep up. After much torment and mental torture, Shinbei felt that this was the most difficult 50 yuan he had ever earned. However, Shinbei is looking forward to it and wants to see what tomorrow's settlement panel says. In the evening, Shinbei did not go out to deliver food. Instead, he studied the books borrowed from Jian Tong. Several books are placed on the table. Shinbei rubbed his hands and did not rush to flip through it, but picked up the Basic Cultivation Method. What surprised Shinbei was that the book on basic cultivation methods was about the same thickness as To Live. Basically, the most basic is this thick? Shinbei's head hurt a little, and he thought it was the thickness of a booklet or something like that. I opened it with gritted teeth. The few words on the first page directly shook Shinbei's state of mind. Warrior, dare to be the first in the world. What a domineering few words! Shinbei immediately opened the formal content. Then I was dumbfounded. It turned out to be a picture of a human skeleton. Then there are the blood and flesh diagrams, meridian diagrams, and internal organs diagrams. Fake, right? Why does it feel like a medical book? Shinbei touched his nose. Can studying medicine save lives? But the following content begins to get into the main topic of warriors. Take, for example, people with outstanding physical attributes and strength. First and second rank warriors temper the bones of their limbs. A first-grade warrior can temper the bones of the upper limbs, or the lower limbs. It's all fine, just in different directions. Whether it is the tempering of the upper limb bones or the lower limb bones, after the tempering is completed, the warriors at this time will have strong single-target killing power. His bones are as hard as iron, his blood is as strong as a rainbow, and when it bursts out, his hands and feet are comparable to cold weapons. At that time, it was common for warriors to fight ordinary people in a one-on-one fight and kill them with just a punch or a kick. If you choose to temper the upper limb bones first, there are a total of 64 bones in the upper limbs. After tempering is completed, both hands and arms can be used as machetes with great power. After completing the tempering of the upper limb bones and the chi and blood reaching the standard, you can break through to the second level and start tempering the 62 bones of the lower limbs. Similarly, if you temper the lower limb bones first, you will have to temper the upper limb bones after the second level. At this time, Shinbei had a new understanding of Yu Wuchang. This guy is of the second rank and has already completed the tempering of his limb bones. At this time, if Yu Wuchang had not been tricked by Shinbei, his hands and feet could have been used as weapons, and it would have been easy to kick Shinbei to death. At that time, Shinbei used a steel pipe to chop Yu Wuchang. Even though his hands and feet were weak, he still broke the steel pipe with one punch. As for Yu Wuchang's limbs, even though Shinbei chopped them many times, Yu Wuchang's hands and feet showed no signs of fracture. The third-grade warriors who focus on physique and strength are even more powerful and begin to temper their torsos. A peak third-grade warrior already dares to fight against thermal weapons head-on as long as he protects the vital parts of his brain. Although the bullet will enter the body and cause injury, it is rarely a fatal injury and the combat effectiveness can be maintained. Of course, a bullet to the head would kill him. Some people are unlucky and get hit in vital organs through the gaps between their bones, and they will die. As for how to temper the skull, there is no introduction in the book, so it must be not within the scope of basic training. The book does not introduce the cultivation of realms above the third level. The basic cultivation method is mainly based on the cultivation of the following 3 levels. As for other warriors with higher spirit and agility attributes, the book does explain it, but Shinbei didn't care too much. In Shinbei's thoughts, to become a warrior, it must be a contest between fists. The collision of flesh and punches against flesh are really exciting. Therefore, Shinbei must definitely take the path of physique and strength. As for other martial arts, learn them if you have the attributes to learn them. They are mainly based on melee combat. The book says that if your attributes are not enough, you should hurry up and take drugs. You must have enough attributes to get twice the result with half the effort. Shinbei smiled. Taking drugs doesn't exist for Shinbei. Moreover, if you take drugs too much, you will develop drug resistance. This is why the price of elixirs ranges from tens of thousands to millions. The more expensive the price, the stronger the effect and the weaker the drug resistance. As for how to effectively strengthen your bones, that can be found in another book. 8 Standing Postures. Look through this book at this time. The first page has a warning in big red letters. Warning! Please note, before the martial arts exam, you are not allowed to practice the contents of this book. Otherwise, your 4-dimensional attribute points will decrease. Chapter 19 Young People Are Strong. Faced with the warning in the book, Shinbei paused and immediately became serious. This was something he had not expected. Practicing the art of breaking through as a warrior would actually cause attribute values to decrease? Isn't this too scary? Think about it from another perspective, if this is true. Well, before the martial arts exam, you really can't just practice casually. I should have been able to get into Wuhan University with my 4-dimensional attribute values, but now that they have become so bad, there is no hope for me to get into Wuhan University. Shinbei frowned and thought about it. This is absolutely fatal to other students. It doesn't seem to have any negative effect on me. Shinbei muttered to himself. Your own attribute values are equivalent to free ones, as long as you work and activate the daily settlement panel. There is still some time before the military exam, so I can make up for it. Thinking of this, Shinbei's restless heart began to stir. He immediately turned to the other pages of 8 Postures of Standing, regarding why it is not possible to practice martial arts breakthrough before the martial arts exam. A detailed explanation is also given here. After Shinbei read the whole article, he understood it. To put it simply, to break through as a warrior, one needs to condense one's chi and blood, and temper one's blood and bones. These all consume attribute values. After all, the law of conservation of energy still plays some role in this world. Breakthroughs require consumption. Where does the consumption come from? It's the attribute points, naturally. However, attribute points do not come out of thin air. Even if they can be regenerated, they cannot keep up with the speed of consumption. Once this happens, the testing equipment will not care what you did during the martial arts exam. Just look at the data. This is why one must pass the martial arts exam before being able to break through to become a warrior. The attribute values that disappear after the breakthrough will increase again. However, Shinbei didn't care at all. Just do it. Immediately, Shinbei took off his clothes and first practiced qi and blood condensation according to the basic practice method. As for the 8 stances, they are for strengthening the qi, blood and bones. You have to do them one by one, don't be impatient. Shinbei has roughly mastered the methods and steps of qi and blood condensation. Although this is Shinbei's first time, there may be a little surprise. But as human beings, no one's first time is naturally accurate and perfect, and no one's first time doesn't hurt. Shinbei, who was well prepared, started practicing immediately. According to the basic practice method, when the qi and blood are condensed, the blood vessels throughout the body will swell visibly. The first practice begins. But the previously invisible blood vessels in Shinbei's body were all exposed after consuming attribute values and supplying qi and blood shock. Some blood vessels even push open the skin so that you can see the blood flowing inside. So big! Swelling. It's my first time, everything is normal. I gradually got used to it. Shinbei constantly corrected his cultivation, summarizing the ways and methods to help him avoid detours in cultivation. Of course, there were times when Shinbei was afraid, when his blood and qi were condensed to his temples. Shinbei's heart beat into his throat. If this explodes, my own brains can pop out. No wonder a warrior who wants to break through needs the help of a warrior of rank 4 or above. If you are not careful in this situation, it can be extremely dangerous. Fortunately, the basic practice methods for refining qi and blood have fixed routines. As long as you don't do anything stupid, the qi and blood will flow along a fixed route. Soon, the condensed qi and blood passed through the temple safely. An hour later, Shinbei stopped and slumped to the ground, panting. Although it went smoothly, Shinbei looked down at his skin. I was totally shocked. But see. Beads of blood were oozing out of the pores all over the body. His whole body looked as if he had been fished out of a bloodbath. The whole person was bright red and eerie, and his temperament was extremely terrifying. If this happens outside, scaring passers-by to death would be the least of their worries. After checking, there should be no problem with the aorta. It was just that the capillaries ruptured because they could not withstand the condensation of qi and blood. It's not a big problem. Shinbei hissed, feeling a little distressed. How many eggs will it take to make up for the loss of so much blood? However, Shinbei wanted to know how many attribute points he had lost. But his family is not as wealthy as Jian Tong, who can detect attributes anytime and anywhere. I'll go to my father-in-law's house for another test if I have a chance. Even if Shinbei doesn't care about his attribute values, he should at least have some idea in his mind. Then, Shinbei was not idle either. Take a short break. Then he picked up the 8 stances. This is the tempering of qi, blood and bones. There are 8 ways of standing still. Each one corresponds to the bone tempering direction. For example, in the horse stance, the bone tempering refers to the lower limbs. As the old saying goes, if you practice martial arts without practicing your skills, it will all be in vain when you get old. The gong here refers to the standing meditation. Solid basic skills can affect actual combat. It is said that those who have mastered the art of standing still can become an unshakable figure. You know, not falling down during a fight is a huge advantage. If you stand well in the zhuangzhuang exercise, your opponent cannot be pushed away, knocked down, or defeated, and you can even cling to him, making him feel sick to the point of vomiting blood. Shinbei didn't hesitate and directly chose the horse stance to start practicing. As the name suggests, the horse stance is named because the posture is like riding a horse. The horse stance is divided into 3 levels. First, stand firm. If you stand firmly in the stance, no one can push you down. Second, stand firm. His feet are like rocks, rooted in the earth, and no one can move him. Third, stand in the empty space. Standing on one floor in the air is the origin of the name, dal. The so-called standing in the air means that the center of gravity of the human body can be adjusted at will. If the center of gravity is unstable, it is easy to fall. The center of gravity is stable and can be adjusted at will. No matter you push, hit, kick or grab me, I will remain unmoved. A warrior's combat capability is not simply determined by his grade. A warrior who is good at standing still can, even if he fights with a high-level warrior, even if he cannot break his defense and beat him, he can still avoid him. Moreover, standing still can strengthen bones and tendons and speed up the tempering of bones. The effect of practicing zhuanggong together with basic training methods is extremely good. Of course, the attribute value consumption is also astonishing. But what Shinbei lacks the least is attribute value. Working Emperor. The liver attribute demon, I am talking about Shinbei. Shinbei was full of confidence, and immediately began to practice the horse stance. Shinbei thought this thing was a simple one. As a result, within less than 3 minutes of starting, beads of sweat the size of beans rolled down Shinbei's forehead and shattered on the floor. His legs were as soft as noodles, and they kept shaking like a vibrating sieve. At this time, let alone someone pushing him, even a gust of wind would easily knock Shinbei to the ground. Fuck! Is it because I'm not good enough or is this stance too difficult? Shinbei gritted his teeth and held on for a while. I felt as if my legs were about to detach from my upper body and run away. This strange feeling made Shinbei dazed. I touched the first floor. After just a moment of excitement, Shinbei no longer had the strength to support himself and collapsed to the ground. Shinbei slapped his unconscious legs, and the corners of his mouth twitched. That doesn't seem to be the first layer, but an illusion. Shinbei sighed. It is indeed difficult for a warrior to break through. Every step is an extreme test for ordinary people. This is still individual practice. Normally, the basic training method and horse stance should be carried out simultaneously. As you can imagine, the difficulty of this process is increasing exponentially. However, Shinbei was not discouraged. Practice makes perfect. The older generation of warriors can make breakthroughs on their own. Can those who come later still live longer and go back in time? More haste, less speed. Today's practice ends here. After washing up, Shinbei lay on the bed, enjoying the harem beauties from all over the country performing edge dances for him. Before he had brushed a few, Shinbei was so tired that he felt sleepy and went to play chess with Zhou Gong. The second day, Shinbei got up energetically. Young people are full of energy. After a good night's sleep, you will feel as strong as a dragon. While having breakfast, the settlement panel popped up. Chapter 20. If you were not in this school, I would not go. Yesterday's settlement rewards are as follows. Complete the digging work, gain money plus 40, strength plus 1, constitution plus 1. Complete the task of pretending to be an audience, gain money plus 50, spirit plus 1, resistance to mental invasion plus 20. Complete the sewer dredging task, gain money plus 800, dark vision plus 20, anti-poison attribute plus 50. After reading the information, Shinbei was somewhat surprised and shocked. Among the several tasks yesterday, there was only one that Shinbei focused on. That was the show at the mental hospital. I thought the daily settlement system would not be activated. I never expected that the reward would be given. Spirit plus 1, this is normal. After all, only mentally ill people would watch shows performed by mentally ill people. But surprisingly, it also has anti-interference properties. It's another surprise that goes beyond the mainstream four-dimensional attributes. You should know that current detection equipment can only detect four-dimensional properties. In other words, for a warrior, the values of these four attributes are the most important. The other attributes are invisible and intangible, and extremely mysterious. But here in Shinbei, all of them have specific values. This gave Shinbei a clearer understanding of his control over his own strength. And another sewer unclogging job also had a little surprise. There is no need to say much about anti-poison, it is a reward that must be settled. Another one is the vision bonus. And its dark vision. The sewer of that chemical plant was indeed dark and gloomy. This reward is surprising, but reasonable. Shinbei nodded with satisfaction. Look, this is the result of hard work. As long as you don't lie down, you will feel a sense of accomplishment every time you do something. Had breakfast. Shinbei hurried to school and punched in. Without any hesitation, he skipped class. Jian Tong saw Shinbei's back from a distance and screamed from behind. Hey! Give me back my book! Without even turning his head, Shinbei waved his hand. There is no toilet paper at home. Jian Tong was so angry that she exploded and glared at Shinbei fiercely. Gu Shinro had just started work at this time. She pouted in annoyance and muttered, Did this guy skip class again? Yeah, Jian Tong sniffed. He even uses my book as toilet paper. Gu Shinro bit her lip and said, Don't worry, if he dares, the teacher will help you deal with him. Let's do it together. Gu Shinro and Jian Tong looked at each other and smiled like sisters. If Shinbei knew that the extremely charming Gu Shinro and the youthful and fair Jian Tong were planning to team up to mess with him together. Even if I had to sell everything I had, I would definitely be able to open a presidential suite to meet the challenge. Never back down. Labor market. There is nothing that makes Shinbei more happy from the bottom of his heart than squatting. Others work just to fill their stomachs. And sinking to the north is to fulfill the dream. The difference in goals also caused Shinbei to have a different temperament from others. Standing among a group of people who had no hope of promotion, Shinbei simply stood out like a crane among chickens. You can tell at first glance that this kid loves doing odd jobs. Shinbei's task today is simple. Work in the morning. Regardless of whether I could get work or not, I would not do anything in the afternoon and plan to go back to school and go to the special building for the military science department. This building is actually a gymnasium. In the past, I had no hope of getting into Shinbei Military Academy and was too lazy to go. Now it's time to take a look at the darlings of number 1 high school. Time flies. Shinbei took 2 jobs in the morning. One is to work on the factory assembly line and replace someone for 2 hours. This assembly line mainly produces electronic versions. The job is simple, it just requires sharp eyes and quick hands. Just screw the screws on the electronic board. There can be no omissions. It should have been a pretty good job. But Shinbei suffered a lot. The main thing is that there was a young girl sitting opposite his workstation. Good job. Shinbei was working seriously and was in a state of panic. The girl actually took off her shoes and rubbed Shinbei's thighs across the narrow workbench. She also flirted with Shinbei. Shinbei wanted to report his supervisor for sexual harassment and interrupting his work. This is not because Shinbei is spoiled and does not understand romance. How could someone who dared to call Jian Shan, father-in-law, in front of Jian Tong still be so spoiled? He even dared to repeatedly confirm the fact of kissing his teacher. How could such a person be so unromantic? The key is, the girl across from me at the workstation looks like a fucking deep-sea titan. A lump. It looks like an oversized meat bun with 18 folds. Everyone else was sitting on plastic benches, but the guy opposite had a seat made of stainless steel. If you sit down with your butt, it can support 3 plastic benches. Damn it. Who dares to kill him? If you sit down, won't the person below be like a toad being repeatedly crushed by a big truck? And what Shinbei couldn't stand the most was, just take off your shoes. And his feet smell so damn bad. Shinbei's face was smoked green, his eyes were full of stars, and he kept coughing. I finally endured the past 2 hours. Shinbei ran away. Fuck you, this electronics factory was directly blacklisted by Shinbei. Never again. It's such a suffering. The other job is simple, which is to slaughter live fish. Originally, Shinbei didn't want to take this job. I am afraid that I will not be able to activate the daily settlement panel, which means all my work will be in vain. But today's labor market is sluggish, and there is very little work. Shinbei went anyway, thinking that he would try his best. There are not many steps to slaughter a live fish. If the customer wants that, take it out quickly and then hit the fish's head with a stick. Then take out the cold fish killing knife and scrape off the fish scales. Then just cut it open, take out the internal organs, rinse them, and then exchange them with the customers. Originally, this job paid 60 yuan per hour. But Shinbei was fined 10 yuan by the fish boss. Because it is. After a customer ordered a live fish, Shinbei directly gutted it, cleaned it, and then weighed it. The boss was totally at a loss at that time. That's not how it's done. Weighing before killing is the correct procedure. Shinbei smacked his lips, and if he did something wrong, he would stand at attention and be beaten. Of course, I won't overturn my boss's stall just for 10 yuan. You can be a scoundrel in life, but you cannot be a hooligan in doing things. Of course, Shinbei was fined 10 yuan by the fish boss on the spot, but the customer gave Shinbei 10 yuan as compensation. A morning's work is over. Shinbei was looking forward to how the fish killing work would end on the panel tomorrow. I guess it's difficult. It is most likely impossible to activate. Noon. Shinbei returned to school. Jian Tong looked at Shinbei with an expression of disbelief, as if the sun was rising from the west. You have changed your mind, turned back and come to school? Shinbei dug his ears and laughed exaggeratedly. If you weren't in this school, I wouldn't even go there. Jian Tong's face suddenly turned red, and facing such blatant teasing, he was about to bleed. At this moment, those big almond-shaped eyes opened slightly, emitting a light that was like rippling water and captivating the heart. She was almost dizzy with her blurry eyes. Jian Tong's cute face, which was filled with confusion and surprise, made her nose a little sore for a moment, but her heart was also pounding. But soon, Jian Tong realized that something was wrong. Wait a moment! She was still immersed in the seductive words just now, but suddenly woke up. She raised her pointed pear-shaped face, opened her bright eyes, and asked fiercely, "You won't go to this school without me?" "Yeah," Shinbeiji said very shamelessly. "So what you mean is..." Jian Tong narrowed his eyes. "You want to fuck me, right?" Shinbei. Chapter 21. It's easier for me to go to Wuhan University than to go to you. Follow the teaching process of a high school. In the morning, we have liberal arts courses. This so-called liberal arts is relative to military science. These include mathematics, physics, and chemistry. Even though this is a world of advanced martial arts, technology is also developing. The foundation of science is mathematics, physics, and chemistry, which are courses that absolutely cannot be abandoned. In the afternoon, the courses can be split up. Continue studying liberal arts. Students studying martial arts have to go to a building dedicated to warriors, which is also the gymnasium, to train. The military science here refers to students whose four-dimensional attributes have reached 60 points, or are close to 60 points, and who have the hope of being admitted to Wuhan University. For martial arts students, they want to explore more of their attribute points. Besides taking drugs, you need exercise. Just like if you want to run fast, lying down certainly won't work. You need to exercise regularly to run faster, constantly surpass yourself, and activate more potential. At this time, students from the military science department of the high school came out of the classroom one after another. Go to the gym together. Jian Tong and several martial arts students in the class stood up at the same time and rushed to the gymnasium. And Shinbei also stood up and followed with a swagger. Ah? Jian Tong put his hand on Shinbei's chest and raised his eyebrows. What are you doing? May I? Shinbei. I need to go to the gym. Jian Tong nodded slightly and chuckled. I know your attributes are not much different, but still follow what my father said. If you are sure you can reach 60 points, it's not too late to go to the gym, otherwise it's a waste of money. Shinbei naturally understood. Although the gymnasium of No. 1 high school is self-built, it is used for physical exercise by students of the Department of Military Science. But not every student can have his or her own gym. What's more, the school's fitness equipment is far from comparable to those in gyms on the market. Naturally, there will be a fee. It costs 300 yuan to enter once, and it is cheaper to subscribe for a year. Don't think it's expensive. Students from the military science school think it's cheap. After all, there are martial arts teachers guiding you inside. Being poor in literature but rich in martial arts is no joke. Shinbei coughed and said, I'm not short of money, I just want to go in and learn. Jiantong pouted, always feeling that Shinbei was a little out of character. A student who obviously doesn't like classes, whether it's liberal arts or martial arts, suddenly has to go to the gymnasium. Is there a ghost? Suddenly, Jiantong suddenly remembered something. She restrained her expression and stood still. Her posture and movements were meticulous. There was indeed an expression on his face that showed he had seen through Shinbei. I think you have bad intentions. Do you want to go in and broaden your horizons? Shinbei smiled and said, It's really eye-opening? Could it be that the students of the martial arts department are performing fancy shows in there? Jiantong snorted. Don't think I don't know what you are up to. This martial arts department is not only for boys, but also for girls. Such a reminder. Shinbei's eyes lit up. Yes. In the gym, men and women exercise together. Who wears a jacket when exercising? That would be cooler, of course. You can imagine, the girls from the military department must look amazing in their outfits. It's n times more erotic than the gym in the city. TSK. Shinbei rushed out like a ignited sky-high monkey and headed straight for the gymnasium. Jiantong. She looked at Shinbei's hurried steps and spit lightly. I really said it. Then I have to dress nicer today and not be outdone by other girls. As soon as you enter the gymnasium. Shinbei instantly felt a wave of hormones rushing towards him. Many students have already started exercising on various fitness equipment. Their way of exercising is pure exercise, rather than tempering. What Shinbei wanted to see was not these, but to find out if there were any students here who were like him and dared to break through to the level of a warrior ahead of time. It is also good to learn from others. Of course, at this time, Shinbei was still attracted by some vaguely visible little girls in the gymnasium. They pretended to be really exciting. They are all 18-year-old girls, just in the blooming age, and each of them is so tender and beautiful. The special sweat ran down the neck and collarbone, accompanied by the sound of panting breath. Oh my goodness! What good person can stand such a scene? She is much better than the voluptuous girls on the video platforms. These $300 are totally worth it. Shinbei licked his lips. I secretly vowed to myself that I would work hard and come here every day to feast my eyes. Of course, Shinbei is not simply driven by hormones. An old man once said the secret to prolonging life is to look at beautiful women. I, Shinbei, am taking precautions. Nothing wrong. However, Shinbei discovered that the boys who went out to exercise generally did not look at the girls. Maybe he's afraid of making a fool of himself? Hey, Shinbei! Someone shouted from behind. Shinbei turned his head. It's Jiantong. She changed her clothes. The upper body is a tight-waisted sportswear that outlines the perfect proportion of the slender waist and chest to the extreme. The pantyhose on the lower body tightly wrapped around a pair of long legs. The beautiful hair behind her head swayed left and right. He was holding a pair of simple flat shoes in his hand, which he had not changed yet. Shinbei was in a trance for a moment, and exclaimed, The fairy has descended to earth! Stop following this bullshit! Jiantong's icy face suddenly became hot, and a feeling of shame mixed with dark desire surged in her heart, making her eyes become a little vague. I can't even tell the truth now? Shinbei said angrily. Jiantong smiled beautifully, revealing 2 rows of neat teeth like braided shells. Okay, whatever you say is what I want to say. Get out of the way, I want to change my shoes. Shinbei moved to make way for the bench seat. Looking at Jiantong's flawless, vibrant skin, and her slender and well-proportioned figure. What is even more commendable is that her eyes are lively and bright, and her small and thin lips are in line with the aesthetic preferences of Chinese people, making her look like a beautiful sculpture carved from the same mold. Jiantong took off her shoes and gently rubbed the soles of her feet with both hands, revealing the icy white color. The slippery and soft arch of the foot made Shinbei shudder all over. It's much stronger than the deep-sea titan. At least, Jiantong's pair of tender hands and arches can move up and down in coordination, which will definitely bring unexpected happiness. Soon. After Jiantong changed his shoes, he got up and went to exercise. Shinbei asked seriously, Is there nothing else to see here? Jiantong frowned slightly and thought to himself, I've spent so much money, and you haven't seen enough? Jian Tong stabilized his mentality and said, What are you still looking at? Are you still content? Shinbei glanced at Jian Tong's jade feet and blinked. I am contented, but I don't have constant happiness. What do you want to say? I mean, besides the students who are training physically, are there any other students who are training in some special skills or tempering? Jian Tong hugged his chest and asked as if it was obvious. So you didn't listen to my warning yesterday, right? You can't temper before the martial arts exam. Your attribute values will drop. Shinbei waved his hand. I know, I just want to see if anyone is so bold. Yes, there are. Jian Tong pointed to the second floor. There are a few up there, but their attribute values are all over the standard, so they try to practice in advance. In other words, their families are rich, so even if their attribute values drop, they can make up for it by taking drugs. Then you practice yours, I'll go up and take a look. Don't mess around. Jian Tong warned loudly. If you lose your attribute value and can't go to Wuda, you can just wait for me to give you a gift. Shinbei choked. It's easier for me to go to Wuda than to go to you. After saying that, he ran away. Shinbei, stop right there. I'm going to strangle you to death, you bastard. Jian Tong was about to explode with anger. Chapter 22 The Secret of Cultivation. Gymnasium, second floor. It's much quieter here than on the first floor. There were only 2 students exercising. One is a thin young man. He has bangs that slightly cover his eyes and is extremely handsome. The other one was a rough boy with a particularly tough temperament, tall stature, and strong muscular body. They are all practicing standing meditation. The thin boy's posture was like holding a round pole. Only his arms and chest were like hugging a big tree, with his palms facing inward and 5 fingers spread out. The stance for this stance should be to hold the Hunyuan stance. The attribute that should be cultivated is agility. Shinbei had no idea as to what kind of bones the blood and chi were tempering. After all, Shinbei didn't want to go this route, and didn't pay too much attention to it. Shinbei was very familiar with the standing posture of the tall boy. It was the horse stance. Shinbei just stared at him. Recall how his posture differed from your own last night. This look. Shinbei really discovered some clues. Shinbei's horse stance yesterday was a flat squat, with the thighs parallel to the ground, which was the most strenuous. And this boy's horse stance is actually with his body straight, his head leading, and his back leaning in a slightly squatting position. This middle horse is more labor-saving. Shinbei nodded secretly, and learned it. No wonder I couldn't hold on last night, the time was so short that it made me question my life. It turns out that the posture is wrong. It took a while for 10 minutes to pass. The boy remained in the horse stance, motionless. Shinbei couldn't help but give a thumbs up. With liver attributes, you are not afraid of anyone. As long as you give yourself time, there is no upper limit to your attributes. But when it comes to how to temper yourself, you really need to watch and learn more from others. After a while, the boy finished the horse stance, took out a towel to wipe his sweat, and saw Shinbei. I don't know you, the boy greeted. Liao Zhongyang from class 10. Shinbei nodded. Shinbei from class 3. Ha, a student from the regular class? Liao Zhongyang's tone became a little colder. In number 1 high school, the ranking of this top class is opposite to that of Blue Star. The further back it is, the more top-notch the class is. And the 3rd grade of Chengtu County High School, that is, 10 classes. Shinbei smiled, his face as steady as a mountain, and said, Yeah, it's better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. Liao Zhongyang choked up and asked, What are you doing here? Look at the tail of the top class. Liao Zhongyang's face darkened. I have been training in advance and plan to break through to become a warrior. Tell me, am I the phoenix tail? Shinbei continued to stimulate. Blow it up before the martial arts exam. You can't temper your blood, don't you plan to get attribute values? Liao Zhongyang laughed heartily. Do you think I am like the students below, working hard to improve my body just for 1 or 2 attribute values? Hey, you're such a boaster, I don't like it. Shinbei bared his white teeth. Do you have so many attribute values that you can drop them at will? Liao Zhongyang spoke in an arrogant tone, raising his head. You are right. The last time I tested my attribute values, they were over 80. I am not afraid of the martial arts test at all. As soon as these words came out, Shinbei was greatly surprised. This is as high as 80 and above. Then you do have the capital to temper your qi and blood in advance. Shinbei gave a thumbs up. I have to say, you are the leader. Ha! Liao Shongyang laughed exaggeratedly. So, do you think I am still the phoenix tail now? Shinbei did not answer the question directly, but asked, How long have you been tempering your blood? Almost a month. Then how do you solve the problem of bleeding all over your body? Bleeding like this every day, you must have kidney deficiency, right? Liao Zhongyang widened his eyes and said angrily, How can you talk like that? My power train is full of explosive power. But since you asked this, I'll tell you, solving the bleeding problem is also very simple. Pay attention to your breathing rhythm, 3 slow and 1 fast, and reverse the cycle. If you have money, plus taking qi and blood pills, it won't be a problem at all. 3 slow and 1 fast, the cycle is reversed. Qi and blood pill. Shinbei's eyes lit up. This is a trick that I have never heard of or seen in books. I actually forgot about the qi and blood pill. This thing itself is a pill that replenishes qi and blood. Just make up for the loss. Shinbei was delighted. The $300 I spent today is totally worth it. Not only did I see a lot of little girls, but I also learned the secrets of tempering. This is why high school students are not very cunning. It only took a few words to hook them up. Otherwise, you'd still be spinning in circles. Oh, I just remembered. Liao Zhongyang asked Shinbei. Why are you asking these questions? Have you also tempered your blood and qi and stood still? Shinbei nodded. What are your attribute values? The last test was less than 60. Liao Zhongyang scratched his ears, suspecting that he was hallucinating. What? 60? Still less than that? Where did you get the courage? Are you not planning to get into Wuhan University? Shinbei smiled and said, No, my potential is unlimited, and there are more attribute values to be mined in a short time. Are you telling me a joke? Liao Zhongyang couldn't help laughing. To temper yourself in advance, either you have super high attribute values to cope with the martial arts exam, or you take drugs. But if you were to dig out your own attribute values, not to mention how much you could dig out, you wouldn't have enough time. Shinbei had a faint smile on his face. Who said it well? Liao Zhongyang no longer cares about Shinbei. As long as Shinbei's attribute value is above 75, Liao Zhongyang doesn't mind making friends in advance. But if his points are less than 60 and he hasn't tempered his qi and blood in advance, he will definitely have no chance of entering Wuda. People like this will only be the scraps of society in the future, so there is no need to waste time on Shinbei. Liao Zhongyang packed up and left. At this time, the thin boy also finished standing. Looking at Shinbei with curiosity, he said, You are really a ghost. With just a few words, you have mastered the elements of qi and blood tempering and standing still. Who are you? Class 9 spread the message together. You're not as good as Liao Zhongyang from Class 10. Shi Chuanyu snorted with arrogance. Class 10? I was also a student in Class 10, but I was demoted because I made a mistake. Wow. The demotion was all revealed. What's going on? Is someone persecuting and wrongly accusing you? Shinbei asked curiously. So what mistake did you make? Just a confession. Isn't this nothing? Shinbei was extremely puzzled. You know, this world is different from Blue Planet. Unlike Blue Star, during school hours, romance is strictly prohibited. In this world, you can get married and have children at the age of 18. The streets are full of slogans like, Give birth early, and you will be happy forever, and Give birth late, and you will be fined. Otherwise, Shinbei would not dare to tease Jian Tong so blatantly. That's the trend. It's hard to understand that a confession can be criticized. But unexpectedly, Shi Chuanyu sighed and said with regret, Alas, that boy doesn't understand what true love is after all. I'm your uncle. Confess to a boy. When Shinbei heard this, his chrysanthemum tightened. What the fuck is this birth? If I didn't demote you to Class 1, it would be considered that Principal Zhang of the first high school has gone against the will of heaven. You are the boss! Liao Zhongyang is nothing. He's not my type. Shinbei felt that he couldn't continue the conversation. Otherwise the chrysanthemums will be withered and the ground will be covered with wounds. Shinbei protected his butt and ran away. Chi Chuanyu looked at Shinbei's back as he ran down the stairs, and laughed. Anyone who can trick Liao Zhongyang into practicing techniques is naturally not a fool. But how could someone so stupid as to have less than 60 attribute points dare to temper his chi and blood? Are you confident? I hope I can see him again in the martial arts exam. If he can return to 60 points of attributes to participate in the martial arts exam, I don't mind raising the score line a little bit. It's really satisfying to fool others. Chapter 23. This guy is so bad. Shinbei reaped a lot of rewards on the second floor. Not only will you get the secret of how to condense chi and blood, but also how to temper your bones with chi and blood. It also gave me a new understanding of martial arts students. Liao Zhongyang's attribute values alone are enough to explode. Of course, Shinbei did not dare to underestimate Chi Chuanyu. This guy was either rich or had super high attribute values. Returned to the first floor. There are very few students still exercising at this moment. Most of them left in groups, trying to get some while there was still time. Anyway, the school hours for Wuka are flexible and there is a lot of freedom. Shinbei saw Jian Tong still exercising. Her exercise method is very special. Mainly to exercise agility and spirit. It is similar to the way of detecting attribute devices. Agility is catching the stick that falls from the equipment. The spiritual attribute is just like rocking around on a rocking car. Shinbei watched with great interest. It's really shaking. Jian Tong didn't faint, but Shinbei almost fainted. She is a good nurse and has a lot of capital. Of course, for gymnasiums, there are many ways to exercise attributes, with many equipment, and in many forms, not just one. Waited for a while. Jian Tong has completed his training. She came back panting and sat next to Shinbei. Shinbei handed over a bottle of water. Jian Tong raised his neck and wanted to drink it in one gulp. But she quickly took it off, probably because she felt that this way of drinking water was inappropriate for a girl's elegance. Her starry eyes are half closed, her cherry lips are slightly open, and her pink little tongue extends from time to time, just like a kitten licking water, drinking it drop by drop. Shinbei's mind was moved when he saw this. I wish I could replace the water bottle. Stop! Shinbei couldn't bear to watch it anymore. Just drink it in big gulps. Jian Tong rolled her eyes. Doesn't this make me look like a lady? Shinbei coughed and said, We are who we are, we know each other, there is no need to be so pretentious. I don't want to drink anymore. Jian Tong walked towards the locker room angrily. Shinbei groaned and muttered, You're still getting excited with me. I waited there for a long time. Jian Tong walked out of the locker room. She had just taken a shower in it. The whole person looks extremely refreshed. There is also a kind of pure beauty like a lotus emerging from water, and the pretty face, which is slightly red due to the water vapor, is even more beautiful. The beautiful face with curved eyebrows and plump cheeks, the flawless skin like a crab apple about to bloom, the clear and gentle eyes like two bright and attractive pearls in the night light, the delicate expression showing endless tenderness, the graceful eyebrows, the quiet and virtuous, everything about it, looks so perfect. Jian Tong ran over in small steps and sat next to Shinbei again. Shaking her long, straight, slender, white and smooth, dazzling legs. No water, completely dry. At this time, Jian Tong bent down and used her hands to separate the layers of stockings, revealing a black hole. The white toes of a child stretched into the black hole, and the white silk, whiter than snow, moved along the smooth calf inch by inch until it stopped above the knee. When the fingers finally left, the stockings bounced on the thigh, making a muffled sound, and the snow-white leg flesh was firmly clamped by the stockings. Her legs were very long, and to Shinbei, it seemed that they started to fork at her belly button. At the same time, they are very slender, and such legs are very suitable for wearing white stockings. Coupled with her already attractive figure and baby face, she looks like a junior high school student who just came back from dance school. Let's go! Jian Tong waved. Oh. Shinbei woke up from his trance. When I walked out of the gymnasium, I just happened to catch the liberal arts students getting out of school. Jian Tong gently shook her hair, revealing her beautiful white neck, and said with a charming smile, "What did you do on the second floor?" Shinbei thought for a moment and said, "I discovered a secret." "Oh?" Jian Tong's gossipy heart was burning. "What secret?" "A boy named Chi Chuanyu, who looks very evil." "Should he be called CMA? I know him." Jian Tong put his finger on his chin. "This guy is a second-generation martial artist. It is said that there is a fifth-grade martial artist in his family." This is the first time Shinbei has heard of this information. Jian Tong continued, "Besides, he never participates in the school's attribute test, so no one knows what his real attribute is, but I guess it should not be low." Shinbei actually agreed with these words. If it is too low, it would be impossible to temper the chi and blood in advance like I do. "By the way, what's his secret?" Jian Tong returned to the topic. Seeing that there was no one around, Shinbei said mysteriously, "This guy seems to be gay. He was demoted from Class 10 to Class 9 because of his confession." "Puff!" Jian Tong chuckled and waved his hand. "He was just teasing you." "Ah?" Shinbei frowned. "He told me this himself." "Look at you! You skip classes every day. You don't even know what gossip is going on in school." Jian Tong's eyelids were slightly curved, her eyes were clear, and she looked sweet and happy all the time. She explained, "Chi Chuanyu was indeed transferred out of Class 10 because of her confession, but it was not a confession to a boy, but a girl." Shinbei tilted his head. "Not really, right? The key one is Yuchioi." As soon as this name came out, Shinbei immediately showed a hesitant look. Even Shinbei, who skipped classes every day, had heard of this name. If Jian Tong is the school belle, then Yuchioi is the campus goddess. Her appearance can be described as being so alluring that her smile can make people lose their souls and be infatuated with her. It is said that because of her presence in Class 10, a class of top students, several students who were doing well in academic performance have become less successful. That's not the point. What's even more terrifying is that Yuchioi's grandfather is the governor of Jiangnan province. This identity makes Yuchioi even more mysterious and unattainable. It can only be viewed from a distance and not desecrated. And Su Chuanyu, this guy, even dared to confess his feelings. He is really brave. He was lucky not to have his skin peeled off. At this time, Shinbei was a little annoyed. "This Su Chuanyu is such a piece of shit, why is he teasing me? He made me run out with my butt covered." Jian Tong laughed briskly and tenderly. "He just likes to play tricks on people, and it's not the first time or the second time. Once when the freshmen of the first grade started school, he secretly swapped the signs of the men's and women's toilets in the first grade." Shinbei had heard about this matter. "One time, the toilet in my second year of high school was blocked. The second year high school students go to the first year high school toilet according to the usual direction. As a result, the boys entered the girls' restroom and the girls entered the boys' restroom. So he was the one who did it. It's really bad." The two chatted about random things. Waved goodbye at the crossroads. Shinbei took advantage of the fact that it was still dark and put on a yellow robe. He pushed a small electric scooter out of the community carport and started delivering takeout. After delivering a few orders, Shinbei earned more than 50 yuan and went home after work. At night, you also need to cultivate your chi and blood and temper your bones. But I never thought that I would be so unlucky. I was stopped by the traffic police at the intersection. "Where's the helmet?" Shinbei did not wear a helmet, mainly because it was too hot. Who would wear that thing? Normally, no one cares, but when they really care about you, you can't refute it. Shinbei thought about it and said, "I don't need a helmet." "Why?" asked the traffic police. "I'm stubborn." Traffic police. The traffic policeman made a few quick movements and wrote a 50 yuan ticket. "Come on, stop talking nonsense, find me." "Are you serious?" "Am I kidding you?" Shinbei nodded and said with an unconvinced look, "Okay, fine, right? I tell you, once my grandfather comes out, you have to give me 50. The traffic policeman was stunned. "Give you 50? Come on, call someone, let me see who your grandfather is." "I don't believe it, are you so arrogant?" Shinbei took out a 100 yuan red note. "Grandpa Mao. Change, 50. Traffic police. Okay, I'll give you 50. Chapter 24. Don't judge heroes by statistics. Commit a sin. Shinbei finally earned 50 by delivering foreign orders. In the blink of an eye, you have made contributions to the country. But Shinbei was not dejected. There is also 50 from the system reward. Traffic police may make a lot of money, but they definitely don't lose out. Riding a small electric bike back home, Shinbei didn't waste a moment. Immediately set up his stance and began practicing the basic practice method. The condensation of qi and blood has to continue. This all takes time to hone. And obtaining skills from Liao Zhongyang is considered a semi-open secret. If you don't ask, you will never know the ins and outs of this. At the same time, Shinbei was not worried about the decrease in attribute values. The decline can be made up by working. This is Shinbei's advantage, no one can match it. At this time, Shinbei's breathing followed the pattern of 3 slow and 1 fast, with a reversal of cycles. Shinbei suddenly discovered. By controlling the rhythm of your breathing, you can control the speed of blood flow. Yesterday, Shinbei's blood was like a high-speed car running out of control. And today I installed the brakes. No wonder I leaked a lot of blood yesterday. I couldn't control the blood flow, so my blood vessels couldn't bear it. Now I can go fast or slow as I like, smoothly and steadily. Shinbei felt a huge joy in his heart. After practicing for 2 hours, Shinbei just stopped. There were several times when his breathing rhythm was disordered, and blood was oozing from his skin. But it's much better than yesterday. The effect is immediate. Shinbei grabbed a qi and blood pill that he had looted from Yu Wuchang and swallowed it directly. Suddenly, a warm current spread throughout the body. Shinbei could clearly feel that his blood and energy were being replenished continuously. In a short while, Shinbei became energetic and his face was flushed. It's a bit too much. Shinbei smacked his lips. Next, Shinbei began to practice standing still. Following Liao Zhongyang's posture, Shinbei imitated it. Yesterday, Shinbei only lasted less than 10 minutes in the standing posture. This time, after improving his standing posture, Shinbei took 2 hours to finish. It is true that reading 10,000 books is not as good as traveling 1,000 miles. Shinbei found that after standing for such a long time, he felt tired, but his blood and spirit were still vigorous. Follow your usual routine. At this time, Shinbei should be checking whether his Yunho Gong has released any videos and trying different ways to please himself. But he was in no mood to flip the cards now. Keep practicing. If a person cannot become a warrior, what is the difference between him and salted fish? Shinbei is determined. Just do it. No need to worry about losing attribute values. Young and promising, far ahead. It's getting light. A big sun slowly rises. Shinbei practiced until 4 in the morning yesterday, but he couldn't resist the sleepiness and fell asleep on the bed. When he got up at 7 in the morning, Shinbei was still full of energy. For young people, not to mention standing still all night, even pounding the ground all night is no problem. Of course, Shinbei's hard work has achieved visible results. I have reached the first level of standing still, the state of standing steadily? Shinbei widened his eyes and examined himself. It feels incredible. This speed is simply like a monkey shooting into the sky. You know, Shinbei learned that before becoming a warrior, some students wanted to break through their limits. Just to complete the 3 levels of standing still, it takes as short as 3 months or as long as 3 to 5 years. In Lingnan City, there are many students who are repeating a grade. As for Shinbei, within 2 nights, he had reached the standing firm level. The progress is mind-numbing. So cool. Am I a genius? Shinbei narrowed his eyes and thought about it. Then he shook his head. No, it should be the bonus brought by the attribute. In these days' work, the daily settlement panel, in addition to giving 4-dimensional attributes, it will also give some other strange attributes. For example, the job of cleaning windows will get a stability of +10. This stability has the same meaning as the standing firm, in the first level of standing still. That is to say, the finish line that others are trying to catch up with is my starting line. After Shinbei figured out the reason, he was shocked and secretly surprised. It feels so fucking good. Shinbei danced with joy to vent his excitement. Right at this moment, the daily settlement panel arrived as expected. Yesterday's settlement rewards are as follows. Complete the screwing of the assembly line, gain money plus 100, poison resistance plus 20, charm resistance plus 20, agility plus 1, dynamic vision plus 10. Complete the fish selling task, gain money plus 60, accuracy plus 10, weapon control plus 10, agility plus 1. After reading the information, Shinbei fell into deep thought and self-blame. Beating Shinbei to death was also something he never expected. That 18-fold deep-sea titan bun actually gave me such an unexpected surprise. It can be said that without her, this assembly line work can only obtain agility plus 1 and dynamic vision. I have to say, the speed of the assembly line is really fast. Your eyes cannot wander for even a moment. Think about the deep-sea titan, he's also a damn capable guy. In such a working environment, you can tighten all the screws without missing a single one and still have time to tease yourself. If it were me, I would definitely not be able to do this. The resistance to poison and charm is truly an unexpected surprise. Thank you? Shinbei grinned. The job of selling fish is also quite rewarding. One of precision and weapon control. These are all attributes beyond the four-dimensional attributes. It is something that others cannot fathom, and it is a proficiency that comes entirely from experience. But here in Shinbei, it is direct, simple, and clear. At the same time, this also leads to a classic saying in this world, don't judge a hero by his data. In other words, even if the four-dimensional attributes exceed those of the opponent, it can even be a crushing advantage. When two sides fight, it is impossible to predict who will win or lose, who will live or die. It is precisely because of those invisible and intangible factors such as experience, attributes, proficiency, and so on that also affect the outcome of the battle. The easiest to understand is poison. Shinbei was able to use the ecstasy potion to deal with the warrior Yu Wuchang. This is a typical example of not judging heroes by data. Because you have no idea how proficient the other party is in a certain skill, or how they have returned to basics, hidden beneath the surface data. After breakfast, Shinbei came to school. I just happened to see Gu Xingro walking out of the parking lot. Shinbei ran over happily. With a smile on his face, he said, Teacher Gu. Gu Xingro was wearing a bright short dress today and a pair of silver high-heeled sandals. She also wore a black windbreaker over the short dress that barely covered her hips, and walked over with full of aura. Gu Xingro is 166.5 centimeters tall, and when she wears high-heeled sandals, her height is close to 175 centimeters. She has a tall figure, and wears a pink hip skirt and a long black trench coat. She is full of temperament when she walks. At the same time, she has red lips, white teeth, distinct eyebrows and eyes, and is flawless from all angles. Even though Shinbei was so close to Gu Xingro, he still felt it was very pleasing to the eyes when he admired her. Moreover, today Gu Xingro's hair was styled into big black waves, with her long hair slightly curled and hanging on one side of her chest, making her look generous and intellectual. Shinbei took a deep breath. Big wave. I just don't know how the last word will perform. Don't try to get close to me. Gu Xingro looked at the smiling Shinbei and felt that nothing good was going to happen. When this guy sees me, he wants to run away. If he takes the initiative to approach me today, he must be harboring some bad intentions. Chapter 25 Shinbei, are you courting death? Shinbei ignored Teacher Gu Xingro's suspicious expression and said, Teacher, push me. Shinbei's standing practice is effective. Naturally, I want to show off. Of course, I just wanted Gu Xingro to see my achievements. Let her be mentally prepared to be sucked by her lips. Don't be shy when the time comes. If you're going to kiss, do it passionately and leave it unforgettable. At this time, Gu Xingro asked in confusion. Push you? Yes. Why are you so mad so early in the morning? Are you trying to persecute the teacher? Shinbei. Teacher. Shinbei's face was dark. Am I so bad? Gu Xingro snorted. There aren't too many storylines like this in this short film. Just because the teacher pushed down a disobedient student and was caught by the student, the teacher was afraid of being reported and losing his job, and then he fell into the student's clutches step by step and couldn't extricate himself. No! No redemption. Hurry up! Shinbei took Gu Shinlo's little hand and placed it on his shoulder. This little soft hand, tsk. Boneless, soft, delicate, and smooth. If it wasn't for the wrong occasion, Shinbei would have wanted to use 502 glue to glue their palms together tightly. The kind that you don't even let go of when going to the toilet. It's so comfortable. Gu Shinro was in a trance for a moment, and said dully, "Then I'll refuse, you can't make trouble afterwards." Shinbei patted his chest. "I swear on the lamp." Gu Shinro bit her lip and pushed gently. Normally speaking, Gu Shinro's strength is not too great, but it is not small either. Normal students were pushed back a few steps. But at this time, although half of Shinbei's body was shaking, the amplitude was not large. The bottom itself doesn't move at all. "Teacher, would you like me to treat you to breakfast?" Gu Shinro was a little surprised, seeing Shinbei didn't move at all, and even ridiculed herself for not having eaten. Immediately increased the intensity. 5 points of strength are exerted. However, Gu Shinro felt that she was powerless. Then Shinbei just wouldn't move. Gu Shinro was stunned. It shouldn't be like this. I am a warrior. A force of 5 points was already the limit that Shinbei could not bear. At this time, Shinbei's toes grasped the ground tightly, and his body swayed slightly again. This is what is called unloading force. You can remove some of the force acting on yourself. You! Gu Shinro looked surprised and stared at Shinbei. She could feel that when she pushed him, Shinbei seemed to move little, but he was changing the point of force, so that less than 30% of her strength was used on him. Gu Shinro vaguely guessed that maybe Shinbei was already playing with fire. She gritted her teeth and pushed out again. And Shinbei did not dodge or evade, still maintaining the horse stance, but his upper body began to shake again, and his 10 toes bent and grabbed the soles of his shoes. When Gu Shinro pushed Fan Ping's chest with both hands, that feeling of powerlessness appeared again. Although he was hit right in the chest, his hands slid to the side strangely. Soon, as Gu Shinro's strength increased, the power that has reached the warrior level is exerted on Shinbei. Shinbei's body suddenly fell backwards. However, in Gu Shinro's eyes, Shinbei's body, which was about to fall, bounced back like a tumbler without moving his feet. Shinbei staggered slightly, and his feet gripping the ground felt a little sore. But I was very happy in my heart. That's the feeling, like a tumbler. Shinbei couldn't help but look a little proud, as only 2 nights had passed. I have mastered the trick of standing firm. If I am not a genius, who else can be? But the next second, Gu Shinro used a sweeping kick to directly clear Shinbei's territory. Shinbei groaned and landed heavily, causing his buttocks to greet the concrete floor intimately. Shinbei took a breath and rubbed his injured buttocks hurriedly. "Teacher, you are too unethical, aren't you?" Gu Shinro squinted her eyes, half bent over, leaned forward, and looked down at Shinbei from above. "Are you standing still?" Shinbei's attention had long been attracted by Gu Shinro's round, straight, snow-white peaks. That is the land of gentleness. An addictive paradise. "Shinbei! I'm asking you a question." Shinbei woke up and smiled proudly. "I'm awesome, right? Are you crazy?" Gu Shinro's eyebrows showed a hint of sadness. "You are not qualified to be a warrior. Is it fun to stand still? You will suffer backlash and harm your body. You will definitely age prematurely in the future." Gu Shinro was not joking. The 60-point attribute threshold for the martial arts exam is no joke. This is still the lowest standard. Shinbei didn't meet the standard at all, and he was secretly practicing standing meditation. Attribute points will be forcibly dropped. Once you are unable to become a warrior, these attribute points will completely disappear. This also means that an ordinary person is forcibly using his life to show off. Everyone knows that this kind of thing should never be done. Even students taking the martial arts exams are expressly prohibited from practicing in advance. This is the experience summed up by countless predecessors. Shinbei might have shown off for a while at that time, but as time passed, the disadvantages were endless. You are hopeless! Gu Shinro said with a look of resentment. Shinbei smacked his lips. Teacher, you are a bit serious, right? I will definitely be a warrior. Gu Shinro was too lazy to argue and said, You are an adult now. You have to pay the price for your actions. Just don't cry in the future. Yes, don't cry in the future. Shinbei agreed with this sentence very much. Look who's crying. Gu Shinro had a headache, and she was quite helpless in the face of Shinbei's reckless behavior. I have to practice, what else can I do? I can only pray silently that Shinbei's wife's desire is not so strong. Get up and go to class. Teacher, you pushed me down. I need a kiss to get up. Gu Shinro. Kiss? I want to slap you in the face. Gu Shinro grabbed Shinbei's ankle with her back hand and dragged him away. Shinbei. At this moment, Jiantong came over with a school bag on his back, jumping and hopping, and asked in shock. What game are you playing? Gu Shinro snorted, her tone cold. What an idiot! A student who has no hope of passing the martial arts department dares to practice standing meditation. As soon as these words came out, Jiantong's face turned pale, and his eyeballs were about to fall to the ground. You! Jiantong couldn't speak clearly. But she repeatedly warned Shinbei not to practice, not to practice, not to practice. Why can't I listen? Shinbei waved his hand. A warrior dares to be the first in the world. I will go first, no problem. At this moment, Jiantong looked at Shinbei, who was still unaware of the seriousness of the matter, with a playful look on his face. That was really infuriating. There is a lot to say. But he swallowed it in the end. Explain? What are you talking about? What's useful to say? I have practiced all the cultivation. All attribute points have dropped. Shinbei, who originally had hope of becoming a warrior, now has no hope at all. That's it. Jiantong rarely said anything. Silently reached out and grabbed Shinbei's other ankle. So, together with teacher Gu Shinro, they dragged Shinbei back to the classroom. This scene happened. All the students burst into laughter. Fuck! That's great, Shinbei, you actually go to school on your own initiative. Paralyzed? How about we crowdfund a wheelchair for you? You're making trouble again. Did the teacher catch you? You always break our cognition. No one else can compare to this kind of treatment. Gu Shinro threw Shinbei back to his seat and walked up to the podium. With a serious face and cold tone. I repeat again, no matter if you are a martial arts student or a liberal arts student, you are not allowed to condense your chi and blood or practice standing practice. Who is at a disadvantage? Gu Shinro glanced at Shinbei. Who knows? There was silence in the classroom. The classmates looked at Shinbei out of the corner of their eyes. They all had a surprised expression. Are you fucking standing still? Now you are in big trouble. Chapter 26 What kind of monster is this? After Gu Shinro's warning, the students present immediately guessed that Shinbei had gone too far. They all looked at Shinbei with incredible eyes. The discussion started again. Oh my god! Is Shinbei crazy? Oh, how sad, it's really so sad. I have a neighbor who didn't listen to advice when he was young. He thought he was awesome and insisted on practicing in advance. As a result, he got married 8 times. The worst one was when the bride wanted a divorce 3 minutes later that night. A bloody lesson. I usually skip classes every day and I don't know the precautions for the military department. Now I'm at a big disadvantage. Although I really want to sympathize with Shinbei, why do I want to laugh? Everyone knows. It is inevitable to first get admitted to Wuhan University, and then make a breakthrough as a warrior. Of course. Some students also practice in advance. But they either have good conditions themselves or good family conditions. What's going on with Shinbei? The poor neighbors have all complained. A group of people with rubbish conditions. In the eyes of the students, Shinbei really didn't take his future happiness seriously. At this time, teacher Gu Shinro put down her hand to stop the students from chattering. Okay, there are still 10 days left for the martial arts exam. During this period, the school will not conduct any tests. This is also to avoid everyone having psychological pressure and affecting the exploration of their own attribute values. For the next 10 days, students in the military science department will not have classes and can go to the gymnasium to exercise all day. After saying that, Gu Shinro glared at the disappointing Shinbei and turned away. You! Jian Tong was pursing his lips, criticizing Shinbei with a look of disappointment. I really admire you. Shinbei laughed. You have no confidence in me? Originally, there was. Jian Tong's two delicate eyebrows trembled slightly. But now, don't you know what's going on with you? Let me put it this way. Shinbei showed his white teeth, and a rebellious look appeared on his face. I must take your betrothal gift. Jian Tong didn't expect to hear such words. She lowered her head and laughed hoarsely. Her eyes suddenly turned red, but she still shook her head stubbornly. She sniffed back the tears in her nose and said in a faint voice, You are still so arrogant. You might as well give me a gift. Not much to say. Shinbei stood up, full of confidence, and said in a pertinent tone, 10 days in the east, 10 days in the west, just watch and it's over. I'm going to the gym first. After saying that, Shinbei turned and walked out of the classroom. Jian Tong's blue eyes were tasseled, and her autumn eyes were graceful. She stared at Shinbei's back, and a beautiful smile slowly appeared on her pure and innocent face. Well? Jian Tong tilted her head, pouted her lips, and felt a little disappointed. In her eyes, Shinbei was hopeless. His back was getting farther and farther away, like two different worlds. Shinbei arrived at the gymnasium. Because the military examination is approaching, there are more students here. It feels like sharpening a sword before a battle, even if it's not sharp enough. At the same time, teachers from the martial arts department also frequently appear there to provide various instructions on students' exercise postures. The military examination is a major national event. There are about 200 students in the first high school who are qualified to take the military examination. Based on the admission rate in previous years, the probability of being admitted is about 1 in 10. This 1/10 does not refer to the admission rate of Chengtu County No. 1 High School, but the entire Lingnan City. Lingnan City has a total of 5 county towns under its jurisdiction. Chengtu County is in the middle. Once there are more outstanding students from other counties, they will inevitably occupy the places of other counties. It is said that in the worst year, the competition was so fierce that it reached the point of bloodshed. The evil students in Kaiyuan County collectively exploded. Continuously improve admission standards. The quota for Chengtu County is reduced to only 3 people. In some counties, there is not even a single student who can pass the military science exam. This shows that most students are just running along. Although 60 attribute points is a threshold, it is not a standard. The admission standards are increased every year on this basis, more or less, it all depends on luck. Most of the students who were running as companions returned to society, and just found a job. Those who are unwilling to give in will seek unconventional ways. Similar to Yu Wuchang. It can even be said that this is how the headhunting organization was born. Of course, some people with high attribute points simply don't choose the military subject. Go straight to the wild path and play recklessly and wildly. It is said that the 8 top killers of the headhunters are all like this. At this time, Shinbei did not stay on the first floor of the gymnasium, but went directly to the second floor. It's not even 60 o'clock yet, you're still here? Liao Shongyang seemed to have just arrived here and was preparing to pile. After seeing Shinbei, he greeted him with a smile. Shinbei took off his clothes and said, Stand still! Liao Shongyang was startled, suspecting that he was hallucinating. He scratched his ears and asked, You are standing still? Is your family rich? There is an old, dilapidated apartment at home that has not yet been demolished. What a lunatic! Liao Zhongyang snorted. You have no money at home, but you still dare to stand still. Do you know what the consequences are? Jijuweiwei, are you going to stand or not? Oh, okay. Liao Zhongyang finally said. Don't blame me for being harsh. When you get married in the future, you will have a lot of friends. Shinbei rolled his eyes. Without further ado, Shinbei followed Liao Zhongyang and began to stand still. Because both of them want to take the route of physical combat. Whether it is tempering qi and blood or tempering bones, the way and method are the same. Liao Zhongyang pointed out some small details about sinking north. Su Chuanyu, who was watching the show, smiled sinisterly. Liao Zhongyang, I didn't realize that a big and strong man like you is also full of bad intentions. Liao Zhongyang glanced at him and said angrily, Who are you blaming? I gave Shinbei some advice, but I cheated him? What do you think? Su Chuanyu opened his arms and asked a simple but fatal question. Liao Zhongyang groaned. It seems, what Su Chuanyu said is correct. Shinbei was in no mood to talk to them more. Concentrate on practicing. 2 hours later. Lia's Hongyang couldn't hold on any longer. And Shinbei's stance is still very stable. He even looked quite relaxed. However, his figure gives people a feeling of being as immovable as a mountain and unchanging forever. At this moment, Liao Zhongyang and Qi Chuanyu were struck by lightning, staring at Shinbei's face as if they had seen a ghost. My heart was filled with incomparable horror, fear, and disbelief. You know, in the entire number 1 high school, the two of them are already the best students in the department of martial arts. Whether it is his own attributes or his family's strength, they are all top-notch and unmatched. Even so, standing still for 2 hours was already the limit of what they could endure. If you force yourself to continue practicing for more than 2 hours, you may faint at best, or suffer damage to your internal organs or even vomit blood at worst. There are also cases of death. This is the result of their adaptation to standing still for a month. And Shinbei. This guy has less than 60 attribute points and was still trying to extort and practice skills yesterday. Today's standing posture is even more stable than those two people. This made Liao Zhongyang and Qi Chuanyu's eyes almost burst. Is this guy still a human being? Is this a student with less than 60 attribute points? Damn, are you playing the pig to eat the tiger game? It's so sour. Impossible! How is this possible? Liao Zhongyang breathed rapidly. If it lasted more than 2 hours, he would definitely be injured. Why is he safe and sound? Qi Chuanyu's scalp exploded, and he said, I thought we were already the top students in the first grade, but I didn't expect there is such a brave person. Whose teacher is this student? Class 3, the teacher should be Gu Shinro. The most beautiful teacher in number 1 high school. Yes. 3 hours later, Shinbei yawned and woke up from his practice. It feels as comfortable as if I had just had a good sleep. He turned to look at Liao Zhongyang and Qi Chuanyu, and said with a smile, Time flies faster when we practice together. I have to go to work, so I won't accompany you anymore. The two of them twitched their lips when they heard this. What? Work to earn a living? What this means is, if you hadn't wasted your time working, would you still be able to stand in the meditation posture? Oh my God! Chapter 27. Are you two the ones who led Shinbei astray? Liao Zhongyang and Qi Chuanyu stared in amazement as Shinbei put on his clothes and left the second floor leisurely. The two were so shocked that they couldn't recover for a long time. What kind of monster is this? Yesterday's newbie turned into a master today. Isn't this too hard to accept? Liao Zhongyang has always believed that he is a top phoenix, at least he thought so yesterday. But today, after seeing Shinbei's standing posture, he felt that Shinbei was right. He was the fucking phoenix tail. Qi Chuanyu, who was full of bad intentions, just wanted to stay away from Shinbei at this moment, at least, to be a good person in front of Shinbei. How horrible! Do you think his teacher Gu Shinro knows about this? Liao Zhongyang raised a question. Qi Chuanyu touched his chin, his face solemn. How should I know? But one thing is clear, Shinbei's attribute points are definitely not less than 60 points, definitely higher than ours. Liao Zhongyang agrees with this statement. If the four-dimensional attributes are extremely high, the drop in attribute values caused by cultivation alone would be difficult for ordinary people to bear. Moreover, Shinbei stood still for 3 hours with ease, which was totally unlike himself, who was exhausted like a dog after 2 hours. At least it shows that Shinbei cannot do this without mellow attribute values. But the question is, why haven't I heard of Shinbei before? I think we should ask teacher Gu Shinro, maybe she has some different training techniques. Go, go, go! Shinbei can get some tricks from us, we can. Without further ado, the two went downstairs immediately. I went downstairs and looked around, and finally found where teacher Gu Shinro was. When I looked over, I was stunned. Just see. At this moment, Gu Shinro was twisting Shinbei's ears, blushing and angry. Come on, you little jerk, say what you just said again. Shinbei bared his teeth and said with a look of dissatisfaction. I just want to ask what? Powdered peony boiling snow, and warm waves fragrant peach. Mean, why are you angry, teacher? A teacher's job is to teach, impart knowledge, and answer questions. On the other side, Jiantong, who was sweating profusely, blinked her eyes, feeling that there was nothing wrong with what Shinbei said. Why is the teacher so angry? She said in a clear voice, like the chirping of a yellow bird. Yes, teacher, I don't understand the meaning of these two words either. Isn't it normal for you to explain them? Gu Shinro's face flashed with hesitation and anger, and she finally gritted her teeth and said, Jiantong, I will adjust your seat tomorrow. Don't hang out with Shinbei. It's easy for him to learn bad things. Ah? Jiantong didn't understand, and asked blankly. Why? These two words. Gu Shinro grabbed Shinbei fiercely again. They are not good things. Shinbei said. I don't allow the teacher to belittle himself. Get out of here, bastard! Gu Shinro kicked Shinbei out of the gymnasium. She was so angry that her lips slightly opened. Every word that slipped out of her lips was like a cold blade. Your head is full of yellow garbage. If you dare to come in and make trouble again, I will definitely deal with you. Then the door of the gymnasium was slammed shut. Shinbei stood outside the door, smacked his lips, and laughed. You're still talking about me, teacher, you don't want to be crooked. Then, Shinbei hummed a little tune, staggered out of the campus, and headed straight for the labor market. Inside the gymnasium. Seeing this, Liao Zhongyang shuddered all over and said in disbelief. Isn't Teacher Gu too overbearing? How could he treat the great master like this? Chi Chuanyu curled his lips. It can be seen that Teacher Gu doesn't know Shinbei's background at all. And do you know why Teacher Gu is angry? Why? Shinbei is really to my taste. Chi Chuanyu laughed a few times. Although I like to make fun of others, I am still a good boy. But this guy is different. He even dares to tease the teacher. He is a real devil and a role model for our generation. Liao Zhongyang didn't understand at all. I don't want to understand either. He had only one thought in his mind, which was to ask teacher Gu Shinro why Shinbei made such rapid progress, and whether there were any tips. The two men came closer. You can also hear Jiantong muttering. What do those two words mean? Chi Chuanyu did have an impression of Jiantong, the school beauty from the first high school. But compared to Yu Chui, it's still a little lacking. Hello, Teacher Gu. Although Liao Zhongyang was big and strong at this time, his silly smile gave people a sense of intimacy. Gu Shinro smiled and nodded. I know you, you are from Class 10. Class 10. Who is it? Liao Zhongyang. If you can't remember, don't think about it. This is so embarrassing. My name is... Liao Zhongyang was about to report his name. Gu Shinro interrupted stubbornly. Don't talk yet, I'm sure I can remember it. I remember now. Gu Shinro smiled knowingly. Big fool, right? Who gave me this nickname? Liao Zhongyang's face turned red with anger. Your homeroom teacher. Oh, that's all right. What do you two want from me? Gu Shinro asked. Chi Chuanyu took the lead and said, That's right, Shinbei is your student, right? Gu Shinro paused. Why did they mention Shinbei? Could it be that this guy caused trouble? Gu Shinro knew something about both of them. One of them will become a 5th-rank warrior in the future. The other one's whole family are warriors, and all they need is this martial arts exam to complete the family package. But even though Gu Shinro often twists Shinbei's ears, she is still extremely protective of him. Gu Shinro immediately put on an arrogant and ruthless attitude, and said in a contemptuous tone, I don't care what conflicts have occurred between you two. But my student Shinbei is an honest student with excellent character and academic performance, and is praised by everyone. You must have made the mistake first. Please reflect on your mistakes and write me a letter of apology, no less than 10,000 words. If you miss even one word, I will call your class teacher. Qi Chuanyu. Liao Zhongyang. After hearing this, the two felt that snow in June was not just a legend at all. What the hell is going on? Liao Zhongyang almost vomited blood. Qi Chuanyu held his forehead and said helplessly, Teacher Gu, we have no conflicts with Shinbei. On the contrary, he is learning from us. What? Gu Shinro was immediately furious. I was wondering why this guy practiced secretly. Did you two teach him? You guys are too mean, aren't you? Knowing that Shinbei's attribute values are low, isn't this cheating? Is this how your teacher taught you to behave? Didn't you learn in your first lesson, if you want to be a warrior, you must first learn to be a human being? If your heart is worm-eaten, heaven and earth will not tolerate it. Holy crap. Is he really a teacher with such ability to put the blame on others? Qi Chuanyu felt that he was nothing compared to the giants. No. Qi Chuanyu explained very seriously. We didn't teach Shinbei how to practice, he practiced it himself. Liao Zhongyang nodded. This is too unfair. Gu Shinro snorted. Forget it, we are all adults. Shinbei decided to practice by himself, and I have no choice. Tell me, what do you want from me? Liao Zhongyang made a buzzing sound and said, We want to know if Teacher Gu taught Shinbei so that he could improve so quickly. Yesterday, he couldn't stand still, let alone control the blood flow rate with breathing, but today he can stand still for 3 hours. Teacher Gu has work on his hands, right? You may as well teach me. Yes, Qi Chuanyu echoed. Although you are not our class teacher, we are all students of number 1 high school. At this moment, Gu Shinro's cold eyes were full of surprise, and her heart was filled with ripples. The whole person is stupid. Chapter 28. Cultivation breaks through. What did you hear? Liao Zhongyang said that Shinbei stood still for 3 hours? At this moment, Gu Shinro's eyes suddenly changed, and emotions such as shock, confusion, and disbelief surged in her deep eyes. Impossible! This is absolutely impossible. 3 hours, that requires extremely high attributes as a basis to achieve. And the last time Shinbei was tested, his attribute value was only 42 points. He is just an ordinary student. How can you stand in a posture for 3 hours? 3 minutes is enough. Just as Gu Shinro was shocked, she suddenly remembered what happened this morning. At that time, she was extremely annoyed and angry about Shinbei's cultivation. I forgot about it for a moment. I pushed Shinbei several times, but he didn't fall down. Isn't this the first level of horse stance, standing firm? Gu Shinro's heart skipped a beat. Negligence. How could ordinary people achieve this? If it weren't for Liao Zhongyang's reminder, I wouldn't have realized that Shinbei might have changed dramatically. Gu Shinro's delicate body trembled. If this is true, Shinbei will have a good chance of getting into Wuhan University. The bet between him and me. Which type of lipstick should I apply? Gu Shinlo muttered to himself with red cheeks. Teacher? Teacher, are you saying that lipstick is the secret to practicing super speed? Liao Zhongyang asked blankly. Gu Shinro looked flustered and quickly shook her head. No, it's a misunderstanding. I was distracted just now. Ahem. Gu Shinro resumed her cold demeanor and said, Which one? Although I have taught Shinbei, they are all conventional techniques. Yes, conventional techniques. Shinbei himself is more outstanding. Liao Zhongyang and Qi Chuanyu looked at each other. I feel like what Gu Shinro said is lying. Of course, this fake doesn't mean that Gu Shinro is hiding her skills. But he never guided Shinbei at all. Shinbei can stand in a posture for more than 3 hours, he must be really awesome. The three chatted for a while. The two said goodbye and left. But now Gu Shinro felt numb all over. Who would have thought that Shinbei, the student he least expected, would suddenly stand up? And I was kept in the dark about all this. You little bastard! Gu Shinro's expression changed slightly, and a trace of resentment flashed in her eyes. You still want to play a surprise attack on me, right? Gu Shinro immediately took out her phone and started searching. How to kiss? Do you need to breathe when kissing? Do you need to stick out your tongue when kissing? How to do wire drawing? What is the best time to kiss? Gu Shinro's face turned red and her heart beat fast. Right at this moment, Jian Tong shouted from the side. Teacher Gu, please guide me. No time! Gu Shinro directly and ruthlessly refused. Don't delay my studies. Jian Tong. In the next period of time, Gu Shinro wanted to talk to Shinbei and find out his background. But the strange thing is, these days Shinbei doesn't even come to school to punch in. I couldn't find anyone all day. Gu Shinro also asked Jian Tong if she had seen Shinbei. But Jian Tong shook his head, saying that he hadn't seen Shinbei for several days. In the past, it was not uncommon for Shinbei to skip classes for a few days. But now the military examination is approaching. This guy is playing disappearing. Gu Shinro was so angry that she didn't even look for him. Let him do whatever he wants. And Shinbei has not been idle these days. Apart from working every day, I also practice strengthening qi and blood and standing in meditation. Without the delay of studying and the harassment of women, Shinbei's cultivation progress can be said to be advancing by leaps and bounds. Horse stance, standing like riding a horse. His spine is like a dragon, his body is like a stake, his steps are like a cat, and his movements are as light as a wild goose. The secrets in the book echoed over and over again in Shinbei's mind. Standing still is said to be easy to practice. It is said to be difficult to practice, and some people cannot even get started after years. At this moment, Shinbei, under the guidance of Liao Zhongyang, has become familiar with the standing posture after several days of long-term practice and can move freely. You know, the effect of standing in a posture for 2 hours and 3 hours is not as simple as 1 plus 1. But it's 1 by 1. This is also the reason why Lia's Hongyang feels sour. Warriors dare to be the first. Fight for everything. One of them is time. Others can achieve greater results by practicing for 1 day than for a month. Who wouldn't feel sour? Who wouldn't be jealous? Under such circumstances. It's the 8th day left until the military exam. Shinbei breaks through the second level of Ma Buzhuan, standing solidly. It's like taking root and firmly rooting in the earth. It's the 5th day until the military exam. Shinbei successfully reached the 3rd level, Jiankong. Only when you reach this level can you become a real tumbler. If Gu Shinro came to sweep the leg again now, Shinbei would not fall down so easily. This is the effect. This is the result. This is achievement. So far, Shinbei's standing practice has ended. At the same time, the tempering of qi and blood has reached its ceiling. In other words, Shinbei was only 1 step away from being a warrior at this time. That is to possess a martial art. This is more difficult. You need to be admitted to Wuhan University to get it. Shinbei was not in a hurry at this time. Because there are more important things to do. That is, supplement the falling properties. Shinbei had no way of realizing how much attributes he had lost during these few days of training. Shinbei didn't keep a record of how much attributes he earned from intermittent work. Because there is no need. Shinbei just couldn't believe it. Could his attribute value be as bad as A shares, only falling and not rising? There are 5 days left. Just work hard and activate the daily settlement panel. There is still 1 day left until the college entrance examination. When Shinbei was leaving school at number 1 high school, he appeared at the school gate on an electric bike and wearing a yellow robe. Just in time to catch up with Jian Tong walking out of the school. Shinbei grabbed her and said, "Let's go to your house. I want to teach you a lesson." Before he finished speaking, Jian Tong's face turned red and he interrupted directly. "Are you in such a hurry? The martial arts exam is tomorrow, and you can't even wait?" "Nonsense, it will be too late to wait for the martial arts exam." Jian Tong lowered his eyes, kicked the stones on the ground, and said indifferently, "My dad is at home." "In front of your dad," Shinbei said anxiously. "Your father is not at home, and we are a man and a woman alone. It would be difficult to explain if we were caught." Jian Tong's face suddenly changed, and he threw his school bag and hid it. "Shinbei, you bastard, do you have any shame?" Shinbei was stunned and said, "No, I just fixed your testing equipment. How am I a jerk?" "Ah?" Jian Tong was startled for a moment, then glared at her with those charming eyes and scolded her harshly. "Explain yourself to me more clearly next time. It's a waste of emotion." Neuropathy. Shinbei rolled his eyes. Having not seen him for a few days, this Jian Tong was ill again. Then, the two men rode on small electric scooters and traveled through the streets. Shinbei braked suddenly from time to time, and Jian Tong, who was sitting in the back, leaned forward involuntarily under inertia. The soft, white flesh was pressed tightly against Shinbei's back. Jian Tong became more and more embarrassed, crooked her nose, beat Shinbei, and curled her lips fiercely. Can you ride a bike properly? Shinbei sighed. It's time to get off work, there are a lot of cars and people, so naturally you need to brake urgently. Can you blame me? You took advantage of me, and you have a reason? And you blame me? Jian Tong's eyes flickered with coldness as he spoke. Shinbei looked embarrassed, turned around and glanced at Jian Tong, then grinned, smiling like an old oil spoon. You should be happy. You are so outstanding. Many girls would envy you. Jian Tong was immediately defeated, with a look of anger on his face. Stop the car! I won't sit here anymore. You big bad guy! Shinbei laughed strangely and turned the power switch to the bottom. Facing the afterglow of the setting sun, the driver showed his driving skills to the fullest and drove at lightning speed, making the owners of luxury cars stuck in traffic very envious. Of course, what I envy is not the speed and flexibility of E-Donkey. Instead, I envy the young youth, the girl with a silly smile sitting behind the handsome boy. That is their lost youth. Arrived at Jian Tong's house. Shinbei ran faster than Jian Tong as if he had entered his own home. He ran into Jian Shan head-on. Hello, father-in-law! I'm so bad, you big-headed ghost! Jian Shan's face was cold, his attitude was not as good as before, and he asked loudly. I heard you say you practiced in advance? Chapter 29. I haven't even gotten married yet, but my elbows are already turning outward. Shinbei was not surprised that Jian Shan knew that he had been practicing in advance. It must be Jian Tong who said it. Shinbei's gaze turned to Jian Tong. But she pouts her cherry-red lips. Shinbei felt excited. What a nice mouth. If there was no babbling and just babbling, it would be perfect. Ahem. Shinbei coughed and said helplessly. I don't want to practice either, it's too easy. Jian Shan was stunned when he heard this. He had never seen such a shameless person. What do you mean by too simple? What a joke! Even students who are admitted to Wuhan University may not be able to master qi and blood and standing still. Really? Speechless. Jian Shan just said coldly. A few days ago, I thought you had a chance to be admitted to Wuhan University. Now you are fooling around. Your attribute values are bound to drop. It's hopeless. Your self-destruction will lead you to a different world from Jian Tong. As Jian Tong's father, I hope you can take care of yourself. Shinbei smacked his lips. How could he not understand? This meant to keep himself away from Jian Tong. But Shinbei did not answer directly, but made a bet. Uncle, let's not talk about anything else. Suppose Jian Tong becomes a leftover woman. If I marry Jian Tong as an ordinary person, how much dowry do I need? Jian Shan stared. Isn't this assumption insulting? I'm talking about hypotheticals. In this case, Jian Shan counted on his fingers, then said, marriage for warriors is different from that for ordinary people, so the bride price is naturally higher. At least 2 million. Shinbei nodded. If I pass the warrior exam, can I get a reduction? Jian Shan saw Shinbei, who was somewhat naive, but smiled. Okay, 1 million is exempted. Then I will check the attribute value later. If it exceeds 60 points, how much will be reduced for each additional point? Oh? Jian Shan took it as a joke. 100,000. Good. Shinbei rubbed his hands, looking excited. Then I'll borrow the testing equipment. Jian Shan nodded, indicating that it was casual. Soon. Shinbei used Jian Tong's testing equipment for the second time. Everything is familiar. First, test the strength. Shinbei punched down. The electronic screen quickly calculated the result. 11 p.m. Next is the agility test. After a meal of operation. The result is displayed on the device, 1900 hours. Then there is the spirit. After some trouble, the result showed 16 points. Finally, it's about physical fitness. This time, Shinbei persisted much longer than last time. The result is 22. Comprehensive attributes, 80 points. Shinbei finished a set of tests, shook his body, and walked down from the testing equipment. At this moment, Jian Shan and Jian Tong were struck by lightning, a bolt from the blue. Both of them were petrified on the spot. Especially Jian Shan, his head was buzzing. He showed an extremely terrifying expression, and his eye sockets were almost broken. After seeing Shinbei's latest attribute data, his breathing became intermittent, as fast and rapid as asthma. A meaningless, gurgling sound came from Jian Shan's throat, and the corners of his mouth stretched exaggeratedly. How is this possible? How is this possible? Jian Shan screamed in astonishment. For a student who has already practiced in advance, his attributes must have dropped, but his attributes actually increased instead of dropped? Having muttered to this point, Jian Shan realized that his thinking was wrong. It's not that it's not falling but rising, but Shinbei's attribute values are too much. That's right. Jian Shan understood at that moment. Cultivation will inevitably lead to a decline in attributes, this is an iron rule. And Shinbei's attribute was less than 60 points, but now it has skyrocketed to 80 points. This shows that Shinbei is not just accumulating strength for a sudden burst of success, but is erupting like a volcano. This isn't a genius, this is a monster. My daughter is such a treasure. Jian Shan took a deep breath to calm his pounding heart. The more I look at Shinbei, the more he looks like a good son-in-law. At this moment, there was a subtle look in Jian Tong's beautiful eyes. Her surprise was even worse than her father's. I thought Shinbei had ruined himself by not listening to advice and practicing in advance. I didn't expect it, I never expected it, that the test results would come out now. Up to 80 points. Moreover, this is the data after cultivation. Any one of them can beat 99% of the students. At this moment, Jian Tong's pretty face was full of blushes, her petal-like lips were slightly pursed, and she became more and more happy with Shinbei. At this time, Shinbei came to Jian Tong and asked in confusion. Jian Tong, what was my attribute value just now? Why don't I remember it? Jian Tong rolled his eyes. How could she not understand that she had to cooperate with him to show off? What's so hard to remember about these 4 numbers? But Jian Tong still cooperated and said, 80 points. That's great. Really? Shinbei pretended to be surprised. So I'm so awesome. Shyness, desire, and love were interwoven in Jian Tong's beautiful eyes, forming a picture of beauty. She nodded with joy. Shinbei turned to look at Jian Shan and held out his hand. Give me the money. Jian Shan? Give money? What money to give? Jian Shan was a little confused. What do you mean? Shinbei licked his lips and reminded. We just made a bet based on 60 attribute points. For every higher attribute point, 100,000 betrothal gifts will be reduced. Ah, yes, that's what you said. It's 20 points higher now, 2 million, and the betrothal gift only requires 1 million. Shouldn't you give me the money? Jian Shan's face turned dark and he felt as uncomfortable as if he had eaten a dead fly. And Jian Tong burst into laughter, followed by a laugh like a silver bell. Jian Shan glared at Jian Tong and said, How dare you laugh? How can you laugh like that? Isn't this a bit too unreasonable? Jian Shan looked heavy-hearted, and his tone was as stiff as the friction between steel. You two should get along well in the future. We are all family, so what's the point of talking about money? Shinbei refused to give in. Brothers should still settle accounts clearly. Jian Tong laughed even harder, supporting her waist with her hands, unable to speak, her face flushed with laughter, like a red Fuji apple from Yantai. Jian Shan pouted. If you keep making trouble, I will be rude to you. Shinbei laughed playfully. Just kidding, it's getting late. I have to take the martial arts exam tomorrow. Goodbye, father-in-law. Jian Shan smiled and nodded. I wish you a successful start, daughter. Send Shinbei off. At the entrance of the community, Shinbei looked back and made sure that Jian Shan hadn't caught up, so he stuck to Jian Tong and said, Your father won't owe you money and won't pay it back, right? Jian Tong's mouth twitched, and he was so angry that his teeth hurt. Are you not done yet? Shinbei shrugged and chuckled. At this time, Jian-tong stopped. Her phoenix eyes flickered. Her jade hand stroked Shinbei's solid chest. Her fingertips drew circles on the boy's chest muscles, and the gentle tapping resonated with his heart through the flesh and blood. Shinbei widened his eyes slightly. I really want to pull Jian-tong into the grove on the side. If you have the ability, don't just touch the chest muscles, touch these two words in reverse. Shinbei was not polite and grabbed Jian-tong's little hand. It's really chewy and smooth. Jian-tong's whole body seemed to be electrified in an instant. Her beautiful face flushed, her beautiful eyes slightly closed, her crystal white skin gradually turned pink, and her long black silk legs were stretched straight from the toes to the thighs. Did you bring your ID card? Shinbei asked, blinking. Jian-tong. Go to hell! Jian-tong blushed, shook off her hand, and ran back shyly. After washing, the long and beautiful black hair was as shiny as black satin. She let it fall on Jian-tong's straight back and flutter in the wind. Shinbei thought it was beautiful. Shinbei was about to turn around and leave. Jian-tong turned around and shouted, Go to bed early, don't forget to gather at the school gate tomorrow, and don't oversleep. Shinbei hurriedly suggested, My alarm clock is broken, how about you go home to get your ID card and be my human alarm clock? Jian-tong looked fierce for a moment, spit out pink, made a few noises, and disappeared into the community with a burst of jingling laughter. After returning home, Jian-tong began to rummage through the boxes and drawers. Jian-shan scolded. What are you turning over? Antique. What are you going to do? You owe Shinbei 1 million, you won't have no credit, right? Jian-shan roared. You haven't even gotten married yet, and you're already turning your elbow outward? Stop it! Jian-tong. Chapter 30. There are indeed more and more rotten crotches. Shinbei returned home happily. As for the 1 million that Jian-shan owed him, Shinbei didn't plan to take it. But no matter what, I have to record it. In the future, when I drink with my father-in-law and can't brag better than him, I will bring up old grudges and suppress him. After Shinbei had dinner, a message came from the mobile class group. Open it and take a look. This is the message from teacher Gu Shinro. At all members, repeat again, tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, students of the Wuka College will gather at the school gate and take the bus to the Lingnan City test site. There will be students from other counties mixed in, so you must stay close to the group and don't get lost. Don't be nervous during the exam. Excessive nervousness will affect the fluctuation of attribute values. Just perform normally. Please reply if you receive it. Below is a series of responses from students, but they are a bit eye-catching. I am the most handsome in the class. Got it. Thank you, teacher, for the reminder. You have worked hard. My mom doesn't allow me to play with my phone. Got it. Thanks for that, Lao Ku. Professional snitch. Got it, Mr. Xie. Bring me a bag of spicy noodles. Take it. Thanks. Classmate, do you want to practice questions? Received. A wild handsome guy. 1. The students of the military department had almost finished their replies. Shinbei was too lazy to pay attention to them and began to browse what tricks his concubines in the Yunho Gong had come up with. Soon, Gu Shinro sent another message. At Shinbei, stop pretending to be dead, get a reply from me, angry. Shinbei had no choice but to type. I have already replied in my heart. As soon as this message was sent, Gu Shinro was furious. A whole operation. And Shinbei suddenly found that he was removed from the group chat. Is it that serious? The corner of Shinbei's mouth twitched. Why is teacher Gu acting like a child? He can't play anymore. Waiting. When I pass the warrior exam, we can play some adult games. Thinking of this, Shinbei suddenly realized that he seemed to be a scumbag. Here I hook up with the pure school beauty Jian-tong. He also wants to take advantage of Gu Shinro, the queen. I am such a jerk. Shinbei wanted to slap himself. Why are you so distracted when browsing the harem? Shinbei learned from his mistakes, changed his ways, and continued to watch videos of beautiful young ladies. After a while, Shinbei received a strange call on his mobile phone. Shinbei tilted his head and let it ring 3 times before answering. Why 3 tones? These are the ways of society, they are profound. Is it Shinbei? Came the voice from the other end of the phone. Shinbei heard this and found the voice a little familiar. It's me. I'm Lao Zhang, remember? Shinbei immediately remembered who had come. The bald boss who drives a van and carries a small bag. A few days ago, I hired myself to break down the wall. At that time, I gave him my phone number and asked him to contact me if he had any odd jobs. But Shinbei pretended to be confused. I can't remember, describe your characteristics. What kind of memory do you have? Last time, at the labor market, I was driving a van with a small bag under my arm, and you stole the driver's seat. I can't remember, but the bosses in the labor market all dress like this, and I have to drive a lot of them. Can you describe it in more detail? There was silence on the other end of the phone, and then the person on the other end said stiffly, the bald one, the big bald one. I remembered, Shinbei exclaimed. Fuck, you'll just remember that I'm bald, right? Yes. You kid really speaks. I'm really fucking convinced. Where are you? You called me just to arrange a fight? Boss Zhang said anxiously. What a bullshit fight. I got a job in Lingnan City a few days ago through the relationship of the second married wife's younger brother of my brother-in-law's neighbor's nephew's classmate's childhood friend. I'm building a scaffold for the WUCA conference venue. It was my first time and I messed it up. It just collapsed. I'm looking for someone to rebuild it now, otherwise I'll be in big trouble tomorrow. Are you coming? Let's go now, work all night, 300 an hour. Shinbei listened. This is a good job. 300 an hour. The price is very high, and it can be seen that Boss Zhang is really anxious this time. Shinbei naturally knew that Boss Zhang was also engaged in engineering. But they are all demolished. The first time I built it, I didn't open up the layout and failed. Shinbei thought about it and happened to be at the examination site. Just consider it as going there in advance, and you can also make money. More importantly, even the military exam should not delay your work to earn attribute points. It's like a daily check-in, keep it up for 364 days, and there's only one day left until the Grand Slam of the year. Click. Broken. At that moment, I had the urge to destroy the world. Okay. Come pick me up, Shinbei said happily. Boss Zhang said in a loud voice on the phone. I know you are a bright and hard-working guy. Wait for me. I will pick up a few workers and arrive at your house in 5 minutes. Shinbei simply cleaned up. Put your student ID card, admission ticket, etc. into a small bag. After checking that nothing is missing. When Shinbei went downstairs, he saw Boss Zhang's big bald head sticking out of the van. Shinbei, here! Under the street light, the bald head actually reflected a beam of light that shot straight into the night sky. Shinbei was stunned. What an eye-catching logo. Get in the car. After a few pleasantries, Boss Zhang took Shinbei and other workers to Lingnan City. Boss Zhang kept on talking. I'm so unlucky. I lost all my money on this job. It's not as good as breaking walls. If I didn't have strong connections, I would be in jail. Shinbei said with a smile. What's the use of complaining? Just build it again. Are you going to complain to us and reduce our wages? When the other workers heard this, they all turned to look at Boss Zhang. As long as Boss Zhang said yes, everyone's eyes would strangle him to death. At this time, Boss Zhang slapped the steering wheel and said with his neck stiff, Who do you think I am? It's normal for me to suffer. How can I cheat you of your hard-earned money? Boss Zhang slapped his face and said, I need to be seen too. Shinbei smacked his lips. What's the use of complaining then? Boss Zhang sighed. I don't mean to complain, but in this world, the rich get richer and the poor get poorer. There are talented people but no mentors, and there are no opportunities to do things. When you see something within easy reach, you realize that it is your family's responsibility to take it on when you try it. I'm tired and sleepy now. I don't want to work hard anymore. And there are people who don't have back pain when standing still and say that young people should blah blah blah. I'm not talking about money, but there are unclean things in this world, and there are a lot of them, and they are increasing. The other workers couldn't follow up on this. I really can't answer this, it's a bit too profound. There was silence in the car for a moment. But Shinbei did say, Yes, there are indeed more and more rotten crotches. Boss Zhang laughed and patted Shinbei on the shoulder. Shinbei, It looks like you are also a student with no hope of becoming a warrior, otherwise you wouldn't come out to work. But I'm a good judge of people. Even if you are an ordinary person, you are still an outstanding person among ordinary people. Remember what I said, marrying a good wife can really help you live more than 10 years longer. Really, at the very least, you can keep your hair. Unlike me, an old couple, it's boring to watch too much. When I close my eyes, it's just a white bun. I have no interest in it. Boss Zhang is indeed talkative, and he talks non-stop. But Shinbei is not a fuel-efficient material. In response to Boss Zhang's remarks, he offered a suggestion. The secret to a harmonious relationship between husband and wife is very simple. Not only Boss Zhang, but other workers also curiously leaned over to listen. You, a student, still understand this? Shinbei coughed and continued. The secret is, either pay public grain or pay wages, choose one of the two. After hearing this, Boss Zhang almost pushed the van into the ditch. Chapter 31 The Martial Arts Exam Begins. Arrived at the test site in Lingnan City. Then I saw the stage scaffolding collapsed, like a steel beast lying in the night. In front of the scaffolding, there were a few people with dark faces who looked like leaders standing there pointing and talking. Boss Zhang jumped out of the car, bowed and nodded, and trotted over with a humble smile. Those leaders spit at Boss Zhang. Shinbei and others stood far away and couldn't hear what they were saying. But I guess you can't miss asking about Boss Zhang's entire family's household registration booklet. There's nothing we can do about it. The entrance exam to Wuhan University of Science and Technology is an important event in the country. We hope to recruit a group of warriors every year so that the country can gain a firm foothold in this complex world and be passed down for thousands of generations. The more bloody fact is that if a country has weak warriors, there will not be many of them. If you offend a major international power, the outcome will be devastating. This destruction is not just a tragedy of rivers of blood. Your country's culture and heritage will also be forcibly transformed to achieve the effect of collapse. As a result, the descendants of this country have no idea who their ancestors were, killing people and destroying their hearts with powerful force. In a moment, Boss Zhang hurried back, sweating profusely, and called out to Shinbei and other workers. I don't want to say a word now. 300 an hour is already a sky-high price. Work hard. Shinbei and others were employed by others, so naturally there was nothing to say. Rolling up their sleeves, they began to dismantle the collapsed scaffolding and pile it aside. Those that have not collapsed also need to be reinforced. If this is not reinforced, and it hits the leader who comes to visit tomorrow, Boss Zhang will definitely be happy to get a silver bracelet. The process of fixing the scaffolding took more than 4 hours. Late at night, Boss Zhang even bought supper for the workers. Take a break and eat, Boss Zhang greeted. This midnight snack is neither cheap nor expensive. For the workers, it is definitely a reliable midnight snack. Boss Zhang was squatting on the side, browsing his phone. He sighed as he watched the news and said with a smile, Look at this news. There's a female warrior who keeps a mistress. The mistress went out to find another woman and was cut into pieces by the female warrior. The man even wanted to sue the court, but the president of the court directly ruled that the female warrior was not guilty. Ha! Shinbei picked at the food and said indignantly, This man has no professional ethics, right? If I were kept by someone, I would guarantee 3 meals of leeks and kidneys a day, so that the female warrior can see what professional ethics are. Boss Zhang was stunned and gave a thumbs up. He said with admiration, Little brother, I am really convinced. I have long admired you. After eating and drinking, they started to build new scaffolding without stopping. Gradually, it's dawn. It was 7 o'clock in the morning and the work was still not completed. The main reason is that too many buildings collapsed. Some of the steel pipes bent and broke during the collapse and are completely unusable. I could only piece it together here and there, which delayed the progress. However, there is one thing to be thankful for. According to the schedule of the martial arts exam, the scaffolding here can only be used in the afternoon. There is still time. The workers, who had not rested all night, hurriedly finished their breakfast and continued to work without taking a rest. Changtu County. A high door. The luxury bus stopped at the door. Gradually, many students from the School of Military Science came from home and started waiting for the bus after being called out by their class teachers. Gu Shinro is wearing a light yellow dress today. The dress that shows off her beautiful curves sways in the wind. Whenever Gu Shinro's graceful figure turned around, her light yellow skirt fluttered around, blooming like a lotus, giving people a stunning glimpse and a pleasing sight. Gu Shinro looked at the time and turned around to look elsewhere. His eyebrows were wrinkled and his expression changed from gloomy to bright. Damn it! Gu Shinro's teeth chattered. It's already 8 hours 60 minutes. Why hasn't Shinbei come yet? Liao Zhongyang and Qi Chuanyu, who were about to get on the bus, heard Gu Shinro's resentful voice. The two looked at each other, seeming to be very surprised. Today is an important day for the National Martial Arts examination. Shinbei is missing? Qi Chuanyu whispered. Is this guy going to do something unorthodox? Liao Zhongyang's eyes gradually widened when he heard this. Every time I reach this point in time. Some criminal organizations are also very active. They will use hacking techniques to try to invade high school systems and obtain students' comprehensive scores. Then select qualified talents, and bewitch and bribe them to give up the martial arts exam and take unconventional paths instead. Of course, these qualified seedlings are not the top ones. Rather, they are students who have the hope of becoming warriors, but are full of mysteries. Generally speaking, any normal student would not choose this path. But some students have twisted minds, or are extremely poor, and if the other party gives them too much, they will go astray. What Qi Chuanyu said made sense. He had asked around. Even the cockroaches starved to death in Shinbei's house. In this situation, it is easy for other organizations to use money to make you confused. Liao Zhongyang said with a doubtful tone. No way? Qi Chuanyu shook his bangs and said with a strange smile. Who knows? Gu Shinro was so anxious that she called Shinbei, but no one answered. At this time, Jian Tong jumped out of the car. This young girl, who looks a bit childish, looks very beautiful today. The long black hair fell softly to the middle of the neck, and the edges were as smooth as a cut watermelon. The ends of the hair curled slightly inward towards the cheeks, with a graceful curve. The hair in front of her forehead was also cut neatly, slightly parted from the middle to both sides, revealing a grain of red cinnabar. On both sides of her softly curved face, 2 thin strands of hair fall in front of her ears, which looks quite cute. Teacher, is Shinbei coming? There was some worry in Jian Tong's eyes. Gu Shinro snorted. What a worry! He can come or not, we can't all wait for him. If he misses this martial arts exam, let him repeat the grade and take the exam tomorrow. Right now. In Lingnan City, candidates taking the military examination from the 5 subordinate counties gathered at the examination site. Buses parked in the parking lot. The students got off the bus with nervous expressions. Colorful flags are flying all around, and national flags are waving. Various billboards one after another. Punlai Fairyland Bathing Center wishes you great success in the martial arts exam. Candidates can enjoy a 30% discount by bringing their admission tickets to Zhongda Healthcare Center, a life-threatening loan company, specializing in unsecured loans for warriors, with fast disbursement of funds. 8 days international theme hotel, 50% discount for men traveling together. The Li family of traditional Chinese medicine has violated the ancestral teachings and has made public the secret recipe of the Wang family's elixir, which has been handed down for 5 generations. Buy it now, and even 1 pill is at wholesale price. If you don't take drugs in the Wuku department, you will regret it. Attribute value pills are on sale. All of them are at a bargain price of 800,000 per pill. The candidates are already used to the crooked advertisements outside. But what surprised the students was looking at the test site. The students were all stunned and dumbfounded. The interior of the test center is still under construction. Several workers were climbing up and down the scaffolding. There was even a student-looking man with a rusty face who was jumping up and down with a light and agile posture, busy using an electric drill to reinforce the scaffolding fasteners. What kind of trick is this? Shouldn't we have prepared it long ago? Everyone stand over here. Changtu County No. 1 High School. Kaiyuan County High School, stand here. Students from Faku County, please stop walking around and stand still. Shifeng. Students from Shifeng County, assemble. Students of Taibingshan, look this way! Teachers in various counties were rushing to gather students and get them in position. After some tidying up, the Lingnan City Martial Arts examination has begun. Chapter 32 Spray each other. As per convention, before the martial arts exam, there must be a leader giving a speech. At this time, a man with a tall and majestic figure, a straight back, as strong as a sword or a spear, like a mountain, stood on the stage. The voice is sonorous and powerful, deep and deafening. Students, all of you here are the pride of society and the talents that everyone is paying attention to. Today is the martial arts exam. I hope you all have a great start and are all admitted to the Wudai University. Many students are willing to do anything to pass the attribute value test. But you only have one life, so cherish it. For warriors, fighting doesn't mean fighting blindly. Many students prepare elixirs to test their attributes and burst out temporarily. This is allowed by the rules. But you have to think carefully. Some students are willing to take pills that exceed their tolerance limit in order to gain a short burst of energy. Every year, there are students all over the country who try to do this without knowing their own limitations, and every year there are casualties. A warrior is not a martial artist, and even less a reckless man. Civility can bring peace to a country, and martial arts can stabilize a nation. Only a man who is good at both civility and martial arts is a warrior. A man who only has the power of force and does not use his brain is a thug, a reckless man, not a warrior. So, as usual, I will remind you all one last time. If anything unexpected happens during the attribute prediction, you will be responsible for the consequences. Although this man said a lot, but the students present listened with solemn expressions. When it comes to increasing your attributes by taking drugs, there are two main options. One of them is a mild medicinal pill that can permanently increase attribute values. But it is easy to develop drug resistance. Therefore, one must spend more money to purchase pills with different ingredients to avoid drug resistance. Another way is a temporary outbreak. This kind of elixir is usually very expensive and is often used in life and death battles, where one can fight back without caring about one's own health. Some people can survive the extreme impact of the drug. But there are also people who, after an outburst, quickly enter a state of decline and explode to death. Therefore, every year during the military examination, there will be people reminding students to make careful choices and treat their lives seriously. If it explodes into bloody fireworks on the spot, it would be a waste of time. Most students would not choose this method. But every year all over the country, there are crazy people who take explosive pills regardless of the consequences. At this time, there was a burst of discussion among the students. Who was that person who just spoke? You don't even recognize this? The third-rank warrior Lu Feng. He's the deputy mayor of Lingnan City. Hey, you're just a deputy? Lingnan City currently does not have a mayor. Isn't this the top leader? Among the students of Chengtu County, Chi Chuanyu took out a golden pill with a smile on his face. Liao Zhongyang looked at him with disdain. Do you still need to take drugs? Of course not. Chi Chuanyu raised his head and shouted. I'd rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. I will naturally fight for the top spot in this session. Liao Zhongyang hates to hear the word, phoenix tail, the most. He said angrily. Don't even think about it. I can beat you even if I'm not taking drugs. If Shinbei said this, I could take it more seriously, you? Chi Chuanyu looked disdainful and said. Just be a good phoenix tail. You. Liao Zhongyang's back teeth ached so much that he couldn't help but feel the urge to give Chi Chuanyu an electric shock. Just at this moment, two students walked out from the Kaiyuan County student team. A man with dyed yellow hair, earrings, and smoky makeup. Leather trousers and pendants are the essence of his look, and the complex patterns create a non-mainstream look with a decadent and vibrant feel. The other student has an ordinary appearance, but his teeth are very unique. Chi Chuanyu, hey! The little yellow-haired boy came up to me with a step that didn't recognize any relatives. Do you still remember me? Chi Chuanyu glanced at him indifferently. Niu Lu. My name is Newben He. Hey, you big-headed ghost, Chi Chuanyu said impatiently. I don't know why that living father gave you this name, it's really tongue-twisting. Fuck! Watch your words, or do you want to start a fight? Chi Chuanyu snorted. Last year, when Chi Chuanyu was a sophomore in high school, he went to Kaiyuan County to play with his friends. As a result, he ran into this guy and the two of them had a fight over a disagreement. It's hard to say who is at a disadvantage and who is at an advantage. They were all injured. At this time, the classmates around Neo Ben laughed a few times. Brother Neo, this guy is not that good, why is he quiet now? Chi Chuanyu didn't want to pay attention to him, but why did it sound like he was afraid of himself and looked down on others? Chi Chuanyu naturally didn't tolerate it, and he just picked up some dirt and started to criticize. Who are you? Those teeth are so long and sharp, they are all separated. What's wrong? Are you afraid of close contact? Afraid of close contact. Close contact. Catch. As soon as the three words, most lethal, were uttered, Liao Zhongyang on the side burst out laughing. Shit! Neo Ben's face suddenly changed. Chi Chuanyu, you have a really bad mouth. Remember this, his name is Du Ziding, and if he gets mad, no one can stop him. You have a stomachache? Go see a doctor. If you're fine, take some laxatives. Chi Chuanyu continued to retort. Du Ziding opened his mouth full of sharp teeth, his face twisted with pleasure. I really like you. Become a warrior, otherwise it will be boring to torture you. Just you? Chi Chuanyu said with deep contempt. Didn't Neo Lu tell you how I beat him up? Who wants to beat who? Neo Lubin snorted. You just talk big. Stop nagging me. You're affecting my chances of becoming the top scorer in the martial arts exam. If bragging is taxed, you'll go fucking bankrupt. Just as the two of them were spitting at each other, the martial arts exam entered the final countdown. The roll call began and the assessment began. Neo Lubin and Du Ziding raised their middle fingers and returned to the team. Chi Chuanyu looked at Liao Zhongyang, squinting his eyes, complaining. Why don't you help me with some criticism? Liao Zhongyang clenched his fist and raised it high. I prefer to speak with my fist. Besides, you and I are competing for the top scholar, why should I help you? Grass! Chi Chuanyu rolled his eyes, tilted his nose, and curled his lips fiercely. You are the third person who makes me speechless. Why not the first one? You don't deserve it! At this time, Gu Shinro began to mobilize all the people. Come on, students, those who have the conditions to take drugs can do so now. After passing the political review, the drug effect has just reached its peak. Students should remember that you should tell the truth during the political review because the examiner already has all your information. Don't lie. Political review is also a very important step. A warrior is a representation of individual strength. It's easy to lose control. Unlike firearms, their production requires division of labor and cooperation. If one link is missing, a gun cannot be produced. According to theory, the more sophisticated the social division of labor, the lower the people's consciousness of resistance. The emergence of warriors breaks this rule. The strength of an individual can easily inspire inappropriate thoughts. Therefore, political review is extremely important, at least. At this time, Gu Shinro clapped her hands and said, Okay, wait for the examiner to call your names and come forward one by one. The students nodded one after another. My heart feels warm. The beautiful teacher speaks so pleasantly. Those students who are not in Class 3 secretly regret why they are studying in classes after Class 3 even though they are so excellent. It's really a big regret in life. Right now, the test site was packed with people, and the crowd of onlookers was huge. Amid the roar of cannon salutes, the crowd was in an uproar. The political review phase of the military examination begins. And the first one to be named was Shinbei. The examiner held up the microphone. Please ask candidate Shinbei to come forward. Shinbei? Where are the people? If you don't come, you'll be giving up the exam. Chapter 33. Stop working for now, it's time for the martial arts exam. The sound of the loudspeaker resounded throughout the venue. Everyone can hear it clearly. And as soon as the name Shinbei came out, Gu Shinro's heart was shocked, and a hint of displeasure appeared on her face. Although she didn't know what Shinbei's specific attribute values were. But through the narration of Chi Chuanyu and Liao Zhongyang, Even if Shinbei practiced in advance, it is possible to maintain a certain level of attribute values, and there is hope of passing the warrior examination. But this guy disappeared inexplicably. It's a waste of the 998 lipstick I bought online. At this time, Jiantong looked even more anxious. Ever since she arrived at the test site, she had been holding on to the hope that Shinbei had secretly arrived here. But now, after shouting for a long time, there was no sign of Shinbei. Jiantong felt that Shinbei was unreliable at this time, which really disappointed her. Chi Chuanyu on the side laughed strangely. See, Shinbei really didn't come. This top prize must be mine. Mine! Liao Zhongyang retorted. On the other side, Shinbei, who was already busy, was still screwing screws into the scaffolding. Boss Zhang suddenly confronted Shinbei. Just now the loudspeaker seemed to be calling Shinbei's name, was it you? Shinbei was suddenly startled and exclaimed. Today is my martial arts exam! You took the martial arts exam? Boss Zhang's eyes widened with an expression of disbelief and shock. Oh my God! A student who can take part in the martial arts examination must be someone selected by the school who has the hope of becoming a warrior. You, Shinbei, actually came out to work? Or working on the day of the military exam? Are you kidding me? Boss Zhang was completely numb, and said quickly. Then what are you doing? Go and take the martial arts exam! Shinbei jumped off the scaffolding and ran over in a hurry, but ran back after a few steps. I still have to work later. Oh my ancestors! Boss Zhang had a bitter face and was about to cry. You have the potential to become a warrior, but can you do this kind of work? No, I have to finish it, Shinbei said firmly. What a joke. I've been working all fucking night, but now I just have to quit. I can't activate the daily settlement panel, and I can't even afford to compensate for the lost attribute values with my life. Grandpa, you are my grandpa! Boss Zhang complained bitterly. I can't afford to hire a warrior. If this gets out, it will affect your reputation. This kind of menial work can only be done by the scraps of our society. Don't say useless things, wait for me to come back. After saying that, Shinbei ran away. Boss Zhang stood in the wind, looking disheveled. I really don't understand Shinbei, he is so persistent, what is he planning? If you can become a warrior and take on some missions, you will have a lot of money. Do scaffolding? What the hell? Can you be a little more promising? Shinbei reports. Shinbei appeared in front of the examiner at the last second when the examiner announced that he would give up the exam. The examiner looked a little unhappy and said indifferently, Be punctual. And wash your face before coming. How can you look so rusty? The examiner stopped talking before he finished speaking. He discovered that the student in front of him named Shinbei was holding an electric drill. The examiner slowly turned his head and looked at the scaffolding that was still being built on the other side of the test site, then turned his head and looked at Shinbei. His voice choked for a moment. You work over there? Shinbei nodded. The expressions of several examiners changed slightly. Good job. Today is the day of the military examination. This guy is still working and making money. Is he a money grubber, or is he just poor? Isn't this kid so capable? The examiner took a deep breath, looked down at Shinbei's resume, rubbed his eyes, and waved his hand. Pass! Shinbei uttered a puzzled ah. There seems to be something wrong with this process. Don't you even ask? The examiner said. There is nothing to ask. You are a poor peasant for 3 generations. Just go for the strength test. Oh. Shinbei scratched his head and turned to the strength test. This device is a separate strength test. Because there are many students taking the exam, the requirements for impact-resistant materials are high. Adding more features would just be cumbersome. Shinbei didn't hesitate either. Keep your legs firm, move your arms with your waist, and punch with your arms. Throw a punch down. Shinbei didn't even look at it, nor did he wait for the test results. Just ran away. Under the stunned gazes of the examiners, he, Shinbei, climbed up the scaffolding again and started screwing. The examiner was confused, his mouth twitching. What the hell? Don't you even look at your own grades? The other examiners whispered to each other. Is this student crazy? Addicted to screwing? You can't say that. That's where the students who are admitted to Wuhan University take photos. It's understandable that they're rushing to finish the work. But today is the military exam. The most important thing in life is not as important as working? To be honest, today's students really can't understand. It would be a huge hit across the country. Right now. Among the crowd below. Gu Shinro was still a little relieved when she saw Shinbei appear. And now, I watched Shinbei run away after hitting one punch, struggling with the scaffolding. The whole person was blown away. Her narrow eyes were cold and tired, and her face had a sad expression. Gu Shinro almost couldn't catch her breath. She sat down weakly, rubbing her forehead with one hand, and said exhaustedly, "This bastard!" Gu Shinro rubbed her temple. She knew that Shinbei skipped classes to go out and work. What I never expected was that I would end up working at the Military Science Examination Center. But let's see what day it is today. I give up. I'm really impressed. At the same time, Jian Tong's face was full of joy, and Shinbei, who she had been thinking about, appeared. Although his behavior was quite explosive. But it's good that people are here. Who cares? As long as Shinbei takes the exam, he will surely win the martial arts exam. Chi Chuanyu on the side was filled with grief and indignation, his face livid. Damn! This guy finally came! My pressure has doubled! Having said that, Chi Chuanyu, who originally had no intention of taking drugs, decisively took out the golden pill and threw it directly into his mouth. And Liao Shongyang stammered a few times. Which? Why does Shinbei want to climb the scaffolding? Will it increase attribute points? Chi Chuanyu looked at the big fool strangely and said, To be honest, you should buy some smart beans to eat. At this moment, everyone in the audience, whether it was other students or the onlookers, were all shocked by Shinbei's outrageous operation and doubted their lives. After a brief silence, a huge discussion started. Oh my goodness, they didn't even ask any questions during the political review, they passed it in one go, and during the strength test, they just punched and ran, they didn't even look at the results. Are you here to run with me? Fuck, that's a personality. You've given up on yourself, haven't you? However, judging from this kid's hard-working attitude, we can't underestimate him in the future. Lingnan City's Wuka has never had such an explosive existence. I am laughing so hard. Look at the examiner on the stage. He has been holding the cup for so long that he has even forgotten to drink the water. It's cool and elegant at its best. If there's something unexpected going on during the strength test, it'll be even more explosive. Impossible! You can tell from the first glance that he is a student who is not interested in martial arts. How can he not care about his grades and only care about work? Boo! Shinbei's strength results are out. Everyone in the audience looked at the electronic screen on the testing equipment. This electronic screen is an external screen. Very big. Even people far away can see it clearly. Moreover, the organizers of the examination center will also play. The displayed results do not pop up all at once. Instead, two values continuously scroll from 0 to 9. The first place to stop is the ones place, then the tens place. The main theme is excitement and thrill. Right now. Scroll on the electronic screen. The single digits are out. Yes, 5. As soon as this number came out, Jian Tong's eyes froze. She seemed to have been drained of her energy, her eyes were unfocused, and her face was pale. He muttered to himself. Something is wrong, something is wrong. When I tested it yesterday, the single digit was still 3. Could it be? The negative backlash from Shinbei's early training has just begun to take effect? Let his strength attribute plummet by 8 points. Chapter 34. This is a bit against the ancestral teachings. At this moment, Jian Tong was completely numb. In her guess, Shinbei's attribute value plummeted. This is not a good phenomenon. This is just the strength attribute. If other attributes also plummet by 8 points. 48-36. Even yesterday the test was 80 points. That's only 44 points left. It's far from the 60-point threshold. What's more, 60 points is just the minimum. Who knows if there will be a demon student who will raise this standard? Jian Tong's face was sad, and there was a sense of despair in his heart. She even didn't dare to look at the 10 scrolling on the electronic screen. It's hard to see, it must be 1. At this time, Gu Xinro found that Jian Tong was a little abnormal, and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Jian Tong said hesitantly, "Jinbei came to my house yesterday to check the attribute values, and the strength attribute is 23. After hearing this, Gu Xinro immediately thought of what had happened. A chill ran from the soles of my feet up my spine to my head. Yesterday, the number was still 3. Today it becomes 5. Undoubtedly, it plummeted. Gu Xinro took a deep breath, her eyes filled with gloom and resentment. This stinky boy didn't listen to my good words, and now he's screwed. There is no need to think too much about this situation. The backlash effect is coming. What about Shinbei standing still for 3 hours a few days ago? Isn't it lame now? I'm so angry that my head hurts. At this time, Chi Chuanyu muttered as if casting a curse. Gods and Buddhas of heaven, Tathagata the Great, Guanyin Bodhisattva, Virgin Mary, Lord Jesus, bless me so that the 10 digit is 1. Liao Zhongyang continued. How could it be 1? Shinbei is practicing horse stance, and it is obvious that he is going for the melee route, so his strength and physique are definitely high. Just shut up! Chi Chuanyu glared at him. Under the watchful eyes of the public, the 10's digit on the electronic screen finally popped up. Yes, 2. Boom! The whole audience was shocked. For a moment, the originally noisy examination room seemed to have pressed the pause button and fell silent in an instant. No one expected it. In their opinion, Shinbei, who only cares about adapting to society and fixing screws, has such a high strength attribute. Up to 25 points. The examiner stood up suddenly and stared at the electronic screen. The shock and horror filled my heart like a raging storm. There was a hint of surprise and shock in his eyes. Normally speaking, it is not uncommon for a student's strength attribute to be as high as 40 points. But that is an isolated case, and it has not appeared for many years. It cannot be used as a standard and there is no comparison. The average strength value of other students is around 15, 16, or 17 points. But Shinbei, this poor kid who works to make a living, actually has a score of 25. This is already quite excellent. The contrast is too great. The other examiners also looked surprised. A guy who obviously just took the test perfunctorily can have such a high strength attribute. It's really amazing. The examiners couldn't help but say, "Is the testing equipment broken?" Although I really hope this is true, Shinbei's attitude towards the exam is too fake. There is no doubt about the operating status of the equipment. I can only say that this guy has personality. Maybe this is the only attribute that stands out, while the other attributes are lame. Let's wait and see. Don't look at it, continue with the exam. Next, Neo Lu from Kaiyuan County. Right now. Jian Tong and Gu Xinro, who had already prepared themselves for Shinbei's failure to get into Wuhan University, saw the final result. They were all stunned. The reversal came too fast and too suddenly. Gu Xinro bit the tip of her tongue hard, the pain stimulated her brain, and she woke up. What? Not 1 but 2? 25 points? It actually increased by 2 points? Hiss. The two women looked at each other. What the hell was going on? After just one night, the attribute value can still increase? We agreed to cultivate the attribute values in advance. Did you let Shinbei eat it? Incredible. Gu Xinro watched Shinbei climbing up and down on the scaffolding in the distance, screwing in screws. Her heart was throbbing, and she couldn't quite understand him. It's so scary! Jian Tong's face was filled with joy. I knew Shinbei must be very strong. Jian Tong put her white and tender little hand into her pocket and pinched her ID card. Chi Chuanyu on the other side took a breath of cold air. This is fucking. Liao Shongyang smiled and said, See, I said it was definitely 25 points. But compared to me, it's still far behind. Chi Chuanyu directly said, If all of Shinbei's attribute values are above 20 points, can you still laugh? Impossible! Absolutely impossible! Liao Shongyang shouted. Can I still become a pentagonal warrior? Damn knows. Chi Chuanyu looked at Shinbei screwing in the screws from a distance, his eyes gloomy. The audience also burst into roars of applause. Is 25 points of strength a high attribute? High. But not the ceiling. The reason why it caused a sensation was Shinbei's relaxed attitude in dealing with it. Punch and run. Keep working. Who in normal state can do such a thing? The entire crowd of onlookers at the scene were numbed by the thunder. With this capital, why bother with scaffolding? Can you be more promising? Right now. The test site experienced a brief shock. The exam continues. The second one to come forward was Nuda Ben. Even the examiner found this crappy name awkward. Nyo Nyoben, report! He had a cynical look on his face and was laughing. The examiner took one look at him and immediately announced. Test result, deduct 3 attribute points. As soon as these words came out, the audience burst into laughter. Fuck, this is a character who is more alive than Shinbei. Wait a minute, can someone tell me why Neo Lu's attribute points were deducted? You don't understand this? Your clothes are disheveled and your face is painted like a ghost. The martial arts exam also has requirements for personal appearance. There is nothing wrong with normal clothing. This guy dyed his hair and pierced his earrings. According to the regulations, attribute points can be deducted. Isn't that a disadvantage? He's just stubborn. When Nyo Ben learned that his attribute points were deducted, he was not annoyed at all. Instead, he shook his hair and said, This is called being cool and unrestrained. The examiner snorted. Go to the strength test, next one. The third student stepped forward. The examiner looked at the student's political review materials, his eyes twitched, and he asked tentatively, Do you think it is necessary for you to come? The student curled his lips. I think it's okay. The examiner coughed and said, I'm not trying to criticize you, but your family tree shows that for 6 generations, there were either guides or puppet army leaders, including well-known traitors, high-level traitors, and intellectual reactionaries. This family tree claims to guard the mountains and rivers and protect the country, which is indeed a bit contrary to the ancestral teachings. Phew. The other examiners spat out a mouthful of blood. Everyone opened their eyes wide and rushed to look at the political review materials. Good job. It's really a once-in-a-century event. All the villain characters have been collected. Awesome. Awesome. The examiner waved his hand and said, Go back. The student pulled his shoulders back and said, What a sin! The students waiting in line at the back covered their mouths and giggled. Fuck, this guy still has an ID card. It's the harmonious society that saved him. This reincarnation technique is really unlucky. I think he can go into acting, specializing in playing big traitors. That's in his genes. Are we witnessing the birth of an actor? Stop teasing me. The students in front of you should hurry up. We still have an exam to take. Chapter 35. Fighting for the top scholarship. The WUST exam lasted until noon and ended briefly. Because students come from all over the place and arrive relatively late. The morning examination session only involves political review and strength testing. In the afternoon, we conducted tests on mental, physical, and agility, and finally took a group photo of the freshmen admitted to Wuhan University. This day is finally over. At this time, the electronic screen was also listing the attribute values of the top 10 students. The well-deserved number 1 is Lia's Hongyang. With a strength attribute value of 38 points, he took first place. And Shinbei just touched the threshold of the top 10. With an attribute value of 25 points, it ranks 10th. Of course, this is just a ranking of strength attributes. As other property values were detected in the afternoon, this list will undergo drastic changes. After all, some students are not outstanding in terms of strength, such as Jian Tong. Her spiritual attributes are particularly scary, but it is not yet time for her to show her abilities. Now, all the students began to disperse and look for restaurants or snack stalls near the test site to eat. And near the scaffolding inside the test site. Boss Zhang looked tangled, watching Shinbei picking up the rice. He looked at the ranking on the electronic screen again and shuddered all over. He patted his big bald head, squatted beside Shinbei, and said solemnly, Brother, don't do it, I'm scared. Shinbei spit out the chicken wing bones and made an inarticulate sound. What are you snapping? Again, you have the hope of becoming a warrior. Will this prevent me from working? Not that, but this is a cheap job, you shouldn't touch it. Shinbei took a sip of mineral water and answered irrelevantly. This dish is a bit salty, don't order this lunchbox next time. Boss Zhang. Right at this moment, a beautiful figure came in front of Shinbei. Shinbei only felt a burst of fragrance blowing towards him. Look up. It's Gu Shinro. She is a beautiful scenery standing in front of everyone. She is noble, mature, cool, and superior. She is so impressive that people are attracted to her and fall in love with her. But at this moment, Gu Shinro's eyes held an indescribable meaning, and her delicate face condensed the beauty of a god. Shinbei! Gu Shinro's tone was stiff and seemed to be filled with anger. The teacher is here, Shinbei said with a smile. Do you want to eat together? Is it delicious? It's just a little salty. Stop talking to me. Gu Shinro twisted Shinbei's ear. Get up! Ouch! Shinbei bared his teeth. Who provokes you again? What do you think? Gu Shinro pinched her waist and said viciously. You are really promising. You have worked so hard to get to the examination center. Can you take the martial arts examination seriously? I'm already very serious. Shinbei turned to Boss Zhang and said. Right? Are the screws I tied firmly? Boss Zhang. Gu Shinro was surprised to see Shinbei still being so out of tune. After a long silence, she asked in a mature and charming female voice with a hint of coldness. Tell me how much money you can make from this part-time job. I'll give it to you. Now go back and do well in the exam. Shinbei exclaimed. 300 an hour. I've been working since 8 o'clock last night. It will take me about 3 more hours in the afternoon. 17 hours, 5,100 yuan. Gu Shinro twitched her lips and waved her hand. I wish you a happy work. After saying that, he turned and left. Shinbei chuckled and continued to squat on the ground to eat. Boss Zhang opened his mouth in astonishment, hesitating. It's not you, brother, then, isn't that your class teacher? How did you get so angry and leave? Shinbei said with a straight face. Boss Zhang, this is what you did wrong. What do you mean I left in anger? That was because she overestimated her little wallet. You, as long as you are happy. Boss Zhang was completely speechless. I don't understand this world at all. It was afternoon. The martial arts examination continues. Shinbei is still the same. When it was his turn, he took his electric drill and went to take the test, and then went back to work. Shinbei had to be so busy, fearing that the daily settlement panel would not be activated due to his absence. That would be a huge loss. In any case, Shinbei estimated that it would be easy for him to be admitted to Wuhan University. What's more, his attribute values have increased a little after the daily reward was settled this morning. Definitely leading the pack. After the agility test, Shinbei's agility attribute once again shocked the audience. Up to 20 points. Another data breaking 20. At the previous strength attribute of 25 points. 45 attribute points. Shinbei ranked first on the list and jumped directly to the first place. I originally thought this guy was good at strength, but I didn't expect his agility to be over 20. Freak! What a freak! Will the next 2 attribute tests both exceed 20 points? I bet that Shinbei's physical and mental condition must be around 10. Otherwise, I will stand upside down and eat shit. Including me, I can fuck a 5-speed electric fan. Whether it is the onlookers or the examiners. Most people think that Shinbei's other attribute values are hovering around 10 points. This conforms to certain rules. If all exceed 20, the overall attribute will exceed 85 points. This is a rare event in Ling'an City. The probability of this happening is extremely small, almost impossible. With 80 attributes, according to the information from the Education Bureau, there are a few talented students who can compete. For example, Liao Zhongyang, Qi Chuanyu, Niu Ben, Du Ziding, and others. 85 points. I can't even think about it. If such a monster appeared, how could Chengtu County No. 1 High School not know about it? The news must have leaked out somehow, right? The chief examiner flipped through the materials and analyzed them again with the other examiners. It seems that the people's vision is still correct. The last time Shinbei was tested at school, his four-dimensional attributes were all around 10 points, so this time it's considered an explosion. This is also rare. Generally, when mining attribute bursts, they are concentrated on one attribute value. Shinbei has advanced two attribute values at the same time, which can be regarded as God's blessing. With 65 attributes, I should be able to pass the exam this year. It's hard to say. Chi Chuanyu is a drug addict, which will raise the admission score. Is it necessary? To compete for the top prize. On site. Chi Chuanyu looked at Shinbei's agility attribute, and it also broke 20, and he said in his heart, "Fuck!" Liao Zhongyang seems to be a crow's mouth. Liao Zhongyang also touched his chin and analyzed the situation. He silently took out a pill and swallowed it. Chi Chuanyu looked at him with disdain. "You've gone soft, are you taking drugs?" "I eat candy balls," Liao Zhongyang said without blushing. The exam continues. The third mental test. Jian Tong walked with brisk steps, her black and smooth hair now a little messy and scattered on both sides of her head. Her eyebrows were as delicate as the willow-like smoky mountains in the distance. She waved in the direction of the scaffolding from a distance. Shinbei also stopped what he was doing and waved. Jian Tong's posture was reflected in Shinbei's eyes. Her gently fluttering nose and her beautiful rosy cheeks are full of attractive beauty. The most important thing is her charming and attractive temperament. She was like a melting iceberg or a precious peony. Her every move and gesture exuded a noble and elegant temperament that was the finishing touch on her. "Don't pull your hips," Shinbei laughed. Jian Tong lifted her flying hair, raised her slender waist proudly, and snorted softly. Before coming to the test. After a while of operation, the electronic screen began to scroll the test results. The unit digit is 0. The tens digit is 4. 40 points. Add the attribute value in front of the two terms. Jian Tong jumped to the first place on the list with an overall score of 68 points. Chapter 36. Brother, be gentle, I'm scared. Although Jian Tong's strength and agility attributes are low, but relying on his super high spiritual attributes, he temporarily reached the top in one fell swoop, even suppressing Shinbei. The examiner at this time exclaimed, "Monster! This is a monster!" The other examiners took a deep breath, and the temperature around them rose a few degrees. 40 points! This is a good seedling. It's rare to see this. This is the first student whose single attribute has exceeded 40 points so far. It's a sure thing. This girl's physical attribute must be above 10 points. With 75 points, she can definitely be admitted to Wuhan University. It is foreseeable that the teachers at Wuhan University will be scrambling for this position. Compared to Jian Tong's outstanding performance, I am more looking forward to what Shinbei's performance will be. Him? I guess he just ran out of energy. Here we go! Shinbei has started the mental examination. While everyone was shocked by Jian Tong's 40-point mental attribute, Shinbei ran over and started a mental examination. He was still as efficient as ever. He left as soon as he finished the measurement, and went back to the scaffolding to screw in the screws. The main point is to work diligently. Everyone who saw it rolled their eyes. Chi Chuanyu started to babble again. "Please bless me, the 10th digit must start with 1. Liao Zhongyang was also staring at the electronic screen. If Shinbei's spiritual attribute still starts with 2, his title of number 1 will be in jeopardy. The scene was quiet. All are waiting for test results. Especially those who bet on eating shit while standing upside down, and those who fan the fan at 5 gears were swallowing their saliva. Soon, the single digit of Shinbei's test result popped out. It was 0. Then, the tens digit began to jump. Under everyone's attention, a bright red 2 pops out. 20 o'clock. Boom! Everyone was dumbfounded. What the hell? Strength attribute 25 points, agility 20 points. I'm still 20 points in spirits now. What kind of monster is this? What about 1? 1 was it eaten by you, Shinbei? Dumbfounded. Everyone was stunned. Among the onlookers, several people who had made bets looked ashamed, lowered their heads, crouched, and quietly slipped away. Immediately following, a noisy discussion suddenly broke out. "Oh my god! Shinbei is really going for the pentagonal warrior." "Don't be ridiculous. There is no data on the hidden attribute. Strictly speaking, it is a quadrilateral warrior." "Incredible! Incredible! I already have 65 attribute points. If I can increase my physique by 10 points, I will have 75 points. I will definitely be admitted to Wudao. This year's martial arts exam is so exciting. Do you think Shinbei can win the top prize this year?" "That depends on how the other students who rank lower perform in terms of agility and physique. If Shinbei's physique is also above 20 points, then the top scorer must be him without a doubt. His working part-time and taking exams at the same time, damn inspiring." "Oh shit!" The corners of Chichuanyu's mouth twitched, and his teeth chattered. As expected of a freak who can stand still for 3 hours. How can a guy who loves hand-to-hand combat have such high agility? At this time, the results of the first 2 attribute tests of Chichuanyu were mediocre. It didn't even make the top 10 list. But his advantage lies in agility. When tested at home yesterday, it was 37 points. With the drugs he took this time, it can reach 40 points. He made a simple calculation, and even so, his comprehensive attribute was only 66 points, which was slightly lower than Shinbei. There is still one physical condition that has not been tested. My physical condition is so poor. For warriors who choose melee combat, their physical attributes are usually not too bad. From this perspective, the chances of winning the top prize are theoretically very slim. Liao Zhongyang was also stunned. His highest attribute is strength, which has already been sacrificed. Other attributes are all in a poor state. His physique is slightly higher, but it is definitely not higher than Shinbei. I originally thought that Shinbei's agility value was low, but it turned out to be a blow to me. "It seems that we have thought too much," Liao Zhongyang said angrily. Chichuanyu sighed and said, "Since we have you, why do we have Liang? Well, I'm going to test my agility." Soon, Chichuanyu's agility attribute was detected. It was indeed 40 points. There was another round of exclamations at the scene. But Chichuanyu couldn't be happy at all. Mainly because I felt uncomfortable being suppressed by Shinbei. It would be fine if Shinbei took the exam seriously. But he was working while taking exams, and this gap between his excellence and his work was unacceptable to Chichuanyu. It was like I had gone through so much hardship and finally ran to the finish line, and Shinbei yawned at the finish line before starting to run, and said, "Come catch up with me." What else can I say? Just watch Shinbei perform. At this time, the rankings on the electronic screen are constantly changing. The last test begins. Physical examination is the most torturous. The examiner kept telling the students not to try to be too strong. The pain from that kind of hallucination is no joke, and it's easy to have a mental breakdown. But how could the students listen? In the final sprint stage, if you don't try your best, are you still a human being? What's more, the students present also vaguely felt that something was wrong. Especially the rhythm of Shinbei Dai. If nothing unexpected happens, his physical fitness is very likely to be above 20 points. All in all, the minimum attribute value is 85 points. Based on the experience of previous years' military examinations, once someone breaks through 80 points, the 60-point benchmark threshold will have to be adjusted upwards. Adjust by at least 5 points. In other words, if you originally had a chance of getting into Wuhan University with 60 points, now there is absolutely no hope. It is not safe unless it reaches 65 points or even 70 points. In such a critical situation, you tell your body not to fight hard? How is that possible? So, a sense of determination spread across the faces of students throughout the examination center. Let's do it! In the following period of time, one could hear that the originally joyous examination center turned into a living hell. Under the torture of the physical examination, all kinds of ghostly howling sounds were heard. Fuck! It hurts! Hiss! Persistence leads to victory! Coo-ah! The people at the scene were frightened by the student's desperate posture. The hair on my body stood up and my scalp felt numb. Isn't this too much? It's because I was overwhelmed by Shinbei. The teachers and students over there all think that Shinbei's physique must have broken through 20 points, or even more. Yes, the admission standards will definitely be raised this year. If we don't try hard, we will lose a lot. Although you can repeat the year, your attribute points will be deducted for the next year's martial arts exam. It's not worth it. It's best to pass the exam on the first try. I feel sorry for these kids. You, an ordinary person, feel sorry for the warriors? What do you think? As the last physical test proceeds, the examiner deliberately arranged Shinbei's ranking to the end. I can only say that this child really loves to work. Plus, the scaffolding has reached the final stage and needs to be used immediately. Just give Shinbei some time. After the final assembly of the scaffolding is completed, Boss Zhang pulled the canvas off the car and started hanging it up. This job is much simpler. Just tie thin wire on the holes in the canvas. The only trouble is pulling it diagonally to make it flat. This work is not yet finished. The loudspeaker began to announce Shinbei's physical condition test. Shinbei had no choice but to call it a day. Staggering, he came to the testing equipment under the gaze of everyone. At this moment, the scene was once again in complete silence. This is the last person in the entire martial arts exam. Thoughts arose in everyone's mind. Can Shinbei's physique reach more than 20 points? How much more can it exceed? Will this year's admission pass line be raised because of the emergence of this monster Shinbei? How much will it increase? For a moment, all the students in the audience were nervous. Holding his breath, he watched Shinbei lie in calmly. Those students whose attributes were between 60 and 65 points seemed to be waiting for Shinbei's verdict. Chapter 37 – Win the Top Prize. Right now, on the electronic screen list, the first place is Ji Chuanyu, with 81 comprehensive attribute points. The second place is a student from a high school in Lingnan City, with a comprehensive attribute of 80 points. The third place also has 80 points, and his name is Du Ziting. The fourth place is Niu Lu from Kaiyuan County. After deducting 3 penalty attribute points, this guy's score is as high as 79 points. The fourth place is Lia's Hungyang, also with 79 points. Jian Tong ranks 5th with a comprehensive attribute of 78 points. Then, students from Lingnan City began to dominate the list. Until the 10th place. And Shinbei's name had long disappeared. But Shinbei still has one last physical condition to be tested. At this time, Shinbei's first 3 attributes are equal to 65 points. If Shinbei's physical attribute value is less than 15 points, the top scorer will be Ji Chuanyu. If he was 2 points higher, Ji Chuanyu would only be the runner-up. Ji Chuanyu's palms were sweating. He sincerely hoped that Shinbei would give him some face and let him achieve the top scorer achievement. But the hope is extremely slim. Even a fool can see that Shinbei's physical fitness value is definitely not low. It depends on whether it reaches 85 points or above, which raises the passing score for admission to Wuhan University. Soon. Shinbei groaned a few times in phantom pain and directly reached out to interrupt the test. This time, Shinbei did not immediately run back to work. Instead, they stood in front of the electronic screen waiting for the results. Right now, the chief examiner and all the examiners craned their necks to look over there. The students crossed their legs, looking anxiously forward. The people around even stopped breathing. I dare not blink at all, for fear of missing the wonderful moment. Soon, the results appear. 25 points. As soon as this number came out, the whole audience was shocked. Reactions were mixed. The examiner's eyes exploded, and his eyes, body, and mind shook and shuddered uncontrollably. What? It's actually 25 points. The 4-dimensional attributes have all broken through 20 points. This is too terrifying. The other examiner's eyes twisted for a moment, unable to extricate themselves from extreme shock. His 25 points. Adding the previous 65 points, not only has it surpassed the 80-point mark, it has also reached 90 points. Break the Lingnan City record. This Shinbei is really hard to estimate. This is no longer something that can be described as a monster. This class of students is really a group of monsters. In previous years, it was good to have 1 or 2 students who could reach 80 points. This year, not only are there 4, but 1 also broke the historical record. At the same time, in the sunlight, the faces of the people around revealed expressions of extreme shock, panic, and even fear. After a brief silence, there was a sudden burst of cheers and shouts like a thunderous wave. Awesome! There is nothing Shinbei can't do, as long as you can't think of it. Latest news! I just came back from the Changtu County student team, but I heard that Qi Chuanyu, Liao Zhongyang, and Shinbei started training in advance. What? 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 Practicing in advance will reduce attribute values. Holy crap! After losing so much attribute value, the comprehensive attribute can still be 90 points? Is this still a human? At this moment, Gu Shinro's expression was as if she was performing a face-changing show. First, her face was shaken, then she was shocked, and finally her face changed wildly, full of disbelief. In her opinion, Shinbei had practiced in advance, so he just needed to pass the entrance exam to Wuhan University. The result was totally unexpected. Shinbei took the test leisurely, and the test showed 90 points of comprehensive attributes. Not only did he become a top scorer, but he also raised the admission score of Wuhan University. Gu Shinro's breathing became unstable. When did Shinbei begin to transform? How come there is no difference between me? While being surprised, Gu Shinro also reflected on whether she didn't care enough about Shinbei. It seems that I need to pay more attention to it in the future. Wrong. Gu Shinro's face suddenly darkened. Shinbei is about to enter Wuda to learn the true way of a warrior. And I also have to teach in a high school in Changtu County. How can I care about you when we are separated? Gu Shinro revealed a gorgeous, holy, and slightly uneasy face. She realized that Shinbei was about to fly away. Maybe I will never return to Changtu County again. His future is bright and promising, but I am just a small one. Different from Gu Shinro's sudden sadness. Jian Tong's eyes revealed an intoxicating tenderness. She smiled sweetly and her beautiful eyes were full of expectation. She was excited and happy for Shinbei from the bottom of her heart. In the past, she thought Shinbei should catch up with her. Now, the situation is completely reversed. It was I who should catch up with Shinbei. Otherwise, I'm not worthy of him. Thinking of this, Jian Tong became more determined that the 1 million that his father owed Shinbei must be paid in time. Otherwise, it would be very uncomfortable if you were caught with this in the future. The list on the electronic screen changed dramatically. With an ultra-high attribute of 90 points, Shinbei once again topped the Lingnan City Wuka University entrance examination. The chief examiner grabbed the microphone and announced in front of everyone. Dear students and guests, this year's martial arts examination is over. I declare that this year's top scholar is Shinbei. There was a warm cheer at the scene, and applause was given to the social person. Shinbei. Shinbei stood on the stage. Although his face was covered with sweat and rust, he showed his snow-white teeth, his eyebrows and eyes were full of smiles, and he bowed deeply to the audience. Turn around and continue working. The examiner choked up. Oh shit. You are the top scorer. Can you please stop the electric drill in your hand? According to the process, you should say a few words of thanks. Things like thanking the government, thanking the country, thanking the teachers, etc. Good job. Just focus on the work in your hands, right? The examiner's mouth twitched with embarrassment, but he simply ignored it and continued to announce. Next, I will announce the passing score for admission to Wuda and Lingnan City this year. According to the standards of previous years, if the comprehensive attribute reaches 60 points, there is hope of being admitted to Wuhan University. But because the comprehensive attribute value of the first place is too high, according to the rules, the passing score for admission to Wuhan University is. The examiner lengthened his tone. Those students who stepped on the red line were all very nervous. How much is it? Say it quickly. I'm so anxious. The examiner cleared his throat and said, the passing score is 68 points for comprehensive attributes. As soon as this result came out, The following burst into tears. Mom, I'm sorry, I didn't pass the exam, woo-woo. It can't be 67 points. I'm so angry. Gone. If I repeat the year next year, I will have to deduct my attributes. I hope there won't be a monster like Shinbei appearing. Fuck. It was always 65 points in previous years, but it's increased to 68 points this year. Ugh. I'm going to go the wild way. Damn it. Shinbei, you made me fail the exam. Some are happy and some are sad. The comprehensive attribute was raised to 68 points. It can only be said that the students in the same class as Shinbei were extremely unlucky. But what else can we do? This is the rule of this world. The strong will always be strong. There is no strongest, only stronger. Luck is also part of strength. You deserve this bad luck, you can only swallow your anger. Then, a group photo of the admitted students. It happened that the stage for the group photo here had been set up, and Shinbei tied the last wire to the scaffolding. The students below began to line up under the teacher's instructions with smiles on their faces. Gu Shinro looked up at Shinbei, who was sitting on the scaffolding, and winked. Get down and stand in the middle. Shinbei shrugged. It's fine here, just take a photo like this. Gu Shinro held her forehead with her hands, her face full of black lines. Are you deliberately trying to piss me off to death? And Chi Chuanyu on the side shouted. Shinbei, don't come down, I'm standing in your position. Chi Chuanyu immediately squeezed to the middle position. This is the most central position in the entire photo, and only the most handsome guy can stand in the C position. Although I didn't get the title of top scholar, being able to stand in the top position does make up for a regret. With a click, the photographer has finished taking the photo. In that photo, the students who were admitted this year were all smiles. And the most dazzling person is Shinbei sitting on the high scaffolding. There is an overbearing arrogance in his brows, and he is sharp and has the courage to look down on the world. The freshman at this time had not yet thought of this. What kind of fear of being dominated will Shinbei, who is so high and mighty and suppresses everyone, bring? Chapter 38. Two women are jealous. Congratulations to the top scorer! Boss Zhang counted the banknotes, with a flattering look on his face. Come on, Shinbei, this is your salary, 5,100. Shinbei took the banknotes with a sizzle. These are all the fruits of labor. You deserve it. The money earned through labor is indeed full of the fragrance of ink. It will be boring without you in the future labor market. Boss Zhang spoke again. Shinbei said, If there's work in Lingnan City, you can still find me. Boss Zhang hurriedly shook his head, with a bit of alienation. What a joke, you are a warrior, we are not the same kind of people at all. Shinbei smacked his lips. In this world, warriors are at one level, and ordinary people are at another level, and they cannot be compared. It is understandable that Boss Zhang has this attitude. Just look at the other workers and you will understand that Boss Zhang is quite courageous. Those workers didn't dare to go astray at all and naturally drew a line in the sand. This self-awareness came from their deep-seated awe and fear of warriors. Shinbei didn't say much. Gu Shinro over there had urged him to return to the team several times. Then we'll see each other someday. Shinbei patted Boss Zhang on the shoulder and turned to leave. For Shinbei, working is definitely necessary. You can't increase attribute points without working. In the future, he will continue his great career in the Lingnan city labor market. Return to the student team of Chengtu County. Wuhan University had already prepared a celebratory dinner, so there was no need to rush back to the county town that night. The hotel has been arranged. You can go back the next day. The banquet was also divided into two large courts. There is a meeting place for students who are admitted to Wuhan University. The food here is richer and you can eat and drink as much as you want. The students who failed the exam were seated together, so the food was relatively cold. Some students even just showed up, turned left, and went to eat at street stalls. Shinbei sat down at the banquet seat. Many teachers and leaders from Wuhan University also came. A lot of chattering speech. Shinbei's head hurt after listening to it. Finally, the waiter picked up the chopsticks after the nagging. This shows the rules. I guess the Wuhan University authorities were also aware of this situation and were afraid that no one would listen when they were speaking, so they prepared to serve the dishes first and the chopsticks later. Originally, Gu Xinro and Jian Tong were sitting next to Shinbei. Before they had taken a few bites at the banquet, Gu Xinro received a phone call. She was afraid it would be inconvenient to talk, so she went out to answer the phone. Shinbei, why did your attribute value increase again? Jian Tong took a sip of Coke and asked curiously. Shinbei did not answer directly, but smiled and said, Your dad should be happy secretly, otherwise he will lose another million. Jian Tong. At this time, Liao Shongyang came over and said in a rough voice, Shinbei, let me introduce a classmate to you. Shinbei turned his head and looked back. But Liao Shongyang came over with a girl. The girl is wearing a red palace dress. The so-called palace dress is actually a dress that combines modern art. Although there are girls who wear this kind of clothes. But very rarely. Everything reflects her dignity. Her appearance is extremely beautiful, not something from this mortal world, like a dream. Her phoenix eyes are bright and noble. Even every strand of hair looks dignified and lovely. Compared with her, Fu Huangqin seems like an ordinary beauty. She is beautiful but not seductive, and has the appearance of a phoenix. Yu Qiui. Liao Zhongyang introduced her. Shinbei said, First time seeing you. Yu Qiui blinked. No way? Yu Qiui felt incredible. I often hang out on campus, but even without saying hello, you haven't seen me from a distance? Besides, during the physical exercises during breaks, all the teachers and students in the school line up in the playground, so you can see it. Jian Tong seemed to be born hostile, and his face was unfriendly when he looked at Yu Qiui. Jealousy between boys is always a hidden dagger behind a smile. The girls are completely naked. Do you have something to do with Shinbei? Jian Tong crossed his arms, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, forming a cold and hard arc as he spoke. In Jian Tong's opinion, he didn't come earlier or later, but he came when Shinbei was the top scholar. This is Sima Zhao's intention. Yu Qiui shook her hair and said with a smile, A genius suddenly appeared in Yigao. Who wouldn't admire him? Why not let me meet him? Liao Zhongyang suddenly raised his hand and said, I don't admire you. Yu Qiui had never seen anyone who was so good at ruining things. He really was the legendary big fool. Originally, she wanted to find a student who knew Shinbei to introduce him. The result? I asked around, but didn't find anyone I knew. It was as if Shinbei was a student who appeared out of thin air. Only Qi Chuanyu and Liao Zhongyang knew each other. There is no need to say much about Qi Chuanyu. Yu Qiui will not be bothered by others when she sees him. I had no choice but to drag Liao Zhongyang over here. It's okay now. It's not okay for you to admire Xia Shinbei, right? Jian Tong's eyes were like crescent moons, and she sneered. You know me too late. Yu Qiui's face blossomed upon hearing this, and she smiled widely. Let me teach you a few idioms. The latecomers are superior, the early-comers are the last, the latecomers are the first to arrive. Jian Tong felt that he had been seriously challenged. She wanted to prove it with facts and make Yu Qiui give up on this idea to avoid any trouble in the future. She shouted angrily. Shinbei, Shinbei, Shinbei? I called a few times, but no one answered. At this time, Jian Tong turned his head and found that Shinbei had hugged Liao Zhongyang and was whispering in the corner. Jian Tong raised his ridged eyebrows and emphasized his tone. Shinbei! Shinbei raised his head and waved his hand, indicating that he was busy and asked not to disturb him. Yu Qiui raised her cheeks and chuckled. I guess I'm not late at all. Jian Tong raised a sweet smile with a hint of nervousness and said harshly, Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Shinbei and I are desk mates and have met their parents. Yu Qiui's face suddenly turned cold. Who are you kidding? The two looked at each other and sparks flew. They all snorted and left unhappily. On the other side, Shinbei turned into a big liar. Brother, you are really good. You are in the top 5 in the exam. In my opinion, if Qi Chuanyu didn't take drugs, you would definitely be able to beat him. Liao Zhongyang was feeling proud. You are right, this guy is taking top-grade elixirs, each one costs nearly $1 million. If it comes down to money, I will definitely not lose to him. Shinbei shook his head. That's not the case. Don't judge a hero by his statistics. If you don't have any work to do, you may not be able to beat him. I don't have any work on my hands? Liao Zhongyang pointed at himself and snorted. Don't even mention Qi Chuanyu. Even if it's you, what if your attribute is as high as 90 points? I'm not afraid of real combat. Hiss! Shinbei's eyes burst into excitement. So amazing? Shall we try somewhere else? An arrogant smile appeared on Liao Zhongyang's face. He looked down at Shinbei, as if he was looking down at a humble ant, and continued. I said you are a commander without troops, do you admit it? Shinbei could naturally understand the term, bear commander, here. What I mean is that Shinbei only has attributes, but doesn't know any martial arts. Talking about this, Shinbei revealed the pride of an old fox who had successfully planned. I found the right person. This guy Liao Zhongyang can be played with. Shinbei immediately put on a stern face. Why, can you know martial arts? You're exaggerating a bit. I definitely don't know any authentic martial arts. I need to go to Wudai University and have a teacher to teach me. Liao Zhongyang continued proudly. But I still know some basic boxing techniques. So, I have a routine to beat you, and you are no match for me with just brute force. Of course, I mean now. Shinbei rolled his eyes and said in denial. I don't believe it. Unless you show me the basic boxing skills. You stubborn bastard. Liao Zhongyang pulled Shinbei. Let's go to the room upstairs. Today, I will let you, a country bumpkin, open your eyes. Chapter 39 Activating the ATM Machine. Although Shinbei is the top scholar of this year. But Liao Zhongyang was obviously unconvinced, and his words were also slightly disdainful of Shinbei. It's not that Liao Zhongyang is not convinced by Shinbei's super high comprehensive attributes. It's because Shinbei's attribute points are too evenly distributed. There are no outstanding highlights. But in terms of strength, Liao Zhongyang is definitely not inferior to Shinbei. Plus, he already has basic boxing skills. He is also confident enough to fight Shinbei one-on-one. But how could Shinbei be so stubborn and have the same opinion as Liao Zhongyang? As they chatted, they successfully activated the Liao Zhongyang ATM machine. Liao Zhongyang exploded directly and pulled Shinbei to the room upstairs. Liao Zhongyang pulled out a book called Basic Boxing from his backpack. Hey, open your eyes and see if this is basic boxing? Liao Zhongyang held the book with some pride and waved it in front of Shinbei. Shinbei said with disdain. Who knows if there is a comic book in it? Comic strip? Liao Zhongyang turned the page and pointed at the content. This is called a comic strip. Let me see. Shinbei quickly grabbed it and turned the pages one by one. His brain was like a photocopier, or the copy button on a mouse, imprinting the contents into his memory one by one. This is Shinbei's latest, special, attribute. Within 10 days before the military examination, Shinbei received a very strange job in the labor market. There is a tutoring organization that specializes in tutoring third-grade elementary school students. Because the business is so booming, the tutoring institutions are short of teachers. After the boss saw that Shinbei was still a high school student, he felt that Shinbei's cultural level was enough to deal with elementary school students. So they hired him to give lectures to primary school students every day. What elementary school students at this stage learn is similar to what they learn on Blue Star. Things like warriors are rarely mentioned in books, or if they are mentioned, it is in Chinese textbooks. The main focus is still on cultural courses. For Shinbei, a third-grade primary school course? Isn't this a piece of cake? If you have the ability, you can teach me a lesson about the 4th grade. So, the people's educator, Shinbei pretended to be online. The result. Shinbei cursed the editor-in-chief who compiled the textbook every day. Fuck him. The questions here are no longer questions, but brain teasers. What's going on? Water is being released here and water is being added there. I'm asking when the water will be full. Isn't this a waste of water? Is this something a 3rd grader should learn? What about chickens and rabbits in the same cage? Shinbei said, isn't it too crowded? There are countless questions like this. Almost burned Shinbei's CPU. It's so fucking difficult. 1 hour of tutoring every day felt like a year, especially when the elementary school students looked at Shinbei with suspicious and cool eyes, waiting for answers. Shinbei doesn't want to show his hand anymore. I'm a poor student, and I don't want to play anymore. But after getting through this period, the daily activation settlement rewards are still very attractive. The main focus is to increase the two unpopular attributes of memory and self-correction. After a few days of hard work, my memory has reached 100 points. Shinbei has acquired the ability to remember everything he sees. After a brief browse, Shinbei threw the basic boxing technique directly back. Done! Shinbei can recite every word and even punctuation marks in this book by heart. Sometimes, Shinbei thought it was a joke that some geniuses could recite pi backwards. Now it seems it's still a joke. Thank you, Shinbei said lightly, then turned and left. Hey, Liao Zhongyang asked in surprise. Just leaving like that? You were just trying to show me how to do it. I'm afraid that I'll knock you to the ground with one punch, and you'll blackmail me for money, Shinbei said seriously. After all, I made more than 5,000 yuan today, and I won't be fooled. Liao Zhongyang. He always felt that Shinbei was here to steal his basic boxing skills. But after thinking about it, it's impossible. Who can remember so many words and pictures in just 5 or 6 minutes? Liao Zhongyang smacked his lips and thought to himself, what a pity. If we cannot defeat Shinbei, the top scholar, now, there will not be many such good opportunities in the future when we go to Wuhan University. After all, defeating the top scorer would be enough for you to brag about for a year. But Shinbei didn't give me a chance. At this time, Shinbei returned to his room. Hang up a do not disturb sign, close and lock the door, and then put on a safety lock. Basic boxing. Shinbei recalled the introduction in the book. This is a book of basics that warriors who want to take the melee route after breaking through must learn. Just like if you want to build a tall building, you have to dig the foundation. This basic boxing technique may seem simple, but it is the foundation. Without any hesitation, Shinbei immediately recalled the contents of the book in his mind and got ready. But his movements were slow, as if he was practicing the popular Tai Chi posture. His eyes were always focused on his moving fingers. Shinbei always stretched out his hand slowly, then caught it with 5 fingers as if with the crosshairs, and then quickly retracted it. The action of slowly reaching out and quickly catching it reminded Shinbei of the key points of catching fish when he was a child. First, slowly put your hand into the water without the fish noticing, and then when you are close enough, suddenly grab it. The fish was caught. Moreover, Shinbei discovered that when practicing this basic boxing method, the body was constantly moving in circles, and the steps under the feet were always wading smoothly on the ground, looking very cautious, as if wading in muddy water. Shinbei felt that if he looked at it from a god's perspective, his posture was not graceful, but between the movements of in and out, his whole body was moving, and his strength was applied to every part of his body, giving him a feeling of being surging. I don't know how much time had passed. Shinbei stopped moving, raised his hands suddenly to his brows, then slowly pressed them down to his abdomen, gently stepped on the ground with his left foot, and exhaled a long breath. A long white gas shot out straight from Shinbei's mouth, like a gas arrow that was shot out suddenly. Can you exhale like this? Shinbei saw his breath spurting out. Also very surprised. No wonder Liao Zhongyang said he was no match for him. This basic boxing technique can really help a warrior advance to a higher level. Then, Shinbei became obsessed. Continue boxing until you finish a set of movements, then raise your hands, press your abdomen, step your feet, and exhale. Practice repeatedly. After each set of movements, Shinbei constantly corrected his wrong movements. It's like a machine that automatically fixes bugs. This characteristic comes from another unpopular attribute: self-correction, that Shinbei acquired while tutoring primary school students. This attribute probably means that once Shinbei makes a mistake, a feeling will arise in his heart. If the angle of the punch is wrong, Shinbei will feel panic and realize the mistake. Then find the feeling and make self-correction. It has to be said that this attribute is very useful, but it also depends on the situation. Especially in Wuhan University, with teachers guiding you, if you make mistakes, the teachers will correct you directly. But when you are alone, self-correction will not happen behind closed doors. But how to correct it still requires you to explore and improve it yourself. The self-correction attribute will not provide the answer. There may be situations where the window paper cannot be broken. In any case, for Shinbei at present, the self-correction attribute can play a very good auxiliary role. About 2 hours later, Shinbei stretched out his hand and clenched his fist. Facing the wall, released the hidden force. Shinbei's clothes seemed to stick to the air, bringing out the crisp sound of firecrackers suddenly exploding. Bang! After Shinbei bared his teeth and retracted his fist, a faint fist mark appeared in front of him. Hiss! Shinbei widened his eyes in disbelief. Right at this moment, Jian Tong's voice rang out from outside the door. Shinbei, open the door quickly! Chapter 40. I'll treat you to 8 yuan of spicy hot pot. One good news, many bad news, which one do you want to hear? As soon as he entered the door, Jian Tong started chattering. Shinbei was suddenly stunned. When we were eating in the hall just now, I clearly remembered that Jian Tong was not wearing this set of clothes, but now she had changed into another one. Jian Tong was wearing a loose black gauze top with light lace and a black bow at the hem, a short denim jacket, and a khaki long skirt that showed off her graceful waist and hips. The hem of the skirt extended all the way to her slender ankles and feet in sandals. Shinbei took a deep breath and asked, "What's wrong?" Jian Tong counted on his fingers and said, "The good news is, Teacher Gu Shinro just said that Gu Changfeng used his connections to transfer her to Lingnan City Wuda." Shinbei was shocked after hearing this. Gu Shinro, Wuhan University. This is good news. Originally, Shinbei was thinking that after he went to school at Wuhan University, he would return to Chengtu County to find Gu Shinro to show his presence when he had time. She is a stunning beauty, very delicious. If someone tricked me into becoming someone else's wife, that would be unpleasant. Now that Gu Shinro comes to Wuhan University to teach, we can meet anytime and even go further. It's exciting just thinking about it. As for what to do if Jian Tong finds out, how is that possible? If a warrior can't even deal with the Shura field, can he be called a warrior? Only children make choices, adults want them all. Shinbei suppressed his excitement and asked, "What's the bad news?" "That's a lot," Jian Tong said with some resentment. "During the time you were away, the teachers at Wudai University recruited students in advance, and you missed a great opportunity." Shinbei didn't think so, and said, "I have Teacher Gu Shinro, that's enough." Jian Tong rolled his eyes. "It's up to you. I don't plan to follow Teacher Gu Shinro anymore. The teacher I follow is an expert in secret arts, who can better utilize my spiritual attribute expertise." Shinbei nodded. There was nothing wrong with this choice. "And there is more," Jian Tong continued. "I see that the teachers at Wuhan University only give you an average evaluation." Shinbei was stunned for a moment. "Average? I'm the top scorer." "But your attributes are too average, there is nothing outstanding about you. According to the teacher at Wuda, you are a panacea." Panacea, that's not a nice word. I know everything, but nothing is easy. The goal of cultivating students at Wuhan University is to be specialized and professional. If other warriors don't have special opportunities, they are basically cannon fodder. Shinbei didn't care about this evaluation, he would just watch it later. "There is one more news," Jian Tong said mysteriously. "There was an earthquake in western Sichuan. It may be that a cave has appeared. Now the country is mobilizing warriors to provide support." Earthquake. Cave. These 4 words are extraordinary. In this world, besides stabilizing the country, another mission of warriors is to eradicate the underground caves. The so-called cave is actually an invasion by intelligent creatures from another world. According to rumors, the world inside the cave is a place called Sea of Hopelessness. Big. Very big. Bigger than the Earth. Every earthquake connects the 2 worlds and forms a cave. The creatures, or human-like creatures inside, want to rush out and plunder the world's resources. If left unchecked, the entire Earth will fall. Therefore, once an earthquake occurs, the country will be on high alert and eliminate it. Of course, warriors also want to enter the cave to plunder resources. Various herbs and strange items will improve the overall strength of the warrior. In short, whether it is the Sea of Hope or the Earth, the 2 sides will fight to the death. Shinbei touched his chin and said, "It's been a bit uneasy in the past few years, and there have been quite a few earthquakes." Jian Tong shrugged. "It's not just in China, it's the same abroad. But fortunately, our early warning is good, so not many people will die, but there will still be economic losses. By the way, I heard that Governor Yu has mobilized warriors from across the province to provide support." Shinbei said oh, and didn't care. Ningbei province is far away from western Sichuan. Nor is he afraid of being killed by the cave-type humans. At most, the province's defense capabilities are somewhat weak. It's not a big problem. But Jian Tong's problem is very big. It's a good thing that the word is not mentioned. When I mention it, I think of that little devil Yu Chui. Jian Tong stared at Shinbei with clear and transparent eyes, implying some strange emotions, and said, "What is your impression of Yu Chui?" Shinbei sniffed his nose and said, "Who kicked over the old pickled cabbage and vinegar jar?" Jian Tong's beautiful and bright face instantly turned red with shame, like a brilliant rainbow. "You, who? I'm not jealous." Shinbei put on his coat and said with a smile, "Ah, yes, yes, yes." Shinbei couldn't help but sigh that the domestic texts were profound and extensive. The meaning of double affirmation is actually negation. Shinbei said again, "Let's go out for a midnight snack." "Okay." Jian Tong jumped off the sofa. "I was eating in the hall just now, and I was embarrassed to pick up my chopsticks." "Pretending to be a lady, huh?" "Nonsense, you have to pretend when you need to. Not pretending when you need to, that's the real pretending. I just like your true nature." The two left the hotel, wandering around the streets. The streets are brightly lit, crowded with people, and bustling with activity. Walking and walking. Suddenly, a wretched man threw a business card into Shinbei's arms and left quickly. Shinbei was stunned for a moment, and after a glance, he saw that the man not only threw it to himself, but almost all men forced a business card into his pocket. "What's that for you?" Jian Tong asked curiously. Shinbei glanced down. On the front of the card is a sexy photo. Below the photo it says that delivery is available throughout the city, along with contact information and so on. The back side introduces a host of housekeeping services. The corner of Shinbei's mouth twitched. It turned out that she was a high-risk professional worker who specialized in providing domestic services to single men. Shinbei said leisurely, "It's not easy for those who do housekeeping to earn a little money." "Oh," Jian Tong said innocently. "It's really not easy for ordinary people to make money." Shinbei secretly spit. A business with no capital is already good enough. If you go out and make money, you have to work hard. But on second thought, it seems that these girls who like to do housework, although they don't have to work hard, they still have to be able to eat and live. Right at this moment. Suddenly, among the crowd on the street, someone holding a loudspeaker, with an extremely enthusiastic look on his face, raised his arms and shouted, "Foolish people! Earthquakes are happening frequently and demons are coming. This is the punishment and warning from the true God to the world. Join us, become the hands and feet of the true God, and be saved. In this world, only the true God can save humans from water and fire." These shouts. The crowd on the street immediately got scared and made way. Shinbei and Jian Tong looked at each other with disdain. These people are a bunch of guys with brains full of mush. They are all brainwashed lunatics. He usually eats and drinks enough and seems to have nothing to do, so he likes to recruit people into the cult. Just like the aunties on the street in Blue Star, when they see you, they will say, "My friend, I'm interested in learning more." You must never pay attention to this kind of person. Once they say something, they will immediately become like a dogskin plaster and will come to your house to preach. It's simply impossible to guard against. However, this man couldn't last long. Soon, plainclothes police officers showed up, pushed him to the ground, put a hood on his head, and marched him away. "Let me go! I am the true God's representative on earth, the true God's offspring. To disrespect me is to disrespect the true God. When the true God comes, he will settle all your sins one by one. Stop hitting me, whoa." Shinbei had seen this kind of drama several times in Chengtu County. Usually just a beating will do. After all, the beatings from the police are much more painful than those from the real gods. After a small episode, Shinbei brought Jiantong to a snack stand. I'll treat you to a feast. Malatang? That's right. You can only eat the ones that cost 8 yuan, not a cent more or a cent less. Anything to say? Shinbei chuckled and said somewhat obscenely. Of course there is. Chapter 41. First test of your prowess, battle. 8 yuan spicy hot pot is here. The stall owner brought out 2 bowls of spicy and fragrant malatang. Eat it. Shinbei waved. Jiantong didn't mind eating spicy hot pot. As long as Shinbei was there, she could eat anything. What you eat is not food, but it's people. Jiantong lifted her hair, stirred the food with chopsticks, took a big bite, and ate with a smile on her face, with sweat pouring down her forehead. Is it delicious? Shinbei asked. Jiantong's movements were gentle but natural, and her whole body exuded a beauty of pure desire, and she smiled foolishly. Good time. Eat more. There are many times at night. Are you scared to sleep alone? Shinbei asked slowly. Jiantong's delicate face was flushed red. The petite girl looked like melted spring snow, with the charm of budding peach blossoms. She hummed softly. Shinbei looked at her delicate face, which had absolutely no flaws to be found, and licked his lips. I'm scared too, what should I do? Jiantong lowered his voice and said carefully. How should I know? Shinbei watched as Jiantong's fine beads of sweat stuck to her long hair because of eating spicy hot pot. Her eyes were like peach blossoms, with red eyeshadow on both sides, and her tender lips were slightly parted, breathing slightly. Her face is beautiful. Whenever I see her, I think of the bed and the intercourse between Guan Yu and Bao Yu. Shinbei coughed and said extremely shamelessly. Then I'll arrange it. It's up to you. Jiantong's voice was as soft as a mosquito. In Jiantong's opinion, he should take the lead and make that little devil Yu Qiui angry to death. Jiantong's intuition was very accurate. The moment Yu Qiui appeared, she felt that this little goblin must have some plan for Shinbei. You really don't take me seriously. Shinbei is me. No one can get a piece of it. At this time, Shinbei, who was instructed by Jiantong, was happy. It's settled. Just as he expected, the emotional foundation between the two of them after years of sitting at the same table has been established. I just want to be with her. It's not like I want to be on the Spring Festival Gala. It's really not that difficult. Get on the bus first, buy the ticket later. Since you are the top scholar, you can have fun like this. Just when the two of them were in an extremely ambiguous atmosphere. In the small dark alley opposite the spicy hot pot stall, 2 pairs of gloomy and indifferent eyes stared at Shinbei. A woman's voice sounded with a hint of hatred. Did the boy across the street see it? The other man nodded. The woman spoke again. He is the top scorer in this martial arts exam and a member of the future privileged class. The man was carrying a boiling murderous intent that he could not suppress at all, and his cold words almost came out from between his teeth. I hate privileges, they only squeeze the world. This is unfair. That's right. He is hopeless, yet he has no sense of shame, is self-righteous, and thinks that this is how the world should be. His crime is unforgivable. The woman lowered her voice, making it sound a little hoarse, and said, We must strangle him in the cradle. This student is just a top scholar. He must not have condensed his blood and energy, tempered his bones, and has no martial arts. He only has brute force, but no fighting ability. And you are a first-class warrior. I will be on guard and look for the right opportunity, and you go and kill him. The man showed his sharp white teeth. Okay. That's right. Jiantong wiped his mouth and said earnestly, You are the top scholar now. I will definitely give you rewards and resources. You must plan them reasonably. You don't have to worry about this, Shinbei said in a rather explicit tone. I just want to worry about you. Jiantong tilted his head and gave Shinbei a death stare. Why did this sound a little off? Soon after eating spicy hot pot, Shinbei took Jiantong to stroll on the street to eat again. Her beautiful face looked even more stunning in the night, and even the bright moon was eclipsed by her beauty. The two of them played with air guns and shot balloons. After a while, I used the handle in front of the claw machine to grab the doll. Take a long walk. I have eaten and played. It's time to get down to business. The two took a shortcut and turned into a less crowded street to return to the hotel. Right at this moment, a man was walking towards me. The man looked at Shinbei with blazing eyes, unconcealedly. Shinbei pulled Jian Tong to the right to make way. But the man also walked in the direction of Shinbei. Shinbei felt that the man opposite was sick? Although the sidewalk is not wide, I have already given way, so why is he still walking towards me? The two sides are getting closer. Shinbei vaguely heard the man mutter something. True God is above. Do the Lord's work. It's those crazy missionaries again. Shinbei hated meeting this kind of person. Moreover, Shinbei also felt that the unconcealed gaze from the opposite side seemed to be directed at him. I have never had any contact with these crazy people. The next moment, the man quickened his pace, reached into his pocket, and pulled out a sharp dagger. Then, the man's pace changed from a brisk walk to a sprint. Shinbei's eyes suddenly focused. He suddenly pushed away Jian Tong, who was still walking with his head down and his cheeks flushed. Jian Tong staggered, fell flat on her face, and fell to one side. She yelled in a daze. Shinbei! What are you doing? Is this the way to push someone down? You! Before Jane Tunghua finished speaking, she suddenly saw a strange man waving a dagger, running up suddenly, and approaching Shinbei with a pounce, slashing towards Shinbei's carotid artery. Careful! Jian Tong screamed in extreme panic. At this time, Shinbei remained calm in the face of danger, although he didn't understand why this strange man attacked him. But judging from his movements, he might be a warrior. The man must have had tremendous strength in his hands. Even if he hit the shoulder, he could have dislocated and broken the shoulder joint by himself. Shinbei's movements were faster. The 10 fingers of his feet gripped the ground tightly, as if he had merged with the earth, and his body tilted sharply to the right. The entire structure is at a 45-degree angle to the ground. But it doesn't fall. The man's dagger stabbed into nothingness. Suddenly his pupils froze, his eyes became blank, and he was stunned for a moment. Horse stance? A cold light flashed in the man's eyes. How is this possible? It's incredible that a student can become the top scorer in Lingnan City after practicing in advance before the martial arts exam. And Shinbei took advantage of the moment when the man was stunned. The originally tilted body suddenly bounced back. He took a sudden and rapid step forward, swinging his arms sideways. This is one of the basic boxing moves, the sweep. This sweep was like a stick flying up, hitting the man in the chest. The man's body, weighing nearly 200 pounds, was blown into the air like a cannonball and hit the wall of the garage. The whole person stayed on the wall for 2 or 3 seconds, and then slowly slid down like a painting. When he fell, his pupils dilated and his mouth opened, like a fish out of water, struggling to breathe. The man was stunned again. What? Not only did he practice horse stance in advance, but he also learned basic boxing techniques. At this moment, the man's eyes were bloodshot, revealing infinite hatred and resentment. He had just gotten up, but Shinbei was full of teasing, mischievousness, and curiosity. He took the initiative to attack, suddenly took a step forward, exerting force with his saws and 5 fingers, causing his whole body to surge with strength. With a whoosh, the whole person scurried out in the grass like a snake. With a flick of his right leg, a kick whipped out, and this kick whip actually made a crisp sound. The man took advantage of the momentum and bounced back swiftly, then smiled, exposing his flaw. He grabbed it with his backhand and pressed Shinbei's ankle. Shinbei could only support himself on the ground with his palms to maintain balance. Humph! You are still too naive! Both your basic boxing and martial arts are completely useless. Go see the true God. The man wanted to pull Shinbei into his arms and then stab him in the heart with a dagger. But Shinbei grabbed a handful of sand on the ground with his right hand and threw it directly at the man's face. Grass! The man's eyes were hit by sand and he couldn't open them immediately. He let go of Shinbei and rubbed his eyes while cursing. Shinbei refused to give in and took advantage of the victory to pursue the man, changing his claws into palms, with his 5 fingers together, like a flattened venomous snake head rising from his abdomen and rushing to the man's chin. When the man heard the sound of the wind, he immediately raised his head. Shinbei's attack missed, but he did not stop. Instead, he took advantage of the situation and poked 2 fingers into the man's eyes. The man's eyes were poked out, and his eyeballs hung in his eye sockets like purple grapes. There was blood all over his face. He fell to the ground. A sound like pulling a bellows came from his throat. "Oh shit! My eyes! Eh?" And Shinbei's eyes were full of contempt. "Are you really a warrior? I think I overestimated you." Chapter 42. I'll ask Teacher Gu to go and reason with you. Shinbei really suspected that this man who inexplicably wanted to kill him was a warrior. What? The fighting wasn't intense at all. He only knew a few basic boxing skills and was seriously injured after just a few rounds. This warrior is too weak. Shinbei! Jiantong ran back in a panic. "Are you okay? Are you hurt?" Shinbei grinned. "My heart is hurt. You have to comfort me tonight." Jiantong's nose was crooked with anger. "It's already this time, and you are still in the mood to joke. You almost scared me to death." Right at this moment. After hearing the man's heart-wrenching screams, several policemen rushed over. "What's going on? Poke out your eyes? Are you the person involved?" Shinbei nodded generously and said, "This guy seems to be a cultist. He wants to kill me without saying anything. I am acting in self-defense." The patrolmen looked at each other, called an ambulance, and checked the IDs of both parties. "Are you Shinbei? This year's top scorer in the martial arts department?" "It's me." Several policemen were shocked. A student who was not yet a warrior. After a fight, Shinbei was unharmed, but the warrior's eyeballs were poked blind. What the hell is this monster? Is this something a student can do? It's incredible. Well, you come back to the bureau with us first and make a statement. Shinbei was somewhat reluctant, as he still had important things to do. Isn't this delaying my having children for the country? But the patrol officers have great power. Not to mention Shinbei, even if a warrior is taken away, they can take him away. Finally, Shinbei told Jiantong not to worry, and asked her to go back to the hotel first, and he would be back soon. Arrived at the police station. Shinbei sat in the calm chair properly. After a while, several patrolmen came in. Shinbei looked up and was stunned. One of them was his brother-in-law, Gu Changfeng. "Huh!" Gu Changfeng stared at Shinbei, his eyes shocked, and asked in disbelief. "At first I thought Shinbei had the same name, but I didn't expect it was really you. It was you who poked the criminal's eyeballs out." Shinbei likes to hear the word criminal very much. This shows that the man has already been convicted by the police. "I am innocent." Shinbei laughed playfully. "It was just a fluke." Gu Changfeng immediately showed a hesitant look, touched his chin and said, "Lucky, you can't be lucky twice, right?" Shinbei shrugged. The other patrol officers on the side asked curiously, "Captain Gu, do you know him?" "The last time Chengtu County captured Yu Wuchang, a peripheral member of the headhunting tribe, it was this guy who did it." Hiss! Several patrolmen were petrified, their eyes widened like Niuling, and they looked at Shinbei with curiosity and admiration. How Yu Wuchang was caught has become a legend in the police station. No one expected that this murderous criminal would eventually fall into the hands of a high school student. In this regard, everyone gave Shinbei an evaluation, brave and wise. Who among ordinary people would dare to use aphrodisiac against a warrior? I wouldn't dare to even think about it even if I had 100 courages. But Shinbei not only did it, he fucking succeeded. And now, Shinbei is going to defeat a warrior alive and blind his eyes. Even if the police wanted to subdue this religious warrior, they would have to send out more than 2 people. The difference is obvious. Shinbei, the top scholar, is really worthy of his title, without any water in his words. Everyone looked at Shinbei again and gave him a thumbs up. "Awesome! You are so awesome!" At this time, Gu Changfeng waved his hand. "You guys go out, I'll talk to him for a while, and then send him back to the hotel." The other patrolman nodded and left. Gu Changfeng poured a cup of coffee. "Can you drink it?" "Drink for free. Isn't the last bounty of 1 million enough?" "Not enough to buy a house." "That's true. Gu Changfeng also smiled bitterly. Shinbei had a lot of questions, so he asked directly. Who attacked me? Why did you attack me? Gu Changfeng said solemnly. I just interrogated him and found out that he is a member of the Apocalypse Church. Apocalypse? Well, it's a cult that preaches that the end of the world is coming and that a true god is needed to restart the world. Shinbei nodded. Shinbei doesn't know much about religion. But we also know that the brainwashing method that religion is best at is doomsday theory. This tune is very popular in foreign countries. It would be even better if we added something like the earth is flat, and there would be even more blind believers. But some of them are not used to the local climate in China. After all, Chinese people never keep idle minds in mind. As long as you can't make me rich and keep me healthy, then this god is a waste. Even if the earth explodes tomorrow, I still don't believe it. There is no belief in doomsday theory in the country. If Shinbei were to be the leader of the cult, he would definitely have to change the doctrine, for example, handing out eggs. The lethality is absolutely amazing. Shinbei asked again. Then why did you attack me? This? Gu Changfeng hesitated for a moment, and then said, In fact, this sect rarely operated in Ningbai province in the past, and I am not too sure about its specific motives. But this is not the first time that these cultists have attacked martial arts students. Based on previous intelligence, they may have believed that martial arts students are candidates for martial arts training, a privileged social class. The success rate is higher when attacking the military science students, so you are being targeted. Grass! Shinbei cursed. What the hell is this? When did I ever feel privileged? Working every day is also called enjoying privileges? This is totally an unprovoked disaster. If you have the guts, go to Wuhan University and attack those students there. You're picking on the weak, right? A bunch of crazy lunatics. He deserves it for having his eyes poked out. After figuring out the reason, Shinbei felt relieved. At this time, Gu Changfeng said with an appreciative tone, Shinbei, you can create miracles everywhere. You are indeed a child of destiny, young and promising. I believe you have a bright future and will become a dazzling supreme warrior in the country. Okay, it's getting late. I'll take you back to the hotel. Gu Changfeng kept flattering him and used all his boasting skills. And Shinbei seemed to be stuck to the chair with his butt motionless. I heard. The light of gold coins flashed in Shinbei's eyes. There's a reward for assisting the government in catching criminals, especially warrior criminals? Gu Changfeng didn't even think about it and shook his head to deny it. That's not the case. You think too much. Shinbei looked at Gu Changfeng with an expression that said, Don't take anyone for a fool, don't know how to count. Gu Changfeng sighed heavily. Okay, yes. That's it. Shinbei rolled his eyes. Gu Changfeng's mouth twitched. So all my praises were in vain? After thinking for a while, Gu Changfeng explained. But we have to follow the procedures. There are such assistance tasks, but they are only for Wuhan University students. Sometimes the police station is short of manpower and needs assistance. We will cooperate with Wuda and issue tasks together. We only negotiate with Wuda, not against individuals, otherwise it will be a mess. Shinbei understood what he said. There are also many warriors in society. If everyone can have the power of trial like the police, then what is the use of the court? In matters like this, the police only cooperate with Wuhan University. The same applies to some military tasks. In everyone's eyes, Wuhan University is also one of the government agencies, and the students of Wuhan University are also part of the same system as them. It just so happened that Wuhan University also hoped that students would have more opportunities to gain experience. If both sides work together, both would benefit. This is how Xiaoying, Wan Yi and others got the opportunity to go on the mission. Although I didn't get any experience, I was the first to get it. Shinbei then stood up and said, It's okay to go through the procedures, don't forget, and don't be too slow, I'm in a hurry to use the money. Gu Changfeng. Then you just wait. Gu Changfeng thought to himself, the last time when the director approved the 1 million bounty, his hands were shaking and he almost vomited blood. No one thought that someone would actually be able to capture Yu Wuchang personally. The budget is still exceeded. The canteen food has declined. After walking out of the interrogation room, Shinbei stopped and gave another instruction. I'll ask Teacher Gu Shinro to come and urge us to check on the progress of the rewards from time to time. Gu Changfeng said with a straight face. I will ask my sister to teach you more about the correct outlook on life. Shinbei. Chapter 43. Adults should open the door to a new world. When Shinbei heard this, Gu Changfeng didn't want to take the reward seriously. Of course, Shinbei also knew that the reward would definitely be given, but it was hard to say when it would be approved. That won't work. Although dealing with the apocalypse cult was an accident, it is not about receiving verbal employment and assignments. But in fact, the police department is committed to this reward for a long time. In other words, this can also be considered a job or a task. It must be possible to activate the daily settlement panel. These are all attribute points. If the reward money is not in place, the system will determine that the task is not completed. It can only be postponed indefinitely. Shinbei naturally couldn't accept it, but wanted to have a good talk with Gu Changfeng. And at this moment, two beautiful figures suddenly walked in from outside the police station. Their appearance instantly made the police station shine. Elder brother! It's Gu Shinro. She was full of anger, with a natural suppression of her brother. Why did you arrest my students? Explain it to me clearly. Shinbei was delighted. Have a look. Did you see it? Your position in Gu Shinro's heart is not as high as mine. Shinbei looked at Teacher Gu. She was wearing a high-waisted miniskirt, which was simple but fashionable. The hem of the skirt fell just a palm's length above the knee, cleverly revealing a slender thigh that looked like carefully carved porcelain, white and shiny. The muscular lines of her calves are not obtained through deliberate exercise, but are naturally slender and slender. It's like it has been finely polished, exuding an elegant and noble temperament. And Shinbei said bitterly, It's so unreasonable. As soon as these 5 words came out, Gu Shinro immediately glared, stretched out her white and tender little hand, stepped forward and pinched Gu Changfeng's neck. What did you do to my students? Tell me now, bastard! Gu Changfeng looked helpless, his mouth twitching, like a wooden man, completely speechless. The other girl is Jian Tong. She changed her clothes again at this time. She was wearing a pair of white canvas shoes, with a section of her snow-white, slender calves exposed above her ankles, and her youthful skin looked even smoother and more delicate under the light. Her steps were brisk and firm, and every step revealed her determination and tenacity. The night breeze that blew in through the door made her skirt dance with the wind. Her white dress fluttered in the wind, and her tall figure could be vaguely seen. At the same time, his eyes flashed with hostility towards Gu Changfeng. But when he looked at Shinbei, his eyes changed, like a bottomless lake, but now filled with unshed tears. Those watery eyes seemed to contain stars, and the tears slowly falling in the corners of the eyes reflected endless sadness, as clear and bright as pearls. It seemed that she guessed that Shinbei must have been tortured, and she felt distressed. At this time, Gu Changfeng raised his hands and said innocently, Sister, can you please stop making trouble? This is the police station. Gu Shinro's expression was holy and angry. What's wrong with the police? My students will never commit a crime. How could I not know the students I trained? You must have arrested the wrong person. Ask him, is it me who doesn't let him go? It's him who doesn't want to leave. Gu Shinro was stunned, slowly turned her head to look at Shinbei, and asked, What's the situation? You said it was too unreasonable, didn't you feel wronged? Shinbei uttered an ah. I didn't say it was torture and beating, but Captain Gu didn't seem to want to exchange the reward I deserved. This is the end of this paragraph. Gu Shinro's face turned dark. I wish I could tear Shinbei's mouth apart right now. Whatever you want to say, can you please finish it in one breath? It's really infuriating. Can a crappy reward be more important than life? Gu Shinro immediately changed her clothes and acted like a good little sister, straightening her brother's uniform collar, and said delicately, Brother, this is all a misunderstanding. I'll leave first. Gu Changfengjun had a blank expression on his face. If you were not my sister, you would have assaulted a police officer just now. Tisk. Gu Shinro tapped his chest. You took it seriously. Gu Shinro waved her hand. Let's go, don't disturb my brother at work. No, my problem hasn't been solved yet, how come? Before Shinbei could finish, Gu Shinro pulled Shinbei out of the police station. Just take a taxi and leave. Teacher, that's my bonus. I want to go back and reason with you. Shinbei wailed, beating his chest. Gu Shinro rolled her eyes and said, Don't scream. Jian Tong also echoed. It's good that everyone is fine. That place is so gloomy. Why are you staying there? Women, you know nothing. Shinbei sighed. Returned to hotel. The three entered Shinbei's room. Gu Shinro sat on the soft couch, legs crossed elegantly. Shinbei, have you learned something again? Jian Tong came back and said that you poked a warrior's eyes out. I almost thought I was dreaming. In Gu Shinro's opinion, even if Shinbei practiced in advance, even if he completed the third level of the horse stance, he is not a warrior either, and he is still lacking a martial art. How could he possibly defeat a warrior? That must be Shinbei doing something secretly behind my back. Shinbei exclaimed. I didn't learn anything, it's just that Liao Zhongyang, this big bad guy, insisted on teaching me a few moves. Alas, I just made friends carelessly, otherwise my attribute points would have exceeded 100 points. It's really abominable. Gu Shinro looked at Shinbei suspiciously. As for what Shinbei just said, she didn't believe it even with punctuation marks. As Shinbei's teacher, he knew exactly what kind of person he was. Every time he defended Shinbei as a good student, he had to be careful when he said it against his will, for fear of being struck by lightning. Who are the people who attacked you? Not to mention Gu Shinro, even Jian Tong didn't know this. That's why Gu Shinro bravely broke into the police station and strangled her brother without saying a word. Shinbei said seriously. It's a madman from the Apocalypse cult. Jian Tong exclaimed in astonishment. Apocalypse cult? Shinbei nodded. Gu Shinro suddenly realized and said, No wonder you are the top scholar of this year. Those crazy people think that warriors are obstacles to social progress and the formation of the privileged class. There are many examples of them attacking martial arts students. But Shinbei was a little puzzled and asked, Teacher, when I was fighting against the Apocalypse cult, that madman actually said that martial arts were useless. What does this mean? In fact, this question in Shinbei's mind was full of fog. If martial arts are useless, then the answer is to return to the true nature and break everything with one punch. No wonder that cult lunatic didn't display any terrifying martial arts even though he was a warrior. In the end, the situation capsized. Let's put it this way. Modern warriors are mainly divided into three categories. Gu Shinro answered without hesitation. First, martial arts students. Second, military warriors. Third, social warriors. Or we can add a new category, warriors who inherit the family tradition, but these people will generally join the Wuda. Whether it's a martial arts student or a military warrior, actual combat is the main focus, with rank as a secondary consideration. These two are also the mainstream of society. The third type of social warriors are actually not recognized in the mainstream martial arts circle. Many people believe that social warriors lack wisdom and the necessary fighting ability. A warrior who has no wisdom and no actual combat ability can still be called a warrior. Such a person is not even as good as a warrior. A martial arts student is a master of both literature and martial arts. Military warriors may lack some cultural knowledge, but their combat capabilities are definitely not weak. Only the warriors in society are mostly useless and only have rank. They don't understand a lot of things at all. You don't have to take what the cultists say too seriously. Shinbei uttered a few ohs and touched his chin. I guess it's clear now. This kind of warrior, although called a warrior, is actually just a warrior in name only and enjoys some few privileges. In mainstream circles, social warriors are not recognized at all unless they prove it with their strength. As for warriors, strength is what matters after all. No matter if you are using martial arts, or cutting out the bells and whistles, a punch that kills with one punch. If you have the ability, then whatever you say is right. If you don't have the ability, no matter how much you talk, it will be useless if your eyes are poked out in a battle. As for increasing strength, martial arts is undoubtedly the fastest way. It's like a pistol, and the martial arts are the bullets, which are absolutely deadly. But a pistol can also be turned into a tinderbox, and a tinderbox can also be fatal. It depends on how you play it. Shinbei was thoughtful. Judging from this incident, this world is far from being as stable as we imagined. Yu Chang of the Headhunters, the lunatic of the Apocalypse cult, and the Sea of Hopelessness connected by earthquakes. The three chatted for a while. Shinbei felt a little uncomfortable. I yawned several times, constantly reminding teacher Gu Shinro that she should go back to her room and not disturb her good time. But Gu Shinro stretched her waist, revealing her flat and smooth belly, and yawned. She was still talking in the last second, and in the next second she leaned over, as if someone had drugged her, and fell asleep directly. Shinbei. Oh shit! Don't sleep here. Who am I sleeping with? Shinbei looked helpless, and whispered in Jian Tong's ear. Jian Tong, let's go to your room, we can't delay the important matter. Jian Tong felt a little embarrassed when he heard this. He blinked gently, stood there in silence, and did not dare to look back. Shinbei reached out and picked up the sleeping teacher Gu Shinro and put her on the bed. Of course, Shinbei's eyes were quite rude, and he took the opportunity to peek down from the collar. The round whiteness almost made Shinbei explode on the spot. Put Gu Shinro down and cover her with the quilt. Shinbei hurriedly pulled Jian Tong, who was still shy. Headed straight to her hotel room. We are all adults. It's time to open the door to a new world. Tonight. Shinbei wants to fight to his heart's content. Chapter 44. Teacher, please keep your promise. It would be a lie to say Shinbei wasn't excited. He achieved great success and won the top spot in the martial arts exam in Lingnan City. It should be a done deal between me and Jian Tong. Of course, both of them are willing, and it's time to taste the forbidden fruit. The two of them quietly slipped out of the house. Go straight to Jian Tong's room. However, as expected, the accident still happened. But there were many patrolmen standing in the corridor. Everyone had a solemn look on their faces, blocking the entrance and exit with a wary look on their faces. Hey! Don't come out, go back to your room! A patrol officer shouted loudly. Shinbei blinked. No, what's the situation? At this moment, Gu Changfeng walked out from the other corner of the corridor. Gu Changfeng said slowly, It was after you were attacked that the director felt that the Apocalypse cult might attack students again, so he sent us to guard here. Go back, don't run around, Shinbei said. Oh, okay, we'll go back now. Speaking of, Shinbei then pulled Jian Tong and continued walking. Gu Changfeng stopped him, with a look that showed he had seen through Shinbei's little plan. No need to send it, we can just send it back. Then he pulled Jian Tong away, turned to his men and said, Send this female classmate back to her room, so that she won't be eaten by bad guys. This made Shinbei quite unhappy. What does that mean? Who is the bad guy? Shinbei quickly interrupted. No, I'll send it off. Gu Changfeng pressed his hand. You are a time bomb. Shinbei. Oh shit. Gu Changfeng, you did this on purpose, didn't you? It's obvious what you're looking at. Are you trying to break up a couple? You can't stand other people showing affection, right? As a result, Shinbei and Jian Tong seemed to be ruthlessly divided into two worlds, and Jian Tong was taken away directly. But what else can Shinbei say? Could it be that I want to sleep with Jian Tong, and you can't stop me? You can say that, but it doesn't sound good when you say it out loud. Shinbei took a glance and said, The director is really broad-minded. Didn't I take care of the people from the Apocalypse cult? Gu Changfeng shook his head. This evil cult is like a weed. If you can't burn it all, it will grow again in the spring. Moreover, through further interrogation, we dug out a female member. This female member's status was not low, she was a backbone, but when we rushed over, she had already disappeared. In this situation, it's easy for these crazy people to counterattack, and that's not something you can just take chances with. For your safety, we must stay here. Shinbei's expression changed when he heard this. Is there another fish caught in the net? From the description, it seems that this female member is even more powerful than the man whose eyes were poked out by her. Shinbei smacked his lips. Okay, I wish you a happy vigil. Shinbei was no longer interested in having sex with Jian Tong and planned to go back to his room. Although Jian Tong didn't succeed. But teacher Gu Shinro is also in my room. This is not surprising. It was my brother-in-law who created the opportunity for me. Thank you? By the way, Gu Changfeng said at last, the director has specially approved your reward. Really? Shinbei was overjoyed. Gu Changfeng nodded. If I hadn't dug up information about this female member, it would have been impossible for me to approve it for you so quickly. Shinbei chuckled. I know the police station is reliable. Return to the room. Shinbei poked his head and came to the bedside. The rooms arranged by Wuhan University are all single double bedrooms. There is no other place to sleep except the sofa where one person can lie down. At this time, Gu Shinro was sleeping on her back, looking completely disfigured. This made Shinbei happy. So the beautiful teacher, who is usually cold and dignified, has such an exaggerated sleeping posture? Shinbei squatted beside the bed, like a weird uncle, staring at Gu Shinro's delicate body, scanning her up and down. Her slightly upturned plump lips glowed with an alluring luster, making people unable to help but bend down and kiss her sweet lips and tongue. Shinbei swallowed and looked down. Below the collar was a snow-white breast that was fuller and taller than that of an ordinary person, and the double heart necklace pendant was stuck in the deep groove. The clavicle that can feed goldfish becomes a charming vortex. The round and firm buttocks make the back of the dress show an attractive curve, which is very attractive. The outline of the straight and slender legs under the quilt is faintly visible, which is breathtaking. The soft and fleshy bulge of the calf appears to have a delicate glow under the light. Her skin was clearly crystal clear, yet it always gave people the feeling of being glowing with a light glass color. The purer and colder it was, the more enchanting it became. What made Shinbei's blood boil the most was Gu Shinro's feet. Shinbei thought Jian Tong's feet were perfect enough. But I never expected that teacher Gu Shinro was even better. The white instep of the foot is as white as jade, and the icy white toe bones connect the toes. The fragrance is pleasant, the arch of the foot is perfect, the sole of the foot is pink and tender, and the toes are like pearls. The charming body and slightly tender feet, the plump, slender and slightly raised fingers, seem to want people to put them into the mouth immediately to taste the flavor between the fingers. The lovely pink nails, neatly manicured, reflected the porcelain-like glaze in the light. The pair of rosy little feet looked small and cute. Well? After feasting his eyes, Shinbei sighed softly. He didn't dare to do anything to teacher Gu Shinro. If you act on impulse and cause trouble, the result will be more trouble than gain. There is a high possibility that he will be beaten up by Gu Changfeng outside and then thrown into jail. Then he was charged with various crimes and sentenced to death immediately. Don't underestimate how cruel a brother with a younger sister can be. Destroying the world is possible. Shinbei got up, took a quilt from the cabinet, curled up on the sofa, and browsed the Yunho Palace for a while. Then I fell asleep in a daze. The next day, a big sun rises. Sunlight poured into the room. Gu Shinro stretched lazily. The beauty woke up, and it seemed as if the whole world came alive. Gu Shinro's messy black hair was scattered on her chest, shoulders, and back. The white dress fits tightly against her graceful figure, highlighting a beautiful and undulating curve. Under the shining of the rising sun, Chu Miao looked like a mysterious and enchanting jade statue. Gu Shinro saw Shinbei sleeping on the sofa at a glance. It exploded at that time. Why did you come to my room to sleep? Gu Shinro's head was buzzing, and she was doubting her life and muttering to herself. Nothing happened, right? Gu Shinro lifted the quilt and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the plum blossoms did not fall to the ground. Shin! Gu Shinro was about to scold loudly when she suddenly remembered that it seemed that she had drunk a little too much at the banquet with the leaders of Wuhan University yesterday. After all, I want to be a teacher at Wuhan University, so I have to make some preparations in advance. Then he fell asleep while chatting with Shinbei Jiantong. This is Shinbei's room. Gu Shinro blinked and looked at Shinbei's quilt propped up high. I couldn't help but blush. That's too exaggerated. Gu Shinro shook her head, her moist red lips half opened, revealing the tip of her tongue, and she looked surprised. Then he quietly stood up and tried to slip away. At this moment, Shinbei woke up and said naturally, Morning, teacher. Good morning. Gu Shinro put on her coat and said, I won't bother you anymore. I'm going back now. Shinbei supported his chin with his arm. Teacher, are you too irresponsible? Gu Shinro's heart skipped a beat. What do you mean by this? Did something really happen yesterday? Can it? Can it? The bed is clean. Shinbei's capital is so huge, how can it not be broken? Gu Shinro looked suspicious. Shinbei, why can't I understand what you are saying? Shinbei laughed playfully. Of course, I passed the warrior exam, and the teacher asked me to kiss the promise. Gu Shinro. Chapter 45. The teacher's lips smell so good. Promise. After Shinbei's reminder. Suddenly, Gu Shinro remembered that the two parties had indeed made such a bet. And now, Shinbei not only got into Wuhan University, but also became the top scorer. Suddenly, a blush gradually appeared on Gu Shinro's crystal white face. I. Gu Shinro stuttered and was unable to speak. Shinbei chuckled, looking at Gu Shinro's charming appearance, which could be described as lovable to everyone, worthy of being the most beautiful woman in the world. Shinbei jumped off the sofa and said very politely, I'm going to brush my teeth, the sense of ritual must be strong. Gu Shinro. At this moment, she was like a lamb to be slaughtered. She stood still and didn't know what to do for a moment. Gu Shinro sniffed and silently took out chewing gum and mouth freshener from her bag. After Shinbei comes back. The two stood face to face. Gu Shinro lowered her head, shyly, and looked like she was asking for love. Shinbei was not polite, he raised Gu Shinro's chin with his fingers, and the two of them slowly looked at each other. At this moment, Gu Shinro's dignified and beautiful face had turned red, her soft black hair fell casually, and her bright and clear eyes were full of affection and timidity. Beautiful. So beautiful. Explosive beauty. In the silent silence, Shinbei slowly approached. Gu Shinro's eyelashes trembled, and she slowly closed her eyes. She is going to fulfill her promise. The next moment, Shinbei gently sealed her bright red, fragrant lips. Although both sides are somewhat inexperienced, haven't you seen a pig run even though you haven't eaten pork? Shinbei bit her lips, and the sudden kiss made Gu Shinro tremble. Although her red lips were tightly closed, she still couldn't help but let out seductive moans and cute nasal sounds. Gradually, Gu Shinro's starry eyes half closed, her cherry lips slightly opened, and her pink little tongue extended from time to time. The two of them were completely dependent on each other's lips, and their sweet saliva was secretly exchanged. Gu Shinro couldn't help but put her jade arms around Shinbei's neck, and her snow-white clothes were already wrinkled. Shinbei, who was hugging the fairy-like girl, was also moved. A few minutes of promise. Hot and fiery. For a long time. The two separated, panting. Gu Shinro pushed Shinbei away and said with a shy look, You are pushing it too far. Shinbei chuckled. I can't help myself. Immediately, Gu Shinro returned to her cold appearance, and said in a light tone, After breakfast, take the bus back to Changtu County. Hurry up! Don't let others wait for you. Shinbei said seriously. Yes. After the martial arts exam, students do not go back to school immediately, but there is a vacation. After the vacation, school will start again. During this period of time, I naturally have to go home. At this moment, Gu Shinro glanced at Shinbei and left in a hurry. Shinbei licked his lips, the fragrance lingering. What a great start to the day. However, as expected, an accident happened again. Just as Gu Shinro ran out of the room, she bumped into Gu Changfeng, who had just finished his night shift. Gu Changfeng looked at his sister in surprise, seeing her somewhat flustered look. Suddenly, his heart felt like a volcano erupting, and his face became even more hideous and terrifying. How could he not know that this was Shinbei's room? My sister stayed in Shinbei's room for a night? Oh my God! What on earth happened? Gu Changfeng didn't even dare to think about it, he was so heartbroken. You come out here! Gu Changfeng stretched out his hand and twisted Gu Shinro's ear, and asked in great pain, Why did you come to Shinbei's room? Gu Shinro groaned a few times. I drank too much and fell asleep. What? Gu Changfeng's teeth chattered. You really piss me off! Go back! Gu Shinro stuck out her tongue and ran away. Shinbei laughed out loud when he saw this. It turns out that teacher Gu Shinro also had her ears twisted one day. Alas? Wait a minute. Shinbei watched Gu Changfeng walk into the room in a rage, with an expression that seemed like he was going to kill someone. This situation, what does it mean? Gu Changfeng was carrying a boiling murderous intent that he could not suppress at all, and his cold words came out from between his teeth. What did you do to my sister while she was drunk? Tell the truth! Shinbei. Am I so hungry that I would do anything? Shinbei thought about it, and felt that it was useless to defend himself. He directly lifted the quilt on the bed and spread his hands. Look! Gu Changfeng took a look and breathed a sigh of relief. It was clean. I didn't do anything, Shinbei said quite innocently. Gu Changfeng had no expression on his face. That's good. But I'm warning you, kid, Gu Changfeng continued. Don't think I can't see that there's no chance of anything happening between you and my sister. Gu Changfeng is ready to attack Shinbei from all sides to extinguish Shinbei's little thoughts. My sister's requirement for a partner is that he must be handsome. Shinbei straightened his back. Gu Changfeng. Damn it, I ran into trouble. Gu Changfeng waved his hand. This doesn't count, you have to be a warrior. Shinbei continued to straighten his back. Gu Changfeng. Damn it! I was so angry that I was confused. Shinbei was the top scorer in the martial arts department. That doesn't count! Gu Changfeng thought for a moment and said. It must be someone who knows everything about you. Shinbei continued to straighten his back. Oh my God! Gu Changfeng slapped his head. A student and a teacher, don't they know each other well? Ahem, none of the above count. Gu Changfeng was embarrassed for a moment, and tried to find a characteristic that Shinbei didn't have. My sister can't stand the fight between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, it must be dash. Before Gu Changfeng finished speaking, Shinbei straightened his back again. Gu Changfeng's mouth twitched. He swung his sleeves and turned away angrily. I don't give kin care, do whatever you want. Walk slowly, brother-in-law, Shinbei added. When Gu Changfeng heard this, he felt like he was hit by a nuclear bomb. He staggered and almost fell to the ground. After the beautiful morning episode, Shinbei's consciousness sank. The daily settlement panel pops up. Yesterday's settlement rewards are as follows. Complete the scaffolding construction work, gain money plus 5,100, strength plus 1, agility plus 1, constitution plus 1, falling damage -50, climbing plus 20, aerial combat stability plus 20. Capture members of the Apocalypse cult, complete the bounty mission, and gain money plus 50,000, strength plus 1, agility plus 1, constitution plus 1, spirit plus 1, combat intuition plus 20. After Shinbei finished reading the information, the reward for scaffolding work is not bad. Especially the special attributes are quite a lot. Very practical. For the second bounty mission, Shinbei looked down on Gu Changfeng. Too stingy. He only gave 50,000 yuan. He seriously suspected that Gu Changfeng withheld his reward, but he had no evidence. The reward announcement is also available on the internet. But if it is not directed at a particular person, the only word is reward. The exact amount depends on quantum mechanics. However, this task has all 4 attributes given, which is also very good. Combat instincts are also good. According to Shinbei's understanding, it should be a kind of induction. It is similar to the externalization of spiritual consciousness and cultivation, which can sense if someone in the distance is hostile to oneself. Shinbei never complains about how much the reward is. As long as it is given, he will take it all. The entrance exam to Wuhan University of Science and Technology is over. Next, I will prepare to go to Wuhan University. However, this world is not as peaceful as it seems. I still need to become stronger. I need to take advantage of this holiday to improve myself. After Shinbei set a small goal for himself, he went downstairs to eat. The breakfast was very rich. Shinbei's belly was bloated from eating. This free stuff is so delicious that I don't feel bad eating it. Although the taste is just average, it becomes more and more delicious the more I eat it, and I can't stop eating it. 9 o'clock in the morning. All students taking the exam took the bus together and returned to their respective schools. After arriving at Chantu County No. 1 High School, Shinbei was shocked by the scene in front of him at the entrance of the first high school. Chapter 46: Teasing and Spitting. At this moment, many banners have been hung in front of a tall gate. They are all words of congratulations to Chantu County No. 1 High School for having a top scorer. Shinbei looked through the car window, but saw that these banners had turned white and faded under the erosion of time. Moreover, the banner did not indicate who the top scorer was. It felt like a standard banner that had been prepared decades ago, and was finally taken out today. Principal Zhang and a group of students held flowers and looked forward to the bus stopping. The group of students immediately went wild with waves of discussion. Wow! It's so rare! Our No. 1 high school can have a top student! Is this the first since the school was established? Guess who? There's nothing written on this banner. This school is really stingy. Can't they make some new banners with the students' names written on them? They have to take out banners from decades ago. What era is this now? Principal Zhang said this is a way of saving money and a good tradition, but you don't understand anything. I guess it should be you, Chioi. You just don't take Chi Chuanyu seriously. Why, do you look down on Liao Zhongyang? At this time, Chi Chuanyu was the first to get off the car. The students rushed forward, offering flowers and smiles. This made Chi Chuanyu's face turn black, as if salt was rubbed into the wound. He waved his hand and said impatiently, "It's not me, get out of the way, get out of the way." The students were stunned. Ah? Isn't it Chi Chuanyu? Is that Yu Chioi? After Yu Chioi got off the bus, students presented her with flowers again. Yu Chioi smiled, her hair fluttering in the wind, and she walked through the crowd gracefully, leaving without any scent of flowers. The students were confused again. Yu Chioi is not the top scorer either. There is only one truth. That's the big fool Liao Zhongyang. Good job. He usually looks dull, but he performed very well and won the top prize. However, when Liao Zhongyang got off the bus, there was no joy on his face. Without saying a word, he squeezed through the crowded crowd and disappeared from everyone's sight. What's going on? None of the three are the top scorers? Is there a dark horse in No. 1 high school? Hey, didn't Principal Zhang buy someone to take the exam for him? Why do I feel like the news is fake? Are you just entertaining yourself? At this moment, with all the students in collective confusion, Shinbei straightened his back, got off the bus with a triumphant smile on his face. However, the embarrassing thing is, no students paid any attention to him. Students were still craning their necks to look inside the car, looking for the person most likely to be the top scorer. Cough, cough, cough. Shinbei put his hollow fist to his mouth and coughed a few times. Remind students to be more discerning. The real top scholar is standing in front of you, so start the ceremony. And the students looked at Shinbei with disdain. In their eyes, they had almost no impression of the student Shinbei. I've only seen his back when he was skipping school. How can a piece of trash like this be the top scholar? Are we all fools? Coughing bullshit. Go aside, don't block the door and delay the champion from getting off the bus. That's right, we are welcoming the top scholar, not you. Stop coughing, you're infecting me with the virus. At this time, Principal Zhang hurried forward, smiling like a pug, and held Shinbei's hand tightly. No one knew you for 10 years, but you became the top scholar overnight. My good top scholar, you are finally back. Boom! As soon as Principal Zhang said this, all the students present felt as if struck by lightning. Their eyeballs exploded, their jaws dropped to the ground, and their bodies were burned on the outside and tender on the inside. They collectively looked at Shinbei with incredible, unbelievable eyes. No matter how hard these welcoming students racked their brains, they could not have imagined that the first No. 1 scholar in the history of No. 1 high school would be the unknown Shinbei. What? No. 1 scholar Shinbei? How could it be? Someone come and slap me, am I dreaming? How could it be the unknown Shinbei? Isn't this too fantastic? You can't judge a person by his appearance, and you can't measure the depth of the ocean by a bucket. I have a low vision. Fuck! Is this year's top scholar so worthless? Are we lucky to have caught up with such a good era? Yes, it's possible. It's not that we are too strong, but that the enemy is too weak. The students chattered and expressed incredible emotions. Principal Zhang responded to the students' doubts about the last two sentences by spitting directly at them. What do you high school students know? Xinbei's top scorer broke the record of Lingnan City's Wuka University entrance examination. The comprehensive attribute is as high as 90 points. As soon as these words came out, all the students in the audience were horrified and looked shocked. Some students even couldn't stop their teeth from trembling, and their muscles twitched when they heard this terrifying comprehensive attribute value. 90 points. What a terrible number. It is an existence that is out of reach. The students gasped, and there was a constant hissing sound. Before their shock and astonishment had worn off, Principal Zhang roared. Students rushed forward and presented the flowers in their hands. The cannons also boomed at this moment. The scene was filled with a sea of celebration. And Xinbei was arrogant and shining, surrounded by people, like a royal family. Honestly, I am ashamed of my poor performance, and I brought shame to number 1 high school. Xinbei sighed very pretentiously. Principal Zhang slapped his thigh and said, You are modest, aren't you? This is already very good, far beyond my expectations. No, I wanted to break 100 points. 90 points is enough. That's just my bottom line. I really feel so sorry for the cultivation of number 1 high school. I feel so ashamed and embarrassed. My top scholar, please don't say that. Xinbei and Principal Zhang just stood there and started to flatter each other. Gu Xinro and Jian Tong on the side looked so green in the face. Good job. Do these two people have any serious illness? If you want to blow it well. After a few sentences, he started to go off topic. They talked about everything from the top scholar to Zhou Shuren, from Mao Rafeng to Shaoli Flying Dagger, from Jamozi's Xiao Wuxiangong to the Sino-US trade war. These two guys were talking about Trump 1 second, and the next second they changed the topic to the return of the Condor heroes. The two of them were talking so much that their spit was flying everywhere, almost landing on Jian Tong and Gu Xinro's foreheads. The students around were stunned and yawned in boredom. Finally, Gu Xinro couldn't bear it anymore. She clenched her fists and let out a low roar. Enough! We're talking out of the Milky Way. Xinbei chuckled. Principal Zhang and I appreciate each other, and have endless things to talk about. Stop talking bullshit to me. Gu Xinro crossed her arms and rolled her eyes. Xinfei smacked his lips and waved his hand. Keep playing the music and dancing. Gu Xinro stretched out her hand, interrupted, and said, Principal Zhang, please move on to the next step. We are all so embarrassed to be stuck here. Principal Zhang uttered a few "oh" sounds, then took out a tray and uncovered the red cloth. This is the school's reward for the top scholar. There are exquisite gift boxes such as chi and blood pills and great success pills, as well as 100,000 in cash. Xinbei naturally would not refuse and took it happily. Gu Xinro coughed and whispered in Xinbei's ear. The top scholar should also be polite and at least say thank you. I deserve the top spot. It was an accident that number 1 high school picked me as the top scorer. Principal Zhang should say thank you to me. Xinbei said confidently. Gu Xinro's mouth twitched. Talk back? Xinbei touched his chin and said extremely seriously. There are so many people now, it's not good, right? Gu Xinro? Chapter 47 More cost-effective. The welcoming ceremony ended quickly. The graduating students from Xinbei returned to the classroom, packed up their things, and left directly. Students who failed to get into Wuhan University could either continue to study cultural subjects with liberal arts students and become a knowledgeable, social scrap, or just go out into society and make a living. Students who are admitted to Wuhan University only need to wait for the new semester to start. Before leaving, Gu Xinro pulled Xinbei aside. Her face was tangled, and she slightly raised her plump lips with an alluring luster, and asked tentatively. Many teachers from Lingnan City Wuda came to the banquet yesterday. Which teacher did you choose to follow? Xinbei looked at Gu Xinro's posture and almost couldn't help but lean over and kiss her sweet lips and tongue. The passion in the morning is truly unforgettable. Shinbei swallowed his saliva and said, I was not there at that time. Afterwards, I heard that the teacher from Wuda did not have a very high evaluation of me. He said that my attributes were too average and there were no highlights. Hearing this, Gu Shinro was delighted, and a look of joy suddenly blossomed on her face. That's right. Your attributes are too average. No one except me can teach you to become a talent. It's settled. When Wuhan University starts, you sign up for my class. Shinbei tilted his head. Good job. So this is what you are thinking, teacher? You know, in Wuhan University, students can choose their favorite teachers to pursue their martial arts career. The more prestigious and experienced the teacher is, the more students he or she has, and the more obvious the siphon effect is. It is said that some famous teachers have hundreds of students under them. If there are fewer, then you will be a commander without troops. This is also the reason why teachers from all walks of life came to the Wuhan University banquet. Grab students in advance. New teachers like Gu Shinro, who have just been transferred to Wuhan University, are naturally not popular. It can be said that wanting students to choose her is purely gambling with her own future in martial arts. Teachers without students can only become assistant teachers. To put it bluntly, it's just a job. Shinbei touched his chin, his words full of threats. Although my attributes are relatively average, I am still the top scholar after all, so there must be a teacher who wants it. Gu Shinro looked at Shinbei with a pair of clear eyes filled with mist, as if she was crying. You can't be ungrateful. Shinbei licked his lips and looked around, but there was no one. At that moment, he said, Actually, I'd still like to follow the teacher. Really? As long as the teacher lets me kiss you again. Gu Shinro's pretty face flushed. She stepped on the boy's foot and said shyly, Get lost. I'd rather be an assistant teacher. Shinbei looked at Gu Shinro's charming appearance, which was worthy of being called the most beautiful woman in the world, and smiled. I'm anxious. I just asked you if you're coming? Come. It's settled then. Gu Shinro smiled sweetly. She stretched herself, showing off her delicate and pretty curves. She felt relieved. With Shinbei as a student, he is still a legitimate teacher. But Shinbei didn't care about it. Shinbei's real trump card is the daily settlement panel. Whether there is a teacher or not, or even whether he is Gu Shinro's student, has little impact. When Shinbei returned to the classroom, he became Jian Tong's coolie. Jian Tong didn't know where she packed the things from, a whole bag of various items. Come on, carry it. Jian Tong's eyes revealed an intoxicating tenderness as she placed the backpack on Shinbei's shoulder. 50 yuan! Shinbei directly offered the price. Jian Tong's expression became frozen, and with blurred and slightly open eyes, he said in astonishment, This also costs money? This is my professional ethics. Don't bargain and hurt our relationship. Jian Tong's black and smooth hair was now a little messy and scattered on both sides of her head. She gently fanned her small nose and her beautiful pink cheeks. You're already hurt. Shinbei shrugged. Then you carry it yourself. You. Jian Tong's eyes were full of stars and his head was aching like hell. Finally, he took a deep breath and gave in. Okay, let's go. Out of the campus. They both looked back at the same time. One high is still one high. Batch of students leave, but Gao remains. Teacher Gu is looking for you. She must want you to follow her, right? Jian Tong asked halfway. Shinbei nodded. Jian Tong pouted. Well, gold will shine on its own. Jian Tong's meaning is also very clear. She is worried that Gu Shinro can't teach Shinbei at all, but she believes that Shinbei can become self-reliant. Shinbei didn't say anything. The two chattered all the way and imagined the future. Passing by a food stall, Shinbei bought 2 pancakes. Come, try something new. In Changtu County, steamed cakes are rare. It's not that I can't afford it. It's just a lifestyle habit. I don't like pasta very much. Just like people in Dingguan don't eat salty tofu pudding. What fresh food! Jian Tong took a light bite. Shinbei tasted it, and it tasted tasteless. It is not as round and full as modern steamed buns, and it is not as soft when pinched. On the way, I bought 2 cups of Warrior Eye City milk tea. A cup costs only 10 yuan, and it can make Jian Tong laugh. By the way, Jian Tong sipped his milk tea and said, I'm going out with my dad during the holidays, so don't come to see me. Shinbei snorted. Damn it! Don't you take me with you when you go out for a trip? Are we still a family? Stop being a scoundrel. Jian Tong raised her willow-like eyebrows that looked like spring mountains in the distance. We haven't gotten married yet, what family? Besides, my dad went to visit a comrade in arms, who is said to have a very high spiritual attribute and has unique insights in this area. He wants to teach me the way to become a warrior in advance. Oh. Shinbei nodded. So that's how it is. I wish you success. These students who have been admitted to Wuhan University will not be idle during this holiday. Generally speaking, they begin by practicing basic training methods to condense their qi and blood and to temper their bones. After all, I'm already a student of Wuhan University, so I don't have to worry about losing my attributes. And Shinbei had already completed this step in advance, and even mastered the basic boxing techniques. Shake up and take the lead. Send Jian Tong home. Shinbei chatted with Jian Shan for a while, then went home alone. Passing by a small alley with a flashing red light, Shinbei was somewhat moved. Jian Tong is going out and won't be seen for a while. Gu Shinro had even less time as she was busy with the handover procedures and filing tutorials. Shinbei's youthful passion has nowhere to vent. And the alley in front is a place for men to have fun. Those very poor young ladies were all naked and looked so pitiful. Generally, it is just a short-lived love affair that costs some money. Fun and inexpensive, see you next time. It's not that I can't afford love, it's just more cost-effective. Shinbei shook his head and left. While there is time. Shinbei went to the labor market. You can't stop working. I only completed one task today, which was to help Jian Tong carry his bag. You can tell with your toes that there will be no good reward. This is not right. It's worse than killing yourself. Therefore, even though Shinbei was the top scorer in the military science exam, he still worked as usual. I had just arrived at the labor market and started looking for work when I saw an acquaintance driving a van towards me. It was Boss Zhang who was selecting workers to work by shouting and yelling. Boss Zhang! Shinbei shouted with a smile. Boss Zhang shuddered. Oh my God! Shinbei? Why are you still here? It's a squat job. With your current status, you have more than enough people to take care of you. Why do you still take odd jobs? You need to adapt to your status. Boss Zhang advised earnestly. You're already a quasi-warrior, but you're still earning $100 or $80. Aren't you lowering your status? Take care of your feathers. What kind of work is this time? Shinbei didn't have time to waste time with him and asked directly. Although Shinbei can contribute some strength, he can't do every job. For example, Shinbei doesn't know how to do crafts like carpentry. Go to Taiyangshan Reservoir to clean up the debris on the water. Boss Zhang responded. Add me in. Boss Zhang. Chapter 48. The one I'm fighting is a 4th grade warrior. Sun Mountain Reservoir. Boss Zhang no longer remembers how he drove here with his workers. After all, there was a quasi-warrior sitting in the car, and the oppressive force made the air inside the car seem like substance, making it hard to breathe. Although Boss Zhang and Shinbei had dealt with each other several times. Moreover, Shinbei did not show the arrogant and bullying attitude of a warrior. He is totally just a wage earner. But there was something indescribably wrong with the atmosphere. Boss Zhang could see the fear and caution in the eyes of other workers, fearing that he would provoke Shinbei and get his head smashed. At this time, Boss Zhang took out tools for salvaging debris from the water from the trunk. There are hooks, net bags, clips, etc. There is also a wooden boat provided by the employer on the reservoir. Other workers picked up tools and carried out salvage operations in the waters assigned by Boss Zhang. What about me? Shinbei pointed at his nose. Where do I work? Well, Boss Zhang scratched his head and said, I declare that you are now the foreman, team leader, foreman of these workers. You can use whatever name you like. Just watch them work. Shinbei. Shinbei almost vomited blood in anger. Is this what I want? It's about taking the initiative to work and activating the settlement panel. You are delaying my rise. A stumbling block on the road to success. Shinbei said seriously and extremely seriously. If I can't do my job today, I will throw you into the water to feed the fish. Boss Zhang's teeth are aching. I was confused. What was wrong with Shinbei? Addicted to work? If you have this free time, you can study the martial arts routines, wouldn't that be great? Boss Zhang smacked his lips and said, Then you go, work at the water bend over there. Shinbei chuckled and patted Boss Zhang on the shoulder. That's right. As he spoke, Shinbei carried the rope hook and walked along the path on the reservoir mountain for almost half an hour before arriving at the designated operations site. This small bend is very hidden and is a branch of the Taiyangshan Reservoir. Because it is too remote, even fishermen are reluctant to come here. Shinbei took a look. There is a lot of debris on the water surface. Various colorful plastic bags, rotten tree roots, mineral water bottles, etc. As a wage earner, Shinbei has a strong work ethic and accomplishment. Just get started. For debris that is close to the shore, use clamps. For those that are farther away, swing the flying hook, throw it into the water, and hook tree roots and other debris to the shore. After working leisurely for about half an hour, in the dense forest behind Shinbei, there was a sudden sound of chaotic running, and a low roar of, "Don't run!" could be heard faintly. Shinbei looked back suspiciously. There are many tourists visiting Taiyangshan Reservoir every day, but it is not considered a scenic spot. Only a fisherman who can't stand his wife's demands would come here to kill time under the pretext of fishing. But fishermen don't come to this bend to fish. Not only are some of them far away, they are also in the shade. Fish don't like the water areas, so naturally there are no fish to fish. Puzzled, Shinbei dropped the tools in his hands, found a big tree, climbed up nimbly, and looked towards the place where the sound came from. Looking through the dense forest branches and leaves, I saw two figures chasing each other through the forest. The man in the front was a tall and sturdy middle-aged man wearing dark gold clothes. He kept running and jumping, 3 times faster than the fastest cheetah. Chilla! Chilla! With his speed, his body actually tore the air into a long wave while running, which surged and crackled like the surging river. The fastest horse is not half as fast as him. The man chasing behind was even faster. While running, his legs suddenly stepped on the ground and bounced up. A large number of stone fragments on the ground were shaken up into the sky, splashing all over the place, like hidden weapons, whistling through the air. It can be seen that the power contained in it is huge. Boom! When the man landed again, he appeared in front of the escape route of the man in dark gold clothes. As soon as he landed, countless tiny spiderweb-like cracks immediately appeared on the ground with his feet as the center, and most of the soles of his shoes were immersed in the hard rock. Shinbei watched from afar, his pupils shrinking slightly. Warrior! Are these two people chasing each other? Fan Ming, you can't run away. Hand over the 7-star fist and the map of the Sea of Hopelessness. If you join our Apocalypse Church, not only will you be exempt from the death penalty, but you can also enjoy wealth and glory. With your status as a 3rd-rank warrior, you will definitely be treated as a guest of honor in our Ningbei Province Church. The man stood with his hands behind his back, and as he spoke, he exuded an aura of control. He was wearing a black robe of the Revelation Church. Although his temples were gray, his face had a kind of vicissitudes of life as if he had seen through the world. His eyes were particularly bright, reflecting light like gems. Luo Qingyuan! Fang Ming, the man in dark gold clothes, was carrying a boiling murderous intent that he could not suppress at all. The cold words came out from between his teeth. You think you can intercept us? Do you really think that all of us headhunters are useless? Shinbei in the distance was shocked again. It seems that these two people are not good people. One is a notorious headhunter clan, the other is an apocalyptic cult that seeks to subvert the world. Good job. Because of the 7-star fist and the map, they are actually fighting each other. Shinbei had no interest in the map, but the 7-star fist sounded a bit cool. I wonder if I can sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, and then I can take advantage of the situation and find a way out. Shinbei hid his body, lay on the tree trunk, and started to watch the show. Luo Qingyuan's eyes were full of ferocity at this moment, and he let out a vicious smile. You are at the end of your strength. If you are not a waste, then who is a waste? You'd better hand it over obediently. my little boy Huayu, you know what the end will be." In the depths of Fang Ming's dark pupils, an extremely abnormal scarlet glowed, and the red light became stronger and stronger. "Luo Qingyuan, you are only a fourth-rank warrior. Even though your attributes are much higher than mine, how much can you exert? If I fight back desperately, fight with my life, and burst out with all my strength, I may not be inferior to you." In the distance, Shinbei seemed to be thinking about something. In the world of martial arts, there is a saying that a hero is not judged by his statistics. To put it simply, a warrior's strength attribute may be 100 points, but in actual combat, he may not be able to exert 100 points of strength. Due to one's own condition, environment, combat skills, psychological quality, etc., one may not be able to exert 100% of his strength. It is possible that you can only get 50 points, 70 points, or even 30 points. This is also the reason why during the WUST exam, teachers repeatedly emphasize that one must relax and not be nervous, which would affect one's normal performance. In Shinbei's opinion, if Fang Ming can rise from the dead, his strength will surely explode. Otherwise, there is only one way out, which is death. As for Luo Qingyuan, it's hard to say. At this point in time, it is still unknown who will be able to walk out alive. At this moment, Luo Qingyuan's lips showed a mocking expression. "I like you to test my bottom line with your life." His eyes suddenly narrowed, and a gleam of light shot out from between his eyelids. Boom! His body rushed forward, and his clothes fluttered. His body was like a swimming fish or a dragon. He rushed over a distance of dozens of steps and arrived directly in front of Luo Qingyuan. But Fang Ming saw a surging white air wave accompanied by a thunderous explosion, making a sharp scream. He punched out quickly, and the air around him seemed to have a strong wind, violently exploding. The air everywhere was squeezed and pushed away by the pure force, making a violent sonic boom. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was collapsing, as if the sky was tilting. "Fourth rank? I'm fighting against a fourth rank. Die." Chapter 49. The sphincter is a magical organ. Facing Fang Ming's desperate counterattack, Luo Qingyuan curled his lips with a playful look, and with a loud bang, he took a big step forward. The ground, which had been compressed and sunken, was once again imprinted with a deep footprint. A circle of rubble on the cracked ground was bounced up and flew away by the powerful recoil force, and a circle of smoke and dust exploded again. "Your madness is a joke in my eyes." Luo Qingyuan's arms suddenly swelled up, his muscles became tangled and thicker, and one could faintly see the color of blood flowing. He gently raised his hand to block Fang Ming's punch. Boom! A visible violent airflow was surging from the place where Luo Qingyuan and Wang Ming collided, like a level 12 typhoon, and all the surrounding leaves and branches were blown into pieces. Even the air was rubbed at high speed, producing a harsh sonic boom and a burning smell. Large pieces of gravel flew into the air where they were, and a curtain of stone fragments rose on both sides of the track. A howling gale suddenly blew in all directions. "Grass!" Fang Ming roared in pain. He was at an absolute disadvantage in terms of attributes, and although he attacked first, he was knocked away by Luo Qingyuan's punch. Fang Ming flew backwards like a rag doll. As Fang Ming rolled, blood spurted out and he staggered out. His face was covered in blood, like little snakes crawling all over his face, showing an extremely terrifying expression. His eye sockets were almost cracked, and he let out a hoarse roar like a dying beast. "Come again!" "Ha!" Luo Qingyuan walked leisurely towards Fang Ming step by step. "Why are you so stubborn? Just hand over what I want, and you can save your life. As a member of the headhunter tribe, life is the least valuable." Then, Fang Ming burst out again, carrying with him a terrifying murderous intent and a fierce fist wind, which seemed to be tangible. Fang Ming's aura was like a raging flame in the cold current of the Arctic Ocean, or like a dying beast in despair, painful and cold, silent and ferocious, crazy and tenacious. Even Shinbei, who was watching from a distance, could feel the resolute momentum of mutual destruction and destruction. And Luo Qingyuan's combat quality is obviously much stronger than Fang Ming's. When the two sides engaged in hand-to-hand combat again, Luo Qingyuan once again easily resolved Fang Ming's moves. At the same time, Luo Qingyuan's shoulders, elbows, fists, palms, fingers, legs, knees, feet, and even his hard head all instantly turned into brutal murderous weapons. Point, claw, bump, push, hammer, bang, twist, buckle, lock, a series of attacks like a machine gun firing bullets. Crackling. Countless superimposed shock forces mercilessly blasted into Fang Ming's body from every part of his body. Before he could react, he was already spitting blood and retreating. After that, Luo Qingyuan bombarded him all the way and hit him closely, making him unable to move himself like a puppet. It only took a moment. Fang Ming no longer had the strength to fight back. Luo Qingyuan's hands turned into a pair of ferocious claws, with an almost shrill sound, and created countless afterimages, pinching and twisting Fang Ming's limb joints, all 126 bones in the human body's limbs, from the arm bones and leg bones to the finger and toe joint bones with ferocious techniques. Amid a series of crisp noises, all of Fang Ming's joints were strangely twisted and dislocated, and strange bulges appeared on the skin where the bones met. He fell to his knees again like a puddle of mud. All the joints were dislocated, and there was not a single intact spot. The jagged bones pushed up the skin, making the whole person look strange. Anyone who sees him like this would find it extremely terrifying. Shinbei's pupils shrank in the distance. Is this the battle between warriors? So terrifying. But Shinbei's heart was aroused with a competitive mentality. Strong! Only the strongest can be at the top of the undefeated peak and not let other warriors play with their lives. Shinbei took a deep breath, suppressed his restless mood, and continued to look over. Right now, Fang Ming was almost disabled and had no strength to resist, so he could only let Luo Qingyuan control him. Luo Qingyuan's eyes were sharp, and there was a faint cold aura on his body. He grabbed Fang Ming's neck and lifted him up. Now, what is your choice? Fang Ming's eyes were filled with bloody tears, and his pupils were closed. You also know that I am not alone. You are chasing the wrong person. A dark light flashed faintly in Luo Qingyuan's eyes. He naturally knew that the members of the headhunters were fleeing separately when faced with the pursuit of the cult of Apocalypse. Then you are worthless. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Qingyuan suddenly exerted force with his fingers, pinched Fang Ming's throat, and strangled him to death. Fang Ming's face turned black and purple, his whole body twitched a few times, and he made meaningless gurgling sounds. His head tilted and he died. However, Luo Qingyuan did not let Fang Ming go. He abandoned the body, stripped him naked, and searched for him, but found nothing except some medicinal pills and a rubbish martial arts book. Oh shit! Luo Qingyuan kicked the corpse away, twisted his neck, and said to himself, I hope others will gain something. He shook his arm, and a streak of blood dripped from the crook of his arm along the palm of his hand. Luo Qingyuan cursed. Even rabbits will bite when they are angry. It actually burst a blood vessel of mine. After staying there for a few breaths, Luo Qingyuan turned around and left, disappearing into the dense forest. Shinbei, who was far away, saw this scene, but did not move forward, but continued to lie on the tree. Shinbei knew that with his own strength, he was no match for Luo Qingyuan, and even Fang Ming couldn't beat him. If you go down rashly, you may easily end up with your body torn into pieces. Sure enough, it didn't take long. Luo Qingyuan's figure appeared again at the edge of the battlefield, looking around, as if confirming whether anyone was coming or whether Fang Ming was faking his death. Luo Qingyuan waited for 5 minutes before he left with peace of mind and disappeared completely. Shinbei was sure that Luo Qingyuan would not make a surprise attack, so he jumped off the tree trunk and moved towards Fang Ming's body. I guess there won't be any leaks, right? Shinbei turned Fang Ming's body back and forth for a long time. Generally speaking, warriors of Fang Ming's level would carry some elixirs and martial arts techniques. Needless to say, the meaning of the elixir is simply battle endurance. However, when Fang Ming fought against Luo Qingyuan, they were not in the same weight class at all. There was no chance of even a tug of war. It was a complete crushing defeat. Taking drugs was useless, and it was too late. The martial arts techniques are more interesting. You can comprehend at any time and anywhere, and increase your understanding of martial arts. There is a deeper meaning, which is to sacrifice the car to save the king. According to Shinbei's understanding, it was losing wheels to save lives after a Volvo car crashed. Sometimes, you can use martial arts skills to exchange for a life. Shinbei's eyes slowly moved down and looked at Fang Ming's buttocks. Shinbei touched his chin meaningfully. Is this possible? You just go ahead and take it out, that's a bit dirty. Shinbei sniffed, ran back to the shore, and retrieved the rope. Then he turned Fang Ming's body over. Although the hook is not very sharp, it is enough to tear flesh. Puff. Shinbei directly disemboweled Fang Ming. Enduring the nausea and stench, he took out his internal organs, pulled out his intestines, and squeezed them repeatedly. There is a hard bump in the softness. Peel off. A hard white object about the length of a middle finger fell out. Wipe clean the dirt on it, it is a plastic film wrapped in a roll of paper. Shinbei's expression changed. The sphincter is really a magical organ. I really found a loophole. Chapter 51 of the 8 Killers. 7-Star Fist. Hopeless Sea, Kagoshima map? At this time, there were 2 small pieces of paper in Shinbei's palm. However, due to paper limitations, all of them are reduced print versions, and both the font of the 7-Star Fist and the lines on the map are very small. Shinbei was dizzy and had stars in his eyes. No. Shinbei rubbed his sore and stiff eyeballs. It's too small, I can't see clearly, I need to enlarge it. Shinbei stopped wasting time and put the 2 pieces of paper away carefully, planning to go back and enlarge them. Shinbei also considered whether to take this opportunity to get a bargain. After all, the map is too far away for Shinbei. The effects of the 7-Star Fist are completely unclear, and it is difficult to describe its specific effects. But one thing is certain, once it is discovered that I have picked up a bargain, I will inevitably attract the attention of the Apocalypse cult and the headhunters. If you put it back, at least you'll be safe. Thought for a moment. Shinbei still decided to take the bargain. Now that we have done it, we cannot hesitate and must carry it through to the end. After all, Yu Wuchang's arrest had offended the headhunters. The 2 sides became enemies after they killed members of the Apocalypse cult in Lingnan City. It's not a big deal to pick up this bargain. As for Fang Ming's body, Shinbei didn't even look at it and turned away. It's really. I was tortured to such a horrible state by myself, with blood and flesh all over the place, it was a mess. If you don't know, you might think that another murderer has appeared in Chengtu County. Back at the Taiyangshan Reservoir, the work of cleaning up debris on the water surface is nearing completion. Several workers squatted beside the van with smiles on their faces, waiting for Boss Zhang to pay their wages. Shinbei, 200 yuan, take it. Although Boss Zhang was very afraid of Shinbei, he settled the wages one by one and did not increase the salary by a penny because Shinbei was a warrior. He has a firm grip on matters of principle. This time the work was successfully completed, and Shinbei followed everyone back to the county town by car. Just as it was getting dark, 3 men in golden clothes walked out from the dense forest of Sun Mountain. Just by looking at their clothes, one can recognize at a glance that they are dressed exactly like Fang Ming, and belong to the notorious headhunters. The faces of the 3 people were hidden in their hoods, dim and unclear, and difficult to distinguish. They looked around, as if searching for something. Are you sure Fang Ming fled from this direction? Yes, there are still marks left by him on the branches and leaves. There is no doubt about it. Yin Hong, expand the search range. The man named Yin Hong reached out and took off his hood. It can be seen that his hands are completely devoid of flesh and blood, but a pair of gray, dry bones and white claws. There was a crackling sound as the knuckles twisted. His chest was half-buttoned from top to bottom, revealing his hairy, tangled, and well-developed pectoral muscles. His eagle-like nose and deep gray eyes gave him a heroic charm that was full of power and strangeness. Yin Hong sniffed his nose, stood still for a moment, and his pupils shrank. There is a smell of blood. Could it be Fang Ming? Who is the Apocalypse sect member chasing him? What rank of warrior is he? Before we parted, I saw that it was the 4th-rank warrior Luo Chengyuan. Broken. After a few brief conversations, the 3 of them started running as fast as they could, advancing rapidly through the dense forest. 3 strong winds formed behind them, blowing the surrounding trees to this and that, with their branches and leaves dancing wildly. A moment later, Yin Hong and others have arrived at the place where Fang Ming and Luo Qingyuan fought. Yin Hong saw a dark shadow lying on the ground at a glance. When the dark clouds in the sky dispersed and the moonlight shone down, the three people finally saw clearly that it was Fang Ming's body. And it was as if the body had been ripped out by a pack of wolves, with all kinds of internal organs scattered all over the ground. It was a horrific sight that was too horrible to watch. One of the men stepped forward and immediately reached into Fang Ming's sphincter. His face suddenly darkened. "It's gone." The other man narrowed his eyes, a deadly gleam in his eyes. "Luo Qingyuan, right? I want him to die 10,000 times more miserably than Fang Ming." Yin Hong took a deep breath and said, "Luo Qingyuan is doomed to die, there is no doubt about that. But the current situation is, the 7-star fist and the hopeless sea map are gone. The loss of the 7-star fist is not great." The man squatting beside Fang Ming's body continued in a gloomy tone. "The key is the map of the hopeless sea in the cave. It is said to be a new island map. Yin Hong, let us handle the matter here. We will hunt down Luo Qingyuan and take back the map and martial arts. You continue to lurk in Lingnan City, Wuda?" Yin Hong nodded and said worriedly, "The hopeless sea map is what the 9-Life Crow, one of the 8 killers of our headhunting tribe, needs. Get it as soon as possible. If the 9-Life Crow arrives in the country without handing in the map, I'm afraid it will be doomed." The other two nodded, knowing of course how ruthless 9-Life Crow, one of the 8 killers, was. Time is running out. The three men sank Fang Ming's body into the Taiyangshan reservoir and then left. "Hello, is this my little Tong Tong?" After Shinbei returned to the county, he called Jian Tong. A tiny voice came from the other end of the phone. "Nonsense! You called me and you don't even know who I am? Where are you?" Shinbei asked curiously. "In the provincial capital, in a private room." Shinbei said, "Oh? No more questions." According to Boss Zhang, in this world, not checking hotel check-in records when marrying a wife is a male virtue that contemporary men should abide by. Not to mention the private rooms. Jian Tong's voice came again. "If you have any farts, hurry up and fart. I'm at the dinner party here." Puff. "You." Jian Tong's face turned green with anger. "Good you Shinbei, you want to play with life, right? It is hard to say whether humans living in the solar system can withstand this fart sound that exceeds the limits of human thinking." "I'm dead," Jian Tong growled angrily. "Don't." Shinbei laughed and said, "I have something important to do. I remember if you have a scanner printer at home?" "Yes, I have." "Lend it to me for a moment." "No one's home, they're all out of town, you can't get in." "Do you want to hear what you're saying?" "Don't break the window. The key is under the flower pot at the door." "Okay, go ahead and do your thing." Shinbei hung up the phone directly. "Look through a few flower pots at the door, find the key, and open the door to go in." After returning from the Sun Mountain Reservoir, Shinbei originally wanted to find a printing shop to enlarge the 7-star fist and the hopeless sea map in his hand. But after thinking about it, I realized that there are too many people in the printing shop and it is too unsafe. You know, this is not some textbook exercise or paper test. Instead, it is something that caused competition between the Apocalypse cult and the headhunters. If this gets out, or if the staff at the printing shop keep a copy, I will definitely not have a peaceful life. After comprehensive consideration, Shinbei decided to come to Jian Tong's house. Jian Tong followed his father to another place to visit warriors in the spiritual realm, and there was no one at home. It's to facilitate committing crimes. No, it's to facilitate printing. Turn on your computer, scanner, printer, etc. Shinbei put the 7-star fist paper on the scanner. Quite a while. The scanned content will be displayed on the computer. Shinbei adjusted the effect in font, enlarged the font, and after the effect was clear, he printed it out. The printer spits out A4 paper. Shinbei bound them one by one according to the serial numbers. Soon, all the contents of 7-star fist have been sorted out. Not many pages. Shinbei counted and found that there were only about 30 pages. Shinbei took a quick look and summarized. 7-star fist. There are not many moves. It is a variety of boxing techniques created based on the trajectory of the stars in the sky. It uses the physical body to communicate with the heaven and earth. Each move contains the trajectory of the stars and the mystery of the physical body structure. Shinbei took a deep breath. Although the understanding is correct. But if you want to practice the 7-star fist, you have to temper your body, which is a prerequisite. Only when you have reached the level of qualified tempering can you practice. Otherwise, practicing by force will cause meridian rupture, muscle necrosis, and even endanger your life. With this thought, Shinbei immediately came to the backyard of Jian Tong's house. Just do it! Practice! Chapter 51 Crazy Training. At this moment, Shinbei wanted to officially become a warrior by practicing the 7-star fist. The body also needs to be tempered and polished. In this world, practicing any martial arts requires attributes to support it. For example, the minimum standard for practicing the 7-star fist is that physique, strength, and agility must all reach more than 20 points. This is absolutely fatal to the freshmen of Wuhan University. Normally, students' attribute points are relatively extreme. Either high strength or strong physique. If you want to practice this martial art, you have to take drugs in a targeted manner. This process will take longer. But Shinbei completely ignored it. In the opinion of the Wuda teacher, Shinbei's attributes are too average and there is nothing outstanding. Although he was the top scorer, he could be said to be mediocre. But now, this 7-star fist martial art seemed to be tailor-made for Shinbei. Extremely comfortable. Of course, a warrior must remember a creed. Don't judge a hero by his statistics. Although Shinbei's 3 attributes meet the standards, it is still unknown how many of these attributes can be brought into play. Even though Shinbei's physical attribute is 25 points. But the actual physical fitness for resisting blows may only be 15 or 18 points. This is why it is necessary to constantly polish your chi, blood, and bones, so that the surface data and the real data are consistent. Only then can it be completely safe. It was late at night and quiet, with no one around. The backyard of Jian Tong's house. This backyard is quite large. It not only has a swimming pool, but also has rockery and strange rocks displayed in it. At first glance, these are the toys that Jian Shan carefully collected. When this man reached middle age, he either went fishing or encouraged strange things. Rise. Fang Shinbei lifted up a 30-pound green stone with both hands, then he kept squatting down, and when he reached his limit, he jumped up violently like a frog. This is an extremely special method of training strength. Golden toad diving. It can greatly improve physical strength, but it consumes a lot of energy, and it is easy to sprain muscles and bones, causing disability. If you are not a person with extremely good physical attributes, you cannot practice this method at all. Shinbei once saw Liao Shongyang using this method to exercise in the gymnasium of a high school. Just learn from others and apply what they have learned. 1, 2, 3, 4. Shinbei kept jumping, and whenever he felt exhausted, he would stop, take a qi and blood pill he got from Yu Wuchang, nourish every inch of muscle in his body, and then continue practicing. After jumping hundreds of times, Shinbei gritted his teeth, never stopped, and began to hit the hard stone with his fists frantically again. Bang, bang, bang. Shinbei's fist kept hitting a rock, one punch after another, fiercely and violently. Like a mad bull, blood and flesh flew everywhere, and bones crackled, as if they were about to be broken. The severe pain, the piercing pain, almost made him faint, but he gritted his teeth and held on. After his hands were covered in blood, he raised his left and right legs and kicked hard. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. My legs were kicked on the stone, and they were all swollen, bruised, and torn. Then use your body to hit, every part of your body, back, arms, waist, abdomen, chest, neck against the hard stone. He was beaten all over. Crash. After completing these trainings, Shinbei ignored his own injuries and fiercely jumped into the dark swimming pool and swam non-stop, fighting in the whirlpool in the middle. Use every possible means, high-intensity training, to destroy your body. This is definitely a devilish training, even for students at Wuhan University. It is physically difficult to endure such devilish training. More importantly, I can't muster the willpower. Who can bear the excruciating pain every day? But Shinbei gritted his teeth and persevered. He treated the expensive qi and blood pills as if they were sugar balls, cracking them without any care, providing a constant supply of qi and blood. At the same time, the ginseng, bird's nest, and deer antlers stored in Jian Tong's home also entered Shinbei's stomach without hesitation. No matter how much damage he suffered during training, no matter how many broken bones and muscles he would recover immediately after a good night's sleep. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Shinbei goes out every morning to the labor market to look for work. The daily settlement panel cannot be stopped. Most of the night is spent using devilish high-intensity training to destroy one's body, thereby tempering one's body and making one's true attributes consistent with the data attributes. Gradually, his body became stronger and stronger. His originally skinny muscles became fuller, his tendons were tight and firm, and his limbs were flexible and powerful. However, from the surface, he just looked a little stronger than before, but he knew that his muscles and bones were much denser and his weight had increased by 20 to 30 kilograms. 10 days later, Shinbei practiced the golden toad diving. He could gradually carry 50 or even 80 kilograms of rocks and jump everywhere. Strength training is the most basic, but also the most important part of the entire practice, which directly affects the achievements of martial arts practice. The more refined your strength is, the greater your future achievements will be. 100 pounds! 15 days later, Shinbei carried a 100-pound stone on his back, and he jumped easily like a frog. Each jump was 4 or 5 steps away, and he jumped 36 times in a row without blushing or panting. There were circles of deep footprints left on the ground in the backyard. Hi! Then, he threw the 100-pound stone upwards, at least as high as 2 or 3 people. When it came down with a whistling sound, he raised his hands, and his muscles and bones creaked, and he actually caught the stone. Break! With a low roar, Shinbei held up a 100-yen stone in one hand, and with the other hand, he punched a small tree as thick as a bull. Immediately, the wood of the small tree broke and cracked. Bang! After throwing the 100-yen stone, Shinbei stood on the spot, his body erect, and he even showed some of the aura of a warrior. He was no longer the original appearance of a rookie. At this moment, he had finally completed the strength training, exercising every inch of his limbs, waist and abdomen. Shinbei clenched his fists, his joints crackling, and his voice was full of confidence. In the same arm strength competition, Shinbei was able to lift a 100-yen stone with one hand and perform various movements, while those martial arts freshmen could not. Next, practice various moves and connect the strength of the whole body. Who knows how fierce it will be? The muscles all over Shinbei's body are now like a group of tigers and wolves that have not yet united. After practicing the moves, these tigers and wolves have become elite troops that can respond to calls and are connected from head to tail, making them even more ferocious. That night, looking at the stars in the sky, Shinbei took a deep breath, sat down cross-legged, and gazed into the distance, observing the trajectory of the stars, and understanding the various moves of the 7-star fist mentioned in the martial arts secrets. Shinbei felt that he had already achieved the basic attributes to practice the 7-star fist. Chapter 52, I'm out of breath. Step on the 7 stars! It was another night, when the cold stars were shining brightly under the sky. Shinbei was in the backyard of Jian Tong's house, watching the trajectory of the stars, his muscles all over his body surging. Like a group of stars in a rushing river, he stepped on the 7 stars. In one step and snatched it away, swish swish 7 steps, shuttled through, and then kicked out. Kui Shin kicks the fight! Run, kick, and explode! The force of his legs tore through the air, making a heart-wrenching sound that could be heard from far away, extremely sharp. Bang! A hardwood tree as thick as a bowl was broken by a kick. Click, 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 click. Afterwards, Shinbei kicked out 13 times again, and suddenly his whole body was covered with flying legs, like sharp swords and axes, fiercely chopping down the surrounding trees, and all the trees were chopped off. He kicked 14 trees in succession without panting or blushing. He clenched his fists and shoveled up the mud and sand under his feet. He drew a round circle with his left hand and a perfect square with his right hand. It stopped and took root, like a 1,000-year-old pine tree, with its roots firmly embedded in the rock, motionless and unyielding. Draw a circle with my left hand and a square with my right hand, combining hardness and softness. I never thought that I could master the moves so well in just 3 nights. Sure enough, the basic attributes have laid a solid foundation for me. It seems that I am not far from breaking through to become a warrior. At this time, Shinbei swallowed a qi and blood pill, and the heat and fragrance flowed through his body along with his blood. The pain from breaking the tree with his legs just now was immediately recovered by the heat flow. Shinbei has laid a solid foundation in more than 10 days of devilish strength training. After 3 days of practicing the moves, he immediately mastered them to perfection. He also trained the 2 deadly moves of the 7-star fist, stepping on 7 stars, and Kui-star kick, to perfection, and their lethality is extremely great. The 7-star fist does not have many moves, but each move contains the trajectory of the stars and the mystery of the human body structure. Stepping on the 7 stars is a mysterious footwork, and Kui-shin kicking is a fierce leg technique to kick and kill the enemy. Shinbei practiced them one by one. For those other warriors to reach Shinbei's level of proficiency, it would take at least 3 to 5 years of hard training day and night, and this is still a fast speed. However, Shinbei reached this state in just over 10 days with the help of the self-correction attribute and without any guidance from anyone. It's so terrifying. It was another night. Shinbei continued to exert the power of his physical body, dodging, jumping, and running at will. He took a step forward and moved forward more than 10 feet. He pulled his body back and moved his whole body freely, but fiercely and fiercely, at an extremely fast speed, like a tiger or cheetah. The 7-star fist is domineering and powerful. Just look at the 2 moves, stepping on 7 stars, and Kui-shin kick, to know. Suddenly, he reached out his claws towards a big tree. Shinbei's 5 fingers were like crane claws, and he actually dug out a large piece of bark from the trunk of the tree. If this claw grabbed a person's body, it would definitely tear off a large piece of flesh. The power grows again. At this time, Shinbei stopped and prepared to rest for a while. But suddenly I realized something strange was happening in my body. This is... Shinbei's pupils shrank slightly, and his face was shaken. He could feel his heart beating slower and slower, almost twice as slow as before. But more powerful. As solid and powerful as a hammer. Is this the entry into the first rank of warrior? According to what Teacher Gu said, if a prospective warrior wants to break through to become a warrior, to put it bluntly, it means breaking through himself. The most typical example is that the heartbeat slows down, but the vitality remains continuous and powerful. Shinbei exhaled a foul breath. This is a warrior! I am now a first-class warrior! Shinbei immediately ran back to the villa. Opened the property detection device. He wants to check whether his attributes have increased. According to what Teacher Gu Shinro taught in class, after breaking through to become a warrior, your attributes will receive additional bonus increases. At this moment, Shinbei began to test the 4 mainstream attributes of strength, physique, agility, and spirit. As for the other miscellaneous attributes, they are called mysterious attributes in this world. It cannot be detected, but it exists. There are no specific values, we can only estimate and understand. Generally speaking, during a battle, even though mainstream attributes play the vast majority of roles, the attributes on the mysterious side are often the crucial condition for gaining an absolute advantage. The most typical one is the anti-poison attribute. Different warriors have different reaction times to poisons, poison gas, etc. In battles between warriors and humans in the underground caves, or between aliens in the underground caves, the winner or loser is decided in a matter of seconds. Those with strong resistance to poison have a clear advantage and are far ahead. After a while, the result of Shinbei's attribute detection was displayed. Strength 45. Constitution 45. Spirit 40. Agility 40. Shinbei touched his chin and looked at the attribute data on the report sheet. These days, I go out to work during the day to activate the daily settlement panel, and practice the 7-star fist at night. Shinbei counted on his fingers. After the Wuka University exam, my thinking attribute is over 20 points. Even if you work for many days, the daily settlement panel reward is not much. It is estimated to be around 30 o'clock. And now it's all over 40 points. This means that I have officially broken through to the first grade warrior through the martial arts 7-star fist and obtained the breakthrough bonus attribute. At least 10. Shinbei laughed heartily. I, Shinbei, can achieve what I have today, All thanks to my own hard work. Although the voice became smaller and smaller, even a little lacking in confidence and hypocritical. But we have to admit that Shinbei has made a breakthrough even before he officially studies relevant courses at Wuhan University. If Jian Tong knew that Shinbei had become a first-class warrior, he would definitely turn into a crying monster. Not to mention Gu Xinro, who could just lie down and be a vase, and be an idle teacher. As Shinbei became stronger day by day, his understanding of the seven-star fist became deeper and deeper, and a sense of pride arose spontaneously. Shinbei calculated the date, and it happened that tomorrow was the first day of school at Wuda University in Ling'an City. Shinbei planned to go home and pack his bags to prepare for school. Take a look inside the villa. The corner of Shinbei's mouth twitched. At this moment, the house seemed as if it was collectively charged by 100 huskies, partying all night. The food in the refrigerator was cleared out. Food waste bags are everywhere. Shinbei smacked his lips. If he left like this, he would definitely be stabbed in the back by Jian Shan. Shinbei rolled up his sleeves and started cleaning. Bags of garbage were cleared out. I worked until dawn to finally clean the villa. I'm such a good, hard-working boy. Shinbei stretched. Go out and put the key under the flower pot. Clap your hands and leave. Shortly after Shinbei left, Jian Tong and Jian Shan also drove home from other places. After the father and daughter got off the car, Jian Tong got out of the car quickly and called out, Shinbei, are you still there? Jian Shan smiled and said, Silly boy, Shinbei just borrowed the printer. Why would he stay in our house for more than 10 days? Jian Tong stuck out her tongue shyly. Jian Shan said, I've been away from home for a long time. I'm craving for my treasured abalone. Oh, and I have to take a look at my back garden, it needs some pruning. However, after Jian Shan entered the house and opened the refrigerator, he was immediately struck by lightning. It was completely empty inside, cleaner than a dog bowl that had been licked. Where's my golden abalone? Where's my Boston lobster? Where's the 1,000-year-old ginseng I soaked in the wine? Where's my authentic bird's nest? Jian Shan kept talking about different things for more than 10 minutes. Miserable and heart-wrenching, the scream of a child who has lost his toy resounded throughout the villa. However, this is not the worst. Jian Tong screamed in the backyard. Dad! Our backyard was demolished! Upon hearing the news, Jian Shan hurried over. His eyes were shocked again. The strange rocks and trees that I had collected with great difficulty. It felt like being crushed by a bulldozer. What a mess! The ground was covered with rubble and trees were fallen. Who the hell did this? After shouting this, Jian Shan became furious, saw stars, and spat out a mouthful of blood that he had treasured for decades. With a click, sucked away. Chapter 53, The Apocalypse Cult's Hunt. Shinbei! You are so abominable! My dad was so angry that he fainted! On the bus to Ling'an City, a hint of anger appeared on Jian Tong's holy face. Shinbei put away the knife for peeling the apple and took a bite of the apple. I have cleaned the villa. Does my father-in-law have mysophobia? Jian Tong's expression suddenly became stiff, his eyes were full of anger, and he gritted his teeth. That's a matter of cleaning. Forget about eating and drinking, what have you done to the backyard? Is the husky possessed? Shinbei smacked his lips. This is a long story. Then keep it short. It was a dark and windy night, and all of a sudden, a thief sneaked in and tried to steal things from your house. Shinbei began to make up stories and continued. Then can I indulge him? I'll just chase him and beat him up. You know, if I do this, the sky will fall and the earth will collapse. Jian Tong listened to Shinbei's nonsense and pressed his hand. Do you have a purple gold hammer? Shinbei. The two quarreled for a while, and then the matter was over. Jian Tong did not pursue Shinbei, she also thought that those broken stones and trees in the backyard were in the way and worthless. The bus swayed all the way towards Ling'an City, passing through a service area. The bus needs to be refueled, and the passengers can get off and move around freely in the service area for a while. Shinbei and Jian Tong sat in the shade and ate ice cream. Shinbei ate a milk ball in one mouthful, and Jian Tong licked it in small sips, like a cat licking water. This action is indeed a bit foul. What did you learn when you went to the provincial capital? Shinbei asked curiously. The smile on Jiantong's face was sweet, proud, and full of boasting. Of course, it's physical hardening and mental strengthening. Needless to say, body tempering is a necessary process that every student must go through. Strengthening the spirit is similar to tempering one's bones. It's just that spiritual consolidation is to compress the spirit through meditation, so that the invisible can become visible, and the visible can gather into chi. Then it forms, gas like silk, becomes water droplets, becomes a thin stream, like river water, majestic like a lake, big like the sea, bright as stars. To put it in simple terms, it means expanding the blue bar. What direction is it going? Shinbei asked, blinking. Not as good as the direction of my own combat. Warriors with spiritual orientation can evolve into many branches. The control of elements alone can split into many directions. There are also other mysterious martial arts. A seductive smile bloomed on Jiantong's beautiful face, her snow-white chin raised, and she said mysteriously, "Thunder!" Shinbei gave a thumbs up and said admiringly, "Amazing! It's really amazing!" "Really? I didn't expect I could go in this direction. You have to practice hard. We'll depend on you for electricity in the future. This will save us a lot of money." Jiantong. Jiantong's teeth were clenched, and his whole body was trembling. His chest was heaving. "Are you talking human words? I am a humanoid generator?" Shinbei touched his chin and clapped his hands. "I was negligent and narrow-minded. I think there is another use." "Then tell me nicely," Jiantong said expectantly. Shinbei cleared his throat and looked around. There was no one around except a woman who was strolling towards him nonchalantly. "It's okay to be sexy," Shinbei said. "When we have sex, you can release some electricity to increase the fun." Hearing this, Jiantong looked at Shinbei with a dull face, and was petrified for a few seconds. Jiantong was like a chestnut dropped into a pile of charcoal fire, exploding from the inside out. You! Jiantong hadn't finished speaking yet. Suddenly, two dark shadows came over. In a flash, a straight long leg kicked out with a sharp sound, and kicked the defenseless Shinbei away. Ah! Shinbei felt like he was hit by a large truck at full speed. He couldn't control his body at all. He was spinning in circles in the air, floating like a straw, and his body was thrown up and hit the wall more than 10 meters away. Boom! Shinbei smashed the wall, and a piece of bricks and stones fell to the ground. Grass! Shinbei felt a dull pain in his chest, and it felt as if his ribs were about to break. After taking a few deep breaths, he managed to get up. Shinbei shot a look of confusion and anger at the attacker. It was the woman who seemed lazy and was walking towards him unintentionally. A true first-class warrior. But her appearance is also very delicate, gorgeous and aggressive, especially the scar on her cheek, which is full of special attraction. Just like a rose with thorns or a gorgeous poppy, there are unknown dangers hidden beneath the beautiful appearance. At this moment, Jiantong's face was extremely panicked. She really couldn't understand why the two of them were eating ice cream and chatting here, and a strange woman came up and attacked them? "Are you crazy?" Jiantong immediately took a few steps and ran to Shinbei, and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Shinbei pulled Jiantong behind him. "Don't move, I'll take care of it." Shinbei twisted his neck and walked forward at a steady pace. "Are you the one who escaped the apocalypse cult?" Shinbei asked with a stern face and cold eyes. In Shinbei's opinion, he has never had any enmity with women. If we have to say that there is an enemy, it must be Luo Qingyuan in the dense forest of Taiyangshan Reservoir. It was only through a series of coincidental investigations that Luo Qingyuan was able to find out that he was present at the time. And the woman in front of him was extremely unfamiliar. Shinbei was sure that this was the first time they met. Then, there is no doubt that this woman is the fish that slipped through the net that Gu Changfeng mentioned. The woman's eyes were as deep as a prison, revealing endless malice and fury. "Apocalypse cult, just these 4 words of blasphemy will result in your death without a complete corpse." Shinbei smiled, leaned forward, looked at the woman in front of him with a scorching gaze, and said in an extremely aggressive manner, "You are just a first-rank warrior, a rat in the sewer, and you dared to retaliate against me in broad daylight?" The woman laughed loudly, and the sound was like a tsunami, stirring up the entire void and boiling violently. You are a champion in martial arts, but you are not even a warrior. Just by chance, you were able to capture a member of the Apocalypse cult. Do you think you can do anything? I, Bailuo, will represent the revelation divine religion to judge you, the evil noble, and restore the truth to the world. Any last words? The woman looked cold and arrogant, with the scar on her face twisting like a snake. She continued, If not, then prepare to die. Okay. A slight smile appeared on Shinbei's face. Next second. Swish. In the blink of an eye, Shinbei was already in front of Catherine amidst the whistling wind. At the same time, he stretched out his 5 fingers and grabbed her shoulders. The first to strike is the most popular. Shinbei doesn't indulge her bad habits, so he goes straight for her. We are both first-rank warriors, so what do you have more hair on you, Bailuo? Shinbei attacked first. This time, as long as he got a firm grip, with Shinbei's current strength and the sharpness of his fingertips, he could immediately pierce the woman's shoulder blade, completely making her lose resistance. That Bailuo didn't expect that Shinbei not only dared to resist, but also acted so quickly. Facing Shinbei's fierce grab, she originally looked incredible. In this split second, an extremely shrill and piercing scream suddenly burst out from his mouth. Cry! This scream seemed to contain some inexplicable spiritual power. Everyone who heard the sound, including Jiantong, felt as if a steel needle had pierced directly into their brain at that moment, causing them excruciating pain. Bearing the brunt of the attack, Shinbei groaned, feeling a sharp pain in his head and feeling dizzy. His originally surefire pounce and capture suddenly lost its accuracy, and he did not catch Bailuo. Instead, the woman dodged and only left 5 deep bloody wounds. When Shinbei barely stopped and turned around, 2 hot streams suddenly flowed out from his nasal cavity. That's blood. Bailuo glanced at the bloody wound on his shoulder. His face became solemn, his eyes became very mysterious, and his expression was filled with extreme shock and horror. This all shows that his estimation was wrong. Shinbei, the top scholar, has already broken through to the first-grade warrior. Hee. Although Bailuo was shocked, he was not panicked at all. His eyes showed a hint of sarcasm, and he said calmly as if to provoke someone. Warrior, what a warrior! However, you have been hit by my mental shock. Next, you will feel what it means to have slow thinking and stiff movements. Stand still and don't struggle. The faster you die, the less pain you will suffer. Chapter 54. It took only 6 seconds to destroy you. Right now. Jiantong, who was far away, seemed to understand the cause and effect of Shinbei being attacked inexplicably. The woman named Bailuo is a member of the Apocalypse cult. He was the key member that Gu Changfeng failed to catch that night. They never expected that she would set an ambush on the way to Wuhan University. Jiantong saw Shinbei's nose spurting blood. He was in a trance, and he was very anxious. This service area is located right between Changtu County and Lingnan City. Even if he called the police, by the time the police from the police station arrived, the battle would have been over. Bailuo had dived into the mountains and would have completely disappeared. But Jiantong was anxious, although he didn't know when Shinbei broke through to become a warrior. But at this time, Shinbei was caught. That's a mental shock. It will seriously interfere with the thinking process and make the thinking slow, which is absolutely fatal in a battlefield where life and death depend on every minute. Even though he had also undergone body tempering, the intensity of the body tempering was completely not on the same level as that of a warrior who engaged in hand-to-hand combat. And mental strengthening is of no use at all at this moment. I don't have any martial arts skills. There is only a blue bar, but no skills. Thinking of this, Jiantong picked up a brick and rushed forward, howling. Let go of that boy! Roll! Shinbei turned back suddenly, and glared at Jiantong fiercely. Don't the fuck come over here, Chun Chun is here to cause trouble. Jiantong. Right now. Bailuo laughed coldly. It's better to die. Then. Bailuo didn't give Shinbei any chance to breathe, and kicked him in the temple with a whip kick. If this attack succeeds, it can kick Shinbei's temple to explode. At this moment, in an instant, in the severe pain, a thought pierced Shinbei's mind like lightning, and his heart turned cold. Mental resistance. Shinbei's pupils burst into joy. If an ordinary warrior is hit by a mental shock, his thinking will be slowed down for at least 3 seconds. During Shinbei's working life for many days, he met countless weird and infuriating employers. The attributes accumulate day and night. Extremely high resistance to mental attributes. My thinking was only slow for less than a second, and then I woke up. Moment. Step on the 7 stars. Shinbei was agile, and he passed through in 7 quick steps. Avoid Bai Luo's whip kick. Almost, Shinbei hissed. Opposite Shinbei, there was still a trace of fear on Bai Luo's beautiful face, and her voice seemed unusually hoarse due to the strange outburst just now. She was careless. She never expected that Shinbei would wake up so quickly. Also, what kind of footwork was that just now? How come after taking 1 step forward, the distance flickered to 7 steps away? What a perversion! Also, the slow thinking should have lasted at least 3 seconds, but, unexpectedly. At this moment, Bai Luo stared at Shinbei, and his eyes were filled with undisguised malice and cruelty. Very good. My little cutie, you gave me a great surprise. Do you think? Love your mom! Bang! Shinbei interrupted Bai Luo's nonsense with a sinister laugh, and like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, he pounced on him again ferociously. The scream that Bai Luo launched just now only caught him off guard. With Shinbei's will, the sound waves of that level just now did not cause much actual damage to him. In front of the Revelation Church, you are a lowly thing. Who do you think you are facing? Call! Facing Shinbei's ferocious and fierce pounce like a hungry tiger, Bai Luo's face turned ashen, and he stepped forward suddenly. His slender, snow-white legs swept out like a steel whip, and he actually kicked out a rapid sound of breaking through the air. His movements were extremely swift. This kick went straight to Shinbei's head. Not only was there no sense of charm, but it was filled with a fierce and murderous ferocity that could kill people. It was obviously a military-style fighting technique. Moreover, she was wearing high-heeled shoes with a sharp front. With her strength as a warrior, if she kicked someone hard, there was no doubt that it would directly explode the person's head. She did not launch the strange sonic attack just now. In fact, she had only just mastered that ability. Just one hasty attempt had already damaged her vocal cords, and another attempt would risk rupturing her trachea, so she couldn't try a second time in such a short time. But even so, she was not afraid of Shinbei's attack. Bai Luo has always been an ambitious woman who believes in the supremacy of God. She is definitely not as harmless as her beautiful appearance suggests. In addition to praying, she spent most of her time in the church asking senior warriors for advice on various fighting techniques. She was very hardworking and made rapid progress, which made Lin Xiao, a cadre of the Lingnan City Church, very impressed. With all these things, Bai Luo didn't think that Shinbei, who had just become a warrior and had not received any training, would be his opponent. Swish! Shinbei's reaction was equally astonishing. All his hair stood up in the strong wind. He immediately realized that Bai Luo's kick was so powerful that his flesh and blood body could not stop it. He suddenly lowered his head and crouched, avoiding the fatal trajectory of Bai Luo's high heels towards his head, but still leaned forward, carrying a suffocating ferocious momentum, and rushed towards Bai Luo regardless of anything. Madness! Bai Luo's eyes were filled with contempt. She swept out with a violent kick that exploded in the air, and she changed her moves in the middle. Her snow-white and smooth long legs reflected the glittering light, and she chopped down at Shinbei's head like a knife and axe that split the mountains and cracked the earth. Bang! Sweep horizontally and chop straightly. Facing Bai Luo's rapid change of moves, Shinbei could only turn his head, and then half of his shoulder made a teeth-grinding crackling sound, and even Shinbei's internal organs were shaking because of the impact. At this moment, Bai Luo's contemptuous and pleased eyes also met Shinbei's cold and fierce eyes. In Shinbei's eyes, an emotion was clearly conveyed. Got you! Kui Shin kicks the fight! Ah! Almost at the same moment, dull collisions, broken bones, and shrill and resentful screams were heard simultaneously. I saw Shinbei kick out, the calm air was instantly torn apart, and the strong airflow swept violently. When the toes swept out, a whistling wind suddenly arose, and this power made everyone who saw it tremble with fear. Bai Luo only felt an invincible force coming at him, and he felt as powerless as a little chicken. Then, with a loud bang, his eyes were dizzy, his ears were ringing, and his whole body was in great pain. He flew backwards as if he was hit by a locomotive. Damn it! The extreme pain almost drowned Bai Luo's consciousness. He only learned the fierce fighting skills from the church cadre Lin Xiu, but he did not have the iron will and life-and-death fighting experience. When one of her legs was kicked off by Shinbei, Bai Luo suddenly revealed the fragility and panic of an ordinary woman. Swish! Shinbei rushed forward, without any nonsense, only the urgency and cruelty of a life-and-death struggle. Shinbei endured the pain of broken arm and shaking internal organs, and once again pounced on Bai Luo, who was screaming and struggling on the ground and trying to stand up. Vaguely aware of the impending danger, Bai Luo instinctively wanted to avoid or even resist. However, the extreme pain, coupled with the fact that one of her legs was broken by Shinbei's kick, made her unable to even stand up. Etc. Bai Luo screamed in horror. We can! Snap! Without giving her a chance to finish, Shinbei strode over from several meters away with incredible swiftness, and instantly stepped hard on her other intact knee, crushing it directly. Bai Luo's beautiful face was twisted into a hideous shape, and she let out another heart-wrenching scream like a ghost. Any man who saw her miserable state would feel sorry for her. I know that warriors have stronger vitality. Shinbei stared at Bai Luo with a grim smile, as he frantically hit and grabbed the air with his hands, trying to attack him. You won't stand a chance! Laugh! Laugh! Shinbei pulled out his fruit knife and stabbed it into Bai Luo's elbow and shoulder blades again. Let her hands and feet be completely disabled and she will never be able to resist again. Most of Bai Luo's clothes were stained red with blood, and he was still screaming in despair and hoarsely in the blood. At this moment, less than 6 seconds had passed since Shinbei was attacked by Bai Luo. Chapter 55. Why is it you again? What just happened? Fight. This woman is pretty slim, but how could she be so foolish as to join the Apocalypse cult? She can make a lot of money as a live streamer. Too fast, isn't it? This man is so fast. Hiss, I was just about to call the police, but you got caught? I seem to have heard of this young man's name. He is the top scorer in the martial arts department, right? How did he break through to the warrior level? After Bai Luo was almost beaten up by Shinbei. The whole process took only a few breaths. The passengers who were waiting for the bus to refuel had expressions of shock, their eyes popping, and their scalps tingling. Especially after Bai Luo confessed that he was a member of the Apocalypse cult. These onlookers were all shocked and worried about Shinbei. What kind of people are the Apocalypse cult? That's a concentration camp for lunatics. The world's largest collection of mental hospitals. A group of people who always say fairness and justice. But in reality, it is a ruthless person. It can be said that if you mess with one, you will never live a peaceful life in this life. There are only two solutions. One is to join the Apocalypse cult, and the other is, like Shinbei, come one and beat one. For warriors, they have the confidence to do so. But for ordinary people, there is no choice. If they don't want to be harassed by a group of flies, they can only join. Otherwise, until you die, these lunatics will dig up your grave, pry open your coffin, and ask you if you are willing to join the Church of Apocalypse. Shinbei! At this time, Jian Tong woke up from his trance. Now she is confused throughout the whole process. From the moment Bai Luo appeared, launched a rapid sneak attack, and kicked Shinbei away. Jian Tong understood that Bai Luo must be a warrior. But she never expected that Shinbei had also been promoted to a warrior during the holiday. Self-breakthrough. Without the supervision of teachers or warriors, he was promoted to a first-grade warrior. Isn't this too exciting? It's simply an unbelievable miracle. Shinbei's performance during this period was really varied and rapid. A self-reliant little man. Love it. Jian Tong ran to Shinbei in a few steps, his eyes full of shock and confusion, and looked Shinbei up and down. Are you okay? Shinbei showed his snow-white teeth, with an arrogant smile on his face. It's boring. I was just warming up and this guy is already exhausted. Oh, I really don't understand what Gu Changfeng does for a living. He is wasting the country's food rations. Jian Tong. If teacher Gu Shinro heard what you said, she would definitely twist her ears. Then, Jian Tong started to call the police. The police will definitely have to handle the follow-up. The two of them still have to take a car to Wuhan University to go through the admission procedures, and there are a lot of things to do. You can't just carry members of the apocalypse cult around the streets, right? It looks weird, not only affecting the cityscape, but also disturbing the two people's little world. And Shibei is much more affordable. Start searching right away. Bai Luo struggled, looking extremely resistant. Shinbei didn't tolerate any bad habits, and went up to force a fight. Behave yourself! You are defeated! Bai Luo stared at Shinbei with an extremely hostile, cannibalistic look, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. Can we discuss it? Shinbei ignored it. Continue searching her pockets. Bai Luo whispered. As long as you let me go, I can use martial arts as compensation. Wishful thinking. Shinbei only gave her 4 words. At the same time, several bottles of pills were turned out from Bai Luo's pocket. Shinbei licked his lips. These were the spoils of war. Got it. Search again. Shinbei only found a folded A4 paper on Bai Luo. Shinbei looked puzzled. Where is the martial arts? Just a piece of paper? Bai Luo's eyes flickered, and he groaned in pain. He forced himself to say, Of course the martial arts are not on me, but I can tell you where it is buried, provided you return this paper to me and let me go. Shinbei tilted his head and snorted. Don't play tricks at this time. I'm afraid that if I go to the place you indicated, there will be 100 or 80 fierce men waiting for me. That would be like walking into a trap, right? Bai Luo bit his lips tightly and said nothing. Shinbei opened the A4 paper and glanced at it. There are densely packed numbers on it. There are also several code names mixed in. There is no doubt that this must be ciphertext. Shinbei was unable to crack it, so he could only hand it over to the police station. Soon, Jian Tong called the police and told them about the situation here. The Lingnan City Police Station responds to calls very quickly. Not long. Several police cars drove up and stopped at the highway service area. The first one to come down was Gu Changfeng. After Gu Changfeng learned that someone had captured a member of the Cult of Apocalypse, and that he was the one who had escaped the net last time, Gu Changfeng jumped up and down excitedly. There are so many enthusiastic people. You know, for some warriors, eliminating enemies is just a side job. Not seeking fame or profit, how could he be like Shinbei, who was obsessed with money and couldn't get out? The person who called the police this time was a lesbian, and there was no doubt that she had absolutely nothing to do with Shinbei. Another credit has been won. He is in high spirits. He is dashing and heroic. He was in high spirits. He felt happy. Get off. Just a glance at the scene. That familiar figure made Gu Changfeng's mouth twitch, and his original intention of taking credit disappeared in an instant. At the same time, his eyes were flashing violently, and confusion was churning in his heart. Shinbei? Holy shit! Why is it him again? Moreover, judging from the situation, it seems that Shinbei has captured the members of the Apocalypse cult. Etc. Gu Changfeng was stunned for a moment, and muttered to himself. According to the intelligence, isn't this woman a first-class warrior? Shinbei is playing evil again. Did he give her a drug to confuse the soul? But the most reliable answer emerged in his mind. That is, Shinbei has broken through to become a warrior. Gu Changfeng swallowed his saliva. Half a month ago, Shinbei was still a quasi-warrior who had condensed his blood and bones. Will this be a gorgeous transformation into a warrior? Gu Changfeng felt depressed. He recalled how long it took him to go from a quasi-warrior to a warrior. It was a full 5 months. Damn it, comparing yourself to others makes you feel pissed off. Gu Changfeng secretly spat and rolled his eyes. Turn around and leave. Hey! Captain Gu! Shinbei was extremely enthusiastic. He grabbed him and said excitedly, What a coincidence! It turns out that you are on the police. Gu Changfeng's face suddenly became extremely gloomy, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Why are you everywhere? What's the problem? You are doing all the work that you shouldn't be doing. If you do this, the chief will think that we patrolmen are useless. What's the problem?" Gu Changfeng. "Damn it, I can't continue this conversation. I really can't continue this conversation." Gu Changfeng coughed and called to the other patrolmen. "Detain the members of the Apocalypse cult. By the way, check their belongings and put them away." The other police officers shrugged and immediately replied, "There's not even any hair left." Gu Changfeng turned to look at Shinbei and stretched out his hand. "Anything on the criminal is evidence, you know that, right?" Shinbei nodded and handed over the A4 paper very cooperatively. "What else?" Gu Changfeng stared and continued to beg for it. Shinbei looked innocent. "What? Medicine pills, martial arts techniques, etc." "No. Impossible. In fact, she is so poor, if you don't believe me, ask Jiantong, is it just a piece of paper?" Gu Changfeng looked at Jiantong, the young and beautiful girl, who was slim and pretty, and had some of the charm of her younger sister Gu Shinro. Jiantong uttered an ah, and said obediently, "Really, it's just a piece of paper. If I hadn't stopped him, Shinbei would have wanted to use the toilet." Gu Changfeng. Gu Changfeng felt depressed. It sounds like a lie. Why is Shinbei like a locust? How many times has he not given you any money at all and has to clean up your butt every day? Aren't you annoying? Gu Changfeng waved his hand. "Forget it." Then, Gu Changfeng opened the A4 paper and started reading. Shinbei leaned over and asked curiously, "What is written on it?" Gu Changfeng's expression suddenly became serious. Chapter 56. This author got kicked in the head by a donkey. These densely packed numbers are the secret codes used for internal communications within the Apocalypse cult. Gu Changfeng's statement verified Shinbei's guess. This requires professionals who can decipher ciphertext to interpret it. If the Apocalypse cult has not changed the code book, and if nothing unexpected happens, it should be possible to crack it. Gu Changfeng immediately took a photo and sent it back to the police station. Shinbei wondered, "How did the police get the code book?" Gu Changfeng smiled mysteriously. "Of course I am lurking. Do you think the country is just for fun?" Shinbei said, "Oh. It seems that there are still unknown warriors within the Apocalypse cult who are silently contributing. This kind of people is what Shinbei admires the most." I couldn't help but reveal a sincere admiration in my eyes, and felt like I was looking up to a mountain. On the verge of life and death, he also has to steal intelligence to ensure that he is not suspected. This requires tremendous psychological pressure to be endured, as well as the ability to remain calm and flexibly respond to danger. Shinbei had to admit that if it were him, he would definitely not be able to do this secret and great job. A moment's work. The ciphertext has been deciphered. Gu Changfeng's expression changed rapidly, and the more he looked, the more frightened he became. "What's the content?" Shinbei asked in a low voice. Gu Changfeng took a long breath and forced himself to suppress the irritation in his heart. In addition to some normal communications, it is mentioned that the 9-life crow of the headhunting clan may enter the country. 9-life crow. As soon as this name came out, Shinbei immediately became uncalm. In the past, Shinbei didn't care about the affairs of warriors at all. After all, his own attributes are too rubbish, and he has no hope of becoming a warrior. It was not until the daily settlement panel was activated that he officially focused all his attention on the path of a warrior. However, even so, Shinbei had heard of the story of the 9-life crow in the past. He is the most discussed person among students. His real name is unknown. It is said that he is not dead but alive and can be resurrected after death. He is extremely cruel and murderous, and loves to peel off the faces of his enemies. The more handsome the enemy looks, the more excited the 9-live crow will be, and the more miserable his death will be. Shinbei couldn't help but shudder. "Didn't your police station hear the news in advance?" Shinbei asked. Gu Changfeng shook his head. "If you want to sneak into the headhunters, the price you have to pay is too high." Shinbei nodded in sudden realization. Take Yu Wuchang for example, he is just an external member, and needs to kill someone before he can join. If the police send in undercover agents, they will also have to kill people. It is not up to you to choose who to kill as a token of your loyalty. It is an order given by the headhunters from above. Moreover, the target of the murder does not care about the other party's character. This is unacceptable for both the country and the police. Gu Changfeng sighed again and said, It's not like we haven't sent people to lurk inside the headhunters before, and even killed a police officer unjustly before we were able to get in, but we failed. Is there such a past? Shinbei became interested and asked, Why did you fail? Gu Changfeng smiled bitterly. Treason. Shinbei's mouth was wide open, with an incredible expression, stunned. What? He had finally managed to kill so many people indiscriminately, and join the headhunting tribe, but now he actually betrayed them? Why? Shinbei's heart was shaken, and he couldn't help asking. Gu Changfeng waved his hand. Don't ask, this is a state secret, a past that is too embarrassing to look back on. Shinbei smacked his lips and didn't ask any more questions. There is another person mentioned here. Gu Changfeng frowned. I'm afraid this person hasn't shown up for 5 years. Who is it? I don't know his real name, only a code name, Shepherd. Shinbei blinked. Code name. This is a name unique to the headhunters. Like a crow with 9 lives hanging by a thread. Gu Changfeng gritted his teeth, even tears of grief welled up in the corners of his eyes, his face full of resentment. 10 years ago, when I was still studying at Wuhan University, this sheepdog killed more than 50 students. Then he became obsessed with it, and lost all traces and clues. I didn't expect him to appear again now. Shinbei had no idea about this past event, but he had a vague feeling that Gu Changfeng's hatred for the sheepdog was comparable to the wrath of heaven, and he didn't know why. Another piece of information is that the 7-star fist and the map of the Sea of Hopelessness are missing. Luo Qingyuan also plans to mobilize the church's forces to find these 2 items, and he has the full support of the church cadre Lin Xiu. Gu Changfeng scratched his head, somewhat puzzled. A martial art, a map, and a fight between the headhunters and the apocalypse cult? I don't understand. Shinbei heard this, his expression did not change, and he pretended to be at a loss. Yes. What's there to fight about? I can't understand the map myself. Martial arts. Can give a 5-star praise. Okay, that's it. I'll take the people back. Gu Changfeng also seemed to be in a hurry to go back. It seemed that the appearance of the sheepdog might have ignited the powder keg in his heart. Shinbei said, Oh, and finally reminded. Don't forget my business. What's up? I admire you for being a master at pretending to be confused. Shinbei grinned. Gu Changfeng rolled his eyes and said, Bounty, huh? Oh, you really are treating the police station like an ATM. Isn't this what you deserve? Please. Gu Changfeng clasped his hands and said, Give us a chance to catch some criminals. If you catch them all, we will have to retire early. Shinbei shrugged. The police officers from the police station came quickly and left quickly. They didn't tolerate Bai Luo either. Her bones were broken, her muscles and meridians were shattered, and she kept screaming in pain. Gu Changfeng found a piece of rag and stuffed it directly into his mouth. Treat? Treat your grandma's legs. The bus restarted. Shinbei leaned against the car window and looked out. This unexpected but premeditated incident allowed Shinbei to touch upon many hidden secrets of warriors. A rebellious undercover agent. The sheepdog who has not been seen for many years. 9-lived crow may enter the country. Luo Qingyuan is looking for the 7-star fist and the map, and may also launch a bloody purge. Shinbei took a deep breath, and there were dark clouds covering the sky. Shinbei, take a look at this novel, it's so touching. Jian Tong, who was standing by, was reading scar literature on his phone, feeling moved by himself. Shinbei asked, What is it about? A girl was blind, and the boy who loved her deeply gave her his own eyes so that she could see the world again, but the boy became blind. Woohoo's so touching! Under Jian Tong's messy black hair, her eyes were bright, as if sparkling with water, and she told the story simply. Shinbei smacked his lips. This author's brain was kicked by a donkey. Jian Tong bared his teeth and said fiercely. What do you mean? You're not moved, are you? If I go blind one day, you will definitely run away. Shinbei spread his hands. Don't use my character to test the author's IQ. I just want to ask how the author's brain is built, and why he had to transplant 2 eyes, one for each person, so that both can see. Jian Tong. After hearing this, Jian Tong's beautiful eyes opened instantly, and she stared roundly, stammering. Well, it seems that what you said makes a lot of sense. Jian Tong directly gave the book a bad review and left a message, insult to IQ, eye-catching, bah. Jian Tong was decadent for a while, then sighed and said, Shinbei, what is the meaning of life if there is no love? Shinbei looked at Jian Tong strangely. Another young girl poisoned by Qiong Yao's novels. Shinbei thought for a moment and said, The meaning of life is to leave behind things that are denied to be remembered. In most cases, it is to leave behind one's own descendants, to create copies of oneself, to produce seeds, and to pull them up. Jian Tong was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect Shinbei's answer to be so real. Shinbei continued, We always forget that safety is only temporary, and danger is forever. Living is not what we deserve, living is a gift. Forehead. With Jian Tong's IQ, he really couldn't follow Shinbei's philosophical words. However, Shinbei still gave Jian Tong a chance to speak. Shinbei asked humbly, How much do you know about the Apocalypse cult? Chapter 57 I Stab My Brothers. The Apocalypse cult is a secret sect that worships sacred objects, without a clear tendency to worship personalized gods. Jian Tong pursed her cherry-red lips and pursed her white and tender fingers, as if reciting a text, and continued. The highest leader of the sect is called the chief priest, and below him are bishops, cadres, deans, senior members, and ordinary members. The holy relic of the sect is the scales of truth. And the basic doctrine is very vague, with only 10 words, namely, fairness of the secular world, justice of truth. Inside their cult, they are keen on sacrificial rituals, claiming that they are achieving world balance through fair exchange. After talking about the knowledge in these books, Jian Tong expressed his own opinion. To be honest, although I have read some information, I still don't fully understand it. Some conceptual things still need to be understood separately. Shinbei nodded. The so-called holy objects are actually things produced in the caves. Ordinary warriors only care about whether they can refine it into elixirs and quickly increase their attributes. Most of the things that cannot be used to make medicine are treated as waste and have little use value. In other words, it has little effect when used and is usually not the focus of warriors. The Apocalypse cult regards these things as sacred objects. Different concepts will lead to differences among people. Shinbei doesn't care about these for now. 1 hour later. On the way to the bus station, the bus stopped at the gate of Wuhan University in Lingnan City. On this bus, only Shinbei and Jian Tong got off. Shinbei looked at Lingnan City Wuda and couldn't help but be surprised. Because it was the time for new students to report, there were a lot of students coming in and out. The place was bustling with people. Various luxury cars were crowded at the gate, and the new students were carrying their luggage accompanied by their parents. Even, Shinbei saw a private helicopter rumbling in the sky and landing on the helipad of Wuda University in Lingnan City. In comparison, Shinbei and Jian Tong's means of transportation were somewhat shabby. However, what secretly surprised Shinbei the most was the gate of Lingnan City Wuda. The gate alone is nearly 100 meters wide. Is this still a gate? For family cars, 50 cars can fit in side by side. Do students from Wuhan University go in and out of aircraft carriers? Standing in front of the school gate, Shinbei couldn't help but mutter. With a width of 100 meters, it is not impossible to open an aircraft carrier. With such a large door, Shinbei could not understand the aesthetics of Wuda. Although men like big, well, women like it too. However, the school is large, so opening such a gate does not seem completely unacceptable. With a gate that is 100 meters wide, the height will naturally not be low. The gate tower is at least about 10 meters high. Above the gate tower, there are 7 large characters carved in a flamboyant style Lingnan University of Science and Technology. The font was also extremely large, which made Shinbei feel like he was in a land of giants, and he was just a dwarf. Standing in front of such a school gate, one will involuntarily feel insignificant. Just as Shinbei was stunned, someone behind him said with a smile. Shocked, right? Shinbei felt that the voice sounded familiar. Turning around, it was none other than Chi Chuanyu. The way he is dressed today is really flashy. The hair is curled into wool curls and paired with smoky makeup. Leather trousers and pendant chains are the essence of the look, and the complex patterns create a decadent and lively feeling for the whole. The Japanese style of a little smoker. Shinbei was stunned. What kind of blow had he suffered? Can you be a little more human? Shinbei waved his fingers up and down, pointing at Chi Chuanyu's clothing. Do you want to do an MRI to check your brain? Chi Chuanyu looked a little annoyed. No, I can't do it. I have a will of steel. An extra bottle of medicine? I'll pay for it. You don't like my dressing style? That only means you are old-fashioned. Shinbei coughed. Wearing clothes is an important evolution of human beings, not to make your evolution diverge. Chi Chuanyu snorted. This is called fashion, you know nothing about it. Shinbei and Jian Tong looked at each other and took a step back, fearing that others would know that they knew him and lose face. Chi Chuanyu didn't care, and returned to the previous topic. When you see the school gate, do you feel insignificant? I have to admit that this gate is really too big, Shinbei nodded. A little bit. That's right. The reason why the school was built like this was to let students learn to recognize themselves. Chi Chuanyu was like a tour guide, explaining. We are very small. This is just the gate of a school. Even standing in front of the gate, we feel small. What about after entering the gate? The world inside the gate is wider, more dangerous, and more interesting. Shinbei was a little disapproving and shook his head. I think that doing this can add to the project budget, and a piece of pork will touch it, which is quite considerable. Chi Chuanyu asked in confusion. Touch it? It's not like you're eating it, how can it be objective? Shinbei smiled and looked at him as if he were a fool. Jian Tong giggled on the side, covering her mouth, and said, Of course there is oil and water. Chi Chuanyu's mouth twitched. Shinbei, you are judging a gentleman by your own standards. Shinbei waved his hand and said as he walked into the gate. Who is a villain? Who is a gentleman? Who stipulates that a person can only play one role? Chi Chuanyu was at a loss for a moment, stammering and unable to speak. The three of them traveled together. Come to the new student registration office. Exchange the admission letter for a student information file and a paper bag. Please fill in the information file truthfully. Obtained a student card from Lingnan-Wuka University. Inside the paper bag are various school rules and precautions, as well as the amount of personal benefits to be received. Wait a minute. Chi Chuanyu looked at the student card in his hand, compared it with Shinbei's student card, and turned to ask the staff. Why are ours different? Special treatment? Everyone else's student cards are silver. It has personal information engraved on it. And Shinbei's students are actually golden. The staff member explained. He is the top scholar. Shinbei also took a bite of the student card and exclaimed. Pure gold! Chi Chuanyu jumped up and down. Pure gold? What the hell, what's wrong with the top scholar? Is he a student? This is not fair. Don't worry. Shinbei smiled and took out the room card from the paper bag. Single-family villa dormitory. Chi Chuanyu looked at his room card. It was a double room. Fuck! That's not fair. The top scorer gets a lot more hair. He is the top scorer. The staff member turned into a parrot. Shinbei looked at his school benefits again and exclaimed again. Every month, I can receive 5 chi and blood pills, 5 Tyrannosaurus Rex genuine pills, and 5 Tyrant Body solidifying yuan pills. Fuck! Chi Chuanyu's eyes widened and he asked the staff. Why do I only have 3? He is the top scholar. Shinbei continued to look through the paper bag. There's more. Stop! Chi Chuanyu pressed his hands, twisting his smoky face and saying, Stop talking, bye. Chi Chuanyu rolled his eyes and squeezed out of the crowd. At this time, Du Ziting and Niu Ben squeezed in. When the three of them meet, they can't help but ask about each other's family registration books of all the females. Chi Chuanyu was fighting 2 people at once, and his spit was flying everywhere. In the end, the school's disciplinary patrol team came over and one of them kicked them in the foot before they separated the 3 people. When Du Ziting and Niu Lubin were filling in the information, They glanced at Shinbei with dim eyes and grinned. Shinbei was puzzled and replied, "What are you looking at?" Du Ziting and Niu Ben were stunned. Most people don't dare to say these 3 words. Easy to get beaten. Niu Ben then shouted, "The enemy of my enemy is my friend, we are brothers!" Shinbei said, "Oh," as if he understood, and then said, "Stick a knife in your brother's ribs?" Du Ziting nodded. "I'm determined to be your brother." Shinbei spread his hands. "However, I like to stab my brothers twice." Niu Ben. Du Ziting. Chapter 58. I was stabbed more than 8,000 times. After the new student registration is completed, Shinbei sent Jian Tong to the girls' dormitory building where she was. On the way, the 2 of them strolled along the flower-lined path. The early summer sun shone through the gaps between the leaves, forming beautiful beams of light and presenting a beautiful Tyndall effect. In the warm sunshine, Jian Tong's brilliant smile seemed to be more dazzling than the sun. Her eyes were as dazzling as black gems in the sun, so beautiful that it was impossible to look directly at them. Shinbei showed some interest. He broke off a few weeds on the lawn, aligned the 2 sides, and with a flick of his fingers, a grass-root woven necklace was completed. "For you." Jian Tong's face turned red, and she put it on her neck. Although it was a little itchy, she still asked happily, "Does it look good?" Shinbei stretched his neck to look down, praising as he looked. "Pink hollow pattern lace, beautiful." Jian Tong. "What are you looking at?" Jian Tong's face was red as if blood was about to drip out, and his eyes were filled with shame and anger. Shinbei was also helpless. "I really can't help it." "Roll!" Jian Tong rolled his eyes. Arrived at the dormitory building. Generally speaking, girls' dormitories are off limits to boys. There is no defense at all at Wuhan University of Technology. Although there are dormitory aunties guarding the door, they are not like those at Earth University who grimace at the sight of boys and act like one man blocking the way for 10,000. Not to mention that boys can enter without permission, as long as they have a legitimate reason, they can enter and exit. Jian Tong's dormitory is on the 3rd floor and is a 4-person room. After entering, there were already 3 girls cleaning the room and making the bed. Shinbei greeted briefly. "Hello, beauties." The 3 girls smiled and nodded. Among these 3 girls, 2 are relatively mediocre. The other one was wearing a light blue coat and a pleated long skirt. The white hem just covered the upper part of her calves, revealing her graceful calves in white stockings. The first impression she gave was that of an agile little deer. A pair of brown boots were put on her little feet. That's not her characteristic. Her most striking feature is there is still a straight line between 2 points on the left and right sides of the front body. Shinbei took 1 look, then 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8. In the end, I couldn't take my eyes off it. Wow, the round beach volleyball is only this big. Shinbei felt that if she was asked to give herself a breast enhancement chicken, then why not take off? Jian Tong was also shocked and looked down at his chest. There is no comparison at all. So handsome. The student named Yu Pamp and blinked and praised Shinbei. Shinbei coughed and said seriously, "Handsome is an adjective for people, and I am an adjective for handsome. I am like a flower on the balcony. I have no worries about food and drink in my life, but I only lack sunshine and love." In one sentence, the boy's tranquility and sadness in the afternoon are fully expressed. Old scar literature. Another girl named Zhou Qi exclaimed and looked at Jian Tong. "He is your brother? Then I won't be polite." The busted girl Hulan also showed some unusual movements. After all, Shinbei's appearance has only one flaw, and that is impeccable. Jian Tong was about to explode with anger. "Good job. Are you coming to our place for a blind date?" Jian Tong pinched Shinbei's waist fiercely. His face was full of anger, and his whole body was distorted. "What the hell are you doing?" Shinbei hissed and continued to joke. If possible, I want to make a more beautiful ghost." "Speak human language, asshole!" Shinbei exclaimed, put his arm around Jian Tong's shoulders, and said very solemnly, "3 beauties, if there is a chance in the next life, we will continue our relationship." The 3 girls naturally understood, giggled, and looked at Jian Tong with envy. Jian Tong rolled his eyes. This is more like it. A few people talked and laughed for a while. Shinbei put down Jian Tong's luggage and left. Soon everyone will have to change into school uniforms to attend the opening ceremony. Shinbei didn't mind changing into school uniforms together, but he was afraid that Jian Tong would not be willing. Return to your dormitory. A small villa. There are quite a few small villas in this place, lined up in rows. Shinbei's residence is number 9. When he arrived at the door, he sighed. The treatment of the top scholar is really good. Yes. There was a crisp echo from behind. Shinbei turned his head and looked over. It turned out to be Yuchioi. She was wearing a black long-sleeved dress with ink-dyed eye silk stockings today. Her pure, elegant, and seductive temperament was heart-warming. The beautiful long hair swayed gently in the breeze as the girl moved. The sunlight falls on the silky hair, presenting a moving luster, like the sparkling waves under the moonlight. The surface of the lake looks like the golden sea under the afterglow of the setting sun, making people want to indulge in it. Shinbei was in a trance for a moment, and asked blankly, "Why are you here?" Yuchioi chuckled. "Except for the top scholar who lives here for free, other small villas can be occupied by paying. It's okay as long as you have money." Shinbei was stunned. "Good job. I thought the villa here was the teacher's residence. I didn't expect it to be a revenue-generating place." It is not surprising that Yuchioi appears here. After all, her grandfather is the governor of Ning province. "I live opposite you," Yuchioi said again. Shinbei nodded, said nothing more, turned around and opened the door. Before entering, the number plate above the threshold was shaken, a nail fell off, and it rotated half a circle, and the number changed from 9 to 6. Shinbei. What kind of quality is this? Shinbei didn't bother to care and went straight into the house. The room was very clean. Apparently there is housekeeping every day. Simply tidy up the bedroom. Shinbei changed into the school uniform of Wudai University in Lingnan City. It must be said that the school uniform aesthetic in this world is similar to that of schools on Earth. It's not a matter of the eyes being irritated, but a matter of the designer having lost his mind. Dead and lifeless. I looked at the time and there was still half an hour before the opening ceremony. Shinbei picked up his phone and started looking for nearby houses. Shinbei needs a house with a strong degree of privacy. Judging from the current situation of the villa, the cleaning lady can come in at any time. Even when you go to the toilet, they will push the door open and clean the bathroom. And look down on you with an expression that says, "I've seen a lot, why are you shy, little boy?" Searched for more than 10 minutes. The corner of Shinbei's mouth twitched. The housing listings near Wuhan University are simply too shameless. Shinbei thought that he had some money, with a savings of more than 2 million, so he could definitely buy a place to live. Result. The location is a rip-off. Sure enough, the cheapest housing prices in the country are only in domestic TV dramas and shueisha. Shinbei sighed. However, as long as you stay away from Wuhan University, the housing prices are normal. Give up temporarily. Shinbei decided to go online to buy some daily toiletries. Start up. Pink 60. After some busy work, Shinbei walked out of the villa to attend the opening ceremony. After reuniting with Jian Tong, Shinbei said with a heavy face, "I was stabbed more than 8,000 times?" Jian Tong looked stunned. "You fought with the meat grinder?" "No, Pin Cece." Jian Tong. "You deserve it." Jian Tong had no sympathy at all. At this time, the freshmen on campus rushed to the auditorium one after another. Shinbei and Jian Tong happened to meet Qi Chuanyu and Liao Zhongyang. When the two sides met, Liao Zhongyang originally wanted to say hello. After all, they are all students of Chengtu County No. 1 High School, and they will all be fellow villagers in the future. But Shinbei suddenly said, "I don't want to play with you two. I have intensive phobia. You two are too cunning." Qi Chuanyu? Lia's Hongyang? Generous gift crab special. Qi Chuanyu's mouth was crooked with anger. Chapter 59 Opening Ceremony. After declining Qi Chuanyu and Liao Zhongyang's offer to travel with him, Shinbei was a little bored, watching videos while accompanying Jian Tong to the auditorium. Jian Tong looked a little unhappy. Can you please stop watching videos of beautiful women? It seems like you can eat them. Jian Tong still felt resentful. Instead of looking at the beautiful woman around you, you look at the little fairy in the video? When talking about the little goblin, Jian Tong couldn't help but think of Yuchui. Even more angry. And Shinbei said frankly, "The girls in these videos tried their best to find angles to shoot videos to please me. They didn't cheat me of money or my feelings. They just wanted to get a trivial like from me. What's wrong with them?" Jian Tong. Jian Tong felt for a moment that what Shinbei said made sense, and was speechless and unable to refute. Jian Tong also took out his mobile phone and started watching videos of handsome guys. Shinbei. "Stop brushing, we're here." Shinbei hummed a few times. Jian Tong rolled his eyes at him. "Come on, let's hurt each other." In the auditorium, the freshmen greeted each other and laughed loudly. Then, several figures walked in. A moment of silence. Walking in front was the principal Zhang Dan, who was tall and strong with a square face and looked intimidating without even getting angry. Sitting in the first row, it stood out like an oval marble ball. Gradually, other teachers from Lingnan City Wuhan University also followed into the auditorium. This also includes Gu Xinro. The person who went on stage to preside over the opening ceremony was a young man about 27 or 28 years old. The young man who introduced himself as an auxiliary teacher at Wuhan University had a warm smile and spoke in a calm tone. "My name is Hu Haipeng, and I am your assistant teacher this time. I am very happy to meet you all and to start my 5th assistant teaching experience with you all. But it's a pity that the time I can serve you all won't be too long. Because my application has just been approved. When your semester is over, I will also start my first time in my life and go to the front line of the cave battle." When Hu Haipeng said this, he smiled happily from the bottom of his heart, then turned around and turned on a simple set of movie video projection equipment. However, the image that appears on the screen is not from any movie. These are all real historical images that you, as ordinary people, would never see. Hu Haipeng said solemnly, like the narrator of a historical documentary. The next second, exclamations exploded in the huge auditorium. In the camera, ferocious beasts or aliens from the cave launched a fierce attack. For a moment, dirt and rocks flew everywhere, and sand was blown up. The world within the camera was as depressing and heavy as the end of the world. And the human warriors stood up from the trenches, with their eyes closed or open, swearing, or just shouting madly. There were more than a dozen warriors and more than a dozen heavy machine guns, and they started by firing wildly. So much so that almost the entire picture was covered by dust rising from gunfire and bullet strikes. But when the dust cleared, those ferocious beasts and strange people from the caves suffered few casualties. Most of them were safe and sound, and were only forced back a few dozen meters. They turned around leisurely, and with an extremely disdainful attitude, they ran wildly, with their bloody mouths glaring, charging head-on. Too fast, they are too fast. In a blink of an eye, the ferocious beasts and aliens had already arrived at the trench. In the next scene, the machine gun and the human body shattered together, and the warriors' body parts were scattered on the ground like rice ears scattered during harvest. In the next scene, more warriors were counterattacking frantically. Various martial arts and secret techniques are flying everywhere. Kill! Defend our homeland! There is death and no life! Counterattack the cave! Draw your sword! Charge! I die, but the mountains and rivers remain. But in vain. The beast's body was extremely strong. It leaned forward to charge, turning back repeatedly. Every time it charged, it would plow a path covered in flesh and blood through the crowd. The figure of the strange man was even more unpredictable and his whereabouts were uncertain. Every time he appeared, a warrior's body was separated. Soon, the field was littered with broken bodies, blood flowed like a river, and there was deathly silence. The dead warrior is already dead, and is lucky. And the injured are still wailing. This scene may not be enough to be described as purgatory. "I'm sorry to bring these to you," said Hu Haipeng. The whole place was silent. Suddenly, the first sob came from somewhere in the corner. Then, more cries broke out from almost every area in the row. Many students here entered Wuhan University on their own initiative, and have forgotten their original intentions. Training warriors and giving them preferential treatment is only one aspect of a country's work. The most important task is to resist the cave and protect the country's borders from infringement. As time goes by, some people have forgotten their original mission and only want to become warriors, which means to be superior to ordinary people and become the best. Even though some students have not forgotten their original aspirations and are full of enthusiasm, they tremble all over after watching the video records. When faced with the actual situation, they are unable to endure the bloody cruelty of such a battlefield. Amid the wailing in the hall, Hu Haipeng spoke in a clear and firm voice. I'm sorry, but really, this is our enemy, an enemy we still don't know enough about, an alien civilization that is constantly probing the caves and searching the sea of hopelessness, and we don't know when it will invade on a large scale. Shinbei, who was off the field, looked heavy. There is nothing wrong with having a patriotic education at the opening ceremony of a school year. This is to remind all students what a true warrior is. But the bloody scenes are all blurred. Some students even vomited. This taste is too strong. Just when Shinbei thought that Hu Haipeng would continue with the patriotic education. Wait until the noisy students finally quiet down. Hu Haipeng changed his standing posture and sat down casually at the edge of the stage. Then he spoke in a very relaxed state, smiling and said, Next, let's talk about another topic, love. This turned. There were all kinds of reactions from the audience. Some laughed, some were indifferent, some were shy, and some pretended to be serious. Who would have thought that the opening ceremony of Wuhan University would be a brutal battle between warriors 1 second and turn to the topic of love the next? Shinbei gave a thumbs up in his heart. It is worthy of being a basic national policy. Without love and childbirth, no country can last long. Once a warrior, always a warrior. This is our destiny. So, first of all, I want to say that the Wuda campus is not against love. Secondly, I can tell you frankly that love is more likely to happen here due to some objective reasons. Amid the low laughter and whispers, Hu Haipeng's face darkened, his tone heavy, and he raised his voice. And finally, I want to tell you solemnly that it is also very easy to lose. Even easier than it happening, suddenly to lose it. Have you ever had a sister next door? Hu Haipeng, who was sitting on the side of the stage, suddenly said in a chatty tone like a friend. The kind 3 or 4 years older than you. When she was skipping rubber rope, you squatted aside to watch. When she carried her school bag to school, you looked at her with envy. She grew taller, and you were still small, the sister you followed and envied. I have one, from the same village as me. I watched her skipping rubber ropes, followed her to pick ferns, and watched her go to school, until one day, she grew up first and became a big girl. She no longer often played with me. We became less close, and we only greeted each other and exchanged a few words when we met occasionally. Chapter 60. A Qing Yaojin shows up. But that doesn't matter, because I've been getting used to it without realizing it, and slowly I've started my own life. Later, she stopped going to school after finishing junior high school and went to work with her relatives in a factory far away. The image of her wearing a shirt and a ponytail at the age of 16 remained in my memory, and then gradually became blurred. Then I went to high school and was admitted to Wuda University, and joined the Warrior Alliance. That was more than 5 years ago. My recruit period was miserable. I was filled with fear, ate raw meat, was scolded, had heavy training, and was bullied by veteran warriors every other day. I was so depressed and in pain. It was at that time that suddenly one day I met her again. I was helping an old warrior wash clothes at the time. She passed by and turned back. She stopped, stood there, and called my name hesitantly. She was the warrior who was rotated back to recuperate that summer. We met again just like that. You can imagine how intimate it was to meet here. I almost cried. My sister was also very excited. My sister was a soldier on the front line of the resistance against the cave. She has many wounds on her body, and even a shard scratches her left cheek. There is a shallow scar, but she is still very beautiful. She may be even more beautiful now, and her personality has become more cheerful. I said, so you're not going to work? She laughed and said, so you coward, you scholar, why are you here too? She said, come on, I'll treat you to a beer, and you tell me what's going on in our village now. I really wanted to go, but I was scared, and she said I was doing laundry for the old warrior. She said, just throw it there. I will trouble whoever troubles you. My sister said don't be afraid when she's around. She said she's very powerful and now she's the vice captain. We talked a lot that day, without any reservations. We talked about the past, and she told me that she actually regretted that we were no longer close. I told her about what happened in the village later, which friends did what, who married whom. Suddenly I thought of a question, so I asked, by the way, sister, are you married? She smiled and said, didn't you eat the wedding candy? A few years ago, I went back to hold a banquet. I was going to invite you, but your aunt said that you were going to take the college entrance examination in those days and couldn't come. I even left some extra wedding candy for you. Oh, I remember. I ate your wedding candy. My sister said yes, then she smiled and said, in fact, it was a family visit leave. In order to reassure my parents, I found a comrade in arms to pretend to be a groom from another place and marry me off. I said, then you guys. My sister smiled and said no, it was just an act, I don't like him. During that period of time, my sister often came to see me, and I would often muster up the courage to go to her after training. She bought me clothes, helped me familiarize myself with everything about the cave, and protected me. My sister fought with the laborer who was causing trouble for me to protect me. She won after just one fight. My sister is really strong. She said if it wasn't for this opportunity to teach you a lesson and teach you what my sister learned from actual combat, I wouldn't be willing to waste my energy. One day when we were chatting, my sister's comrade suddenly said, why don't you two get together as a couple? It's not easy to meet someone close to you here. If this happened outside the army, the girl would definitely be shy, right? But in the barracks, my sister didn't. She smiled at me and said, coward college student, do you still like my sister? I nodded vigorously. Not long after, my sister's vacation ended and she had to return to the front line of the battle in the cave. On the day she left, I had to train and couldn't see her off. She came to the training ground, waved to me, and left. I waited for her letter for 5 days, 10 days, half a month, until one day, the instructor suddenly said that the regiment chief of staff wanted to see me. I went to the office, and they told me my sister had died. They said that the ashes will be sent back through our special channels soon. Her comrades are not here. Jiujuan Mountain, Yingling Wall, you can send your sister up there. There are tens of thousands of small grids on the Jiujuan Mountain Wall of Heroes. None of the photos or names are on the outside. But over the past 5 years, I can still clearly remember where my sister is at any time. I don't need to count. I know. The day after I sent the ashes, I received a letter from my sister. She asked us to have a child. Do you know what collapse is? I sat on the Wall of Heroes for a whole week, rain or shine. When the military leaders saw my condition, they sent me back to my hometown. So far, I haven't seen my sister's ashes for a long time. If any of you graduate from Wuka University and join the military, you must go to the Wall of Heroes to see my sister for me. Hu Haipeng's story ends here. Without adding any reasoning or advice, he just told the freshman a true story about the warrior's love that he had just mentioned. At this moment, the whole audience was silent. Everyone has a heavy stone pressing on his heart. A warrior's love comes quickly and goes even faster. You may still be on the phone today, but tomorrow, that familiar number will permanently become busy. Jian Tong tightly grasped Xunbei's arm. Her eyes were misty with tears, and she was obviously very involved. I was almost crying. Xunbei sighed softly. The people in the audience looked at Hu Haipeng, and suddenly they remembered that at the beginning of today, he came on stage and said happily, however, my application has just been approved by the military. I will go to the front line of the underground cave. It turns out he was really happy. Probably as a psychological counselor who is in short supply in Wuhan University, he has been applying for 5 years, and now he can finally go to the place where his sister fought. Hu Haipeng left the stage first. Next, Principal Zhang Daoan walked onto the stage and began a formal speech. Bring up the depressing atmosphere and ease it up. The last sentence ends with, a warrior's mission is to defend his country and never forget his original intention. Then, we were divided into classes. This class division means that each teacher selects students, and students also select teachers. This process is not mandatory but optional. But each teacher has different areas of expertise and different years of teaching experience. The big screen displays the career profiles of each teacher, which can be used as a reference and choice for students. Of course, it doesn't matter if students choose the wrong teacher out of confusion, they can still change teachers. The teacher will also give advice based on the student's college entrance examination attributes and the martial arts path they want to take. Gradually, teachers and students began to decide on their followers. When it was Shinbei's turn to go on stage, the teachers on the stage all moved. Shinbei, who of you has chosen the top scorer in this year's college entrance examination? But the attributes are too mediocre, so I don't want it. I am good at the spiritual field, and Jian Tong, the best student, has already received it, so Shinbei should forget it. It's really hard to deal with a jack-of-all-trades student. He has no outstanding points, and I don't think he will have much growth in the future. Why don't you, new teacher Gu Shinro, you haven't recruited any students yet, so just take Shinbei. Otherwise, you will become an assistant teacher. The teachers were chattering away. Although Shinbei is the top student, there are few teachers who are optimistic about his prospects. For a warrior, it is better to abandon all other attributes in order to highlight one advantageous attribute. Just one thing is enough. Gu Shinro on the stage nodded slightly. She had already agreed with Shinbei that he would definitely join her class. Teaching assistant? I will never be a teaching assistant in my life. However, at this moment, a Qin Yaojin suddenly appeared. A male teacher with withered bones in both hands said, Shinbei, right? I'm teacher In Hong, with more than 10 years of teaching experience. I'm very optimistic about you. Come to my class, and I'll tailor the path of a warrior for you. Chapter 61. Look at you, you're so poor and destitute. Right now. Shinbei, who originally wanted to choose Gu Shinro as his teacher, was tricked by teacher In Hong into cutting him off halfway. When Gu Shinro saw this scene, her eyes almost exploded. Good job. In Hong is a third-rank warrior and has more than 10 years of teaching experience. He is the most popular teacher among freshmen. Moreover, he has already accepted quite a few new students this year. How can you be so shameless? Gu Shinro's cheeks were puffed up with anger. She looked straight at Shinbei, signaling with her eyes. Don't try to betray me. To be honest, Gu Shinro had no confidence in Shinbei. After all, Shinbei's personality is too erratic, so it is not impossible for him to change his mind at the last minute. At this time, Shinbei was indeed tempted by teacher In Hong. Tailor-made martial arts path for yourself? This is top-level treatment. But In Hong's shortcomings are too obvious. Shinbei coughed and said, I'm sorry, teacher In Hong, I already have someone I like. At the same time, Gu Shinro's face suddenly changed from gloomy to smiling and calling her a brilliant flower. Etc. Gu Shinro muttered in her heart. What sweetheart? Can he speak? This is too explicit. In Hong looked at Shinbei and asked tentatively. Is it the teacher you are interested in? Well, I won't force it, but can you tell me why you didn't choose me? Shinbei was straightforward, without any hesitation. Because you are not a woman. In Hong. Grass. You are sexist, you are a pervert. In Hong was furious and cursed. This is the first time I have heard such a ridiculous excuse in all my years of coaching. A flash of coldness flashed across In Hong's eyes, and then he smiled and said, Okay, I wish you a prosperous martial arts career. At this time, other people simply couldn't understand Shinbei's choice. They all chirped quietly. This Shinbei is really making fun of his own martial arts career. He didn't choose In Hong, but chose the newcomer Gu Shinro. The two of them have no comparison in their teaching experience. Is this the choice of the top scholar? It's like playing house, isn't it? The weakness is exposed, close to beauty. It's a fatal flaw. It won't be a big deal. The unexpected episode ends. Shinbei followed the agreement and chose Gu Shinro. A spit becomes a nail. There is no other reason, the two sides are just too familiar with each other. Even if he skipped classes, Gu Shinro wouldn't make a fuss. Nor will your credits be deducted. After the opening ceremony, the teachers left with their students, and most of them went out of the school to restaurants and hotels outside to have a welcome meal and get to know each other. Generally speaking, This kind of banquet is hosted by students paying for teachers on an AA basis. Shinbei and Gu Shinro are no exception. Today Gu Shinro was just wearing a simple dress. But the dress that showed off her beautiful curves swayed in the night breeze. The moment her graceful figure turned around, the emerald skirt fluttered around her, blooming like a lotus, which was a stunning sight and pleasing to the eyes. The two came to the street's spicy hot pot. 2 servings of spicy hot pot for 8 yuan. Shinbei waved his hand generously. It's my treat. Gu Shinro. $9, thank you. Gu Shinro didn't mind what she ate, but she had to pay an extra $1. Eating a spicy hot pot for 8 yuan is too risky. Shinbei smacked his lips. Just because of the $1 you added, I'm bankrupt. Stop talking nonsense. Gu Shinro rolled her eyes. Gu Shinro took out a small notebook, scribbled on it with her finger, and said, There are some things I need to tell you in advance. After school starts, we won't go straight to class, but to military training. Shinbei frowned and took a sip of Dayo soda. Is it okay not to have military training? No, and the time for this military training is not fixed. It could be during the day or at night. So perverted? That's normal. Gu Shinro said seriously. When the underground cave appears, it's not a punctual time for you to wait. As a warrior, you must be ready to be called at any time. Shinbei said, Oh. He found that the teaching philosophy of West University was completely different from that of high school. High schools use all kinds of inducements to urge capable students to become warriors. Naturally, in this process, warriors are the best. Warriors are the most promising profession and a symbol of glory and prestige. And after arriving at Wuhan University, the style suddenly changed, and the warriors had only one mission: to stabilize the country and destroy the cave. What wealth, what status, what fame. Don't mention it. Whoever brings it up gets anxious. But Shinbei is not willing to undergo military training. This seriously squeezes my working time. Shinbei knew clearly in his heart that his growth was entirely due to the daily settlement panel. Military training seems to be a test of the will of other students. But for Shinbei, it was completely useless. At this time, Gu Shinro also found that Shinbei's eyes were rolling around, and he seemed to be thinking of some ghost ideas and not going to participate in the military training. Gu Shinro slammed the table and said seriously, What are you thinking about? I'm warning you, if you don't do your military training well, you will lose discipline points. This is my assessment indicator as a teacher. But if you do something weird, I'll show you how I'll deal with you. Shinbei spread his hands and said innocently, Teacher, you know, I'm short of money, so I have to work to earn money. Being a warrior is a very promising profession. Isn't it much better than doing odd jobs? Gu Shinro asked back. But Shinbei shook his head. Teacher, you still don't understand society. In today's era, if there is any profession with a low threshold and can make money, it is naturally the group of people who eat sea cucumbers. Really? If it weren't for the fact that warriors are not allowed to play football, I could kick the ball into the other side's goal with my eyes closed. Gu Shinro. Gu Shinro held his forehead and said helplessly, In short, I don't care what excuses you make, this military training must be in place. Shinbei rolled his eyes. After a while, the two finished eating and went their separate ways. Gu Shinro returned to school to prepare for class. Shinbei went to a pickup point near the school, picked up the electric donkey he had sent, and started running takeout orders. Hard work is a fine tradition. Take orders and work. I have to say that Lingnan City is more prosperous than Chengdu County. The takeaway orders come in one after another. There is no need to rush to buy them, you can even choose to have them delivered. After sending 3 orders, Shinbei came to a high-end hotel to pick up a dish. Just came out. What a coincidence. Just happened to see Jian Tong appear at the door. At the same time, there was a boy standing next to her, chattering about something. And Jian Tong looked impatient. Shinbei! After Jian Tong accidentally saw Shinbei, he quickly waved and greeted him. Shinbei walked over with a smile. Why are you here? Jian Tong's eyebrows smiled into a crescent shape, and she hugged Shinbei's arm. I'm not attending the welcome banquet for teachers and classmates, you are. Jian Tong looked Shinbei up and down, and exclaimed, "Delivering food?" "Yes," Shinbei said generously. "You must make money." Hee hee. At this time, a boy sneered with disdain and said sarcastically, "If I'm not mistaken, you are this year's top scholar, right? Are you so poor and down and out? Delivering food on the first day of school? You don't even care about the dignity of a warrior. Do you want me to give you some pocket money?" As he spoke, he took out a few stacks of banknotes from his bag and waved them in front of Shinbei. Chapter 62. Give it to a dog, but the dog won't eat it. "Is this a relative of ours? You give me a gift right away?" Shinbei asked Jiantong. At the same time, he took it without hesitation and put it in his bag. Jiantong chuckled, holding his stomach and laughing. And that boy never expected Shinbei to be so shameless, he just wanted it when he said he would. "You!" The boy's face turned green with anger. "I wanted to show off in front of Jiantong, but Shinbei really doesn't tolerate vegetables." "His name is Yu Hao," Jiantong introduced while holding back a smile. "Uncle Yu and my dad are old acquaintances. By the way," Jiantong added, "he was the top scorer in the martial arts department last year, and he is now a sophomore at Lingnan City Wudai University." Shinbei was quite surprised and looked Yu Hao up and down. This man has an average appearance, is not good looking, has a thin body, and the most prominent feature is his pair of cross-eyed eyes. The left eye looks right, the right eye looks left. It gives people an extremely awkward sense of déjà vu. "Cheating, right? How can this guy be the top scorer?" Shinbei said with some contempt. Yu Hao's forehead veins popped up when he heard this. "How can you talk like that? He is the real champion." Shinbei smacked his lips. "Can you look me straight in the eye? I thought you were talking to someone else." "Yu Hao." At this time, Jiantong pulled Shinbei and whispered in his ear, "Don't bother with him, this guy is so annoying, he keeps pestering me, and I can tell at a glance that he has no good intentions. If it weren't for Uncle Yu who saved my dad's life, I would have wanted to call the police. Let's go." Shinbei understood instantly. Because of his parents' affairs, Jiantong couldn't tear his face off and was under a lot of pressure. Suddenly an excavator appears, trying to dig up my foundation. "Don't you even look at what you look like? Are you too blindly confident?" "Don't talk nonsense to me," Yu Hao said angrily at this time. "Get out now, don't delay my conversation with Jiantong." "Why?" "You took my money, don't you understand the ways of the world?" "Don't know." "Fuck! Are you playing rogue with me?" "Yes." Yu Hao's expression was as ferocious as a demon. "You are too shameless, aren't you? Give me the money back." Shinbei stretched out his hand, stopped Yu Hao, and said, "Don't move, this money belongs to me in name, you are robbing me now, I will not be too harsh on you." When Yu Hao heard this, he suddenly burst into laughter, as if he had heard the best joke in the world. "You're just a freshman, but I'm a sophomore and a second-rank warrior." Yu Hao's eyes were cold and his tone was harsh as he said, "You didn't use enough force on me? Are you crazy from delivering food?" Shinbei's eyes were indifferent and ruthless, as if he was sneering silently. "Delivering food is just my part-time job. Being a funeral director is my proper job." In an instant, the two sides are on the verge of a fight. It's full of gunpowder. "Stop making noise!" At this time, Jiantong had to stand up, fearing that Shinbei and Yu Hao would clash again. If you're not careful, it could turn into a fight. You know, Yu Hao is a second-grade warrior. Even though Shinbei's progress in cultivation was rapid, that was not something Shinbei could show off. Jiantong pushed the two away, and then ruthlessly accused Yu Hao. "Yu Hao, are you going a little too far?" Yu Hao's face suddenly changed, he was greatly surprised, and asked in disbelief. "Jiantong, you help him but not me? He took my money but didn't do anything. Can you please be reasonable?" Jiantong was quite helpless. "Didn't you give me that money just to be cool?" Yu Hao suddenly felt worse than eating shit. "That's what I want to give." Who in normal state would answer it? Neuropathy. However, Yu Hao was too lazy to pursue the tens of thousands of dollars, or rather, he didn't care at all. He only cares about one thing, that is Jiantong's attitude. Yu Hao asked, "Jiantong, we have known each other for more than 10 years. We often visited each other when we were young, so we know each other very well. Tell me, what is your relationship with Shinbei? You are a good man. Jian Tong's cold eyes condensed, and he said 5 words simply and clearly. Yu Haoru was struck by lightning and became rigid. His face was filled with a strange expression of shock and disbelief. Yu Hao's face twisted and deformed bit by bit, his body and mind felt cold, and he spoke word by word as if spitting out ice chips. Jian Tong! Are you worthy of my father's rescue of Uncle Jian? Did I throw my infatuation into the dog's arms? Shinbei laughed out loud with a playful look on his face. Give it to a dog, the dog won't eat it. Shinbei would not take a step back. The kindness inherited from their parents is a matter between them. Use this to threaten Jian Tong to surrender? What era is this? Taking Jian Tong to repay the Yu family, I, Shinbei, will be the first to disagree. Yu Hao's eyes changed violently in an instant, with an overwhelming and frightening aura of violence, and he locked onto Shinbei from head to toe from a distance. You have the guts to say it again. Faced with such provocation, Shinbei naturally didn't indulge, but just as he was about to speak, Jian Tong stretched out his hand to suppress him. It's late, let's go back. Yu Hao still hates Shinbei. In his imagination, he was the oppressed protagonist in the novel, the poor person whose childhood sweetheart was snatched away. And Shinbei's character is definitely a villain. Jian Tong was just confused for a moment and lost his mind. I am his true love. But out of respect for Jian Tong, Yu Hao still suppressed his anger and said, Jian Tong, I'll take you back. As he spoke, he took out the key of his Mercedes-Benz Warrior Elite Edition and pressed a button. The headlights of a black Mercedes flashed outside the hotel. And Shinbei was no less impressive. He took out the electric car key and pressed it. The taillights of the electric car outside the door lit up and made a beep sound. Yu Hao snorted and laughed. Plur! You are also the top scholar, but you don't even have a car. Do you have the nerve to snatch the goddess true love from me? This time, I won. Get in the car. Yu Hao invited Jian Tong. But I never thought. Jian Tong followed Shinbei directly and got on the electric car. Yu Hao's eyes suddenly opened wide, his eye sockets collapsed, and his eyes were filled with an extremely distorted and resentful look. What? Yu Hao was confused again. He really couldn't figure out why he couldn't compare to Shinbei except for his appearance. How did I lose to him? Jian Tong would rather laugh in an electric car than cry in a Mercedes-Benz? Grass. 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 Yu Hao was furious. There was a hatred for Shinbei in his eyes that could not be washed away even with all the rivers, lakes and seas. The more I see Shinbei and Jian Tong's intimacy, the more distressed I feel. It feels like being cuckolded. Faintly, a devilish idea emerged in his mind. The only thing that can make Jian Tong change his mind is the death of a certain person. Yu Hao sat in the car, his eyes flashing red like a poisonous snake, and his aura was gloomy and murderous. In the city, the small electric car was speeding. Jian Tong hugged Shinbei's waist tightly, and his whole body was pressed against his back. The flowing long hair flutters like a blooming black rose. You're so close, are you going to breastfeed the car seat? Shinbei said something with a clang. Jian Tong almost exploded with anger, his face turned black. You speak so disgustingly, admit your mistake. Shinbei groaned and said jokingly, My attitude of admitting my mistakes depends on the scale of your clothes. If it really doesn't work, you can go to my villa at night and let go of the scale and be generous to me. In a few months, I will also give you a big belly. How about it? Get lost! Jian Tong's eyelids were about to roll back to the back of his head. He was speechless. Jian Tong accompanied Shinbei to deliver the last takeaway order. Return to Wuhan University. Jian Tong said with some concern. If Yu Hao causes you trouble, don't be stubborn, call me and I will solve it. Shinbei waved his hand indifferently. It's just a clown, I don't take it seriously at all. That's a second-grade warrior. Jian Tong emphasized the point. Anyway, listen to me, okay? Shinbei shrugged. Okay. Jian Tong laughed and skipped into the girls' dormitory. Midnight, 3 in the morning. Shinbei is playing chess at Shogong. Suddenly, The door slammed. Kicked away with great force. Shinbei! Get up for me! Chapter 63, Midnight Military Training, Life-Threatening. Shinbei fluttered and stood up in a defensive posture. He looked towards the door warily. At first, he thought that Yuhao was wronged, angry and humiliated, and was looking for revenge late at night. As a result, the lights came on. The person who came was not Yuhao, but a burly man in military uniform, as strong and sturdy as an ancient pine tree. His facial lines are strong and clear, his eyebrows are as thick as swords, his nose is straight, and his jaw is angular. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the soldier, and he looked unhappy. How abominable! Your house number fell off, and you didn't even bother to clean it up. I kicked the door of Villa number 9. Shinbei. Then the soldier said with a fake smile. I am your military training instructor, Qing Liao Yuan. Of course, you can also call me the Devil Instructor. 3 minutes, gather in the playground for military training. If you are late for 1 second, you will have to practice more. After saying, the soldier turned and walked away. While Shinbei was still confused, he heard the door of the villa opposite being kicked open, followed by Yuchioi's screams and the scolding and training voices of the military men. Shinbei sniffed. This is fucking. I thought the military training in the middle of the night was a joke, but I didn't expect it to be serious. I quickly put on my clothes and ran to the playground. The playground is brightly lit in the dark night. There were already quite a few military instructors with their hands behind their backs, looking at the students who were running towards them like wolves and tigers with amusement in their eyes. Shinbei said nothing and found a team at the back to stand in. When he saw the students around him clearly, he was stunned. Qi Chuanyu, Liao Zhongyang, Niobin and Du Ziting all stood in a row with Shinbei. Du Ziting yawned and said lazily, It's really exhausting. How can we have military training in the early morning? It's too inhumane. This statement was nodded in approval by the others. It's just a military training, just a formality, that's enough. Liao Zhongyang said angrily. I heard that the last military training was supervised by the school's own teachers. Why are they inviting soldiers this time? Qi Chuanyu muttered. The officers are all perverts, and we will suffer the consequences. Niu Ben laughed in a low voice. What, are you scared? Take out your white underwear, hang it on the branch, and hold it up. Why are you everywhere? Qi Chuanyu was furious and said with an unhappy face. Be careful in the future, don't get put in a sack. Niu Lu Ben snorted. You haven't even become a warrior yet, but you're already showing off, right? Put me in a sack? If you have the guts, do it now. Fuck you. Qi Chuanyu pulled his sleeves and said, Can you show me how? They were already furious when they were called up in the middle of the night for military training, and they were arguing with each other. Afraid of you? Niu Ben glanced at him and stiffened his neck. Lao Du, come on! Don't! Liao Zhongyang rushed over to stop the fight. This is military training, it's easy to be caught as an example. Qi Chuanyu glared. Liao Zhongyang! Who the hell are you from? Come on! Shinbei saw that the situation was not right, and these 4 idiots were about to fight, so he stepped back. What a crazy brain show. If you fight under such circumstances, will the officers still tolerate you guys? Don't implicate me. The shouting and cursing here instantly alarmed the instructors in front. But they were so happy that they almost couldn't hold back their laughter. Several officers came running over and started beating and kicking the 4 idiots, and pulling them away. The punches hit the flesh and made the 4 idiots wail and cry for their parents. But the way the officers beat people was quite professional. Hurt the tendons but don't move the bones. It looks like he has a bruised nose and swollen eyes, but in fact there are no internal injuries. After capturing the 4 men, they were taken to the center of the venue like death row prisoners. Interesting. At this time, Qing Liao Yuan was stepping on the ground with his leather shoes making a sound and looking around at them. That's not right. I remember there were 5 students in the last row. Qing Liao Yuan's eyes passed over the other students and fell on Shinbei. Shinbei. What does it have to do with me? Shinbei waved his hands quickly, showing that chance encounter face. I don't know them. Do you believe it yourself? Qing Liao Yuan snorted coldly, and the warning in his eyes became stronger. You tender little darling, get out of here! Shinbei rolled his eyes. He walked slowly to the center of the venue. Looking at these four big fools, I felt angry. I'm still an innocent. At this time, Qing Liaoyuan ignored the five people and turned to look at other students. His deep voice rang out. Some people must be dissatisfied with this intensive military training, but they have to keep their dissatisfaction to themselves. I don't care what kind of education you received before, or what kind of temptation made you want to become a warrior. In my eyes, warriors have only one mission: to defend their country and eradicate the cave. Any value attached to a warrior is bullshit. My mission today is to eliminate your decadent ideas of glory and wealth. Don't think that you can be superior to others and be arrogant just because you are admitted to Wuhan University. Today, if I don't train you like dogs, you will never know how useless you are. 10 laps. Start running. You have to run even if you have to bleed. If you can't run, expel me from school. The country doesn't need waste. Start. The playground of Wuhan University is not an ordinary playground. It is much larger than that of ordinary schools. 2,000 meters per lap. Even though the students of Wuhan University have relatively high attributes. But physical fitness is not completely equal to endurance. What's more, the surface value of an attribute is not equal to the actual attribute value. There is still some difficulty. The students wailed, but they could only start running in circles one after another. Qing Liaoyuan turned around and looked at Shinbei and the others, his face expressionless. The top few students in the martial arts exam are all here. It's really rare to see. I just like students who make trouble. It makes military training extra interesting. You guys. Qing Liaoyuan raised his lips, paused, and said sinisterly. 20 laps, there will be absolutely no problem, right? Shinbei raised his hand and said, I was implicated. Their fight has nothing to do with me. Qing Liaoyuan's face suddenly turned furious. If your teammates died in the cave, then it has nothing to do with you, right? Look at it coldly. Tell me, is it true? This is different. What's the difference? Shinbei was somewhat speechless. Run! Qing Liaoyuan gave orders. Shinbei sighed, thinking that he must stay away from these four unlucky gods in the future. From a collective perspective, this task is absolutely impossible to accomplish. Shinbei is very clear about this, so he didn't try to be brave. After the 5 people ran 15 laps, they could no longer run. One after another, they collapsed while vomiting, or stopped, or even fainted, and Shinbei also sat limply on the ground. Qing Liaoyuan walked over, took a look, bent down, stretched out a hand, grabbed Liao Zhongyang by the collar, lifted him up, hung him in the air, and stared at him. What are you? He asked in a low voice. Liao Zhongyang said nothing. What are you? Qing Liaoyuan asked again. His eyes were sharp, and his voice was full of oppression although not violent. Liao Zhongyang held his breath for a long time, and finally said, I'm a freshman. No, you are a waste with only superficial attributes but no real attributes at all. A waste who will almost certainly kill your teammates when you enter the cave in the future. Liao Zhongyang's expression froze for a moment, and then he struggled violently. I can't. You will, because you are a loser. You can't even run 10 laps. Qing Liaoyuan's eyes suddenly became violent. Come on, say it. Say you are a loser. As long as you say it 10 times, I will let you go back to sleep. Liao Zhongyang said nothing. Waste. As he spoke, Qing Liaoyuan let go. Liao Zhongyang, who had already exhausted all his strength, collapsed on the ground. What about you? Qing Liaoyuan looked at Qi Chuanyu. I don't care, Qi Chuanyu said. Ha! Qing Liaoyuan laughed and turned to Du Ziting. What about you? I'm not. This sentence was shouted out. Du Ziting seemed to be extremely disgusted with this word. His first reaction was a bit intense. Qing Liaoyuan turned around and pointed at the track. Finish. Du Ziting struggled for a while, stood up, and staggered. Qing Liaoyuan approached and looked down at his eyes. See? No matter how hard you talk, you are still a waste. If someone like you becomes my teammate in the future, you will definitely kill me. You will definitely kill many people, including yourself. Chapter 64. Do you think I am a dramatic actor? At this moment, military training is being conducted late at night. The other freshmen were slumped on the ground, gasping for breath, but their eyes were all looking towards the center of the field. There is a big drama there. These freshmen never thought that as quasi-warriors, they could already gain a certain status in society, and could speak without restraint and insolently. But during the military training, in the eyes of the officers, he was scolded as waste. Such words are extremely harsh. Especially Chi Chuan-yu and others, their performance in the military department is so outstanding that other students need to look up to them. As for the officers, there are only two words to judge them: waste. At this time, Qing Liaoyuan stood up in the gaze of many students. He looked at Chenbei. Are you very unconvinced? No one said anything. Come on, I'll give you a chance. All 5 of you can come at me together. If one of you can hit me once, today's matter will end here. After Qing Liaoyuan finished speaking, he put his hands behind his back and stood there. Not far from the center of the venue, a group of instructors were watching with great interest. Old Qing is here again. Yeah, it's been the same for so many years, high pressure, first hitting you in the ass, then showing you what a master does so you can see hope. Oh, by the way, Captain Qing was training freshmen in other cities. Has anyone ever hit him? How is that possible? Qing Liaoyuan is a third-rank warrior, okay? He has been killing monsters and aliens in the underground cave for more than 10 years. Do you think he has fallen behind after being an instructor for a few years? Haha, these freshmen are just quasi-warriors with qualified attributes, not even first-grade warriors. How can they be Team Daoxing? When the other novices heard the officers' whispers, their curiosity and admiration grew even stronger. To be frank, every freshman present would be thankful if they could reach the second-grade warrior level after graduating from Lingnan City Martial Arts University. When I arrived at Wuhan University in the provincial capital, the pressure was even greater. It is very likely that he will only become a second-rank warrior throughout his life. A third-rank warrior, worthy of the freshman's admiration and respect. Of course, this is not the most important thing. The important thing is, Qing Liaoyuan has been chopping wood in the cave for more than 10 years and is still alive. What the freshmen saw in the first lesson of the opening ceremony was the brutality of the fighting in the cave. Those scenes are enough to scare you awake even in dreams. Qing Liaoyuan fought countless battles in the cave. The fact that he had no missing limbs showed that his combat experience was sky-high. Why, you don't dare? In the center of the venue, Qing Liaoyuan looked down at the crowd and said, Give these losers a stick. They are afraid of hurting their hands. Click. The officer on the side threw the wooden stick to the ground. Pick it up, hit me, and go back to bed. No one moved. Trash, coward, garbage. Qing Liaoyuan cursed, then randomly picked a man and forced the stick into his hand. Here, you don't even have this much courage. Can you stand in front of the stranger? Fuck you. Qing Liaoyuan cursed. When those aliens rushed out of the cave, even the local residents dared to hit them with bricks. As a quasi-warrior, you even dared to use a stick? Why don't you just die? Niu Ben defended himself. You are a third-rank warrior, and I am only a quasi-warrior. I don't know anything. Your expectations are too high. Is it high? Qing Liaoyuan roared. When the aliens are killing and abusing people, will they not kill you just because you are a quasi-warrior? When all of us high-ranking warriors are dead, and it's your turn to go to the battlefield, how can you defend your country? Disappointment. I am so disappointed. The task of defending the country is handed over to a bunch of rubbish like you. The country is not doing the job. Niu Ben held the stick with his hands, not daring to pick it up, and it fell to the ground. If you don't dare to take it, then admit that you are a waste. I am trash. At that moment, no one could see the loss and pain on Qing Liaoyuan's face. I'll do it. Liao Zhongyang walked over, picked up the stick, held it in his hand, and looked at Qing Liaoyuan. Come! Qing Liaoyuan stood in front of him. Ah! Liao Zhongyang roared and smashed towards Qing Liaoyuan madly with the stick. Liao Zhongyang practiced basic skills in advance. The wielding of the stick was fairly methodical. Fuck you, you piece of trash. I'm not a piece of trash. Mistakenly, and mistakenly again. Qing Liao Yuan did not move drastically at all. Almost every time, I thought I would hit the target, but every time, the stick just brushed past my body and missed. It can be seen that Qing Liao Yuan's control over his basic skills has reached a superb level. Liao Zhongyang was sweating all over, hunched over and gasping for breath. Qing Liao Yuan glanced at him coldly and nodded. He turned to look at the others and asked, "Who else is coming? Let me try." Du Ziting seemed to have learned martial arts, but had not yet reached the level of specialization. His attacks were mainly stabbing, but the result was the same, he missed once. It is in the same situation as Liao's Hungyang. In the end, he was kicked over by the impatient Qing Liao Yuan. "You see, it's because of the quarrel and fight during military training that you are now in such a state." Taking the stick again, Qing Liao Yuan walked up to Qi Chuanyu and said, "Don't you feel guilty? Don't you plan to do something?" Qi Chuanyu was like a woman, crying and wailing. "I was wrong, I was really wrong, no. Qing Liao Yuan looked at him with disdain, turned around and said, "A bunch of idiots." The words have not been finished yet. Qi Chuanyu sneered and took advantage of Qing Liao Yuan's unguarded moment. He quickly picked up the stick and threw it back with his backhand. "Call. Damn it! I was just pretending for you, but you took it seriously? Did you really think I couldn't hit you? Sneak attack!" I have to say that Qi Chuanyu disguised himself very well once he came up with his idea. After showing weakness, he suddenly launched a surprise attack. When the stick was swung, even the officer on the side exclaimed, "Fuck! This guy is so mean! The battlefield is ever-changing, so just use enough moves. It looks like Captain Chung is going to fail." When Qing Liao Yuan's ears moved, a strong wind came from behind and vibrated his eardrums. Qing Liao Yuan was calm and composed, as if he had eyes on his back. He put his hands behind his back in a relaxed manner and leaned back to let him pass. "Escaped." The freshmen at the scene let out shocking exclamations. "Come again." Qing Liao Yuan turned around, without any regret on his face, but smiled and hooked his fingers. Qi Chuanyu licked his lips and continued to attack with his mouth. "You instructor, why are you hiding? I wonder how long you can hide." Qi Chuanyu swung the wooden stick down again. Missed. Waste. Missed. "Are you tired? Trash." Missed. "Go tell the alien that you are tired, kneel down, and beg it to see if it helps." Missed. "You rubbish, you will kill your future teammates. You will, got it? You will definitely do it, because rubbish like you will kill all of us." Missed. Qi Chuanyu was so tired that he could hardly move, but Qing Liao Yuan kept provoking him and humiliating him over and over again. Until Qi Chuanyu fell to the ground, unable to move even a finger. "Is this a warrior?" Qi Chuanyu muttered to himself. For him, although there were warriors among his elders in the family, he had never actually fought with any of them. To put it bluntly, a third-grade warrior targeting a warrior is like a warrior targeting a civilian. In the distance, the instructor's whistles and laughter could be heard. "Next!" Qing Liao Yuan snatched the sticks from Qi Chuanyu's hands and threw them to Xunbei, who was standing aside. "Come!" Bang! The whole place, far away, near. Freshmen, the unlucky four, and the instructor. All fell into silence. Chapter 65. Why did this idiot suddenly become so immature? Just now, the atmosphere at the military training was already tense and oppressive. Then Instructor Qing Liao Yuan continued to use words to provoke Qi and spread the word, and continued to humiliate him. The process had a rhythm and degree of progression, which made the entire atmosphere and emotions on the scene continue to accumulate. Then, Qing Liao Yuan bent down and pulled the wooden stick from Qi Chuanyu, who was lying on the ground, threw it to Xunbei, who was standing behind him, turned around and said, "Come!" Bang! Just hit it. Qing Liao Yuan was stunned and his pupils suddenly shrank. I also tried to recall the whole process, then slowly raised my hand and carefully touched my scalp. Hiss, it was a little swollen. Of course, after more than 10 years of fighting career, he wouldn't get injured that badly. So fast? Or am I too relaxed? Qing Liao Yuan raised his head and glanced at Xunbei, his eyes cold and a little confused. "You know, I am a third-rank warrior." Shinbei is just a quasi-warrior. How could you possibly hit me? Qing Liaoyuan couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he tried. It wasn't just Shinbei, but the unlucky foursome as well. He had already started to temper his chi, blood, and bones before the martial arts exam. However, the unfortunate four were anything but slow going. He just failed to break through and become a first-grade warrior. And Shinbei, because of the attributes provided by the daily settlement panel, he not only broke through to become a warrior, but also mastered martial arts. A true first-class warrior. If the two sides were in a state of fighting, it would be quite difficult for Shinbei to touch a hair of Qing Liaoyuan. But now it's military training, and they are the freshmen that Qing Liaoyuan looks down upon. His carelessness and disdain earned him a heavy blow on the forehead. There was silence. Cough, 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 cluck, cluck, cluck. A strange laugh that contained various emotions such as weak, depressed, can't help, and happy, came from Chi Chuanyu's mouth, who was lying on the ground, breaking the tranquility of the scene. The other freshmen and officers at the scene were also shocked and horrified, and all turned their eyes to Shinbei. Their eyes expressed extremely complex emotions. There is envy, surprise, shock, confusion, and jealousy. Finally, in the oppressive silence, the crowd erupted in a thunderous shock. Hiss! How is this possible? A freshman actually beat Captain Qing? Damn it, I must be dreaming! Just now we were setting the flag, and in the blink of an eye, we were slapped in the face, right? Fuck, is Shinbei, the top scholar, so fierce? What just happened? A quasi-warrior actually defeated a third-grade warrior? Oh my god, I don't understand this world anymore. Waves of chirping sounds like tsunamis are heard everywhere. This is as absurd as a civilian knocking a warrior to the ground with a brick. Warriors are not those fragile college students. The whole audience was shocked. At this moment, in the middle of the playground, Qing Liaoyuan slowly raised his head, curled his lips, sighed softly, and said, "Let's do it again." Coming again? Shinbei frowned. He also had doubts in his heart. Although I have very little time to go out and do odd jobs these days, I didn't keep track of how many attribute values I gained. Could it be that my attributes have skyrocketed? Have to check it out sometime. However, facing Qing Liaoyuan's aggressiveness, Shinbei was eager to try. This kind of life without worries about life and death can make you realize the gap between yourself and the third-grade warrior. In the eyes of others, Shinbei was fighting to avoid military training. In fact, the pattern is low. Shinbei wants to test how strong he is. With this thought in mind, Shinbei really took action. Call. Qing Liaoyuan concentrated his mind and dodged it, thinking, not bad, not that slow. Come again. Call. Come again. Call. Probably many people are secretly hoping to win again, including Chi Chuanyu and the unlucky group of four. Even with a few other officers standing aside, because then today would seem even more ridiculous and funnier. But no. Pa. Once again, Qing Liaoyuan reached out and grabbed the stick that fell from Shinbei's hand. Then, a pulling force suddenly burst out from the stick. Shinbei decisively let go. But almost at the same time, Qing Liaoyuan's left hand had already grabbed his collar. Shinbei tried his best to dodge to the side. But it didn't work. The speed is too fast. It was almost to the point where Shinbei's eyes blurred, and he didn't know what was happening. Qing Liaoyuan's hand changed its trajectory midway, and even a phantom appeared. To put it simply, it was fast, so fast that it was unavoidable. The quickly moving arm moved horizontally and accurately grabbed Shinbei's collar. Then he pulled and released, and at the same time his left fist sprang forward like a powerful retractable whip. Bang! Shinbei, who temporarily lost his balance due to being pulled, was punched on the left shoulder. Instructor Qing was definitely trying to hold back his strength, but he still staggered. Immediately afterwards, without giving anyone time to react, whoosh, Chief Instructor Zhang Qing Liaoyuan, who must be over 1.9 meters tall, actually raised his right leg and swept across at a freshman. In his haste and astonishment, Shinbei only had time to raise his arms. Flutter. A sweeping kick. He was swept away and rolled on the ground for several times before he stopped. In the silence of the whole place, Shinbei barely got up from the ground, patted the dirt off his body, raised his head, and looked at Chief Instructor Ching, who had just attacked with some incomprehension. All the freshmen in the audience were a little bit incredulous. He is indeed a devil instructor. How could he be so ungraceful? Retaliate immediately on the spot. What are you looking at? Ching Liaoyuan suddenly opened his mouth and shouted. I said that if you hit me, today's business is over. Did I say I won't fight back? Go back to sleep. After saying that, Ching Liaoyuan turned around and left the training ground with a sullen face. The two officers hurriedly followed. On the training ground, the other students dispersed and hurried back to catch up on their sleep. And Shinbei shook his arms, thinking in his heart, if Cheng Liaoyuan is really an enemy today and wants to kill me, is there any possibility for me to resist or escape? He reviewed the process carefully and the answer was, no. Shinbei had to admit that this was the gap. The levels of suppression between warriors. Insurmountable. Shinbei exhaled lightly, his eyes gradually becoming firmer. You have to continue to fight at a higher level, so that you can have a foundation for yourself. At least, he has to be a third-rank warrior. According to Shinbei's understanding, a third-grade warrior can ignore guns. To be precise, it's not that they ignore it completely, but the bullets hitting the body will at most break the skin and cause bleeding, which has little impact. Or, if you are really unlucky, the bullet gets stuck in the bone. But it does not pose a fatal threat. However, the first and second rank warriors are still somewhat weak. There are only two ways to become stronger: working and practicing. Shinbei. Jian Tong was the first to run over and looked him up and down. Are you okay? This instructor is really rude. Shinbei showed his white teeth. Really? In comparison, my character is simply shining. Stop flattering yourself and hurry back to sleep. Who knows when this perverted instructor will torture us again? Jian Tong told him something and left with his roommate. The unlucky foursome also gathered around. Niu Ben started to act cool again. You have taken all the glory. I'm so angry. Chi Chuanyu immediately started to curse. You are a useless piece of shit. Who are you talking about? Did you say that I am a waste? Niu Ben gritted his teeth, swung his arms, turned and left, his figure disappearing into the darkness. Du Ziding pointed at Chi Chuanyu and cursed. This is called a man who knows the current situation is a hero. Of course, you need to have backbone, but life is more cost-effective. You understand football. Chi Chuanyu snorted. Liao Zhongyang scratched his head, looked at Shinbei with some fear, and left with Du Ziding one after the other. Finally, Chi Chuanyu said in a tone of dissatisfaction, envy, jealousy, and hatred. Shinbei, you are awesome. You broke through to become a warrior without making any noise. Wait, I'll let you run for a while. I will definitely surpass you. Shinbei. This idiot, why did he suddenly become so immature? Chapter 66. Shinbei is the object of our suspicion. At the same time, outside the Wuda playground, Ching Liaoyuan, who was already walking on the dark path, suddenly stopped and asked. This guy Shinbei is interesting. By the way, what is the name of the freshman who just acted with me and tried to attack me? Call Chi Chuanyu. There are also Niuben, Liao Zhongyang, and Du Ziding. The officer simply looked at the list with 1-inch photos in his hand and reported the names of all the people he had just attacked. Well, do you think I went too far just now? Ching Liaoyuan asked, then paused and said. It's okay to go too far. You guys should go back and rest too. You don't have to follow me. After saying that, he lowered his head and lit a cigarette, then Ching Liaoyuan walked forward alone along the long path. The two officers stood there and looked at each other. One of them took out a cigarette, handed one to the other, lit it, and then lowered his head to light one for himself. Then, the two of them moved a few steps, approached the corner, and started smoking slowly. This is your first time following Captain Zhang this year, right? Do you think he's weird? One of them spoke up, saying, I've been following him for many years. I'm from the 9th Army. The other one took out the cigarette from his mouth and said, Well, he became a drill instructor because he was kicked out by his junior teammates 3 years ago. Ah? Surprised, right? There's something even more surprising. You must have heard of the squad that Instructor Ching used to be in. The 9th Army doesn't have a numbered squad. There are only a few of them in history. His squad is called the Red Eraser. After hearing this, the man opposite him looked exaggerated, the cigarette in his mouth shook, and the ashes fell. Because in the nearly 50 years of history of the Ninth Army, all the teams that were not called by numbers but were referred to as colors plus erasers were almost all recognized as the strongest teams in terms of combat exploits and strength for a long time. At most, there are only 4 such teams so far. Then why was Instructor Ching kicked out? He asked in a low voice. My father told me this when he was still alive. The Ninth Army kid hesitated for a moment and said in a low voice, Have you ever noticed what Instructor Ching likes to say the most when he scolds people? Waste. Well, anything else? You'll get your teammates killed. Yes, I heard that Instructor Ching killed his teammates and the captain in the cave operation before. My father doesn't know the specific circumstances, but the result is that Instructor Ching was kicked out, returned to the base, and started training freshmen at Wuka University. He also became a different person. Some people died in the squad, and the old captain was gone. After he was kicked out, the squad also disbanded soon. The Ninth Army has no more Red Erasers since then. The soldiers looked a little emotional. Probably Instructor Ching has not many comrades still alive, but the remaining ones still haven't forgiven him to this day. Right now, in a hidden house somewhere in Lingnan City, in a slightly dark room, there was a dim incandescent lamp hanging. The orange light shines on the round table below. There are 3 people sitting around the table. Their faces were hidden from the light. One of them tapped the table with his bony fingers and asked in a low voice, Why are you calling me here so late at night? Shepard, I got an important message from the police station. Oh? A member of the Apocalypse Church named Bailuo was arrested. What kind of important news is this? The police catch these idiots every now and then. The key point is that before Bailuo was captured, he had fought with a man named Shinbei. Shinbei? Shepardine Hong frowned slightly. Isn't this a student of Wuda? Chasing horses, what's going on? Shepardine Hong was somewhat shocked. Bailuo is a first-class warrior. Shinbei is just a quasi-warrior. If Shinbei can defeat Bailuo. All of this shows that Shinbei has made a breakthrough on his own. Although this kind of thing is a bit surprising, it is not too shocking. Every year, there are evil students appearing, students who are first-class warriors when they go to school. There are dozens, if not hundreds, of such students in the whole country. At this moment, the face of the man codenamed Juema emerged from the darkness, his 2 ears disappeared, and his weather-beaten middle-aged face appeared under the light. He continued, I didn't pay much attention to Bailuo. You know, I run a glass business. I went to replace the broken glass at the highway service area, and then I knew that this was where Bailuo and Shinbei fought. The director of the service area also described the battle scene to me in vivid detail. The rest is not important. What is important is that the supervisor mentioned that a very special scene was depicted. Shepardine Hong asked, What scene? Although Juema's voice was very low, his pronunciation was very clear. According to the supervisor's description, Shinbei used 2 moves at the time, which were somewhat similar to the 7-star fist mentioned by Fang Ming. The first move was stepping on the 7 stars. 1 step out, 7 steps away. Yin Hong was stunned, and thought for a while. You mean, Shinbei's set of moves is the 7-star fist? Other martial arts are similar or can do it? I'm not sure, Juema said with a doubtful tone. The main reason is that the supervisor's body movements are too deformed, but under the premise that there are no other clues at present, Shinbei is very suspicious. Shepardine Hong narrowed his eyes. If Shinbei doesn't take the initiative to say it, no one will know what's going on. Yes, Fang Ming, the only one who had seen the 7-star fist, has been killed by Luo Qingyuan. Take him as a suspect. At this time, another man spoke in the darkness, and continued. Shepard, find an opportunity to test Shinbei. The 7-star fist is optional, but the map of the hopeless sea in the cave is the most important. Shepardine Hong nodded and suggested. Generally speaking, freshmen who come to Wuhan University will buy daily necessities online. Honey Badger, you are in charge of the express delivery business. Check if there is any express delivery from Shinbei that has been intercepted and deliver it yourself. Take the opportunity to enter Shinbei's villa and find out the bottom of the matter. The man codenamed Honey Badger grinned and said, Sure, Early morning. What wakes Shinbei up every day is never the crowing of a rooster in the east. It is the daily settlement panel. Yesterday's settlement rewards are as follows. Complete the delivery job, get money plus 35, driving skills plus 1, spirit plus 1, agility plus 1. No more. A bit shabby. However, the rewards are pretty good. Normally, the biggest addition to food delivery is driving skills. Occasionally, you may encounter a client who needs to climb stairs, which will increase his physical fitness. And this time, the added spirit and agility came when Shinbei almost collided with a car while delivering a takeaway. Relying on his driving proficiency, Shinbei controlled the accelerator and brake at the same time, accelerated around a bend and did a beautiful dragon tail swing, and only then did he dodge it. Activating spirit and agility is also understandable. After washing up, Shinbei left the villa and had breakfast in the cafeteria. I have to say, the cafeteria at Wuhan University is great. The auntie who serves the food never has shaking hands. There are no dark dishes such as mooncake soup, apple fried rice, etc. Various delicacies are cooked in various ways. The price is extremely cheap, and it feels like a canteen in a government agency. It's super affordable as you only spend $3 to get a meal worth $30. It can be seen that the country's investment in warriors is not only in elixirs and martial arts, but also in training. All aspects are being invested and taken care of. At this time, Gu Shiro came to Shinbei's seat with a plate and sat down opposite him. She was wearing a light yellow dress today, and her snow-white beautiful legs were faintly visible as the skirt fluttered. Like a dancing beautiful butterfly, it brought a gust of fragrant wind into Shinbei's nostrils. Did you have military training yesterday? Shinbei raised his head, smiled, and nodded. He looked at Gu Shinro's eyes, which were like a calm pool, and when he looked into theirs, he couldn't help but be immersed in them. Her long, curled eyelashes look like butterfly wings, making her look very charming, and below her small nose are lips painted with red lipstick, revealing a moist look. She has bright eyebrows, white teeth, and a fragrance like that of orchid. Did you hit someone? Gu Shinro asked with a beautiful smile on her face. Shinbei corrected. Strictly speaking, it's a sparring match. Gu Shinro then looked back with her almond-shaped eyes slightly lowered, a strand of tassels brushing across her forehead, and raised her finger to Wan. Just keep it in mind. If you deduct points from my class, I will deduct your credits. It's all under control, Shinbei responded. Had breakfast. Shinbei came to the testing hall of Wuhan University alone. I want to check my own attribute values. Chapter 67. I'll take this job. The testing equipment at Wuhan University is different from that at Chengtu County No. 1 High School. The testing equipment at Chengtu County No. 1 High School is not open around the clock, but only at specific times. In order to reduce the psychological pressure on students, they are focused on training and exploring their attributes, which makes them full of hope in the military examinations and keep them in the best condition. After all, even emotions can affect the value of attributes. The more tests you do, the more psychological pressure you will experience. But it was different when I arrived at Wuhan University. Testing must be done all the time to keep track of your attribute values. This is related to an extremely important point, which is the practice of martial arts. Some martial arts require a certain attribute value to be met. Otherwise, if you force yourself to practice, the consequences will be disastrous. For example, Shinbei's 7-star fist requires that 3 attributes must reach more than 20 points. Any less and you won't be able to practice it. Of course, the specific attributes required for a certain martial art were also discovered by our predecessors. In this process, warriors will naturally have to make sacrifices and pay a price. It can be said that every step of martial arts is the bloody experience and path that senior martial artists have paved with their flesh and blood. It is not an exaggeration to say that the younger generations like Shinbei benefited from the influence of their predecessors. Those predecessors who risked their lives to leave precious treasures for future generations of warriors are worthy of respect and admiration. Enter the testing hall. There are quite a few students inside. Moreover, all of them are sophomores waiting to be tested. Fortunately, there were many testing equipment, and Shinbei waited in line for a short time before it was his turn. When you arrive at the window, use your student card to submit your application for testing. The staff member is a young woman. She has a pretty face, and she is wearing a well-cut black suit, a white shirt underneath, flesh-colored socks and high heels. She has exquisite makeup on, and looks like a mature, elite white-collar worker. But the young woman was in a bad mood and was sobbing while calling. It sounded like she had an argument with her husband. Because of what? Male best friend. Hello, I would like to apply for the use of testing equipment, Shinbei said. The young woman put down the phone, raised her head, and the sad expression on her face suddenly relaxed. Her smile was like a blooming chrysanthemum. Hello, classmate. The young woman blinked. How good? Shinbei asked expressionlessly. Young woman. The young woman was stumped for a moment and walked out from behind the counter. I'll take you for testing. Came to a corner of the testing hall. While the device was being turned on, the young woman tried to find a topic to talk about. Classmate, do you think there is no pure friendship between men and women? My husband is so annoying. He has to suspect that there is something going on between me and my male best friend. Shinbei touched his chin. Between men and women, there is pure friendship. Really? You think so too, right? The longer you're married, the purer your friendship becomes, Shinbei added. Young woman. This sentence once again left the young woman speechless. Half an hour later. Shinbei's property detection is complete. Holding the property test report in hand, I walked out of the testing hall. Name, Shinbei. First-year student at Lingnan University of Science and Technology. Strength, 47. Constitution, 45. Spirit, 41. Agility, 41. Evaluation, First-class warrior. Since the last test at Jiantong's home, there has been little change and the increase is not obvious. There is nothing we can do about it. There are too many things to do before and after school starts. Too much time squeezed. Fortunately, after showing off my skills at the military training last night, I have plenty of time to do odd jobs these days. As for the evaluation, the value is neither big nor small. The following the warrior's number can be increased. Not only will it increase over time, it will also increase as you complete tasks. The more it is, the more it means that the warrior is a veteran in practical combat experience, coping ability, self-control, and many other aspects within this level. It is somewhat similar to the relationship between military position and military rank in the military. Relatively speaking, they are both first-grade warriors doing the same task. One is, the other is. Employers prefer to hire. No other reason, just a lot of experience. They are all young boys like Shinbei. Then, Shinbei wrote down his attribute values and threw the test report into the shredder. Just left. I met Yu-Hao head-on. Shinbei tried to match Yu-Hao's gaze with his. But Yu-Hao is fucking cross-eyed. No matter how powerful you are or how awesome you are, you can't make Yu-Hao look at you straight in the eye. The two people passed each other. Yu-Hao's voice was a little distorted. Shinbei, be careful recently. Why, do you still want to give me money? I accept money from everyone, Shinbei responded. I'm afraid you won't live long enough to spend it. Shinbei smiled silently and left. Shinbei crossed the playground and headed straight out of the school. Work to earn a living. Earn attribute points. At this time, on the playground, freshmen lined up early and basked in the sun. If the posture was a little shaky, the instructor would give him a beating with a whip. They were beaten so hard that they cried out in pain. The teachers on the side were also pleading with the instructor, hoping that they would not be beaten. But Qing Liaoyuan didn't give him any face at all, and shouted loudly. You want to train warriors, but the country wants warriors with firm will and perseverance. It's just a standing position, sweat is better than blood. All the teachers rolled their eyes. This is the difference in the two sides' concepts. The teacher's task is to train warriors with qualified attributes. As for whether a warrior's will is firm and his combat capability is good, that has nothing to do with his own performance. Hey! What's wrong with that student? Not only did he come late, but he also refused to attend the military training? Too arrogant. Instructor Chen, are you going to do anything about it? Deduct class points. A teacher protested immediately after seeing Shinbei's figure. Qing Liao Yuan's face twitched slightly, and his lips were tightly closed, revealing his arrogance. Finally, he said, "Class points cannot be deducted because he. Several teachers are looking forward to what comes next." "What about him?" "That's what they say." "My stomach hurts. I'm leaving first." Qing Liao Yuan simply threw the blame away and ran away. The teachers almost couldn't catch their breath and turned to look at Gu Xinro. Gu Xinro. At this moment, Du Ziding in the queue vaguely heard the instructor calling his name, and immediately took a step forward. "I'm here!" The other instructors twitched their lips and whipped him with a whip. "Instructor Qing said he had a stomachache, not your name, Du Ziding." Du Ziding. "Extra practice. Run 10 laps." "Why?" "You can't even hear the words wrong. How can you understand the orders from your superiors on the battlefield? You will kill your teammates, don't you know that?" The officer roared. "If you keep talking back, 20 laps." Du Ziding shuddered all over. Lingnan City Labor Market. Shinbei quickly mingled with the surrounding laborers. No matter where you are in the country, as long as you are down to earth, you will quickly integrate into the working group. We chatted for a while, laughing and joking. A boss with a greasy face and slicked back hair came to recruit workers. Shinbei was about to step forward to grab the job. A middle-aged laborer grabbed him, winked, and said earnestly, "This boss's nickname is Lei Lao Hu, don't." Where does Shinbei have time to listen to him? Don't steal the job, okay? Must grab. Chapter 68 Money or Life, Choose One. At this time, Lei Lao Hu shouted loudly, "Hiring workers! Boil corn and then store it in the cold storage. It's not hard work, only about 3 hours, and I'll pay you 500 yuan. The asking price is really high. It's simply the ceiling for odd jobs. Of course, it can't be compared with cleaning windows at high altitudes, but cleaning windows does come with certain risks. And boiled corn is pretty safe." But at this moment, faced with such attractive salaries, workers in the labor market are indifferent. No one stood up and followed Lei Lao Hu. It seemed that they all knew that working for Lei Lao Hu was frustrating and miserable. Shinbei looked at everyone with some surprise. Why didn't they grab such a good job? Too Buddhist, right? If this happened in the Chengtu County labor market, there would be no end to such a good job, even if it meant beating your brains out. The next moment, Shinbei ignored the unfinished words of the laborer beside him. He stood up and said with a smile, "Boss, I'll do it." Many migrant workers' eyes widened instantly, with expressions of disbelief on their faces. I want to speak up and remind Shinbei again not to be stubborn. But due to Lei Lao Hu's brutality and unreasonableness, they suppressed the conflict and kept their mouths shut without making a sound. Okay, it's you. Get in the car," Lei Lao Hu said with a wry smile. Soon, Lei Lao Hu drove Shinbei away from the labor market and headed straight to the corn processing plant. The workers burst into discussion. "Fuck! Didn't you explain clearly to this little brother what happened just now? I was just about to speak, but this guy didn't even give me a chance. He stood up before I could even finish my words. Alas, I didn't listen to the old man's advice, and now I'm suffering. I guess forget about the wages. Lei Lao Hu will definitely not give them. If this kid is stubborn, he might get beaten. He will have to pay for the medicine himself. Lei Lao Hu is a first-class warrior. He has been at this level for a long time. I don't know how many stars are hung behind him. I pray that the young man will leave after finishing the work, and don't talk back." The laborers sighed, some worried about Shinbei. But I was also very angry. Although he didn't say everything, the interests involved were clearly pointed out, but he still wanted to do odd jobs. Do you really think that everyone in this world is a good person? Especially for warriors in society, in the eyes of the workers, the word good people has become extinct and they are rare. For them, they would rather starve to death than deal with warriors. You talk to him reasonably, but he acts like a hooligan to you. If you act like a hooligan, people will really beat you up. A moment's work. Shinbei has arrived at a corn processing factory in Lingnan City. Lei Lao Hu pushed open the big black iron door and arranged Shinbei's work. Your task is to boil the corn until it is 70% done, Then take it out and cool it in cold water. Then push it into the cold storage. Shinbei nodded. Lingnan City is known as the end of the universe. It is rich in entertainment stars. But it is also rich in grain and is known as the Northern Granary. Corn is one of them. This thing was not valuable in the past, but with the development of logistics and the internet, corn cobs can be sold at high prices. Shinbei entered the workshop. Hot steam hits my face. There are still many workers working inside. The workers, all shirtless and wearing shorts, stir raw corn in huge steaming pots. You just work on this pot and see how others do it. Anyone who is not a fool can do it. After saying that, Lei Laohu cursed inwardly. It's so damn hot! And ran out of the workshop with a look of disgust on his face. The other workers turned their heads to look at Shinbei's new face, and grinned. That smile was full of different meanings. Shinbei also chuckled, took off his clothes, hung them outside, and started working. The workflow is simple and brainless. It's easier than driving screws. The only thing you need to endure is the high-temperature steam. After baskets of corn were cooked, Shinbei followed the workers and began to put on cotton jackets, pulling the cooked corn into the cold storage. These are two extreme environments. Shinbei was breathing heavily in the cold storage, with frost on his eyebrows. Young man, an old worker said with a chuckle, it seems that you are not a very good person. Shinbei turned his head and looked back and asked, What do you mean? Didn't anyone at the labor market remind you that the work here is difficult? It's easy to do. The worker was briefly stunned. That's not what I meant. You know it's difficult to ask for your wages, but you still come here? Shinbei frowned. Is it difficult to ask for wages? At this moment, Shinbei suddenly remembered the strange expressions and behaviors of the workers in the labor market. So, Shinbei smacked his lips. No one dares to owe me money. It's too early to say that. The old worker laughed. Shinbei shrugged. About 3 hours later, Shinbei's work mission was completed. After taking off his cotton jacket and changing his clothes, he squatted in the sun with a group of workers. It was already noon. The other workers went to the canteen to eat, and Shinbei came to Lei Laohu's office. Boss, the job is done. Lei Laohu hummed without raising his head or opening his eyes. Shinbei rubbed his hands. It's time to settle the wages. I won't keep you for dinner. I said wages 500 yuan. Why haven't you left yet? How can I leave without paying the bill? I send you. As he spoke, Lei Laohu had a malicious smile on his face. The whole person's aura suddenly changed, and a hint of ferocity appeared at the corner of his mouth. He reached out and grabbed Shinbei's shoulder, then jumped out of the third-floor office window. With a loud bang, stir up a cloud of dust. In the blink of an eye, Lei Laohu threw Shinbei out of the factory gate. Get lost! You still want to get paid from me? Lei Laohu's face suddenly turned violent and grim. Where in the world can you find a job that pays 500 yuan in 3 hours? Every failure makes you wiser. This is a cannibalistic society. This lesson will be good for you. Shinbei groaned and scratched his head. I should give you money. Lei Laohu laughed loudly. Are you crazy? I jumped down from the 3rd floor with you and you were safe and sound. What does that mean? Shinbei answered truthfully. You are a warrior. That's right, Lei Laohu said proudly. I'm a first-class warrior. I'm 3 stars. Why don't you go and ask around, who dares to ask me for wages? Get lost! After saying that, Lei Laohu closed the black door with his backhand. A big door. It's like 2 different worlds. Lei Laohu inside the door shook his head and but, feeling very happy. If you can cheat one person, then cheat one person. Who made me a warrior? It's just awesome. The social status is high. Superior to ordinary people. Anyone who dares to shout will be beaten. This is a warrior. And Shinbei outside the door looked leisurely. Is this a warrior? Oh. The next moment, everyone in the factory heard a loud noise like a plane crashing. Boom! Lei Laohu's expression changed drastically, and he turned back suddenly. But see. The black gate of the factory exploded in a cloud of flying dust, accompanied by the sound of steel tearing, and flew straight towards him. Grass! Lei Lao, who was startled and reacted very quickly. Without making any floating movements, his body was bounced directly to the left. The door passed by Lei Lao Hu and smashed into the workshop, leaving a mess. Lei Lao Hu looked back, veins popping out on his forehead like an angry lion. Who dares to smash my factory? At this time, the workers who were still eating in the cafeteria were also shocked. They ran out with their bowls of rice, looking at it with surprise and curiosity. And at the gate, Shinbei's figure was lifted up by the rolling dust, and he walked like the monarch of countless evil beasts in the gray fog. Shinbei smiled slightly, with endless gloom and mystery in his smile. Now I want two things. One is your life, and the other is my wages. Shinbei slowly raised his head, his eyes dim, like a candle in the sky. Please choose one of the two. Chapter 69, The Fierce Battle. What? This kid seems to be a warrior too. A warrior still comes out to do odd jobs. How much money do they need? It's going to be a good show. This is the first time that Lei Lao Hu has been provoked. This boy looks quite young, he should be a first-class warrior, right? How stubborn! Lei Lao Hu is a 3-star warrior. He is just asking for a fight. Alas, young people will never know what it means to suffer a loss and be blessed. Workers from the corn processing factory squatted under the eaves, eating rice and watching the show. They have seen many people who were deceived by Lei Lao Hu to do odd jobs. We have seen many people asking for wages by crying, making a fuss, and even threatening to hang themselves. But I have never seen someone like Shinbei. Everyone couldn't help but stretch their necks and watch the next show as a side dish. Right now, Lei Lao Hu faced Shinbei's choice between two options. My eyes narrowed into slits. He seemed to have a half smile on his face, as if he saw a sheep challenging a lion, full of amusement. Warrior, you are also a warrior, haha! Lei Lao Hu clapped his hands, his ferocious face full of cruelty, and he laughed wildly. How poor! A warrior still has to work as a part-time worker. This is the first time I've seen this. Shinbei's eyes were violent, and his domineering, wild, and arrogant body stood tall. So much nonsense, have you made your choice? Lei Lao Hu snorted. In his opinion, the aura that Shinbei had just released was that of a first-grade warrior. A Wuhan University student, no doubt. All the poor people have to go out to work. Naturally, I can't afford the elixirs. Then, the attribute points are naturally very low. Compared with myself, a veteran first-class warrior, it's not even good enough. That's all, and you still want to demand your salary violently? Having made up his mind, Lei Lao Hu suddenly raised his momentum and clenched his fists, making a clattering sound. His face was full of mockery and disdain. I choose your grandma's big chicken leg. You are so impulsive when you challenge me, Lei Lao Hu. You will only know what it means to hit a wall, and what it means to regret. Shinbei's eyes were cruel, and the corners of his mouth curled up. I respect your choice. The next moment, Shinbei's Tyrannosaurus-like strong body trampled on the iron plate, and the energy under his feet exploded, leaving a huge dent on the spot, stirring up a howling gale, and punched Lei Lao Hu on the head. The view in front of me suddenly darkened, as if the god of death was laughing wildly in the wind. An unprecedented death crisis was approaching, and alarm bells instantly rang in Lei Lao Hu's heart. This momentum, this murderous aura, this posture. Definitely not a new warrior. In other words, he had experienced a life and death struggle. Only after experiencing a life and death crisis can one burst out with a different aura. People like the freshmen at Wuhan University are just fancy moves. Training and actual combat are two completely different things. Lei Lao Hu was so frightened and furious that he had no time to dodge. He could only cross his arms and yell. Iron Snake Spring! Moment. Lei Lao Hu's arms suddenly changed, taking on a cold metallic color. His arm turned into a spring in an instant. Clang! Shinbei's fist landed on Lei Lao Hu's spring arm, and immediately there was a crisp sound of metal clashing. The spring arm was suddenly compressed to its limit, and the power of Shinbei's fist was absorbed in large quantities. Even so, Lei Lao Hu still felt as if he was hit head-on by a heavy artillery. His face suddenly twisted, and he groaned, and retreated wildly. After blocking the punch, Lei Lao Hu felt as if he was hit by a truck. His arm hurt so much, and all the bones in his body crackled. At the same time, there was a buzzing sound in my ears, as if a dozen gongs were beating in my ears, and I felt like my whole body was about to fall apart. Grass! Lei Lao Hu's eyes were bloodshot, and his expression was distorted. He struck with one blow, just one blow. Even though his martial arts absorbed so much power, he still couldn't withstand it. Who is this bastard? How can he be so powerful? What exactly is the power attribute? Although his heart was filled with surging hatred and tyranny, Lei Lao Hu felt the changes in his body and immediately realized that the opponent's strength was superior to his own. He had to retreat humiliatingly and temporarily avoid the attack. And facing Lei Lao Hu's violent retreat, Shinbei pinched his 5 fingers without even looking at him, stomped his feet and rushed forward in an instant. The air exploded rapidly, and he chased after him with another punch. Bombarded towards Lei Lao Hu's face. Even the police station doesn't dare to owe me wages. How can you do that? At this moment, Shinbei has completely turned into a brutal human demon. I don't get paid for my work, which stops me from activating the daily panel. That is an unforgivable sin. There were gusts of evil wind. Facing Shinbei's relentless pursuit, Lei Lao Hu's heart was pounding. He gritted his teeth and kicked hard. All the strength in his body suddenly burst out. He clenched his fists and rushed up diagonally, which also caused the strong wind around him to explode. It can be seen that his counterattack was fierce. Boom! 2 fists that were also shining with metallic color collided with Shinbei's flesh and blood fist, like a bomb exploding in the air. A strong wind suddenly blew, and it seemed that an 8-level gale was blowing in the whole factory. The cement slabs under the feet of Shinbei and Lei Lao Hu twisted and deformed and exploded at the same time. The 2 figures also retreated in the opposite direction after the collision. But the only difference is that Shinbei only retreated 5 or 6 steps, while Lei Lao Hu retreated more than 10 steps. Call! He stopped the impact and felt that even his amazingly defensive body was shaken by the violent punch of Lei Lao Hu. Shinbei exhaled a breath of air with a faint smell of blood, suddenly raised his head, and stared at Lei Lao Hu with excitement. Not bad, quite powerful! And more than 10 meters away, Lei Lao Hu looked much more miserable than Shinbei. There were traces of blood at the corners of his mouth and nostrils, especially his arm that was used to transform his martial arts into a spring. It had been completely deformed at this moment, and its original shape was almost unrecognizable. Not only that, at this moment he only felt his muscles and bones trembling and numb, and his fists were in great pain, which showed how domineering Shinbei was. Lei Lao Hu's self-confidence and pride suffered an unprecedented blow, and he even felt a sense of horror from the bottom of his heart. He took a deep breath and quickly calmed down. Haha, it's true that the waves behind push the waves ahead. You are obviously stronger than me, but do you think you have a sure win, no matter who you are? The next moment, no longer entangled in Shinbei's identity and strength, Lei Lao Hu let out a hoarse and suppressed roar. I, Lei Lao Hu, have no habit of settling wages for laborers. Shinbei twisted his neck, his eyes stern. Then consider the 500 yuan as buying a coffin for you. Lei Lao Hu laughed loudly. His laughter was wild and unrestrained, as if rolling thunder, shaking the void. Boy, it's too early to say that. The warm-up is over. Swish. As soon as he finished speaking, Lei Lao Hu reached across his belt and quickly took out a small bottle of thumb-sized dark blue potion, then threw it into his mouth and chewed it up in one bite. Lei Lao Hu chewed the dark blue potion into pieces in his mouth. The next moment, a strange, ferocious, and violent aura burst out from him, like a top predator breaking free from a cage. At the same time, dark blue lines suddenly appeared on his face, and his pupils contracted violently, turning into the whites of a dead person's eyes. Almost in the blink of an eye, Lei Lao Hu, who had been weak and seriously injured before, had pale eyes and blue lines all over his face. His whole body was boiling with a mysterious and violent aura, like a demon in human skin. Shinbei's pupils shrank, and his heart suddenly beat violently. What did this guy knock on? How did it become like this? Chapter 70. My boss is a shepherd. Hiss! This Shinbei's strength seems to be even stronger than Lei Lao Hu. It's incredible! Lei Lao Hu has more combat experience. How could he be beaten by a new warrior? Just now, what potion did Lei Lao Hu take? I don't know what it's called, but Lei Lao Hu once boasted that it's worth more than 3 million. What? For 500 yuan, I took medicine worth more than 3 million? This? Haha, do I need to tell you what kind of personality Lei Lao Hu has? He would rather lose his pants in the casino than give a penny to the laborers. The workers in the distance were discussing the changing situation on the battlefield. They couldn't figure it out no matter how hard they tried. Lei Lao Hu, who no one had ever dared to provoke, was forced to take drugs by Shinbei. Right now, Lei Lao Hu took the potion. The decadent atmosphere that was previously beaten by Shinbei was swept away. This is Lei Lao Hu's trump card all along, super modified adrenaline. From the hands of the famous headhunting organization. It was the gift of rebirth given to him by the headhunters active in Lingnan City. This potion is almost as precious as the Night Demon, potion used exclusively by the Nine-Life Raven. Unlike ordinary adrenaline, its effect is to greatly enhance the user's life force, nerve reaction, and cell metabolism rate in a short period of time. It not only greatly improves the user's strength, reaction, and speed in a short period of time. At the same time, it can also quickly repair the user's physical injuries, causing his combat effectiveness to increase dramatically. The only drawback is that its effect only lasts for a dozen minutes, and after the effect wears off, the user will be completely exhausted and at the mercy of others. However, such disadvantages are nothing to Lei Lao Hu. Lei Lao Hu is such a stubborn person. No one can break the rule of not paying workers. This is the bottom line. If anyone disobeys or tramples on him, Lei Lao Hu will definitely fight back. Even if it means death. Under deep hatred, facing Shinbei, the powerful enemy who suppressed him, he did not hesitate to use this trump card, because he had enough confidence to end everything in the shortest time. Without saying a word, the two sides started fighting again. The workshops and buildings of the entire factory collapsed with a loud bang as the two men fought. From inside the factory to the wasteland outside the factory. And this time, Shinbei really felt the oppression brought by Lei Lao Hu. I was almost being chased and beaten. Tell me, do you still want your wages? Lei Lao Hu laughed wildly, and the energy under his feet suddenly exploded, turning into a huge force like a tidal wave, pushing him to rush towards Shinbei, stirring up the air, and punching out. Oh shit! Shinbei was a little embarrassed. His face was changing from gloomy to bright, and there was no relaxation in his eyes, but instead was filled with deep heaviness. Initially, Shinbei thought that Lei Lao Hu was just at the same level as Bai Luo Yijian of the Apocalypse cult. Looking back now, it was underestimated. Taking drugs is awesome. A huge roar suddenly erupted from Shinbei's waist. 1 step forward, 7 steps away. It's exactly stepping on 7 stars. That was the sound of him inhaling, bending over, and punching in an instant, using his inhuman strength and speed to directly explode the air. Kui Shin kicks the fight! Then Shinbei's explosive kick hit the spring iron fist of Lei Lao Hu at the critical moment. Boom! The two, one big and one small, collided again with punches and kicks, as if a grenade exploded in midair. The spring arm in Lei Lao Hu's hand was completely shattered. Within a few meters around the two of them, all the debris and stones in the wilderness bounced up suddenly, and were blown in all directions by the sudden and violent wind. Dang dang dang. All the muscles and bones in his body exploded, Shinbei's internal organs shook, his throat felt sweet, and he took several steps back. But Lei Lao Hu just groaned and retreated only 3 steps. After this fierce fight of punches and kicks, the strength comparison between the two sides was completely reversed. Although it was also a battle of strength, Shinbei was actually at a disadvantage. However, immediately afterwards, his muscles, bones and internal organs were also shaken by the huge force, but Lei Lao Hu's recovery was undoubtedly faster. 1 step forward, 7 steps away? Why does it feel so familiar? Lei Lao Hu tilted his head, suddenly remembering something, and swung his arm, the spring attached again. What kind of martial arts is this? What is the relationship with the 7-star fist? Shinbei was suddenly stunned when he heard this. Etc. How did Lei Lao Hu know about the 7-star fist? This shouldn't happen. At that time, I was the 4th person at the Tianshan Reservoir. Shinbei's tone was extremely severe, and he said in a low voice like spitting ice slag. I don't know what you are talking about. Ha! Lei Lao Hu raised his head, his eyes like thorns. My good brother lost something, and I just heard it. What do you mean by 1 step forward and 7 steps away? Tell me, did you take the 7-star fist? I can make an exception and pay you the wages. Who is your eldest brother? Headhunter Shepherd. Shinbei's eyes changed. Shepherd? Why is it him again? The last time I heard about this person was from Gu Changfeng. My eldest brother said that Fan Ming saw the first move of the 7-star fist, but before he could learn it, he was chased by Luo Chengyuan and was defeated and died. And the characteristic of the first move is that you take 1 step forward and are 7 steps away. At the same time, the Revelation cult has never obtained the 7-star fist. Shinbei snorted. You're overthinking it. Other martial arts can do the same. Yes. Lei Lao Hu's eyes became even more scorching. But you are very suspicious. At this moment, Lei Lao Hu had a grim smile on his face which was covered with strange lines. While Shinbei was still confused, he stretched out his 5 fingers and pounced on him. No matter if you are the one who stole my martial arts skills or not, you must surrender to me first. As he stretched out his 5 fingers, he could faintly see 5 rays of faint blue light emanating from his fingertips. The sharp blue light vibrated and cut through the air, making a hissing sound and went straight to Shinbei's throat. The timing of this attack was extremely precise, as it happened to be the gap when Shinbei's old strength had not yet gone and his new strength had not yet been generated. Moreover, looking at the strange and fierce light emitting from this claw, there is no doubt that even a thick steel plate can be pierced through. I'll catch you first, and then we'll slowly torture you. There was no time to dodge at this extremely dangerous moment. However, Shinbei's eyes flashed with ferocity, and he advanced instead of retreating. Step on the 7 stars! Whoosh! Shinbei's figure disappeared in the opposite direction. Suddenly appeared behind Lei Lao Hu. At this time, Shinbei quickly took out the qi and blood pills, without even looking at them or counting how many pills there were, and poured them all into his mouth. A large amount of qi and blood began to boil instantly. It was like a volcano that had been dormant for thousands of years suddenly erupted. Shinbei's illness was completely cured in the blink of an eye, and he recovered to his most perfect state. You bastard, if I can't beat you to death with this, I lose. Must die. Lei Lao Hu must die. He had already guessed without any reason that the 7-star fist was in his body, although there is no solid evidence. But Shinbei didn't want to attract the attention of the Apocalypse cult and the headhunters at this stage. Kill people and silence them. Boom! The sound of wind and energy surged wildly, and Shinbei once again used the Kuei Shin kick to slam into Lei Lao Hu's arms. Lei Lao Hu's eyes suddenly bulged, his left leg bent uncontrollably, and his right foot suddenly took a step back. He felt as if he was hit by a mountain, and blood shot out of his pale eyes in an instant. You fucking! Lei Lao Hu roared silently in his heart. At this moment, it was as if he was hit on the head by a pile driver. Lei Lao Hu's body, which had not yet fully recovered, trembled wildly, and his blood and energy seemed to be dispersed by Shinbei's kick. My bones, muscles, and even every hair were trembling under the heavy burden. I felt like I was carrying a mountain. However, Shinbei in front of him would not pay attention to his inner thoughts at the moment, and looked down at Lei Lao Hu, whose veins were bulging and his face was distorted. Come again! As the words rang out, Shinbei followed Lei Lao Hu back and took another step forward. Kuei-shin kicks the fight. Anyway, I have qi and blood pills to replenish my qi and blood, so I can just attack suddenly and be done with it. The airflow caused by Shinbei's kick exploded like a gust of wind, and he hit him on the head again with unparalleled ferocity. There was no gap between the two attacks. Shinbei's kick just disappeared like lightning, and the next kick had already come down. With every inch of his body shaking violently, Lei Lao Hu had no way to deal with it. He could only continue to parry and block as his veins bulged. Boom! Another loud bang. His arms felt severe pain and a fierce gust of wind blew on Lei Lao Hu's face. His face was blood red, his teeth were clenched, and his body was shaking violently, making crackling sounds. At the same time, under the violent shock, scarlet blood snakes suddenly gushed out of his mouth, eyes, ears, and nostrils, and flowed downstream, making his face look as terrifying as a ghost. It hurts so much. Even the magical repair effect of super-modified adrenaline could not keep up with the accumulated injuries he had suffered at the moment. The bones and internal organs in his body that had not yet completely healed were ruptured again, which could be said to have made his injuries worse. Just like the huge waves of the Yangtze River, the next wave rises before the previous wave dies down. Staring at Lei Lao who was defeated again and was forced to take his blows, Shinbei laughed wildly and retracted his powerful martial arts. Like a solid iron pillar, he punched down again, extremely fast and fierce. Come again! Boom! Come again! Boom! Shinbei's successive blows were faster than lightning, bringing up a fierce gust of wind that lashed fiercely at Lei Lao Hu's bloody face, causing countless blood beads to splash. Loud noises kept exploding beside his ears, like bombs exploding above his head and between his arms. Lei Lao Hu's muscles were broken and his internal organs were ruptured. He was already having difficulty breathing and had lost his hearing. There was nothing but blood in front of his eyes, and there was no thought in his brain. All hatred, resentment, and intelligence had disappeared, and everything returned to blank. Due to the severe pain, his consciousness was already blurred. Only his body's instinct controlled him, and he was powerless to resist the violent bombardment. At this moment, a bellows-like breathing sound came from his throat. Despite suffering such terrible injuries and blows, Lei Lao Hu did not die immediately. He was barely breathing, blood was streaming down his face, his expression became extremely horrible, and he moved his head with great difficulty and reluctance, as if he wanted to raise it. I was wrong, I'll pay you. As he said that, he took out 500 yuan and threw it on the ground. Shinbei's face was full of a ferocious smile, and he said in a pretentious manner, No, it's not that you know you are wrong, but you know that you are going to die. There's no use begging for mercy. Must die. Shinbei's last kick completely exploded his head, and his brains splattered everywhere. Shinbei picked up the wages, and his eyes gradually calmed down. He took a last look at Lei Lao Hu and turned to walk towards the factory. Shinbei knew in his heart that his troubles were coming. But it's not because of Lei Lao Hu. But it was at the highway service area, when he fought with Bai Luo. Inevitably, he would be on the suspect list of the headhunters and the apocalypse cult. Huh! Shinbei exhaled a breath of blood. He muttered to himself, I need other martial arts to rely on. The 7-star fist must not be used unless it is absolutely necessary. Chapter 71. Are you awake? Your surgery was successful. Right now. After the workers inside the factory saw Shinbei walking out from behind the collapsed wall covered in blood, an expression of extreme surprise appeared on their faces. Especially Shinbei exuded a murderous aura, like a long, piercing needle that pierced into their minds. Doesn't this mean that Lei Lao Hu, who spent the money, lost? And Shinbei saw no one, and his figure gradually disappeared at the gate. The workers looked at each other, dropped their bowls, and swarmed toward the wall. A tragic scene appeared before their eyes. Lei Lao Hu, who was tyrannical and bullied the good, had his head crushed. Ugh! Fuck! Lei Lao Hu didn't lose, he died. Hiss! Once a conflict breaks out between warriors, it's a fight to the death. Too miserable! Isn't Shinbei too cruel? Call the police! Call the police! The scene before my eyes was extremely bloody. Lei Lao Hu's death was so tragic that it was unbearable to watch. It's hard to say whether it's worth paying the price of one's life for just 500 yuan. Not long after, police from the police station rushed over. The leader is Gu Changfeng. A group of policemen set up a cordon. Some police officers began to survey the scene, inquire, and search for Thunder Tiger resources. After a lot of trouble, the police officer ran to Gu Changfeng and reported the clues he had sorted out. Captain Gu, we have sorted out the general process. Explain. Gu Changfeng leaned against the wall, smoking a cigarette leisurely. For him, let alone a case like Lei Lao Hu's with eyewitnesses. Even at dawn, many warriors were seen dying in the streets and alleys. This kind of small case would not alarm Gu Changfeng at all. Just follow the steps for the survey, the police officer quickly said. According to the description of the workers at the scene, Lei Laohu hired a laborer to do the work for 500 yuan. After the laborer finished the work, Lei Laohu did not want to pay, and the two sides had a conflict. Wait a minute. Gu Changfeng's originally calm face gradually became a little surprised. What the hell? 500 yuan for labor fee? That's not the point. The key point is that Lei Laohu has no other disputes with the warriors. But because of odd jobs. What kind of warrior comes out to do odd jobs? Price drop. Someone even died over 500 yuan. This made a special person appear in Gu Changfeng's mind. A student with a registered permanent residence in Chengtu County, who is very handsome and naughty. Gu Changfeng shook his head, denying his guess. During this period, Wuhan University should be in military training, so it is impossible for that student to come out and do odd jobs. But Gu Changfeng still asked, "Who is it?" The police officer scratched his head and said, "It's a little unbelievable. It's his mother Shinbei." Boom! The cigarette between Gu Changfeng's fingers fell to the ground with a snap. The corners of his mouth twitched, his eyebrows jumped, and his back molars felt as if an electric drill was piercing the dental nerves, causing him to feel a sharp pain. What? Gu Changfeng was stunned for a full minute before he came to his senses and continued incoherently. Shenbei? The police officer nodded. Grass. Gu Changfeng lit another cigarette, took a deep puff, and his fingers trembled slightly. Damn it. That's right, apart from Shinbei, this weirdo, there seems to be no warriors coming out to do odd jobs. Collecting protection money is more prestigious than working. However, what shocked Gu Changfeng was that Shinbei was growing a little too fast. Although in the country, there are new warriors who are more perverted than Shinbei. For example, Ba Xiang a few years ago, this guy was promoted to a second-grade warrior before the martial arts exam. Promoted to a third-grade warrior in 1 semester. It's simply horrifying. But Shinbei didn't say anything when he defeated Bai Luo. This time Lei Laohu was killed again. Killing God? Gu Changfeng asked solemnly. What is the status of Lei Laohu in the database? This is the key point of the characterization of this case. Generally speaking, when the police handle cases of the death of warriors, they usually follow a characteristic. They do not ask about the faults of either party, but only look at the databases of both parties. If the deceased is a warrior who has committed all kinds of evil and has not been in service or called up to the catacombs, the police will generally not intervene. As long as the deceased has made contributions to the country and society, the murderer must be arrested. This is the police station's attitude towards social warriors. Direct one-size-fits-all approach. After all, there are many warriors in society, and even more who cause trouble. The police station doesn't have the energy to chase the murderer thousands of miles away. The deceased was a bully and deserved to die. The police officer immediately turned to the second page of the information and said, "The last database update was a year ago. Lei Laohu is a first-class warrior with a 3-star rating. He has no conscription experience and is a pure social warrior. Also, Lei Laohu has a very bad reputation. He relies on the fact that he is a warrior and often tricks people into working for him for free. Those workers dare not speak out and can only suffer in silence." Gu Changfeng felt relieved. Okay. It's fine if it's garbage. Although it has 3 stars, that is because of the increase in time, not because of completing national tasks, so it is easy to deal with. Gu Changfeng commanded. Then why bother investigating? Call it a day and go back to eat hot pot. Yes. By the way, send a banner to Shinbei. Ah? The police officer was a little confused. Banner? Get rid of harm for the people, Gu Changfeng said calmly. But it has always been the common people who gave us silk banners. There is no precedent for the Bureau giving silk banners to warriors. Gu Changfeng patted the police officer's shoulder with a meaningful look and said, Then let's make an exception. In fact, Gu Chanfeng wanted to say, "You are still too young and don't know how difficult this guy Shinbei is. If we keep asking the Bureau for bonuses for eliminating violence and protecting the innocent, we won't even be able to eat chicken legs for meals. No matter whether Shinbei wants it or not, just shut his mouth first." Lingnan City, Wuhan University. At this time, Shinbei stumbled out of the school. In that battle just now, Shinbei also suffered a loss. Especially after Lei Lao, who took drugs. Shinbei's internal organs were shaken so much that they seemed to be dislocated as if they were visiting each other. During the battle, the adrenaline surged and I didn't feel anything unusual. Now the momentum is coming. Shinbei felt a little dizzy, his throat was filled with nausea, and he wanted to vomit. At the same time, a cut appeared on his arm, and the flesh was turned inside out and still dripping blood. Finally, under the scorching sun, Shinbei staggered and fell on the military training ground. Fainted. "Shinbei, wake up, your operation was successful." His eyelids trembled slightly, and he gradually regained his weak perception of his body, and Shinbei opened his eyes little by little. His eyes slowly focused and he finally saw the surroundings clearly. Shinbei found himself lying in the school's medical room. In addition to the doctor, there was also teacher Gu Shinro, who had a grim look on her face, standing by the bed. "Save." Shinbei shook his head, looked at the doctor, and asked dully, "Doctor, what did you just say?" "The operation was successful," the doctor said in a calm tone. Shinbei's head buzzed. "Reach your hands directly down to your hips." A touch. Shinbei exhaled lightly, the baby is still there. It was almost scary. Gu Shinro on the side looked at Shinbei's actions with some confusion and asked, "What are you touching?" Shinbei coughed and said naughtily, "See if my girlfriend Happy Bird is still there." Teacher Gu Shinro's face suddenly turned red, like a cooked crab. "Got it in seconds." Gu Shinro bit her red lips with her white teeth and growled in the most ferocious tone. "Take it out for me." "Shinbei? This isn't too good, is it? The doctor hasn't left yet. Are you in such a hurry to visit?" Gu Shinro made Shinbei hesitate for a moment, and immediately realized that Shinbei had thought wrong again. "I said, take your hands out. What are you rubbing through the quilt?" Shinbei. I have to say that Shinbei likes Gu Shinro, the old driver. "No, teacher. Whatever you say, you will understand it immediately." Unlike Qiantong, who is pure and needs to think for a long time, and even doesn't understand the meaning without explanation. Gu Shinro crossed her arms, squinted her eyes, and asked, "Did you kill someone?" Chapter 72 Settlement Reward, There is a surprise. At this time, Gu Shinro also shook out a silk banner. Letter, eliminate violence and protect the good. The signature is Lingnan City Patrol Bureau. What a good man who fights violence and protects the good. You are capable of that. Gu Shinro stared at Shinbei and continued. Why, are you a scavenger? Shinbei's mouth twitched, and he said, The higher the appearance, the greater the responsibility. Shinbei found a high-sounding excuse for himself and continued. However, I like the elegant title of scavenger. No need to think too much, it must be the workers at the corn processing plant who called the police, and Gu Chanfeng was handling the case. He then made himself a banner. This is to keep it secret. Any investigation will reveal that this is not the first or second time that Lei Lao Hu has bullied workers. Just go to the labor market and ask around and you will find that there are countless victims. This is because he was afraid that he would bring the workers to block the police station to ask for a reward. This guy's IQ has increased. He even knows how to catch me off guard. Shinbei muttered in his heart. I spat fiercely and felt that a lot of the depression in my heart had dissipated. Yaching, you big-headed ghost! I'm asking you a question, Gu Shinro said with a frown. Shinbei showed an innocent and blank smile. It's not my fault. I didn't get paid for my work. I wanted to teach Lei Lao Hu a lesson. He played with me and killed himself. Gu Shinro's pretty face was slightly stiff. Call the police! Call the police if this happens again next time. It does not meet the standards for filing a case. Gu Xinruhan showed a superior smile as a person who had experienced it, and resisted the urge to raise the corners of her mouth. That's my brother. If I say it's enough to file a case, then it's enough. Your family owns the police station? Gu Shinro was choked by this, and the corners of her mouth twitched a few times. She stopped dwelling on this question and said with some joy, How come I didn't know that you broke through and became a warrior? Where did you get your martial arts skills? What's the name? Let me hear it. Shinbei nodded. Regarding the 7-star fist and the map, the fewer people who know about it, the better. Shinbei changed the subject. Let's not talk about this for now. I urgently need a martial arts skill now, teacher. Let's start practicing? Gu Shinro moved her red lips and looked at him coldly. Your progress is indeed fast, beyond my expectations. But if you want martial arts skills, you still have to test it. Test? Yes, each step of the martial arts requires different attribute values. Moreover, these are surface data. We must find out the actual data. Otherwise, it will be a waste of time to practice, and it may cause unexpected consequences. Shinbei touched his chin. How to test? Have you ever been to the survey hall? I went there this morning. Give me the data. Shinbei told Gu Shinro about his 4-dimensional attributes. After Gu Shinro understood the situation, there was no abnormality on her face. The data was still acceptable. There is still no outstanding highlight, still so average. However, the overall attributes are still frighteningly high. I'll go back and check the database to find some martial arts that might match yours. Gu Shinro finally said. After the military training, the freshmen will prepare to take the test. You can just go with them. Shinbei didn't ask what the test was about. He just followed Gu Shinro's arrangements. Then, Gu Shinro got up and left. Then some more people came in. Among them was Cheng Liaoyuan. He just glanced at Shinbei, patted his shoulder, said a word and left. Kill when you should, be clear-minded, don't hesitate, and don't be afraid when you do it. Shinbei nodded. Then it was Jian Tong who looked worried, twisted her waist and walked in, looking at Shinbei with bright eyes. Brought a lot of fruits and nutritional supplements. Jian Tong doesn't like to get to the bottom of things. Whatever Shinbei does and is willing to do, Jian Tong will support him without thinking. The main thing is that Shinbei can be safe and sound. Shinbei asked for a strand of Jian Tong's hair. Jian Tong felt puzzled and didn't ask any more questions. After Jian Tong left, the unlucky foursome came in. Shinbei exclaimed, he really didn't want to see them. Don't get too close. Shinbei spread out his right hand, and drilled his left index finger into the palm of his right hand, making a stop gesture. I'm afraid your bad luck will affect my recovery. Chi Chuanyu rolled his eyes and said, We have asked the doctor. Your biggest wound is the cut on your arm. To be honest, if you came back a little later, the wound would have healed. Look, this is fucking human language. Shinbei really wants to jump up and give him a big fight. Niu Ben was very honest. He took something out of his bag and said with a smile, I'm not like Chi Chuanyu who says things that are unpleasant to the ear. I bought you some food, including spicy duck neck, spicy boiled shrimp balls, hot and sour noodles, and spicy crayfish. Wait a minute. Liao Zhongyang scratched his head and said in confusion. I remember that the patient can't eat spicy food. Niu Ben said. I can't eat it? Forget it, I'll eat it myself. Shinbei. Fuck you. Absolutely sincere. At this moment, Du Zedong stared at Shinbei without blinking, frowned and thought for a long time, and said, Shinbei, what does it feel like to kill someone? Addicted, and now I want to kill. Shinbei's face showed no joy or sadness, but his eyes were increasingly surprised. He smiled and nodded and continued. I want to kill for now. The unlucky four. I remembered I still have some unwashed pants. Bye. Look at you, even a joke is so scary. It's so spicy. Have a good rest, bye. After the unfortunate foursome left, the medical room became completely quiet. And Shinbei fell into deep thought. He felt an invisible pressure pressing on him from all directions. As if it were real, even the air became sticky. 7-star fist. Map of the hopeless sea. Shinbei narrowed his eyes. If it weren't for Lei Lao Hu's reminder, Shinbei himself would not have noticed the loopholes in the highway service area. But Shinbei knew that neither the Apocalypse cult nor the headhunters had any substantial evidence. At most, you can list yourself as a suspect. Then, The next step should be mutual testing among all parties. Shinbei exhaled lightly. New martial arts are imminent. The next day, the settlement panel arrived as scheduled. Yesterday's settlement panel rewards are as follows. Complete corn processing task, gain money plus 500, strength plus 5, constitution plus 5, agility plus 5, spirit plus 5. High temperature resistance plus 50, low temperature resistance plus 50. Shinbei's pupils suddenly shrank. How much to add? Add 5 points? Usually the bonus is 1 point, why is today's bonus 5 points? Shinbei was greatly shocked, touched his chin, thought carefully for a while, and came to a conclusion. That is, if you kill someone, especially the employer who doesn't pay your salary, you will get an extra reward. Oh my goodness. This kind of good thing doesn't happen often. Shinbei did a simple calculation. Add the bonus attribute values. Strength 52. Constitution 50. Spirit 46. Agility 46. In addition to the reward of 4-dimensional attribute points, the attribute of resisting high and low temperatures is also very nice. For the warriors in this world, adding fire attacks or ice attacks is the most common tactic. This is because these two natural elements are the easiest martial arts to practice and learn. Easy to learn, and the upper limit is not bad. It is a popular model among the general public. And being able to resist high and low temperatures is good news. Shinbei was a little excited. Become stronger again. A few days later. Shinbei is in good physical condition. Sweep away the decadence and bring it to life. After brushing my teeth and rinsing my mouth, I headed to the cafeteria. After breakfast, Shinbei followed Gu Shinro's instructions and came to the testing hall. At this time, the freshmen were queuing up. According to Gu Shinro, the testing hall is to test surface properties. The test hall is used to find out the true properties. After entering, not only the freshmen, but even Shinbei was secretly surprised by the contents of the test site. It's simply perverted.